Chapter 1. The cold wind blows in the dilapidated house. Behave yourself and hand over your mind. The improved antitoxin enhancement liquid. Achoo. Damn it, I'm freezing to death. Where am I? Where's my velvet comforter? Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a ramshackle house with drafts seeping in from all sides. The empty room contained only a wooden chair, half of its leg missing, creaking ominously. What the hell am I doing here? A rush of memories surged from the depths of his mind, leaving Yang Xian stunned for a while before he accepted the entirety of his recollections. Orphaned in his youth, bullied and oppressed by local gangs, he had endured years of hardship now. At 18, he found himself alone in a dilapidated house. As he gazed at the cold wind swirling around him, its icy touch sent a shiver down his spine. Brother, looks like you've stacked up quite the buffs. Yang Xian sighed. Well aware of the next steps he needed to take, all he had to do was patiently await the arrival of his golden finger. Thus, he sat quietly on the bed, wrapping himself in the thin comforter, exuding an air of tranquility. Yang Xian, are you home? A rough voice called out. Wait, that voice seems oddly familiar, like my golden finger. His face, already numbed by the wind, felt slightly hazy. A rugged man with a scarred face kicked open the already beleaguered wooden door, followed by two lackeys. Yang Xian, have you thought it over? Just agree, and you'll be living the good life, no longer cooped up in this small place, exposed to the elements. Look how thin your face has become. As he spoke, Xiong Tian's greedy gaze fixated on Yang Xian's handsome features. Feeling the intensity of that burning stare, Yang Xian couldn't help but shudder. At that moment, he recalled the identity of the man before him. Xiong Tian, a minor leader of the Chai Gang. The Chai Gang had long been oppressing Yang Xian. It was one of the three major gangs outside Heishan City, controlling the timber business that served over 100,000 people. All Yang Xian's anticipation for martial arts has intensified. This extraordinary power, capable of elevating one beyond the mundane, is an experience he has yet to encounter. Without hesitation, he activated the simulator once more. Simulate again. Cost: 1 currency. The simulation commenced, sifting through the options. The 8th limit: black. You shall not live past the age of 24. Vital surge: green. Your vitality surpasses that of ordinary individuals, a naturally robust physique. Foolishness: gray. Your comprehension is lamentably deficient, and your intelligence is significantly below average. Innate disability: gray. You will randomly lack 1 organ. Rotten wood: gray. Your aptitude for cultivation is woefully inadequate, with all attributes falling below average. Yang Xian glanced over the options, dismayed to find them even worse than before, rendering any deliberation unnecessary. I choose Vital Surge. The simulation began. On the first day, you discerned the identity of those covertly monitoring you. You ventured into a narrow alley and emerged several minutes later, content with a small pouch of coins in hand. On the second day, you entered the inner city and joined the Stone Martial Arts School, acquiring the foundational blood-nourishing technique. On the third day, thanks to the extraordinary talent bestowed by Vital Surge, your progress was astonishingly swift. On the fourth day, you devoted yourself to rigorous cultivation. On the fifth day, you continued your arduous training. On the sixth day, you perfected the foundational blood-nourishing technique, showcasing your progress to the senior disciples of the school. In just 5 days, your remarkable talent caught the attention of the schoolmaster, Zhou Xing, who accepted you as a direct disciple, making you the 7th in line. On the 7th day, Zhou Xing imparted to you the 9th grade technique, the 3 elements blood refinement method, and the 9th grade martial skill. The stone fist: you treasured these gifts and commenced your training. By the 15th day, you had fully mastered the foundational blood-nourishing technique, standing just 1 step away from entering the realm of martial arts. On the 30th day, you had grasped the basics of the 3 elements blood refinement method, crossing into the 9th grade blood refinement realm, while simultaneously commencing your training in the stone fist. On the 31st day, brimming with confidence as a practitioner of the 9th grade blood refinement realm, you prepared to confront past grievances in the outer city. On the 32nd day, you stealthily infiltrated Xiong Tian's courtyard, poised to strike decisively. However, as you locked onto your target, a tall man emerged from within the estate. With a single punch, Your life was extinguished in an instant. The simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. The cultivation realm achieved during the simulation. The green attribute of vital surge. The cultivation experience gained during the simulation. I choose option, the green attribute of vital surge. A surge of vitality coursed through Yang Xian's body, as if awakened, bubbling and expanding until he radiated heat like a thoroughly cooked shrimp. With a mighty roar, he struck the ground with both hands, creating a small crater as the overwhelming vitality gradually subsided. Truly worthy of its green status, my vitality has greatly increased. Once more, cost, 1 currency. The simulation commenced, filtering through the options. The 8th limit black. You shall not live past the age of 32. Vital surge green. Your vitality surpasses that of ordinary individuals, a naturally robust physique. Foolishness gray. Your comprehension is lamentably deficient, and your intelligence is significantly below average. Calamity descends gray. You shall encounter a life-threatening crisis. Inferior quality gray. All attributes are halved. Another vital surge. Yang Xian noted that the available options were quite similar to the previous simulation, requiring no further contemplation. I choose vital surge. The simulation began. On the first day, you stepped out with a buoyant stride, only to hear a chilling scream emanating from a narrow alley shortly thereafter, from which you emerged with a pouch of coins in hand. On the 30th day, you concealed yourself beside Xiong Tian's courtyard, covertly observing the movements within when a tall man stepped outside. You recognized him. It was Xuan, the leader of the Club of Sticks. As you prepared to retreat, you were caught off guard by the presence of other members of the club who had coincidentally approached your hiding spot. In a moment of desperation, you incapacitated the man who was about to relieve himself, but the commotion drew attention, and Yuan noticed you. With a single punch, you felt your insides shatter. You died. The simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. The cultivation realm achieved during the simulation. The green attribute of vital surge. The cultivation experience gained during the simulation. I choose option, the cultivation realm achieved during the simulation. A powerful surge of vitality surged within Yang Xian, making him feel as though he were reborn. The once frigid wind now felt as gentle as a spring breeze. With a resounding thud, Yang Xian unleashed a punch, creating a small crater in the brick wall, while his fist, imbued with vitality, remained unscathed. He sensed the vitality coursing through him, akin to tadpoles swimming within his body, nourishing him. Before entering the realm, he possessed only a few strands of vitality, which he could not mobilize, but now, having entered the realm of martial arts, he wielded them with effortless precision. The vital energy amplified his strength, enveloping him like armor, shielding his flesh. Now, I possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds combined with my formidable vitality. I could face 10 burly men wielding weapons without breaking a sweat. Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his voice radiating unwavering confidence. Open the panel. Character, Yang Xian. Age, 18. Physique, mortal. Talent, vital surge green. Realm, initial stage of 9th grade blood refinement realm. Skill, woodcutting minor accomplishment. Currency, 0. Indeed, there's a wonderful feeling in striving for self-improvement. As Yang Xian stepped out of the dilapidated house, he gazed at the sky. The sun was casting its final rays, and the night was approaching. Yang Xian could hardly contain his eagerness. In the dark and windy night, it's the perfect time for misdeeds. Chapter 3. A night of darkness and wind. In the eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City lies a courtyard, the residence of Xiong Tian. Known for his tyrannical behavior, Xiong Tian employs various unscrupulous methods to seize wealth. And this very courtyard was no exception, having been taken by him through force at this moment. Xiong Tian is reveling in merriment with 4 of his underlings, drinking, playing dice, and indulging in hearty feasts. Brother Xiong, why speak so kindly to that Yang Xian? I say we should just tie him up and take him to the Yihong courtyard. Can he even resist? One of the intoxicated underlings questions. Bewildered. What do you know? His most valuable asset is that handsome face of his. If we push him too hard, what if he loses his mind? We won't be able to sell him then. Xiong Tian retorts, taking a deep swig of alcohol and burping loudly. For now, he can't gather firewood or pursue other livelihoods. Once he runs out of resources, he'll naturally come begging to me. A mysterious smile creeps across Xiong Tian's face as he lapses into silence. A perceptive underling promptly fills Xiong Tian's cup, toasting, "Here's to you, brother Xiong. May you soon acquire those 50 taels of silver. Haha, I'm looking forward to visiting the Yihong courtyard and picking someone." One underling eagerly exclaims, "Who would have thought you had such tastes?" Xiong Tian replies, somewhat surprised. Having spent a year together, he hadn't realized his subordinate indulged in both men and women. With a grand gesture, he declares, "When the time comes, I shall take you along. Great brother, I toast to you." Another round of drinking ensues, filling the courtyard with a jovial atmosphere. Outside the courtyard, Yang Xian, having just arrived, overhears their predatory banter. As a dignified time traveler, how can I endure such humiliation? A scholar can tolerate much, but this is beyond reason. With a mighty kick, Yang Xian shatters the door into splinters. The thunderous sound draws the attention of everyone inside. It's Yang Xian. Boss, Yang Xian has come to us," one underling shouts excitedly. Though slightly intoxicated, Xiong Tian senses something amiss, yet cannot pinpoint the source. Yang Xian delivers a punch, sending the gluttonous underling flying like a rag doll. Blood spurting from his mouth as his body convulses, clearly on the verge of death. The brutal scene jolts the four remaining underlings awake. "Don't be too reckless. Boss Xiong is here," stammers one of Xiong Tian's subordinates. Trembling, "Yang Xian, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let us sit down and discuss this," Xiong Tian says, observing the now unfamiliar Yang Xian with a grave tone. As he gazes at the shattered door and the barely breathing underling. Xiong Tian finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. This young man is no longer the easily manipulated rabbit he once was. "Let us converse in hell." Yang Xian's figure swiftly approaches, unleashing 3 consecutive punches. After reaching the 9th grade of blood refinement, Yang Xian not only possesses immense strength but also unparalleled speed. The underlings, unable to evade the imminent fists, find themselves effortlessly airborne before collapsing to the ground. Incapacitated, witnessing his entire crew fall like dominoes, Xiong Tian's expression darkens. Realizing the confrontation cannot end well, he swiftly draws a long knife and charges at Yang Xian, who appears momentarily stunned, frozen in place. As the blade draws near, Xiong Tian feels a surge of joy. "Come closer, just a bit closer." Just as the knife is about to cleave Yang Xian in two, Xiong Tian pours every ounce of his strength into the strike. Feeling the boiling energy within him as if he were on the brink of grasping true martial arts. "If I survive this battle, I, Xiong Tian, will surely ascend into the realm of blood refinement." With a resounding impact, Yang Xian suddenly distances himself, as if a kite severed from its string, flying away. Though Xiong Tian has cultivated his own blood energy, with strength exceeding 400 pounds, enduring a full force punch from a blood refinement practitioner leaves him grievously injured and collapsing to the ground. "You cannot kill me. My sister is the favored concubine of the Chai gang leader," Xiong Tian desperately pleads, struggling, his bravado faltering. A punch lands squarely on his head, causing blood to erupt from his orifices as he dies with eyes wide open. What need is there for such idle chatter? As Yang Xian stands over the defeated Xiong Tian and his entourage, he suddenly feels a wave of relief wash over him. Having been reborn, the pressing challenges have been effortlessly resolved. How easy it is to eliminate threats, he muses, before immediately beginning to scour the courtyard for valuables. In total, he unearths 60 taels of silver. Given Xiong Tian's control over the firewood business involving thousands of people, he should possess even greater wealth, likely stashing it in multiple locations. However, Yang Xian has no interest in spending further time searching elsewhere. With the 60 taels in hand, he slips back into the shadows of his dilapidated abode. 60 taels of silver! I've struck it rich, Yang Xian exclaims, eagerly preparing to simulate. Simulation requires the expenditure of 10 gold. Shall we commence? 10-fold increase? I misspoke. You are more unscrupulous than the goose factory. Yang Xian winces at the cost, but reluctantly consents. Expenditure of 10 gold. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Eagle-eyed. Green, your hearing and vision will surpass that of ordinary mortals. Your mind will be sharp, and your comprehension will improve. Merchant, green, you possess a commendable talent for business. With a keen commercial instinct. Carpenter, white, you have a decent aptitude for woodworking, skilled in the craft. Fisherman, white, you possess a solid fishing talent, enhancing your fishing experience. Tyler, white, you are a novice Tyler. Proficient in plastering. Did I stumble upon a vocational nest? Why are there so many professions, and none of them seem useful? Yang Xian muses, feeling somewhat helpless before finally selecting eagle-eyed. Simulation commencing. Chapter 4. Pursued on the first day. You have become a formidable 9th-grade blood refinement practitioner, prompting you to directly seek admission to the Aperture Martial Arts School at 18. Your talent as a blood refinement practitioner captures the attention of Zhou Xing, who, after confirming your identity, accepts you as a personal disciple. On the second day, Zhou Xing imparts the 9th-grade cultivation technique, San Yuan Lian Shui Fa, along with the 9th-grade martial art, Aperture Fist. And you begin to diligently train by the 10th day. As a personal disciple of the martial arts school, you participate in the martial arts competition of Black Mountain City, representing the Aperture Martial Arts School, one of the 5 major schools. After a challenging series of battles against the younger generation of the other 4 schools, you achieve remarkable fame. On the 11th day, you bring immense honor to the Aperture Martial Arts School, delighting Zhou Xing, who rewards you with a 9th-grade spiritual item, a blood fruit, along with abundant resources. By the 30th day, with the assistance of plentiful resources and the blood fruit, you break through to the mid-stage of blood refinement. On the 60th day, Zhou Xing dispatches you to the Black Mountain Range for practical training. And on the 61st day, while training in the Black Mountain, you're ambushed by a shadowy figure and sustain severe injuries. As you gaze at the cloaked figure before you, you attempt to flee but find yourself powerless, subjected to torture. You perish. Simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm attained during the simulation, the green trait eagle-eyed, the training experience acquired during the simulation. I choose the cultivation realm attained during the simulation. The surging blood energy within Yang Xian swells as he senses the total amount of energy within him has roughly doubled. He then retrieves several large wooden stakes to test his strength. Discovering an increase of approximately 1,000 pounds, with a casual toss of the stakes aside, he clenches his fists, his gaze sparkling with clarity. Now, taking on 5 of my former selves is a trivial matter. Continue, commence the simulation. Simulation requires the expenditure of 20 gold. Shall we begin? The price has risen again. Though Yang Xian anticipated this, a twinge of regret lingers. He had thought the 60 taels of silver would allow for a dozen simulations, only to find it permits merely 3. Expenditure of 20 gold. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Foolishness, gray-born, simple-minded, utterly foolish. In short, you are an idiot. Short-lived. Gray, your lifespan will be reduced by 2/3. You are inherently short-lived. Distorted visage. Gray, your features will shift at will. Half-wit. Gray, your brain is only half the size of an average person, severely diminishing your intelligence. You are mentally impaired. Mortal. White, your attributes will be forcibly adjusted to the average of normal individuals. Where do all these absurd options come from? Yang Xian glares at the grim list of traits, unable to suppress an exclamation of frustration. After considerable hesitation, he finally resolves to select short-lived. This is the least impactful entry among the 4 gray entries. Based on the experiences from these simulations, I estimate I won't live much longer anyway. As for the mortal entry, it appears to be the only white entry, but for Yang Xian, it makes little difference compared to the gray entries. If I were to forcibly transform my attributes to the average of a mortal, it would render these 3 simulations meaningless. Simulation begins on the first day. You find yourself as a mid-stage blood refinement realm martial artist. After careful consideration, you decide to head to the inner city to join the Aperture Martial Arts School. After all, the blood chi fruit holds significant benefits for someone still in the blood refinement stage like you. A mid-stage blood refinement realm martial artist at the age of 18 creates quite a stir within the Aperture Martial Arts School, where only the master, Zhou Xing, has reached the 8th rank bone forging realm. Being mid-stage in the blood refinement realm places you among the top 20 of the school's hundreds of disciples. Your talent catches Zhou Xing's eye, and he accepts you as his 7th direct disciple. On the 2nd day, Zhou Xing imparts to you a 9th grade technique, the 3 Yuan blood refinement method, along with a 9th grade martial skill, the Pancher Fist. You begin to diligently cultivate .B by the 10th day. As a representative of the Pancher Martial Arts School, you participate in the martial arts competition in the inner city, where you effortlessly defeat disciples from the other 4 major schools, earning widespread acclaim. On the 11th day, you bring immense honor to the Pancher Martial Arts School, and Zhou Xing, overjoyed, rewards you with a 9th grade spiritual item, the Blood Chi fruit, along with a wealth of resources. On the 12th day, you commence taking the Blood Chi fruit, and under the powerful effects of the medicine, your progress accelerates rapidly. By the 13th day, you are refining the residual medicinal power of the Blood Chi fruit while diligently cultivating. On the 60th day, Zhou Xing assigns you to train in the Heishan mountain range. On the 61st day, you deliberately avoid entering the mountain range, instead lingering outside to hide for a few days before returning. By the 63rd day, feeling safe and believing the danger has passed, you prepare to head back to Heishan City. However, on your way back, you are ambushed by a shadow. Remaining vigilant, you narrowly evade the attack and sprint away. Attempting to escape your pursuers, yet another shadow strikes from ahead. With a mere brush, you find yourself defenseless, heavily injured, and collapsing to the ground. As you gaze upon the 2 figures in black robes before you, despair washes over you. You realize escape is impossible. You question them about their pursuit, but they remain silent. Subjected to torture, you perish. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm achieved in the simulation, the gray entry, short-lived, ghost, the cultivation experience gained in the simulation. I choose the cultivation realm achieved in the simulation. Once again, your blood chi surges, and Yang Xian estimates it has thickened by about 30%. His strength has increased by approximately 300 gene. With a powerful punch, the air resonates with a howling sound, and a fierce gust of wind rustles the leaves of the trees nearby. Not bad, he muses. Yang Xian withdraws his fist, placing his hands behind his back, as a few scattered green leaves dance in the wind. Settling on his shoulder, exuding an air of mastery. Standing still, he silently savors this moment, reflecting on his experiences of being pursued in the last 2 simulations. The only person I have offended in reality is likely the leader of the Chai Gang. As for defeating the younger generation of the 4 major martial arts schools in the simulations, that should only be a minor grievance, not enough to warrant a death chase, right? Of course, this is merely Yang Xian's speculation. Perhaps it is due to the potential he displayed in the simulations that those from the martial arts schools wish to eliminate this threat. Nevertheless, escaping the situation is quite simple. Simulation begins. This simulation requires the expenditure of 20 coins. Shall we proceed? Yes. 20 coins deducted. Simulation begins, filtering entries. Osprey, green, you will possess powerful dynamic vision and a strong talent for agility. Incontinence, gray, you will lose control over your bodily functions. It is advised to wear open crotch trousers. Debtor, gray, you will automatically incur a debt of 100,000 taels of silver. Dancer, green, with a graceful figure and enhanced understanding of dance. Your abilities in this art will significantly improve. Steadfast, white, you will think thrice before acting, conducting yourself with utmost caution, though this may cause you to miss some opportunities. Yang Xian has become immune to the nonsensical gray entries and automatically disregards the peculiar ones in his mind. He selects Osprey. Simulation begins. Chapter 5. The Path to Wealth. On the 1st day, you realize you are in a perilous situation in Qingwu City and quickly gather your belongings to flee as long as you can run fast. Troubles will not catch up with you, and you leave Heishan City. On the 3rd day, you encounter a band of dozens of robbers, after paying a hefty price to slay the mid-stage blood refinement realm leader among them. You seize a fine steed and make your escape. On the 10th day, after 9 days of travel, aided by the stolen steed, you successfully reach the county city of Luyuan. On the 11th day, your mid-stage blood refinement realm prowess at the age of 18 catches the attention of the prominent Sun family in the area, who recruit you as a guard, promising numerous generous benefits. In pursuit of future cultivation resources, you agreed. On the 12th day, you are imparted with the 9th grade blood refinement method, the Chihuahua blood refinement method, and the ninth grade martial skill, the sky-splitting palm, along with the ninth grade agility technique. Dragonfly skimming the water. On the 30th day, you are assigned as one of the many guards protecting the third young master of the Sun family, Sun Chung, on the 253rd day. At great expense, you acquire a damaged ninth grade spiritual item, the Blood Chi fruit. After consuming it, your realm advances significantly, leaving you just a step away from the late-stage blood refinement realm. On the first year and third day, you request to enter seclusion for 3 days, and you begin your retreat. On the first year and fourth day, your breakthrough is fraught with peril, but ultimately, you successfully transition to the late stage of the blood refinement realm. Though significant hidden injuries remain in your body. On the first year and 3 months, with your late-stage blood refinement realm strength, you are successfully promoted to a second-class guard in the second year. Your cultivation progress slows, and you begin to neglect your training. Your ninth grade agility martial skill, Dragonfly skimming the water, reaches minor mastery in the third year. While accompanying Sun Chung on an outing, he encounters an extraordinarily beautiful woman in purple and cannot resist teasing her. However, the purple-clad lady exudes an extraordinary presence, and Sun Chung dares only to make verbal advances without progressing further. That night, a swordsman strikes, and a cold gleam flashes. A blade aura spans dozens of meters, wreaking havoc upon the Sun family. The family's ancestor, Sun Wei, a 6th grade true Chi realm innate martial artist, falls without even managing a single blow. The Sun family endures a ruthless purge, especially the third young master, who suffers hundreds of cuts from the swordsman before dying in agony. It is only then that you realize the woman Sun Chung teased is the 9th on the human ranking and the 9th on the extraordinary ranking. The goddess of the moon, Yuran, the swordsman before you, is her loyal protector, here to deliver a thorough reckoning to the Sun family. As a guard of the Sun family, you too cannot escape. Reduced to nothing by the surging blade aura, you die. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm achieved in the simulation, the green entry Osprey, the cultivation experience gained in the simulation. I choose the cultivation realm achieved in the simulation. Your robust blood chi surges once more, seemingly allowing you to hear the thunderous roar of your inner essence. With a powerful punch, Yang Xian cannot help but strike out, causing a towering tree to tremble slightly, leaving a deep imprint several inches into the trunk. Yang Xian senses that his strength has soared to approximately 4,000 Jin. This is due to the green entry, blood chi boiling, which grants him power far beyond that of an ordinary person. Generally, one would only reach around 2,000 Jin upon attaining the late stage of the blood refinement realm. Now, Yang Xian's strength rivals that of an ordinary martial artist at the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm. The only remaining disparity lies in his blood chi. With just a single green entry, I possess the ability to transcend a small realm. How powerful must the entries above it be? Yang Xian is immensely satisfied with his current green entry, which serves as a commendable boost for someone in the blood refinement realm. It is a pity he could not simulate for a longer duration. Reflecting on the 3 years he experienced in simulation, Yang Xian feels a pang of regret. Had he lived to a natural end, it is highly likely he would have broken through to the 8th rank bone forging realm. Yet, all was destroyed by that swordsman's blade. This world is truly perilous. Yang Xian silently muses that indeed, beautiful women are among the most dangerous individuals one cannot provoke in this realm. He opens his panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: mortal talent, blood chi boiling green. Realm: late stage 9th grade blood refinement realm. Skills: woodcutting, minor mastery. Wealth: 10 coins. Previously, Yang Xian believed 60 taels of silver to be a substantial amount, yet now it seems but a drop in the bucket. Indeed, one's perspective shifts alongside the increase in living standards. In the short term, where can I acquire funds? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xian concludes that there is only one way. The primitive accumulation of capital is through plunder. Thus, Yang Xian's sole target now is the Chai Gang. After all, this gang bears a deep grudge against him. So, let them contribute a portion of their strength to my martial path. Yang Xian discovered a lucrative opportunity. His eyes sparkled with excitement. No longer hesitating, he immediately sprang into action. The Chai Gang stands as one of the three major factions in the outer city of Heishan, originally rising to prominence through the monopoly of the firewood trade in the city. Now, it has become one of the dominators of the outer city, its influence extending far beyond mere firewood dealings, establishing itself as a local tyrant in the outer city. Even the government's decrees may pale in comparison to the commands of the Chai Gang. While this may seem preposterous, it reflects the reality of the Great Zhou dynasty, which has endured for 7 millennia, in a world where martial prowess has reached astonishing heights. Even the imperial family of the Great Zhou can only share dominion with the powerful clans and sections. In smaller towns, factions like the Chai Gang exist, while prominent families like the Sun clan thrive in the county city, and in the capital, esteemed sects and clans hold sway. Across the land, ancient forces govern their territories, each with a legacy stretching back thousands of years. But do benevolent souls exist within a domineering gang like the Chai Gang? Perhaps, yet such individuals are certainly not found among the high-ranking leaders. Like the Gang's Hall Master, a gang that thrives on the lifeblood of the common folk, those in positions of power are the foremost beneficiaries of this oppression, even if they harbor good intentions. Their ascent to power has already marked them as oppressors, in the deep hours of the night at the Lu Chui courtyard. Despite the late hour, the courtyard remained ablaze with light, shadows flitting to and fro, punctuated by bursts of laughter and playful banter. Hall Master Wang, do come again next time. Several heavily made-up, alluring women trailed alongside a portly man, striking flirtatious poses. Fear not, my beauties. I shall return tomorrow, replied Wang Shan, as he playfully squeezed a tender peach. Eliciting a wave of bashful laughter from the woman, a refreshing breeze brushed against Wang Shan's face, momentarily dispelling the drunken haze that clouded his mind. Having just ascended to the position of Hall Master within the Chai Gang, Wang Shan reveled in his newfound status and had been frequenting the Lu Chui courtyard for several consecutive days to flaunt his prowess. Should I call for Xiaocui or Xiaohong tomorrow? Wang Shan pondered the pleasures that awaited him. Forget it. I shall summon them both. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he unconsciously wandered down a secluded street. At that moment, he found himself alone. Wang Shan preferred to indulge in his escapades without attendance, enjoying the solitary thrill of the past few days that a chill wind swept through, intensifying the coldness. And though he had recently attained the late stage of blood refinement, an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine. What the hell? Wang Shan rubbed his nose as he realized the street was now deserted. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed through the darkness, a blade emerging ominously. Wang Shan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and instinctively turned his head. A bloodied arm fell to the ground. You bastard! Wang Shan cried out, spinning around to discern the identity of his assailant. In an instant, a sharp blade sliced through the air, effortlessly penetrating his body, disregarding the thick protective aura of blood energy surrounding him, leaving behind a long trail of crimson. Puffed! As Wang Shan collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Xian, not entirely reassured, jabbed the corpse with the blade 2 more times. Satisfied that there was no response, he confirmed the man was truly dead. Yang Xian rummaged through the lifeless body, extracting 30 taels of silver and a 100-tael banknote. A bit lacking, he mused. Regrettably, Wang Shan's residence was too close to the Chai Gang's leader, Yuan, and was well guarded by numerous thugs. Otherwise, he would have raided the place and reaped a much larger bounty. Fortunately, there were other gains to be had. Clutching the bloodied kitchen knife, Yang Xian melted into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 6. Longevity brings fortune once again. In the dilapidated, drafty house, Yang Xian counted the wealth he had acquired through his audacious acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. 300 taels of silver in total. Quite a sum. After dispatching Wang Shan, he had also targeted 3 minor leaders of the Chai Gang, gathering this modest fortune. For this, he even made a special trip to the bank to exchange his banknotes. Commencing simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 40 currency. Shall we begin? Commence point 40 currency consumed. Simulation initiated. Filtering entries. Wisdom, green exceptional intelligence, quick wit, and wisdom surpassing that of ordinary folk, that 18-year limit. Black, you shall not live beyond the age of 18. Robust, green a strong and resilient physique. Dwarf, gray your height, is fixed at 1 meter 30. Mage. White your right arm possesses strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yang Xian was pleasantly surprised to see 2 green entries among the 5 that appeared. However, I already possess the vitality, surge ability to enhance my physique. Thus, I will choose wisdom. Simulation begins on the first day. You resolve to steer clear of conflicts, seeking a tranquil existence until your natural end. You gather your belongings and, at dawn, depart from Heishan City. By the 3rd day, you have acquired a steed from nameless bandits, conveniently sending them to their demise. That on the 10th day, riding the same steed, you arrive at the county city of Luyan. On the 11th day, you decline the overtures of the local prestigious Sun clan, opting instead to become a wandering warrior, embodying kindness and steering clear of trouble. In the 2nd year, lacking resources, you remain trapped in the late stage of blood refinement. Nevertheless, through your diligence, you finally attain ownership of a modest home in Luyan. By the 4th year, introduced by your neighbor, Old Wang, you marry the young maiden Wang Qing, who resides nearby, cementing your family at the age of 22. In the 5th year, after relentless training, you finally break through to the perfected stage of blood refinement, elevating your status significantly. In the 6th year, your first son is born, and you name him Yang. And that same year, you secure a managerial position within the Tianyi Merchant Association. In the 7th year, your second son is born, named Yang Kong. In the 9th year, your first daughter is born, named Yang Xian. In the 10th year, a fierce battle erupts outside Luyan between the leaders of a demonic cult and the righteous sects, the aftermath devastating half of the city. Fortuitously, under the protection of the Tianyi Merchant Association, you and your family narrowly escape with your lives. You hear the names of 2 formidable martial artists, the blood refinement master of the Crimson Blood Demon cult, Qi Shui, and the White Tiger Sword master of the 4-symbol sword sect, Muju. Rumor has it that they are both 7th-level martial artists, exceptionally powerful figures capable of reshaping mountains and rivers with their might, already masters of supernatural abilities. Hearing of such figures ignites your yearning to wield similar powers, to traverse the realms with divine prowess. However, reality beckons, and you begin assisting the Merchant Association in mending the chaos left in the wake of the battle. In the 12th year, after 6 years of effort, you finally earn the coveted 8th rank bone refinement technique through your contributions to the association. In the 15th year, after years of diligent training, you break through to the bone refinement stage on a sunny noon, merging essence with bone, achieving the 2nd realm of martial arts, no longer lingering at the bottom. You are promoted to a senior manager within the Tianyi Merchant Association. In the 16th year, your son Yang inherits your gifts, even surpassing you. And with your position at the Merchant Association, he progresses rapidly in martial arts. By the age of 10, he has already cultivated his first trace of blood energy. In the 18th year, with your support, your son Yang overcomes numerous challenges and finally joins the grand sect of Xuanxi Mountain in the Yunmeng Prefecture. It is said that masters reside within Xuanxi Mountain, which holds significant renown even in the Yun state. The unfulfilled aspirations you once held are now entrusted to your progeny. Show me the broader vistas of martial arts. This is the farewell you impart to your son Yang. And in the 20th year, with ample resources at your disposal, you break through to the mid-stage of bone refinement. In truth, had it not been for the demanding nature of your managerial duties, which curtailed your training time, you could have achieved this breakthrough 2 years earlier. Yet the world offers no such what-ifs, nor does it present opportunities for flawless outcomes. In the 21st year, your second son Yang Kong, possessing average martial talent, begins to learn the ways of commerce under your guidance. In the 26th year, you advance to the late stage of bone refinement. And that same year, you receive news from your eldest son Yang, and he has also broken through to the late stage of bone refinement. A wave of mixed emotions washes over you, nostalgia and pride. In the 29th year, your daughter Yang Xian marries, and in the same year, your eldest son Yang successfully breaks through to the 3rd realm of martial arts. The cleansing marrow stage, bringing you double joy, prompting a grand celebration. In the 31st year, your grandson is born. In the 33rd year, you achieve the perfected stage of bone refinement, now 51 years old. Your ability to break through again is solely due to the accumulation of resources. You know that reaching the cleansing marrow stage is now beyond your grasp, and you begin to relinquish your pursuit of martial cultivation. In the 34th year. Your second son weds. In the 35th year. Your second son begins his role as a manager within the Tianyi Merchant Association. In the 40th year. You step down from your position as a senior manager. In the 42nd year. Your eldest son breaks through to the 4th realm of martial arts. The 6th grade True Qi stage. Your family, the Yang clan, has gained considerable renown in Luyun County, gradually replacing the now-vanished Sun clan. By the 50th year, the Yang clan has ascended to the status of a prestigious family in Luyun County, becoming a formidable power. In the 60th year. Amidst the weeping of your many descendants, you pass away unexpectedly. You have died. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm attained during the simulation. The green entry of wisdom. The training experience gained during the simulation. Who would have imagined that I could live so long and even establish a family? Yang Xian exclaimed with delight. The longer one lives, the greater the rewards. He chose option. The cultivation realm attained during the simulation at a colossal surge of energy, surpassing anything previously experienced, erupted within Yang Xian's body, with his cultivation reaching perfection in the blood-refining realm and progressing through the initial and mid-stages of the bone-tempering realm. Yang Xian's realm ascended rapidly until it stabilized at the pinnacle of the bone-tempering realm. I am invincible, he declared, reveling in the vast increase of his vitality and the unyielding strength of his bones. Now as resilient as steel. Unable to contain his exuberance, he burst into hearty laughter. In Black Mountain City, the leader of the Chai gang, Xuan, was seething with rage. Useless, worthless. How could someone get their throats slit on our territory without facing dire consequences? He bellowed, his fury palpable. Early that morning, a significant incident had unfolded within the Chai gang's domain. One of their hall leaders and 4 minor heads had met with untimely deaths, clearly a calculated attack aimed at the Chai gang. This provoked Xuan's wrath, as even high-ranking members were not safe within their own territory. This is a provocation, a challenge to the Chai gang's status in the outer city. He fumed. Gather everyone from the outer city immediately. Find that scoundrel for me. I refuse to believe there are no traces left. Xuan commanded fiercely, his anger barely contained. Once I locate him, he will learn what it means to face the Chai gang. After venting his ire, Xuan turned to the remaining 7 hall leaders, ordering them to take immediate action. They all assured him with fervent promises, eager to apprehend the perpetrator. Observing their confidence, Xuan felt a flicker of hope. Word is, you are searching for me, came a fresh voice from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a remarkably tall and extraordinarily handsome youth standing there, clad in a green robe, his demeanor poised and unflustered. What a striking young man, they mused. Yang Xian surveyed the assembly, his gaze settling on Xuan at the head of the table. A panel materialized in his vision. Character, Xuan physique. Mortal talent, tiger back. Bare waist, green, naturally overbearing white realm. Mid-stage bone-tempering realm as he regarded the towering figure before him. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Not too shabby, he thought. This ability to view simplified templates of others was a feature of the simulator, which allowed Yang Xian to identify his targets with precision, instilling him with the audacity to stride into the Chai gang's stronghold. Just a mid-stage bone-tempering realm. This should be easy. Boy, you are who Xuan began. But before he could finish, Yang Xian lunged forward like a whirlwind. As he raised his fist, an explosive surge of vitality erupted within him, radiating a scorching heat that seared everything in its vicinity. Sensing the overwhelming force emanating from Yang Xian, Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He barely had time to raise his arms in defense. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed as Xuan was sent hurtling back. Flying over 10 meters, coughing, Xuan struggled to rise, his arms limp and his body racked with excruciating pain. Since breaking through to the pinnacle of the bone-tempering realm, Yang Xian's strength had soared far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. His power was akin to that of a ferocious beast. Were it not for Xuan's own formidable physique, honed to the hardness of steel, One of the individuals who emerged from the chamber was about to offer an explanation, but Yang Xian disregarded him entirely. Resolutely clenching his fists, with two muffled thuds, two somewhat tattered corpses appeared on the ground. You were granted your lives, and yet failed to appreciate it, coming here instead to pilfer my belongings. Truly, you are incorrigibly greedy. Yang Xian shook his head, rummaging through the bodies to extract a considerable sum of silver before striding into the adjacent chamber. Wang Hai, treading carefully over the two corpses, followed suit. Yang Xian surveyed the spacious chamber, deliberately ignoring the weapons, herbs, and martial arts manuals, his gaze fixated on the area housing silver and gold. In the corner, 3 wooden chests were arrayed. Upon opening one, a dazzling white light erupted, revealing neatly arranged silver within. Yang Xian counted. Each chest contained 1,000 taels of silver, totaling 3,000 taels, along with an additional 2,000 taels in banknotes snatched from the pockets of the 2 hall masters. Thus, the grand total amounted to 5,000 taels of silver. How exceptionally wealthy, he mused. The original owner had labored diligently for 5 or 6 years, amassing merely 2 taels of silver. These riches would require at least 12,500 years of toil to accumulate. Young master, may I take my leave? Wang Hai, nearly drooling at the sight of the gleaming silver, dared not entertain any thoughts of greed, his heart racing with trepidation that, of course, as I mentioned, I have no reason to harm you. Yang Xian replied earnestly. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Wang Hai exclaimed, elated, and darted away. However, just a few steps in, he felt an immense force surge from behind. Did you not claim to have no reason? Flashed through Wang Hai's mind as he made one last intimate contact with the wall. Do I need a reason to act? Yang Xian mused, redirecting his attention back to the shimmering silver point 3,000 taels in ready cash. Sufficient for me to simulate 6 times. This time, he was determined to generate some advantageous traits to rectify his shortcomings. He could not afford another breakthrough, lest he jeopardize even a single simulation. Yang Xian silently reflected, previously pursuing higher realms out of necessity due to imminent danger. Now, with threats eliminated, he ought to emerge as a true prodigy of martial arts. Initiating simulation. Chapter 8. The Frenzied Blade Intent. This simulation requires the expenditure of 500 currency. Shall we proceed? Proceed. 500 currency expended. Simulation commenced. Filtering traits. Archery. Green. You possess commendable talent in archery. A natural archer. Arrogance. White. Your demeanor will become haughty and dismissive, yet you will receive a slight boost when breaking through realms. Elderly. White. Your lifespan will extend to 70 years, dependent on health. Blade Master. Green. You possess an extraordinary comprehension of sword techniques, a master swordsman. Missing weight. Gray. A random part of your body will be deficient by several pounds. Only 1 gray trait. Yang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had braced himself for an onslaught of peculiar traits. Yet the outcome was not as he had anticipated. It appeared that the enhancement of strength also had a positive effect on the traits. Naturally, this was merely Yang Xian's conjecture. Perhaps he was simply fortunate this time. Gazing at the 2 green traits, Yang Xian pondered. Blade Master sound impressive. Besides, where would I find a manual on archery? The sword techniques are readily available. His eyes fell upon a martial arts manual prominently displayed on the shelf, inscribed with the words Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, that I choose Blade Master. Simulation begins out on the first day. You suddenly feel an itch in your hands. Glancing at the nearby steel blade, you grasp it and feel an instinctive connection, as if you have found a cherished possession. That moment, you resolve to become a renowned swordsman. You take the martial arts manuals from the chamber with you. On the second day, you begin to study the Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, a 9th grade martial art divided into 3 levels: Gentle Breeze, Tempest, and Chaotic Wind. You commence your practice of this sword technique. On the 70th day, having diligently trained, you finally grasp the fundamentals of the Chaotic Wind Blade Technique, and you are filled with joy on the 173rd day, after 6 months of rigorous training. Your mastery of the Chaotic Wind Blade Technique reaches a minor accomplishment, that on the 353rd day, you sense your progress diminishing, realizing that your mastery of the technique is still some distance from perfection. You understand that isolating yourself will only hinder your advancement. Thus, You decide to challenge swordsmen across the land to refine your skills. On the 357th day, you arrive in Yun City, the capital of Luoyang County, choosing it as your first stop to hone your swordsmanship. In the second year, you challenge swordsmen far and wide, selecting opponents of comparable strength. Your reputation as the Tempest Blade Master begins to spread throughout Yun City. In the third year, after numerous battles, you finally achieve mastery of the Chaotic Wind Blade technique. Your renown as the Tempest Blade Master continues to grow. That same year, the Sun family seeks to recruit you. But you resolutely decline. A month later, a formidable swordsman arrives in Yun City and annihilates the Sun family. You wish to seek his counsel on sword techniques, only to be met with scorn. Noticing your embarrassment, he effortlessly strikes you down with a single blow. Yang Xian seethed with rage upon witnessing this. The audacity, though merely a simulation, it still incited fury within him. How dare you injure my brother? I shall find out who you are in the fourth year. After a year of recuperation, you finally heal, only to discover that the blow has severed your foundation in martial arts, leaving you with no further path. Devastated, you immerse yourself entirely in sword techniques, finding solace only in their depths. In the fifth year, you train obsessively, and your mastery of the Chaotic Wind Blade technique reaches perfection. The 10th year. You transcend the original confines of the technique, sensing an elusive, unseen realm beyond. The 20th year. The Chaotic Wind Blade technique has been transformed beyond recognition, and you rename it the Frenzied Three Blades. Crafting an 8th grade martial art. In the 30th year, you feel yourself nearing that mysterious realm, embarking on a journey throughout Luoyang County, challenging all who cross your path. Your reputation as the Frenzied Blade Master spreads far and wide. On the 35th year, while resting on your travels, the sky suddenly darkens and a tempest descends. Inspired, you unleash your blade amidst the rain, appearing as if possessed. You comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship, frenzied blade intent. On the 36th year, a martial artist at the Cleansing Vein stage, hearing of your renown, dismisses you and seeks to subdue you personally. With a mere motion, a breath, and a single strike, that martial artist's head falls. His face frozen in disbelief, utterly defenseless. This battle astonishes many. The name of the Frenzied Blade Master resonates throughout Luoyang County, even gaining some notoriety in Yunmeng Prefecture. The 40th year, you age rapidly. The aftereffects of that grievous injury manifest, severely impacting your lifespan. You choose to retreat into the mountains. On the 43rd year, on a misty morning, after completing your customary sword practice, you settle into a wooden chair and soon fall into a deep slumber. After a considerable time, only the blade in your embrace quivers slightly. You have passed away. End of simulation. Please select one reward from the following options. Point 1. The cultivation level attained in the simulation 2. Green trait, Blade Master 3. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation. I choose option 3. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation. Note, selecting cultivation experience may randomly yield 1 to 2 martial arts techniques. Please choose cautiously. Randomly, draw. Yang Xian silently commanded. The torrent of diverse swordsmanship experiences flooded into Yang Xian's mind. In a mere moment, he transformed from a novice in sword techniques into a master who had immersed himself in the art for decades. A frenzied, manic aura suddenly enveloped Yang Xian, an overwhelming intent to kill that instilled terror in others, as if a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Grasping the blade, he flicked his wrist, unleashing an invisible blade aura that raged forth, etching a gash several meters long and 10 inches deep into the sturdy wall of black rock, nearly cleaving the wall in two. What an astonishing blade intent! Yang Xian dispelled the frenzied blade intent, gazing at the scar he had carved. He mused, but this technique consumes tremendous energy that he felt that he could manage only 3 strikes before succumbing to exhaustion. What a tremendous gain! Having exchanged a single green trait for such a formidable technique, Yang Xian felt that today was indeed his fortunate day, were it not for the severing of his martial foundation in the simulation. Leading him to become obsessed with a blade, he would find it challenging to comprehend such blade intent. If he were to attempt it again now, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult, certainly impossible to seek counsel from that despicable swordsman. Reflecting upon that swordsman, Yang Xian's expression turned cold. However, were it not for him, I would not have grasped such blade intent. Thus, the next time I encounter that fellow, I shall refrain from sparing him a single strike. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Xian cast his gaze upon his status panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Mortal talent: Blood Chi boiling green. Realm: 8th grade bone forging completion skills. Woodcutting, minor achievement. Frenzied Demon Blade technique. Concept: Frenzied Demon Blade intent, 20%. Wealth: 2730. He still lacked agility, defense, and concealment techniques. Naturally, it would be ideal to acquire a physique-related attribute. Yang Xian scrutinized his panel. Pondering over his shortcomings, in light of this, he commenced the simulation. Chapter 9. Blood Chi Battle Body Clop. Clop, clop. The hoof struck the blue stone slabs, producing a crisp sound. It was early morning, after a light rain. The flowers and grasses by the roadside still dripped with dew, emanating a delightful fragrance. Two figures abruptly intruded upon this refreshing scene. "Miss, do slow down." On the left, a remarkably beautiful young girl called out. "Shall he? We shall arrive shortly." On the right, a woman clad in a robe adorned with cloud patterns spoke gently. She raised her head to gaze at the distant silhouette of the city, now barely visible, revealing a hint of her beauty. Her brows were like distant mountains, and her skin like condensed fat. The girl on the left was already an exceptionally lovely maiden, yet compared to this one, she seemed somewhat lacking. Her flawless features bore a touch of heroism that not only did not detract from her grace, but rather added to her allure. "Hurry, shall he? We must swiftly slay that monster." The woman in the cloud-patterned robe urged her steed with small horns to gallop forward. "Understood. Wait for me." The girl named Xiao He immediately quickened her pace to keep up with the other. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that a monster had emerged from Blackwater City, Yang Xian was deeply engrossed in his simulation. "Finally, finish the simulation for me." He opened his panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Mortal talent: Blood Chi boiling green. Steel muscles and iron bones green. Intelligent green. Realm: 8th grade bone forging completion skills. Frenzied Demon Blade technique. Concept: Frenzied Demon Blade intent, 30%. Turtle breathing technique completion. Iron Sand Body, major achievement. 8 steps to chase the cicada, major achievement. Woodcutting, minor achievement. Wealth: 730 after 4 simulations. Apart from one mishap, the other 3 yielded significant gains that I can still simulate once more. May I receive some favorable attributes. Yang Xian silently prayed. Commence simulation. Cost: 500 wealth. Simulation begins. Filtering attributes. Tigerback bare waist. Green naturally strong physique. Possesses decent training talent. Blood Chi battle body. Blue your blood chi flows like a long river. Exceedingly vigorous. Your foundation surpasses that of ordinary people, and in battle, your strength will be enhanced by the intensity of your blood chi. Longevity. Green your lifespan will increase by 20 years. Tree climbing. White you will gain substantial experience in climbing trees. Starvation ghost. Gray your appetite will never be satisfied. Last. A blue attribute appeared. Yang Xian gazed at the shimmering blue attribute, unable to suppress a wave of his arm. I choose Blood Chi battle body. Simulation starts on the first day. You feel your blood chi has thickened several times, and your strength has nearly doubled. You are immensely pleased by the terrifying enhancement brought by the blood chi battle body. Suddenly, you recall the 2 figures in black robes that had appeared during a previous simulation. Now your strength is incomparable, and with your perfected 8th grade concealment technique, the turtle breathing technique, you decide to venture into the inner city to investigate. You join the Aperture Martial Academy. On the second day, you reveal your mid-stage blood refining strength, catching the attention of Zhou Xing, who accepts you as his 7th direct disciple. You're taught the 9th grade technique, 3 Yuan blood refining method, and the 9th grade martial skill, Pancher Fist. On the 10th day, as a direct disciple of the Martial Academy, you participate in the martial arts competition of Heishan City, representing Pancher Martial Academy, and effortlessly sweep through the younger generations of the other 4 major academies. Earning widespread acclaim, on the 11th day, you bring immense honor to Pancher Martial Academy. Zhou Xing is greatly pleased and rewards you with a 9th grade spiritual item, a blood chi fruit, along with abundant resources. On the 12th day, you are dispatched by Zhou Xing to the Heishan mountain range for training on the 13th day. While traveling, you pass by a dilapidated temple and choose to rest within. That night, a sinister aura loomed. You nimbly evade hidden weapons from the shadows, turning to see two figures in black robes emerging from the temple entrance. Without wasting words, you no longer conceal your strength. A massive wave of blood chi envelopes the entire temple as you draw your accompanying blade. Displaying an intent akin to madness, a deadly blade intent hangs over their heads. The two figures in black robes. Taken aback by the terrifying strength of an 8th grade bone forging martial artist and your comprehension of blade intent, attempt to retreat. But is there time? With a flash of cold light. The blade chi surges forth. One black robe figure is cleaved in two by the frenzied blade intent, their robes torn to shreds. Observing the somewhat familiar visage, you finally understand why you have been ambushed repeatedly. The other black-robed figure suddenly begins to swell, bursting through their robes, revealing its true form, a 2-meter-tall demon fox. The demon fox lets out a piercing howl, its dense demonic energy enveloping its body, and its tail lashes out in an attempt to fend off the blade's edge. The blade chi sweeps in, severing the tail entirely, and with unrelenting momentum, it nearly cleaves the exposed demon fox in half, leaving it gravely wounded. Just as you prepare to deliver a finishing blow, a surge of intense demonic energy erupts behind you. Sharp claws pierce through your chest, gripping a pulsating crimson heart. Bang! You have died. This simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm attained in the simulation, the blue attribute blood chi battle body. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation, I choose blood chi battle body. Boom! Yang Xian feels a transformation occurring within his physique. The previously somewhat narrow meridians are now being broadened by surges of blood chi. His entire being resonates with ascending blood chi, becoming ever more substantial. And the previously somewhat thin foundation grows robust. The original strength of tens of thousands of pounds nearly doubles. How formidable! Is this the power of a blue physique? Yang Xian senses a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects. His strength multiplying several times over. Previously, he could unleash at most 3 strikes of the frenzied demon blade intent, but now he can consecutively unleash 10, but his eyes gleam brilliantly. The enhancement of his physique not only grants lasting endurance, but also amplifies his destructive capability. The original frenzied blade could only slay those in the initial stage of blood refining and severely wound those in the mid-stage. Now, with his strength multiplied, even against those in the late stage of blood refining, Yang Xian is confident he can slay them, simply needing to unleash a few more strikes. He checks his panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi battle body, blue. Talent: blood chi boiling, green. Steel muscles and iron bones, green. Intelligent, green. Realm: 8th grade bone forging completion skills. Frenzied demon blade technique. Concept: frenzied demon blade intent, 30%. Turtle breathing technique, completion. Iron sandbody, major achievement. 8 steps to chase the cicada, major achievement. Woodcutting, minor achievement. Wealth: 230 at last. It resembles something worthwhile. Yang Xian gazed at his now far from meager panel, feeling quite satisfied. With 2,000 taels of silver notes, he could still conduct a few more simulations and needed to hurry to exchange them for cash. Yang Xian cast a glance around the secret chamber, ultimately deciding to take a few valuable 9th grade spiritual items with him. Before leaving, he selected the finest 100 refined blade to carry away. He emerged, stepping out of the stifling secret chamber. Yang Xian inhaled a breath of fresh air. This moment, the dawn broke in the east, casting a golden glow that illuminated the world in all directions. Yang Xian observed the disciples of the woodcutting gang scavenging for valuables, casually sending a few ignorant lackeys to meet their leader, thereby intimidating the profit-hungry onlookers, and swaggeringly departed from the site. From this day forth, the woodcutting gang has become history. Perhaps soon, factions like the Blade Gang or Wolf Gang will arise, but they are no longer of concern to Yang Xian. Chapter 10. Fox Demon Heishan City is divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city is predominantly home to impoverished residents. Save for a few, Most are emaciated, struggling to secure 3 meals a day while enduring the oppression of powers like the woodcutting gang. Although life in the inner city is not markedly better, it is still a tad more favorable compared to the utterly decayed outer city. At the very least, most of those living in the inner city can scrape by, which suffices for them. This moment, Yang Xian has arrived in the inner city, dressed in a plain white long robe recently purchased from a tailor for a few taels of silver. He appeared striking and distinguished. Passers-by mistook him for a young master from a wealthy household, and couldn't help but steal glances, subtly distancing themselves. Yang Xian curiously surveyed his surroundings. The aroma from a steamed bun shop wafted faintly, while several vendors selling candied hawthorn shouted energetically, and patrolling constables cheerfully accepted gifts from merchants. "Get away! All you mud-legged folk, clear out!" A voice of anger echoed from afar, swiftly followed by the rapid clatter of hooves and the creaking of wheels. In the distance, a horse-drawn carriage galloped down the street, the driver wielding a whip to clear the path of pedestrians. A burly man, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the whip, leaving his back drenched in blood. Yet he dared not utter a sound, retreating silently to a safer distance. Yang Xian stood nearby, observing the carriage as it rampaged through the street, creating a scene of chaos before swaggering away. At that moment, a pair of seductive eyes peeked through the carriage's curtain, lazily gazing outside. Suddenly, as if noticing something, the alluring figure quickly averted her gaze. Yang Xian furrowed his brow as he contemplated the scene. Character: by Lung Physique. Fox Demon Body, green. Talent: spiritual eyes, blue. Allure, green. Self-healing, green. Realm: mid-stage 7th grade, cleansing marrow realm spiritual eyes. Possessing mystical vision that pierces through the surface to discern illusions. Allure: a natural charm capable of captivating the hearts of others. Self-healing: exhibiting a robust ability to heal oneself. A demon. While Yang Xian had heard of various demons, such as the heart-devouring fox demons and the savage wolf demons, even tales of demon kings towering like mountains capable of reshaping the earth, this was the first time he encountered a genuine demon, particularly a renowned fox demon. The presence of a blue attribute was unexpected, especially one related to ocular techniques. He pondered the fleeting greedy gaze he had witnessed from within the carriage. Ever since comprehending the essence of the blade, Yang Xian's spiritual awareness had sharpened immensely, especially when it came to detecting malicious intent. Old man, who was that person in the carriage? How could they be so overbearing? Yang Xian inquired, grasping the arm of an elderly man who was about to leave. The white-bearded elder, startled by the sudden interruption, was initially ready to berate Yang Xian, but upon seeing his pristine white attire and extraordinary demeanor, he quickly softened his tone. "Young master, you must not be from around here." The individual in the carriage was none other than the young lady of the Wang family, Wang Xian. The Wang family is one of the two most powerful clans in Heishan City. With immense influence, with a sigh, the elder continued, "This young lady was not always like this. Though not exceptionally virtuous, she was never as arrogant as she is now. The members of affluent families are so fickle. Who knows when they might become brutal and tyrannical, just like this Wang Xian, all cut from the same cloth." The elder's expression turned melancholic as he seemed to reflect on something that weighed heavily on his heart. Having gleaned the information he sought, Yang Xian inquired about the Wang family's residence. After expressing his gratitude to the old man, he set off towards the Wang family estate. Meanwhile, within the now distant carriage, Bai Lung, with her enchanting visage, stifled a giggle, suppressing her exhilaration. Such vibrant life force, such formidable physique, how delightful, she mused, unable to resist licking her lips. "And no matter, I have committed him to memory. He cannot escape. Just a few more days. A little longer." Bai Lung forced herself to regain composure, her flushed face returning to its usual pallor. She had not anticipated that a mere outing would lead her to such a delightful surprise. A human with a robust life force and a unique physique was akin to a rare 5th-grade treasure to her. If she were to consume him, the attainment of the true gang realm would be within reach. Her decision to venture from her family to hunt and cultivate in Heishan City had proven to be fortuitous. It had only been a short time, and already she encountered such an opportunity. She had firmly etched Yang Xian's aura into her memory. As long as he remained in Heishan City, He would not evade her watchful eye. This fox demon has likely seen through my tortoise breathing technique. Yang Xian pondered. Encountering an 8th grade tortoise breathing technique against a blue attribute fox demon was indeed a daunting prospect. He feared that she had already set her sights on him. Yang Xian was acutely aware that his vigorous life force might be viewed as a living treasure by these demons. This explained why he had been targeted in the previous simulation, beset by not just one, but multiple fox demons. What was the current state of the Wang family? The realization that the young lady of the Wang family was a fox demon, and possibly not the only one, quickened Yang Xian's pace. Not far ahead, a large crowd had gathered, with several constables maintaining order. How tragic! The second son of the Li family was once a blood-refining realm warrior. Yet now he lies in such a pitiful state. Indeed, there have been several such grim cases in recent days that you think an evil cultivator has infiltrated our midst, harvesting blood to practice wicked arts. Perhaps a demon has slipped in as well. Yang Xian listened to the hushed whispers as he observed the emaciated corpses being carried away, his heart sinking. The fox demon was treating Heishan City as her hunting ground. A chill crept over Yang Xian's expression as the thought that he had also caught the fox demon's attention ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. The roles of predator and prey could easily shift. He maneuvered through the bustling crowd, quickening his steps. The Wang family estate was easily identifiable, marked by 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance and a vast expanse of land, with a plaque inscribed in gilded characters. Yang Xian merely surveyed the general layout before departing. The night would provide a more opportune moment for exploration. As he had more pressing matters to attend to soon, Yang Xian arrived at the Tianyi Money Exchange, a spacious 3-story building guarded by formidable warriors wielding long blades, exuding an impressive aura. The Tianyi Money Exchange was part of the Tianyi Merchant Association, the very organization Yang Xian had served in his previous simulation. In that simulation, he had been the chief steward of the Tianyi Merchant Association's Yin City branch, the most powerful merchant association in the Great Zhou dynasty. Tianyi Merchant Association established branches in every county city. The Tianyi Money Exchange, in particular, had a presence in every city. Across the 36 provinces, 180 prefectures, and 960 counties, the Tianyi Merchant Association was omnipresent, resulting in high credibility for the Tianyi Money Exchange. It was rumored that the funds held by Tianyi Money Exchange surpassed those of official banks. Before long, at the entrance of the Tianyi Money Exchange, Yang Xian emerged under the watchful eyes of the guards. Carrying 2 seemingly heavy wooden boxes, he placed the boxes into a newly acquired carriage, the rich aura of life force emanating briefly, deterring any individuals with ulterior motives. Before driving off, Chapter 11. Blood Demon Yang Xian halted the carriage at a secluded spot beneath the city wall and promptly exchanged the silver within the boxes. Opening his status panel, Character, Yang Xian Age, 18 Physique, Blood Chi Battle Body, Blue, Talent, Blood Surge Green, Iron Bones Green, Intelligence Green, Realm, 8 Grade Bone Refining Realm, Perfected Skills, Mad Demon Blade Technique, Realm, Mad Demon Blade Intent, 30, Tortoise Breathing Technique, Perfected, Iron Sandbody, Major, 8 Steps to Catch Cicadas, Major, Chopping Wood, Minor, Money, 2230 Initiate Simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 500 money to you wish to proceed? Proceed. Expenditure of 500 money. Simulation commencing. Filtering attributes 0.9 cattle 2 tigers. Green capable of lifting 9 cattle and pulling 2 tigers. Your physique is extraordinarily powerful. Equestrian skills. Green, your horsemanship is superb. You are a master of riding. Blood Demon Body. Blue, consumed by bloodlust. With an unending source of blood, you possess an exceptional understanding of the blood path, naturally attuned to the blood domain. Your temperament will also be influenced by this physique. Flying Speedster, green running like the wind. Your speed will be significantly enhanced. Beggar, gray, your funds have been forcibly reset to 0. Another blue attribute emerged. Yang Xian's face lit up with joy. Astonished by his sudden stroke of luck, yielding 2 consecutive blue attributes. Blood Demon Body. He mused, finding the name quite sinister. Yet he dismissed it. After all, it was merely a simulation. I choose you, Blood Demon Body. As the simulation commenced, on the first day, you discovered an intense craving for blood. You seized several martial artists who were covertly observing the surroundings. In the midst of their terrified gazes, you began to absorb their vital essence, leaving behind mere desiccated corpses on the ground. Licking your lips, you felt an insatiable desire and resolved to undertake a grand endeavor. In the dead of night, you infiltrated the Wang family estate, targeting the fox spirit first. Faced with the dual enhancement of the blood demon body and blood energy battle body, the enchanting fox was swiftly vanquished within mere breaths, transformed into a lifeless husk. After consuming the fox spirit's vital blood, you felt your power soar dramatically, rapidly breaking through to the refinement stage. Surveying the panicked and horrified Wang family members around you, you smiled faintly, revealing your pearly white teeth. A massacre ensued as you began to ravenously devour the blood essence of everyone present. Just as you prepared to make another leap in power, a mysterious woman appeared, with a single sword strike. You suffered significant injury. Although the wound healed almost instantaneously, you realized that you were no match for the woman before you. Sword energy fell like rain, filled with lethal intent. You struggled to withstand the tempestuous swordplay, as the woman evidently had mastered a form of sword intent even more potent than your own blade intent. Under the moonlight, the seemingly beautiful sword technique erupted with extreme murderous aura. Utilizing the vast blood essence you had absorbed, you continuously healed yourself, yet the battle remained arduous. Seizing an opportunity, you ignited the energy within you and swiftly fled the scene. The enigmatic woman relentlessly pursued you, her agility unmatched. Even at your full speed, you were merely a fraction faster than her. In a brief span, you traversed hundreds of miles, but as your blood essence was severely depleted, your complexion turned pale, and your speed began to wane. Glancing back at the sword's edge that was perilously close, despair engulfed you. Despair gave way to madness as you prepared to self-destruct, intending to make this wretched foe feel your wrath. Just as you were about to unleash your explosion of blood essence, a surge of blood energy struck, sending the woman behind you flying. That a gaunt old man clad in a blood-red robe appeared in midair. The mysterious woman regarded the old man without uttering a word and turned to leave, while he made no attempt to stop her. Unexpectedly, during your casual stroll, you encountered a promising talent. "Come with me." "Boy," he beckoned. A wave of blood energy enveloped you as the old man whisked you away on the second day. Through your conversations along the journey, you discerned the identity of the gaunt elder before you, Gumu, one of the 36 guardians of the blood path, that a master at the 6th realm of martial arts, the divine concealment stage. He stood merely a step away from the 7th realm, the profound transition stage, a distance that felt like an expanse between heaven and earth. You were accepted as Gumu's direct disciple, officially joining the blood path as an inner disciple. You were imparted the blood demon true scripture, a classic that directly led to the 8th realm, the true fire stage. Albeit you only received the portions applicable to the first 4 realms on the 3rd day, you began to cultivate the blood demon true scripture. The process felt as natural as water to a fish, with no hindrances whatsoever, as if the scripture had been crafted solely for you. After your transformation, your foundation grew tremendously. On the 4th day, you accompanied Gumu to Jingzhou, entering the stronghold of the blood path. Your astonishment. It was a realm unto itself, referred to by the practitioners as the Blood Sea Paradise. The expanse stretched for thousands of miles, adorned with mountains, rivers, and plains, where illusory sun and moon alternated, inhabited by millions of mortals. The resources were astonishingly abundant, with various spiritual herbs and plants in plentiful supply, allowing you to witness the profound heritage of a grand sect for the first time. You formally pledged yourself to Gumu, inscribing your name in the Jade Register, becoming a member of the Blood Path. In the 2nd year, you diligently trained within the Blood Path, the blood demon true scripture resonating harmoniously with you, resulting in rapid enhancement of your strength as you swiftly broke through to the mid-stage of the refinement stage. You began challenging inner disciples ranked above you, finding yourself positioned at 128th among them. By the 3rd year, in pursuit of quicker breakthroughs, you occasionally ventured out to harvest blood essence, devouring vast amounts to aid your ascension. Simultaneously, you realize that the blood essence within the disciples of the blood path far surpassed that of external martial artists, prompting you to clandestinely target the outer disciples of the blood demon path. Yet, in this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden for long. Soon, your nominal master, Gumu, became aware of your actions, but chose not to punish you. Instead, he praised your endeavors and offered protection. This is what I call a good disciple of the blood path. You have grasped the essence of our ways. Everyone else is merely a resource. With the Guardian's cover, you grew even bolder, capturing martial artists indiscriminately for cultivation, leading to swift advancements in your power by the 5th year. You stood on the precipice of the 4th realm, the true gang stage. As the name suggests, this stage required the refinement of Gang Q. In order to cultivate Gang Qi, one must first gather Yuan Qi. There are 48,000 types of Yuan Qi in the world, classified by quality into inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and the 36 most powerful types of heavenly Gang Qi. You ventured into the secret realms of the Blood Sea Paradise to collect Gang Qi. Fortunately, with the assistance of a few kind-hearted senior brothers, you successfully gathered a type of superior Yuan Qi, Blood Fiend Magic Qi. You successfully broke through to the true gang stage, beginning to venture out as a disciple of the blood path. By the 7th year, you had forged quite a reputation. The moniker Blood Fiend Demon Child struck fear into the hearts of many in Jingzhou, capable of silencing crying children. By the 10th year, you wreaked havoc throughout Jingzhou, stirring up a tempest of blood and carnage, attracting the ire of numerous righteous individuals intent on hunting you down. Your strength had become formidable, allowing you to retaliate against many righteous sect members, continuing your carefree existence while your infamy spread rapidly. By the 12th year, your power had significantly progressed. Now at the late stage of the true gang stage, you began to challenge the lowest-ranked individual on the humanity ranking, the Azure Blue Sword hero, Chun Gue. After a grueling battle that lasted half a day, you narrowly triumphed due to the potent self-healing capabilities of the blood demon body, securing your position at 108th on the humanity ranking. The name of Blood Fiend Demon Child reverberated across the 36 states. Your standing within the blood path surged, ranking as the top inner disciple, second only to the 3 major direct disciples. By the 18th year, your actions became increasingly arrogant and reckless. On a whim, you would blood sacrifice an entire village, even plotting to consume an entire city, devouring the vitality of tens of thousands. Your actions finally provoked the wrath of the great Zhou dynasty, prompting the 10th-ranked figure of the town martial division, the young martial hero in Fei Hong, to personally intervene. Within mere exchanges, you were brought to the brink of death. Had it not been for the exceptional self-healing of the blood demon body, you would have perished on the spot. Just as you faced death, Gumu appeared to rescue you, leading you back to the secret realm of the Blood Sea. By the 20th year, your injuries healed, and in an unexpected turn of fortune, you broke into the 5th realm, the divine intent stage. In the same year, the 3rd direct disciple of the blood path mysteriously perished. And as a fellow inheritor of the blood demon true scripture, you were swiftly promoted to direct disciple. In the 22nd year, the blood path entered a period of contention, with the 3 major direct disciples vying for dominance over the blood path's disciple position. Being the weakest and least experienced of the 3, you quickly fell behind in this struggle and were grievously injured by the 2nd direct disciple of the blood recover and hasten your strength. You commenced a campaign of slaughtering villages and razing cities, the vast blood essence fueling your rapid ascension. Just as you reveled in the thrill of growing stronger through bloodshed, a mysterious figure approached you. Recognizing the somewhat familiar silhouette, an ominous premonition struck you. Sword energy surged forth, illuminating the expanse for miles. You gazed upon the sword energy, sweeping towards you like the Milky Way, terror flooding your visage. The overwhelming sword intent was beyond your capacity to withstand. This woman now seemed even more fearsome than the young martial hero you encountered previously. As her sword swept down, you found yourself on the brink of death. This time, no powerful savior appeared. Gumu inexplicably failed to show up. The long sword descended, and your life was extinguished. Chapter 12. Master, Grandmaster, the simulation has concluded. please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm attained in the simulation, the blue attribute blood demon body. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation Yang Xian certainly would not choose the blood demon body. Although it exhibited formidable prowess in the simulation, especially when paired with the blood demon true scripture, potentially rivaling a purple attribute, the thought of it altering his temperament led him to promptly dismiss it. However, while he could not select an attribute, the cultivation experience from the simulation was exceedingly valuable. Thus, he opted for option, the cultivation experience from the simulation. The decades of martial arts experience from the blood demon Yang Xian flooded into Yang Xian's mind. Rich knowledge taking several minutes to fully digest that that's how it is. Thankfully, I did not hastily elevate my realm. After Yang Xian fully digested the martial arts experience, he finally attained a clear understanding of the martial path. This wisdom stems from the profound legacy of an ancient demonic sect that has persisted for millennia. According to Yang Xian's insights, martial arts are categorized into 9 realms, often referred to as the 9 grades of existence, the 9 grades of blood refinement. The 8 grades of bone forging and the 7 grades of marrow cleansing are widely acknowledged by all. Above these 3 realms lie the 3 stages known as innate warriors, the 6th grade true chi realm, where one harnesses the primordial energies of the cosmos to condense them into a formidable chi. Those who master this realm can emit a chi that extends 3 zhang, impervious to water and fire, and impervious to blades and swords, capable of slaying foes from 10 zhang away. Moreover, by cultivating this energy, one could extend their lifespan to 200 years, allowing them to serve as a captain in the Great Zhou dynasty's military or to become a cornerstone figure in a grand sect. In the simulations, Yang Xian once leveraged the prowess of his eldest son, who had reached the 6th grade true chi realm, to elevate the Yang family into a powerful force within a county. As the first and most crucial realm among the 3 innate stages, the true chi realm is significant due to the essence of chi itself. The world boasts a staggering 48,000 varieties of primordial energy, leading to a natural differentiation in quality. The higher the quality of the primordial energy, the greater the strength of the chi. Legends speak of extraordinary chi that transcends the highest grades, capable of refining one's constitution and even giving birth to ethereal bodies or divine physiques, greatly enhancing one's potential. The prodigies of the sex and the scions of noble families can utilize superior or even extraordinary primordial energies to refine their chi, setting them apart from ordinary martial artists who can only draw upon medium or inferior energies. This disparity is the very reason why sects and noble families look down upon commoners. The gulf created by the quality of primordial energy is vast. Yang Xian felt fortunate for not having blindly pursued higher realms, for that would have necessitated a complete reconstruction of his foundation. The 5th grade divine intent realm primarily focuses on cultivating one's intent. The martial arts world evaluates prowess through 3 realms. When techniques are perfected, they give rise to divine intent, known as the intent realm. This encompasses various forms such as blade intent, sword intent, and spear intent, with each individual experiencing a unique understanding based on their own insights. Yang Xian, for instance, comprehended the mad demon blade intent, a variant of blade intent. The 2nd realm is known as the heart realm, encompassing blade heart, sword heart, and martial heart. This represents the 2nd stage of martial will, where those who possess a blade heart or sword heart can elevate their martial techniques beyond their inherent might, achieving a state of unblemished heart. The 3rd realm is the domain realm, which enables one to influence and command the natural world. This allows martial artists to perform extraordinary feats such as summoning snow in June or reversing the flow of rivers, amongst other incredible acts. Mastery of the intent realm and achieving its pinnacle is the most fundamental requirement for entering the divine intent realm, where one amplifies their soul through their understanding of intent. The soul is the most enigmatic aspect of the human body. An intent is birthed from the divine will of the soul. Only by fully comprehending a specific intent can one advance to the next realm, which is the 4th grade divine repository realm. The human body possesses infinite potential, containing countless treasures, and the divine repository realm is dedicated to unlocking these treasures. The body consists of 5 vital organs, which are the most critical yet fragile components of human anatomy. The term divine repository refers to the practice of refining the 5 organs into 5 divine repositories, thereby excavating their latent powers and shedding mortal limitations. The heart fire divine repository, kidney water divine repository, spleen earth divine repository, liver wood divine repository, and lung metal divine repository represent the 5 divine repositories. Each successful cultivation of a divine repository grants the body a tremendous enhancement. Consequently, the divine repository realm exhibits the greatest disparities. A martial artist who has unlocked a single divine repository is worlds apart from one who has achieved all 5, and above the divine repository realm lies the master realm, known as the 3rd grade mastery realm. In this realm, one achieves unity with heaven and earth, and divine powers emerge spontaneously, with the ability to summon flames that scorch the heavens and create clouds, or wielding celestial strength capable of shattering mountains. The capabilities of a master extend beyond mere techniques, transcending the mundane. Only those who reach the 3rd grade mastery realm can be considered true powerhouses in the Great Zhou dynasty, even within the Blood Demon sect. A lineage steeped in millennia of tradition and blessed with fertile grounds, masters of the 3rd grade mastery realm are exceedingly rare, often numbering less than 10, and this assumes they possess lifespans of 600 years. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty adheres to a rule that only those who are masters may attain nobility, illustrating the esteemed status of the master realm. Above the 3rd grade mastery realm lies the 2nd grade true fire realm. Yang Xian has limited understanding of this realm, only knowing that it is referred to as the Great Master Realm. In this realm, one refines their spirit and undergoes a transformation of their primordial spirit, enabling to take form and master the dualities of yin and yang. Figures akin to sword immortals can ensnare souls from thousands of miles away, striking down foes from afar, and possess the capability to seize bodies. With lifespans reaching 1,200 years, such individuals truly stand at the pinnacle of the Great Zhou dynasty. For instance, the Blood Demon Lord of the Blood Demon sect is a great master of the 2nd grade true fire realm. And many leaders of top sects and nobles of the Great Zhou dynasty are also found within this realm. Above the 2nd grade is the 1st grade ascendant realm. Even Yang Xian holds no knowledge of this realm, as it remains far beyond his reach. He is aware that only a handful of individuals in the world have attained this state, making them the true rulers of this world, each resembling a deity or Buddha, possessing boundless might. Yang Xian reflected on the invaluable martial insights he had amassed over the past decades. He realized that they completed his comprehension of martial arts. It became evident to him that even the bone-forging realm has its distinctions. Ordinary practitioners who reach the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm can only forge a set of iron bones, capable of exerting a force of 30,000 jin with a mere flick of their arms. However, true geniuses can accumulate deeper foundations in the bone-forging realm, attaining silver bones or even golden bones in the silver bone realm. One's strength can reach 60,000 jin, twice that of iron bones. The golden bone realm can elevate this figure to 100,000 jin, surpassing the monumental barrier of 100,000. However, only those with extraordinary potential and abundant resources can traverse these realms. Yang Xian recalled the time he defeated Xuan, the leader of the Chai gang, who was a mid-level practitioner of the bone-forging realm, yet crumbled before him like mere foam. In light of this, he realized that he too had likely achieved silver bones. Yang Xian understood that this was probably due to the enhancement of his blood chi battle body, significantly boosting his foundation and elevating his standing in the bone-forging realm. Martial arts demand caution at every turn, akin to treading on thin ice. He gazed upon the myriad challenges within the martial path. Yang Xian felt a surge of emotion. He opened his status panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi battle body, blue. Talent: boiling blood, green. Steel like bones, green. Intelligence, green. Realm: perfected bone forging realm skills. Blood demon blade, intent. Mad demon blade technique, intent. Blood demon blade, intent, 40. Mad demon blade, intent, 30. Tortoise breath technique, perfected. Iron sand body, great achievement. 8 steps to chase the cicada, great achievement. Wealth: 1730. Yang Xian observed the newly acquired blood demon blade, intent, with curiosity. A 40% blade intent could already be considered a minor accomplishment. As he activated the blade intent, a powerful demonic aura erupted from his being. He envisioned a river of blood flowing before him, his heart brimming with a ruthless killing intent, a truly bloodthirsty blade intent. Yangxian quickly dispelled the blade intent, astonished. Although invoking the blade intent rendered him somewhat bloodthirsty, the essence of martial competition is indeed rooted in slaughter. Thus, this could be an advantage. Despite the momentary influence of the blade intent on his psyche, he managed to retain control. Had he just grasped this blade intent, he might have devolved into a merciless killing machine. Yangxian recognized the perilous nature of this blade intent, realizing that the moment of comprehending it is the most treacherous, as rationality could be eroded by its influence, without a master to safeguard him. One could easily become a mindless demon. Regrettably, he lacked the true scripture of the Blood Sea, leaving him somewhat disheartened, as it was evident that martial arts experience does not encompass foundational techniques. He began the simulation. Chapter 13. The Madman Yangxian Cost. 500 Well simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Madman. Blue. A madman is audacious and dauntless, fearing nothing and shunning no action during breakthroughs in realms. One will receive certain enhancements. Blade Master. Green. You possess an extraordinary comprehension of blade techniques. You are a masterful blade practitioner. 18-year limitation. Black. You will not live past 16 years of age. Light as a swallow. Green. Your agility is akin to a swallow, elusive and unpredictable. Your agility talent has been enhanced. Doubled efforts, halved returns. Gray. You expend more effort yet reap lesser rewards. Another blue entry appeared. Yangxian gazed at the brilliant blue and felt surprised. Madman. This sounded somewhat perilous, with boundless audacity and fearlessness. Does this not imply inciting chaos? Thus, he chose Madman, that I wish to witness just how mad this can be. Simulation begins. On the first day, you feel liberated from numerous shackles, stepping into a new realm. With a hearty laugh, you declare, "How dare mere ants covet," and proceed to obliterate the martial artists who are secretly observing you. Leaving with a sense of satisfaction, on the following day, you departed from the inn and commenced your quest to gather information about the Wang family, notorious for their tyrannical and unscrupulous behavior. This was the unanimous verdict of all regarding the Wang clan, an insignificant family, yet audacious to the extreme. Fueled by fury, you resolved to confront the Wang family and eradicate that fox demon in the process. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, you made a beeline for the demon, vociferously proclaiming the demise of the little demon. Your action successfully provoked the fox demon, which revealed its true form, intent on devouring you. The presumptuous intruder, a flash of steel glimmered, akin to a river cascading downward or the moon hanging high in the night sky. The chilling intent of your blade reverberated through the air, seizing the hearts of those who witnessed it. With the ferocity of your blade intent, combined with your prowess at the Silverbone realm, a single strike was all it took to cleave the previously imposing fox demon in twain, blood splattering across the ground. You then proceeded to deal with the core leadership of the Wang family. None could escape your blade. Just as you finished your grim task, an enigmatic figure appeared silently. Your strength is commendable. Why not join my Demon Slayer division? The newcomer offered. Such nonsense. If you wish for my allegiance, you must first surpass me, you retorted with a derisive laugh, launching the first strike. Your blade intent surging forth, gleaming with a frosty luminescence. Your surprise, the mysterious woman acquiesced to your challenge. With a gentle flick of her long sword, she effortlessly deflected your full force attack. Then, a sword intent as cold as the moonlight erupted forth, her blade darting towards you like a swift dragon. As you beheld the overwhelming sword intent, a chill gripped your heart. And no longer concealing your strength, you unleashed an extraordinarily sanguine blade intent, the minor manifestation of blood demon blade, intent augmenting the potency of your technique manifold. Even a warrior at the pinnacle of the bone-washing realm, lacking comprehension of the true essence, would find themselves at your mercy. The mysterious woman, perceiving the sudden surge of sanguine blade intent, narrowed her eyes. What a malevolent blade intent, reeking of bloodlust, Such intent must surely require the sacrifice of thousands. The tremor ran through her as she contemplated your identity. You are a practitioner of the demonic path, she stated, her voice laced with certainty to be why your standards. You are unworthy to inquire, you replied defiantly, your blade intent sharpening further. Very well. I shall capture you and compel you to speak, she declared with a hint of anger. Her sword intent radiating an even more terrifying might. Though your blood demon blade intent surged at 40% potency, paired with the 6th grade blood demon blade technique, you found yourself unable to unleash its full power due to your realm. Yet beneath the level of the 6th grade true chi realm, you were indeed a formidable opponent. The clash of sword and blade intent shattered the void itself. When the reverberation subsided, both parties found themselves evenly matched. You were astonished, not expecting your adversary to withstand your strike. This was a true prodigy of martial arts. Your strength is but mediocre, you scoffed, maintaining an air of disdain. The woman, unperturbed, remained silent. After a ripple passed through the air, a blue longsword appeared in her grasp, encased in layers of frost due to the chilling aura surrounding it. Attempting to defeat me with your precious sword? I grant you this chance, yet even with a divine weapon in hand. Your weakness remains unchanged, you taunted haughtily. With a firm grip on the hilt, the woman resolved to teach you a lesson for your arrogant words. Empowered by the sword, she became a veritable force of nature. Not only did her sword aura intensify, but each clash sent a bone-chilling cold coursing through you, hindering your movements. After several exchanges, your lips turned purple, your limbs trembled uncontrollably, and cold emanated from every pore. Is this all you can muster, mere frost? You stammered, still wearing a mask of disdain. Under the moonlight, as the sword glimmered like ice, a wave of blue frost swept before your eyes, and you succumbed to unconsciousness. On the 4th day, you awoke groggily to find yourself imprisoned in a dim chamber. A man stood before you, and upon noticing your consciousness return, he immediately began to interrogate you. You remained silent, casting a cold gaze at the incessant chatter of the man. Your demeanor enraged him, prompting threats of torture. Yet you remained unmoved, regarding him with contempt. His fury peaked, and he stormed out, seething. On the 10th day, you continued to languish in darkness, unyielding and uncooperative, resulting in your continued confinement. They implored you to divulge your origins, but you feigned ignorance. In response, they summoned a 5th grade spiritual realm warrior skilled in soul techniques. You fell prey to an enchanting illusion, yet the rebellious trait activated, rendering you immune to the mental onslaught. The astonishment among the observers was palpable. They had not anticipated the strength of your soul. On the 18th day, still confined to that lightless cell, a blood-red shadow materialized at your feet. How did you acquire the blood demon blade? The figure inquired, voice icy and brimming with malice. An insignificant minion dares question me. You retorted with arrogance, disregarding the entity. The figure fell silent for a moment, hands clenched tightly. A blood shadow flitted past, and you felt your vitality waning rapidly. Even so, you maintained your air of disdain. The hidden figure appeared to grow darker still as your lifeblood drained away. You are doomed, it declared. The simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm from the simulation, the rebellious trait, the training experience from the simulation, damn it. I wasted a simulation, Yang Xian thought, feeling exasperated. What is this rebellious trait? It might as well be renamed stubborn. Choosing option, the cultivation realm from the simulation, Yang Xian felt his aura swell, the realm augmentation granting him a significant breakthrough in the bone-forging realm. Perhaps after 2 more such augmentations, I shall forge golden bones, he mused, clenching his fists and sensing the newfound power coursing through him. An increase of nearly 10,000 pounds, bringing his total strength to a staggering 80,000 pounds. As he swung his fist, the air reverberated with deep, resonant sounds, the force of his strikes causing the carriage to sway. Just 2 more simulations, and I hope for something worthwhile. Yang Xian silently prayed as he began to harness the power of metaphysics to initiate another simulation. Chapter 14. Unexpected Events Cost. 500 currency simulation begins, filtering traits. Ravenous, Green, your eating and digestion speed far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Deficient, gray, your essence is only half that of a normal person. Sudden death. Black, you will unexpectedly perish at a certain time. Strong as an ox. Green, your physique is robust, with strength akin to that of an ox. Theft. White, you will acquire some thieving skills. Quite mediocre, Yang Xian remarked. Feeling disheartened by the lackluster traits, he casually selected one, choosing ravenous. The simulation commenced on the first day. You disregarded the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows and chose to rest at an inn in the inner city. The following morning, a servant-like individual delivered an invitation to you, beckoning you to attend a birthday celebration 3 days hence. Upon inquiry, you learned that it was the 80th birthday of the Wang family patriarch, where all prominent figures from Black Mountain City would gather to pay their respects, including the Wang family's longtime rival, the Zhang family. You readily accepted the invitation that on the 5th day, you attended the grand celebration for the Wang patriarch, where over 100 attendees gathered to express their congratulations, creating a spectacular scene. You took your place among the crowd, indulging in fine wines and delicacies, accompanied by the melodious sounds of string instruments, while dancers twirled gracefully, their garments fluttering, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The ambience grew increasingly vibrant, with smiles adorning every face. Yet as time passed, an unsettling tension began to permeate the air. Why do I feel so weak? A voice cried out amidst the gathering, but it was too late. You felt a heavy sensation weighing you down. Though not as incapacitated as the others, it felt as if you bore the weight of a boulder, hindering your movements. What a potent poison! You marveled inwardly, having been cautious enough to abstain from the food, yet still falling victim to its effects. In the midst of shocked gasps, the Wang family's eldest daughter morphed into a colossal demon fox, her gaping maw ready to devour all in her path. With sinister green eyes instilling terror in the hearts of the onlookers, the crowd descended into chaos. You remained remarkably calm, just as the demon fox prepared to feast upon the gathered guests. A sword descended from above, nearly cleaving the beast in two. That a woman stood atop the roof, surveying the scene. Hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd at this unexpected turn of events. The reality did not disappoint. In mere moments, the once mighty demon fox lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around it, its vitality extinguished. With the demise of the demon fox, pandemonium erupted within the Wang family. The patriarch, his body sprouting white fur, wore a grotesque expression as he attempted to flee. Yet with a single stroke of a blade, only a headless corpse remained. I am a bronze-ranked demon slayer from the Demon Slayer division, here to eliminate this fox demon, the newcomer revealed, brandishing a badge before negotiating with the county soldiers and officials who had arrived late. That on the 7th day, you visited a woman residing within the county office, expressing your desire to join the Demon Slayer division. Pleased with your promising talent and youth, she bestowed upon you a token, instructing you to travel to Yunmeng City a month later. That on the 38th day, having achieved the pinnacle of the 8th grade bone forging realm and demonstrating commendable talent, you successfully joined the Demon Slayer division as a silver-ranked Demon Slayer. In the first year, you diligently honed your skills, frequently accompanying your team on demon-slaying missions, resulting in a swift enhancement of your abilities, allowing you to ascend to the Shisui realm. By the 2nd year, you successfully accumulated enough merit to be promoted to a copper metal demon slayer. By the 5th year, you had become an experienced demon slayer with several years of service, embarking on solo missions. In the 10th year, with the resources provided by the demon slaying department, you achieved a breakthrough from a mid-grade Yuan Shi to the Gangxi realm. The 11th year saw a gold medal demon slayer from the demon slaying department slaying a Jiao Dragon Demon King in Yunzhou, prompting the demon slaying department to face retaliation from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace. 300-foot-long black Jiao dragons descended amidst the storm, shrouding the entire Yunmeng city in rolling dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as powerful shockwaves from the battle tore through the dense black clouds, revealing rays of light while nearly toppling the entire city. Shortly after, a furious roar echoed, and a long black shadow plummeted from the sky. Ultimately, only 2 battered black Jiao dragons fled in disarray. In the 12th year, the retaliatory strikes from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace continued relentlessly, leading to a significant increase in demon-slaying missions. While executing a demon-slaying task, you encountered a frenzied 4th grade Shinzong Realm Jiao demon. Despite putting forth your utmost effort, you were easily torn apart, resulting in your demise. The simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards. The cultivation realm attained in the simulation, the green attribute, devouring the cultivation experience gained in the simulation. Puzzled, Yang Xian observed the abrupt end of the simulation and remarked, "Indeed, surprises are ever present. It is merely a matter of time that he chose the third option, the cultivation experience from the simulation." A minute later, Yang Xian absorbed all the martial arts experience in his mind and opened the panel. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Blood Chi Battle Body, blue. Talent: Blood Chi Boiling, green. Steel Bones, green. Wisdom, green. Realm: 8th grade Bone Forging Realm. Completed skills: Frenzied Demon Blade Technique, Essence. Blood Demon Blade, Essence. Blood Demon Blade Intent, 40. Frenzied Demon Blade Intent, 40. Demon Tracking Technique, great success. Greenwood Fire Blade, minor success. Turtle Breathing Technique, completed. Iron Sandbody, great success. 8 Steps to Catch Cicadas, great success. Wealth: 1230. Among the martial arts experience Yang Xian received, there are only 2 7th grade true techniques, both of mediocre quality. However, one of them, the demon tracking technique, was quite unique, specifically designed for tracking demons. The other was an unremarkable 7th grade blade technique, the Greenwood Fire Blade, suitable for utilizing both wood and fire attributes of Gang Chi. For Yang Xian at this moment, it was rather redundant, considering he had yet to reach the 7th grade. By the time he did, he likely wouldn't find use for this blade technique anymore. Continuing with the simulation, Chapter 15. The birthday banquet and the savior. Yang Xian gazed calmly at the 2 large wooden chests that were now empty, and a total of 2,000 taels of silver had vanished just like that. He never expected to become a wealthy spender one day. The last 2 simulations yielded nothing but mundane green attributes. Yang Xian could only opt for the martial arts experience, which was disappointingly sparse. He opened the panel again. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Blood Chi Battle Body, blue. Talent: Blood Chi Boiling, green. Steel Bones, green. Wisdom, green. Realm: 8th grade Bone Forging Realm. Completed skills: Frenzied Demon Blade Technique, Essence. Blood Demon Blade Intent, 40. Frenzied Demon Blade Intent, 40. Demon Tracking Technique, great success. Greenwood Fire Blade, minor success. Wealth: 230. Yang Xian observed the stagnant progress of his blade intent. Feeling somewhat troubled, without corresponding talent attributes, it proved quite challenging to enhance his blade intent. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes lurking in the shadows, Yang Xian directly drove his carriage to a rather exquisite inn. "Please take good care of my carriage." He tossed a tael of silver to the approaching attendant. Seeing the shiny coin, the attendant's face broke into a broad smile. "Rest assured, young master, I will ensure your carriage is well looked after." After speaking, the attendant immediately led the carriage to the rear courtyard. Yang Xian had a few scattered silver coins left on him and, feeling generous, directly ordered the finest guest room, quietly awaiting the splendid event in a few days. What a tiresome fate. Silver truly does not last long, and I must toil for it again. Lying on the bed, Yang Xian pondered how to maximize his earnings during the Wang family's birthday banquet 4 days hence. Only with ample silver could he support his promising martial path. Crowdfunding for martial arts, urgently needed. As Yang Xian contemplated the 2 types of blade intent, he realized his progress was exceedingly slow. Akin to a snail's pace. At this rate, it would likely take centuries to refine his blade intent by a mere fraction. Lacking talent truly made every step arduous. Moved by his own lamentable talent in the blade arts, Yang Xian exhaled in frustration. "Forget it. Time for sleep." Wah, miss, you must try this. This candied hawthorn has a unique flavor." Clad in a green dress, Xiaohe chewed enthusiastically on something, her words muffled. Looking at the candied hawthorn offered to her, Luo Qingning saw the glistening sugar coating over the rosy fruit, which indeed looked appetizing. With a reluctant bite, Luo Qingning's eyes sparkled. Xiaohe beamed at her lady's delighted expression, pride swelling her chest. "See, I told you when it comes to food, Xiaohe, have some experience." Xiaohe chuckled with satisfaction, only to find her own candied hawthorn had dwindled to a mere stick. "Leave me some." Xiao He was instantly on the verge of tears. "Enough of this. Let us not forget we have serious matters to attend to." Luo Qingning licked her glistening lips, her demeanor turning serious. "Miss, it's just a little fox demon. If you take action, it will be a piece of cake," Xiao He said dismissively. Her lady was a noble woman of a prestigious family, a true martial prodigy. Her Shisui realm completed and paired with transcendent sword techniques. A mere 7th-grade fox demon was hardly worth concerning over. Not let her guard down. Observing for a few more days is prudent. This fox demon may be entangled in deeper schemes. Luo Qingming shook her head, emphasizing the importance of caution as an experienced demon slayer. The relationships among demon clans were intricate and tangled, and these minor demons could very well be connected to greater threats. While large demons posed little concern for her, she could not afford to recklessly expend her precious trump cards. Let us observe for a few more days. If this fox demon is merely consuming vital essence, we shall slay it directly. Luo Qingning spoke earnestly. Turning back, she noticed her attendant had once again wandered off to sample delicacies from nearby vendors. 4 days later, at the Changyun Inn, Yang Xian held an invitation and hurried toward the Wang family estate. The entrance to the Wang residence was bustling with activity. Dignitaries dressed in finery and of considerable stature came and went. The leader of the Qinglang gang presented 300 taels of silver and 2 ginseng roots aged 50 years, wishing Old Master Wang longevity and prosperity. The Jinbao Commerce Guild offered 500 taels of silver and 10 gemstones. The Tiger Roar Martial Hall contributed 200 taels of silver and half a stalk of 9th-grade spiritual herb, jade ginseng. The steward at the entrance called out the names of the guests. "Haha, please follow me. Esteemed guests." Several stewards from the Wang family came forth to welcome the visitors, guiding them to the inner hall, while those of lower status were ushered to the outer hall. "Master Wu, I hear you have been quite successful recently. The Chai gang was wiped out overnight, and your external city's 2 major factions have certainly reaped substantial benefits." Li Xiao, the burly master of the Tiger Roar Martial Hall, spoke with a smile to the leader of the Qinglang gang, Wu Wei, who wore a pained expression, as if burdened by immense pressure. Not jest. The Chai gang was eradicated overnight, leaving us factions in a state of trepidation, fearing some young hero might deliver justice. There are no benefits to be had, Wu Wei chuckled bitterly. Nevertheless, those benefits are indeed tangible. I foresee the Qinglang gang reigning supreme in the external city from now on, remarked Wang Bao, the head of the Jinbao Commerce Guild, with a cheerful demeanor. Chairman Wang, such talk is ill-advised. Master Sun from the Sanju gang is still present. Wu Wei quickly gestured towards Sun Buwan, who was surrounded by several others, preoccupied with his own affairs. Damn it. Wu Wei knew all too well that with the Chai gang dismantled and a substantial portion of interests up for grabs, these individuals were certainly eager to stake a claim. However, he could not afford to refuse. Each of these factions was on par with him, and Wang Bao represented the Wang family, adding further weight to their words. It appeared that today he would have to relinquish a share of his profits. While Wu Wei felt frustrated, he could only engage in pleasant banter with those present. Old Master Wang has arrived. A voice rang out, prompting everyone to cease their discussions and rise in respect. Old Master Wang, named Wang Xing, was an 80-year-old elder who, despite his age, still radiated vitality and vigor. Under his leadership, the Wang family had experienced rapid growth over the years, almost rivaling the Sun family and positioning itself as the foremost family in Heishan City. Old Master looks even younger than before. May he enjoy longevity and good health, Wu Wei, in a flattering manner below. Noticed that Wang Xing's expression brightened with delight upon hearing the praise. He quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, I'm grateful to all of you for attending my humble birthday banquet on this joyous occasion. Please make yourselves at home. Wang Xing beckoned everyone to take their seats and gestured to a few of his sons, signaling the official commencement of the feast, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Wang Xian sat at Wang Xing's side, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the guests, her brow slightly furrowed. That person, has he not come? She pondered. She had dispatched someone to deliver an invitation and had even sent a watchful companion to ensure his attendance. Yet he remained absent. Was it a matter of unwillingness? Or had he sensed something amiss? Bai Lung felt a twinge of frustration. Were it not for the rare opportunity to gather the formidable martial artists of Black Mountain City during this birthday celebration, she would have personally sought out the whereabouts of that individual. Never mind, she consoled herself. Even in his absence, the presence of over 100 vigorous warriors is a substantial gain, directing her focus back to the gathering. Bai Lung thought, the shadow venom I brought from my family will take effect in no more than 10 minutes. Once that occurs, the warriors below the marrow cleansing realm will fall one by one. As soon as they succumb, coupled with Wang Xing being enchanted and silenced by her fox demon blood, she would be able to savor these blood delicacies in peace. The mere thought of devouring dozens of exquisite blood meals made Wang Xin's eyes squint with delight. After a few days of trivial skirmishes in Black Mountain City, she finally anticipated a significant reward. Meanwhile, as the atmosphere of the birthday banquet grew lively, Yang Xian stood atop a nearby building, observing the unfolding events within the Wang residence. When the moment of crisis arrives, I wonder what sort of recompense they shall offer me, he mused. Furthermore, the Wang family's collusion with the fox demon was a grave offense. When the time came for their downfall, he intended to claim his share of their wealth. Yang Xian's thoughts ignited with fervor at the prospect of soon acquiring a fortune, eagerly anticipating the fox demon to create a disturbance so he could descend as a savior, ensuring gratitude from the crowd. However, he knew he must act before that woman from the demon-slaying division. His body tensed, his right hand gripping the blade firmly. When the situation arose, he vowed to be the first on the scene. Chapter 16. The divine armament descends at the Wang family's birthday banquet. The guests raise their glasses, toasting to the longevity of the venerable patriarch. That Wu Wei was about to utter some flattering words to leave a good impression when he suddenly felt his body grow weak and feeble. His internal qi stagnating, his legs buckled beneath him, and he found himself nearly unable to stand. "Damn it, poison!" Wu Wei exclaimed, only to discover that nearly everyone present was in a similar state, swaying unsteadily. Not only the guests celebrating the birthday, but also the Wang family members, save for a few, had collapsed to the ground. What are you Wang family trying to do? Do you intend to leave us all here? Sun Buhuan, the burly leader of the Sand Bamboo Gang, glared with fury, his late-stage strength in bone tempering allowing him to establish his gang in the outer city, plundering the common folk, usually regarded as a brainless brute. He now confronted the alarming situation with wide-eyed outrage, questioning Wang Xing, ignoring the furious gazes directed at him. Turned to Bai Lung, "Miss, is everything ready?" At that moment, Bai Lung shed her pretense, revealing her true form. A gigantic fox demon bared its teeth at the assembly, its oily green eyes radiating unrestrained greed, sending shivers down the spines of those present. But a demon, a fox demon. Wang Xing, do you seek the annihilation of your entire clan by colluding with the demon race to harm martial artists? Wu Wei stared at the colossal white fox, stunned for a moment before erupting in curses. Others around him showed expressions of terror, realizing they were on the brink of becoming the fox demon's next meal. Just moments ago, Sun Buhuan, who had been railing against Wang Xing, now appeared dazed, momentarily stunned by fear. Although the existence of demons was no secret, under the oppression of the demon-slaying division, ordinary folk rarely encountered them, let alone a malevolent demon within the city limits. That a plume of white mist billowed forth as the fox demon disdainfully flicked its white tail. Wang Xing has long been under my charm and the control of my fox demon blood. Can you not see the other members of the Wang family sprawled on the ground? Truly, humans are so dim-witted. To become my Bai Lung's blood meal is a privilege for you lowly humans. I shall savor you slowly, the fox demon declared, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it advanced towards the crowd. Don't eat me, please. Wang Jinbao, trembling and pale, pleaded as he gazed at the imminent threat. As a member of the Wang family and head of the Jinbao Merchant Association, he never anticipated that attending his family's patriarch's birthday celebration would cost him his life. In that moment, tears of despair streamed down the face of the 200-pound merchant leader. How dare a mere fox demon commit murder in broad daylight? Truly reckless. A booming voice resonated from above. Yang Xian leaped onto the rooftop, surveying the scene from a commanding height. "Miss, it seems someone is stealing your thunder," Xiao He remarked, tugging at Luo Qingning's arm in astonishment. Luo Qingning, her grip tightening around her sword, relaxed upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Had Yang Xian not appeared, she would have already drawn her sword to slay the fox demon on the spot. "Let us observe further," Luo Qingning decided, having deduced the fox demon's identity. Bearing the surname Bai and belonging to the Fox clan, as a copper-ranked demon slayer in the demon-slaying division, she possessed intelligence on the demon races within Yunmeng Prefecture. If her assumptions were correct, this Bai Long was indeed a member of the Bai family from Mengshan, known for their fox demons. Although this clan lacked a third-grade demon king, they certainly had more than one significant demon akin to a fifth-grade hidden deity. Moreover, Fox clan women were inherently alluring and possessed exceptional charm, and the Bai family had established connections with various powerful demons and even demon kings, thereby earning a notable reputation in Yunmeng Prefecture. Luo Qingning observed her surroundings cautiously, pondering the audacity of the Mengshan Bai family to create chaos within the city, suspecting that this reckless fox demon might be backed by a cunning elder. Meanwhile, Yang Xian stood atop the roof, brandishing a long knife, wearing an expression that was both amused and mocking as he watched the unfolding drama. "Humans, seeking death, are we?" Upon recognizing Yang Xian, the fox demon's pupils constricted, for she was well aware of this human with a unique constitution that had long occupied her thoughts. Initially believing she would not encounter him again, she was overjoyed at having him conveniently come to her. "Young master, I never imagined you would miss me so much." Returning at such a crucial moment, the seductive voice of the fox demon wafted through the air, sending shivers down Yang Xian's spine. "Impudent fox demon, how dare you attempt a sneak attack?" Suddenly beset by mental assault, Yang Xian immediately grasped his long knife, unleashing his full qi, diving down like a great rock. The madness of his blade intent erupted, causing the long knife in his hand to glow red as if imbued with flames. Third form of the Qingmu Flame Knife. Flame Knife, employing the recently mastered 7th grade sword technique, the Qingmu Flame Knife. Yang Xian unleashed its full potential through the enhancement of his blade intent. The flames, transformed from his qi, radiated an intense heat, instilling a powerful sense of oppression. Wait, Bai Lung's face contorted in fear. Initially believing him to be merely an 8th grade martial artist, she was taken aback by the formidable blade intent he had comprehended. Under the shroud of his blade intent, even breathing became arduous for her, leaving her helplessly watching as his strike approached with unparalleled force. As the long knife drew near, Bai Lung felt her fur begin to scorch. She sensed herself trapped in a cauldron of hell, the searing flames and chilling murderous intent overwhelming her sanity. Boom! Bai Lung's massive fox demon form was cleaved in two, the powerful shockwave leaving a 10-meter-long gash in the ground, faintly revealing the flickering flames within. Gulping, the onlookers stared in shock at the scar left by the blade, astonished. Could it be that this person is a congenital martial artist who has already condensed his qi? How else could one explain the external release of blade energy in such overwhelming might? As they gazed at the now bisected fox demon, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, casting grateful glances at Yang Xian. Had it not been for his timely intervention, they would have perished at the hands of the fox demon. But there's still one more thing. Yang Xian turned his gaze toward the birthday banquet's host, the now 80-year-old Wang Xing, whose frail form trembled upon meeting Yang Xian's intense gaze. "Young master, I was manipulated by this fox demon. Please, I am innocent," Wang Xing bellowed. Unmoved, Yang Xian raised his long knife and cleaved downward. A howl erupted from Wang Xing as white fur sprouted all over his body, and he leaped into the air. The blade's energy sliced through, leaving behind a headless corpse. "Well, that resolves the matter. Now, shall we discuss compensation?" Yang Xian turned, revealing a pristine smile to the crowd. Chapter 17. The benefactor appears what? Compensation. The crowd gazed at Yang Xian, who was demanding a reward, momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. "Young master, there is indeed a reward. You have saved us from peril, and I, Wu Wei, am willing to present you with 1,000 taels of silver as a token of my gratitude." Wu Wei was the first to speak, his expression obsequious. The individual before them could very well be a martial artist of innate talent above the 6th rank. To oppose his wishes would be no trivial matter. As Wu Wei spoke, the others quickly followed suit, preparing to echo his sentiments, when an incongruous voice interrupted. "A reward. Young master, our laws in the Great Zhou dynasty do not stipulate such a thing." A middle-aged man clad in official garb declared with a righteous A-I-R-T his words. The crowd's expressions shifted. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? This is not the courthouse of Heishan County. The corpse of the fox demon lies right beside us. As the crowd prayed not to be implicated, Yang Xian merely smiled. "May I ask who you are?" The man puffed up with pride and replied. "I am Chen Huan, the magistrate of Heishan City, hailing from the Chun family of Anyang County." Heishan City, also known as Heishan County, had its magistrate as the foremost official beneath the county chief, essentially the chief confidant. Thus, the man before them was one of the top 3 figures in the Heishan County Court, not to mention his esteemed lineage from a prominent family. And no wonder he bore such arrogance. "Then I suppose I must address you as Lord Chun," Yang Xian said, his smile betraying a hint of mockery as he regarded the self-righteous magistrate. Seeing Yang Xian seemingly yield, Chen Huan felt a surge of satisfaction. Maintaining a calm facade as he spoke in a measured tone, "You, a mere commoner, addressing me thus is quite acceptable. However, you're also a powerful innate martial artist who saved my life today. I could offer you a position as my confidant, as a form of reward." Upon hearing this weakling's desire to take him as a subordinate, Yang Xian's eyes gleamed with cold disdain. "That I must indeed thank you. Lord Chun, what 6th rank innate martial artist?" Chen Huan, feeling smug, thought to himself that Yang Xian was bowing to him out of reverence for the Chun family's reputation in Anyang, just as he was about to speak further to display his magnanimity. A flash of steel sliced through the air, and a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. This me? Chen Huan's final thought flickered through his mind as he met his demise. Does anyone else have objections to my reward? Yang Xian surveyed the dozens present, his long knife gliding with a crisp chime. Should anyone harbor dissent, they were welcome to voice it. He relished the idea of considering opinions. All present, including Wu Wei, stared at the now headless body of Chen Huan and quickly shook their heads. "We have no objections. Young master, your righteousness is commendable." Observing the crowd nodding in agreement like chickens pecking at grain, Yang Xian revealed a satisfied smile. "That I truly excel at fostering goodwill." Not far off, 2 individuals silently observed the scene unfold. "Miss, should we not intervene?" Xiao He asked, glancing at Luo Qingning, who regarded Yang Xian's brazen extortion with indifference. "He saved everyone, thus deserves a reward, especially after slaying a demon. It is only just." Luo Qingning, however, felt unconcerned, thinking that the murder of a magistrate might pose complications. That it is not that one cannot kill magistrate, but rather that his identity brings certain troubles. The Chun family of Anyang, while initially a mere noble family, has recently risen in prominence due to the emergence of a prodigious martial artist who awakened the gung metal spiritual body and became a disciple of a master due to exceptional talent. This has significantly bolstered the Chun family's influence, as even a cadet from their branch could be appointed as a county magistrate, yet he is merely a branch descendant. What of it if that genius from the Chun family were to arrive? Luo Qingning spoke dismissively, showing little regard for the Chen family. "Miss, do you intend to recruit him into the Demon Slayer division?" Upon hearing her assertive tone, Xiao He realized her mistress had taken a liking to this handsome young man's prowess. Indeed, this young man possesses striking looks. Having him in the Demon Slayer division would be quite pleasing to the eye. Xiao He scrutinized Yang Xian's countenance, noting his extraordinary handsomeness and charm. "What are you thinking? The Demon Slayer division does not judge by appearance." Luo Qingning playfully tapped Xiao He on the head, causing her to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, his strength is indeed remarkable at such a young age. He has comprehended the intent of the blade and achieved a minor realm, truly deserving the title of prodigy. Luo Qingning reflected, offering her assessment. "I shall extend an invitation to him shortly. Such a gem must not be overlooked." At that moment, Yang Xian, under the guidance of the Wang family, had entered their family's secret chamber. As for the dozens present, Yang Xian allocated rewards ranging from 500 to 1,000 taels of silver based on their influence. He initially intended to seek out the remaining guests in the outer courtyard to negotiate further rewards, but recalling the treasures yet to be plundered from the Wang family, he decided to first secure the lion's share. Leading Yang Xian was Wang Yuan, the eldest son of the family patriarch. Wang Xing, this man, nearly falling prey to the fox's jaws due to his father's scheming, now stood hesitantly as Yang Xian invited him to open the family's treasure vault. "You may leave now." Upon entering the vault, Yang Xian was immediately captivated by the glimmering treasure chests and instructed Wang Yuan. After a while, noticing Wang Yuan still lingering awkwardly in place, Yang Xian raised his long knife slightly. "Do you wish to remain here forever?" This statement sent a chill down Wang Yuan's spine. I shall leave at once," he exclaimed, fleeing the vault in haste, truly the mark of a wealthy family. Once Wang Yuan was dealt with, Yang Xian surveyed the array of dazzling treasures before him, a satisfied smile crossing his face. The total count of gold and silver amounted to 20,000 taels, of which 10,000 were in silver notes and the other 10,000 in silver bullion. Yang Xian promptly exchanged all the silver, pocketing the silver notes. What a pity there are no storage-type treasures. Yang Xian lamented, glancing at the various weapons and treasures. He could only select a few items to take with him. This blade is remarkable. Approaching the weapon display, he found a long knife measuring 1.2 meters. Its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, razor sharp, glistening with a chilling light. Indeed, a fine weapon. As Yang Xian stepped closer, he noticed 3 prominent characters engraved on the hilt. Cold Light Blade. A splendid cold light blade, likely an 8th grade weapon in a world abundant with weaponry. Distinctions were made to categorize their quality. There were lower-ranked weapons, middle-ranked treasure weapons, upper-ranked divine weapons, and the legendary immortal weapons of immeasurable power. Crafting weapons was arduous. Hence, even innate martial artists struggled to wield a weapon befitting their prowess. For instance, the leader of the Chai gang, an 8th grade bone refinement martial artist, possessed merely a 9th grade weapon. The 100 refinement blade, which Yang Xian had unearthed from the Chai gang's vault, was nothing more than a barely qualified weapon. Before him lay the cold light blade, classified as an 8th grade weapon, its value easily in the thousands of taels of silver. For martial artists, weapons served as a second life, and their worth was beyond dispute, if even the value of a fine weapon was such. One could only imagine the worth of treasure and divine weapons. That it was said that treasure weapons could grant their wielders immense power and various miraculous effects, hence their designation as for divine weapons. They were rumored to possess sentience, each famed for its reputation, wielded by formidable masters capable of extraordinary feats. Immortal weapons, on the other hand, belonged to the realm of myth, described succinctly by 8 words: shattering mountains and rivers, reshaping the universe. Yang Xian grasped the cold light blade, reluctant to part with it. Having already ascended to the status of a master of the blade, he naturally cherished fine swords. Indeed, only through collective martial arts can I forge my own path. Yang Xian sheathed the cold light blade at his waist, selecting several precious 9th grade spiritual items until he could carry no more before departing the secret chamber. Chapter 18. The Demon Slayer Division. Bang. Bang, bang. Over 100 soldiers clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons forged a path ahead, the clanking of their armor resonating sharply. Stop. County Lieutenant Li Wu and County Magistrate Qian Kai rode at the forefront on a pair of low-grade extraordinary steeds known as blood-red horses. Their bodies gleamed crimson, their vitality surpassing even that of blood refinement martial artists, designated as the Great Zhou's exceptional steeds, typically reserved for military use. Upon observing the tightly shut gates of the Wang family residence, the magistrate's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Break it down," the county lieutenant commanded loudly, prompting several robust soldiers to quickly raise wooden stakes and forcefully smash open the gate. What lay before them was utter chaos. All individuals lay scattered upon the ground, the effects of poison still lingering. Upon seeing the military presence, they instantly became agitated. "Lord Magistrate, please come and save us." Ignoring the commotion around them, Qian Kai and Li Wu led their soldiers directly into the inner courtyard. The scene before them mirrored that of the outside. Those who typically held high status lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. As for Yang Xian, he had long since vanished without a trace. Amidst this chaos lay the dismembered corpse of a demon fox. Qian Kai surveyed the scene with a sense of foreboding, contemplating the events that had transpired and who might elucidate the situation. Upon receiving urgent news, Qian Kai hastened to inquire, "May I have an explanation?" At that moment, a figure clad in a green dress entered from outside, a young lady named Xiao He, holding a deep black token in one hand and a string of snacks in the other, her mouth still busy chewing. With her words slightly muffled, she remarked, "Allow me to clarify." As Qian Kai discerned the significance of the black token, his expression shifted dramatically. "I have encountered the demon slayer," he acknowledged. Instantly, he and Li Wu dismounted and bowed slightly. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, the copperplate demon slayer possessed authority over court officials beneath the county level and had the right to temporarily dismiss them. Moreover, the demon slayer's sole purpose was to eradicate demons, and Qian Kai understood the implications clearly. "The demon fox has been dealt with," she declared, "and you are to handle the aftermath. Furthermore, the Wang family, in collusion with the demon race, has also been executed. You shall oversee the disposition of the Wang family." "Understood," Qian Kai responded, gesturing with his hand that a throng of fierce warriors promptly apprehended the members of the Wang family amidst the crowd. The faces of the Wang family members turned ashen. Although they were not the masterminds behind the chaos, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment, let alone the preservation of their wealth. As for any thoughts of resistance, it was laughable. Thousands of elite soldiers clad in armor patrolled the county, many of whom were skilled martial artists. The county magistrate himself was a master at the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm, renowned as one of the strongest in the Black Mountain City. Meanwhile, Yang Xian, having arrived at a secluded street, glanced back at a corner. "My lady, you have followed me for some time. I presume you have urgent matters to discuss." From the shadows, Luo Qingming stepped forth, a faint smile gracing her porcelain-like face. "Your perceptive abilities are impressive, young master. You are indeed a prodigy who has grasped the essence of the sword." The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin smooth as ice and her demeanor exuding an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, this high martial world nurtures exceptional talents. Curiosity piqued, he examined the details of the enchanting woman before him. Character: Luo Qingming physique. Innate sword bone, orange. Eye skin jade bone, purple. Talents: Heaven's favor, gold. Flawless sword heart, orange. Innocent heart, purple. Spiritual wisdom, purple. Insight, blue. Realm: complete 7th rank blood washing stage, Heaven's favor. Blessed by heaven. Fortunate in adversity. Naturally endowed with great fortune, transforming peril into safety and bringing auspiciousness from misfortune. Deep-rooted blessings enhance the fortunes of those close to her. Innate sword bone, a natural aptitude for the sword, endowed with sword arts, possessing the potential of a sword immortal. Flawless sword heart, an innate heart untainted by dust, grasping the sword path with remarkable speed. Eye skin jade bone, skin like snow and bones like exquisite jade, inherently pure and transcending the mundane. Innocent heart, a heart as pure as a child, free from blemish. Spiritual wisdom, naturally intelligent with astonishing comprehension. Insight, possessing insight far beyond the ordinary, able to perceive that which eludes others. 1 gold, 2 oranges, 3 purples, and 1 blue. Yang Xian felt momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of her talents. What an opulent profile. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? At that moment, he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Luo Qingming, a palpable weight of status that evoked memories of facing academic elites in his past life. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "I am a law-abiding individual who strives to be amicable. I trust one have not offended you in any way." Regaining his composure, Yang Xian had begun to speculate about the visitor's identity. In several of his previous simulations, a mysterious woman from the Demon Slayer office had appeared, and most notably, he distinctly remembered an instance where he had met his demise at her hands. Luo Qingming responded candidly. "I am Luo Qingming from the Demon Slayer office, here today to extend an invitation for you to join us." "Reasons?" Yang Xian inquired succinctly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingning smiled slightly. It appears you lack a mentor, yet despite such challenging circumstances, your strength is remarkable. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. As one of the three offices of the Great Zhou, we possess resources and techniques that rival those of ancient sects. And unlike those sects that impose strict requirements, 3 years for the outer sect, 5 for the inner sect, along with numerous trials, within the Demon Slayer office, anyone, regardless of background or talent, can attain mastery as long as they contribute sufficiently. We have a wealth of divine techniques and rare treasures at our disposal. She paused, observing Yang Xian's expression, and upon noticing his growing interest, casually added, "Moreover, when we seize assets from forces colluding with demons, everything obtained belongs to the Demon Slayer. This." Yang Xian's eyes lit up. Is this truly the case? Indeed, Luo Qingning affirmed with a nod. In that instant, Yang Xian made a decision that he possessed a simulator. Yet what he lacked were resources and foundational techniques. While he could potentially elevate his realm to the third-rank profound realm, or even attain a celestial-like state through his simulations, doing so would be excessively time-consuming and laborious. The Demon Slayer office's offer of divine techniques was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. For acquiring wealth, Yang Xian had discovered that only through crowdfunding could he rapidly advance. The accumulation of one person could never rival the century-long or millennium-long foundation of a family. They were the true allies who could assist him in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, the act of seizing assets from families could not be a long-term strategy. Yang Xian yearned for a stable path of growth, not wishing to be branded as a rogue and pursued relentlessly by the authorities. It was not fear that drove him, but rather a desire for a more comfortable existence, who would willingly face adversaries of higher realms daily. It was indeed unpleasant to bully novices of lower realms. Thus, finding a sustainable path was what Yang Xian sought, and the Demon Slayer office's legitimacy in confiscating wealth aligned perfectly with his vision of crowdfunding martial arts, with everyone contributing, assisting him in achieving his path. This was the essence of crowdfunding in martial arts. "I accept." Yang Xian nodded firmly, his gaze revealing an unprecedented determination. "The journey of martial arts begins today." "Very well," Luo Qingning replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden intensity of his resolve, before breaking into a satisfied smile. "This is my token." She tossed him a deep black token, engraved with a copper-hued pattern and a celestial blade poised atop it, as if ready to descend at any moment. "With this token, you may proceed to Yunming Prefecture in a month to participate in the Demon Slayer trials. Rest assured, the trials will be a breeze for you." Luo Qingning smiled brightly, expressing her anticipation of meeting him in Yunming City, urging him to seek her out when the time came. "Thank you, Miss Luo." Yang Xian bowed, feeling a surge of goodwill towards the first person in this world to show him kindness, seeing his gratitude. Luo Qingning waved her hand, disappearing in an instant. What a bountiful harvest! Yang Xian delightedly examined the token in his hand, his spirits lifted. Chapter 19. Innate Sword Bone Mengshan, a renowned mountain within Yunzhou, is characterized by its lofty peaks and undulating ridges, concealing countless opportunities and wonders. It is a rare land of spiritual elegance, with a concentration of vitality far surpassing that of ordinary regions. Naturally, such a treasure trove attracts numerous forces, among which the Bai family, a notable fox clan, holds significant influence. Under the protection of the sun-eating demon king, the Bai family flourishes within Mengshan, establishing their stronghold deep within a bamboo grove rich in spiritual energy. This bamboo grove, spanning over 10 miles, is regarded as the territory of the Bai family. The bamboo here is no ordinary variety. It is a rare species known as cloud-pattern bamboo, renowned for its remarkable resilience and ability to harness explosive vitality. It serves as a primary material for 7th-rank weapons, and many treasured armaments require it as a supplementary material, making it exceptionally valuable. Thanks to their connection with the sun-eating demon king, the Bai family has managed to maintain control over this region. In the lush expanse of the bamboo forest, within a finely crafted bamboo pavilion, a white fox with fur as smooth as silk reclined lazily on a bamboo bed. "Miss, grave news has arrived. Bai Lung is dead." The voice startled the white fox, prompting her to spring into action. Dead. That was quite swift. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xian first experienced shock, swiftly followed by unabashed delight. The clan is in utter chaos now. Originally, Bai Lung was to be offered as a concubine to the young master of the Sun-Eating clan. With her demise, the clan must urgently find a replacement. A seemingly young white fox knelt on all fours. Speaking respectfully, Bai Lung was a fool. Had it not been for a fortunate awakening of the spirit eyes, she would never have caught the attention of the young master. Bai Xian scoffed disdainfully. Only I, the daughter of the Grand Elder, am worthy of the young master. Yes, she spoke. A glint appeared in her fox-like eyes. And now, I am the only choice left in the clan, that I have not labored in vain to lure that foolish fox out of Meng Mountain. And I even took the trouble to escort her to the realm of humanity. Given her mannerisms, she would undoubtedly draw the attention of the demon-slaying enforcers, leading to her demise in the underworld. Indeed, she has perished outside, just as I anticipated. The thought that I merely employed a subtle stratagem to eliminate Bai Lung fills Bai Xian with immense satisfaction. Come, let us go and meet the clan leader and my father. How delightful, Bai Xian exclaimed, her steps light and eager as she dashed out. Yang Xian gazed at his panel, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: blood chi battle body blue. Talent: blood chi boiling green. Steel muscles and iron bones green. Wisdom green. Realm: 8th rank bone forging realm perfection skills. Mad demon blade technique. Realm: blood demon blade. Realm: blood demon blade intent 40. Mad demon blade intent 40. Demon Seeking Technique, Major Achievement. Azure Wood Ignition Blade, Minor Achievement. Turtle Breathing Technique, Perfection. Iron Sandbody, Major Achievement. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Major Achievement. Wealth: 40,000 at this moment. Yang Xian reclined on a wooden chair in the center of a pavilion, surrounded by elegant bridges, celestial corridors, and the gentle murmur of flowing water, creating a scene of poetic beauty. This was an exceedingly lavish residence, a gift from the county magistrate Qian Kai, who, upon hearing of Yang Xian's demon-slaying exploits, intended to forge a favorable connection. With a potential innate realm warrior emerging from his city, Qian Kai naturally understood the opportunity at hand. Yang Xian graciously accepted such a fortunate gift. 40,000 taels of silver. A staggering 80 simulations. I refuse to believe I 1T draw a high-level attribute. With astonishing confidence, Yang Xian activated the simulator to begin the simulations. This simulation requires the expenditure of 500 wealth. Shall we commence? Commence! How could this be? Before long, Yang Xian lay on the wooden chair, his face ashen, murmuring in despair. After a staggering 19 simulations, only 3 yielded blue attributes, and not a single purple one appeared. Yang Xian harbored grave suspicions that this simulator was deliberately depleting his wealth balance, seeking every possible means to impoverish him. No. Yang Xian roared in frustration. Continue the simulation. I, Yang Xian, refuse to believe that I cannot draw a single purple today. Expenditure: 500 wealth. Simulation begins, filtering attributes. Perhaps it was the last stubbornness of a non-lucky individual. Amidst the flickering colors, a radiant purple light suddenly burst forth. Innate sword bone flawed. Purple: the innate sword bone possesses a fragmentary sword path divine ability, with a comprehension of swordsmanship far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The innate sword bone is indeed a flawed talent, and Yang Xian did not expect to draw a low-tier version of Luo Qingning's talent. Flawed it may be, but at least it is a purple talent. Yang Xian sighed with relief. Non-lucky individual, not even worth a dog. Choose innate sword bone flawed. Simulation begins. In the first year, you acquired the flawed innate sword bone, and upon gazing at your cold light blade, it suddenly lost its allure. You journeyed to Yunmeng City, passed the demon-slaying trial, and officially joined the demon-slaying division, showcasing your extraordinary swordsmanship talent as you trained alongside Luo Qingning. In the 4th year, you and Luo Qingning traveled through the 3 prefectures and 18 counties, deepening your bond and becoming companions who entrusted each other with their lives, battling mountain lords and capturing great serpents in the lakes. Your strength rapidly grew through repeated trials, After breaking through to the late stage of the bone-washing realm, you comprehended the sword intent through life and death experiences. In the 5th year, during a mission, you unexpectedly encountered a rampaging great demon. This great demon possessed an extraordinary bloodline, standing just a step away from the realm of the Demon King, its power terrifying. Even when Luo Qingning revealed her trump card, it only severely wounded the demon and provoked its ferocity further. Just as you were on the brink of death, a stunning sword light descended from the heavens, splitting into countless beams and reducing the great demon to mere fragments. A mysterious female, Sword Immortal, descended, not only slaying the demon, but also seeking to take Luo Qingning as her disciple. When Luo Qingning requested that the woman also accept you as her disciple, the woman shook her head in refusal, candidly stating that your talent was woefully mediocre. Witnessing this, Luo Qingning also declined the woman's request. The woman, seeing no other option, offered to bestow upon you a portion of high-grade vital energy to aid you in solidifying your essence, and promised that after imparting her teachings, she would not restrict Luo Qingning's freedom. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingning consented. You agreed to meet again in 3 years, and Luo Qingning departed with the woman on her sword, leaving you with a portion of high-grade vital energy. The clear void sword Q. In the 8th year, after 7 years of demon slaying, you had polished your skills to perfection within the bone-washing realm, successfully breaking through to the true essence realm with the aid of the high-grade vital energy. That same year, due to your blood-chi battle body, your blood surged like a furnace, and your reputation soared due to your demon-slaying exploits. You caught the eye of a sorceress from the Red Blood Demon cult. Captured by the cult, you were treated like royalty, and you couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of these sorceresses, becoming lost in their enchanting embrace. In the 9th year, you, now emaciated, lay in despair upon your bed, while the sorceress gazed at you with an ever-brightening smile, appearing more vibrant than before. In your final moments, you seemed to witness a brilliant sword light cleaving through this realm, with terrifying auras colliding. The demonic energy surged, the sword light crisscrossed, and the heavens and earth were overturned. You perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 1. The cultivation realm attained during the simulation. 2. The purple attribute Innate sword bone flawed. 3. The cultivation experience from the simulation regarding such an outcome. Yang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Was the sorceress truly that alluring? He inwardly scoffed. Select option 2. Purple attribute Innate sword bone flawed. Suddenly, Yang Xian felt a tingling sensation in his chest, as if something were growing within him. Unable to resist, he reached in to touch it. Oh no, it has truly sprouted a bone. Chapter 20. Bone Cleansing and Essence Washing. Huff! Yang Xian exhaled gently, his breath coalescing into a white ribbon in the air, lingering for a considerable time without dissipating. At this moment, Yang Xian's skin glowed with radiance, his entire being exuding vitality. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his aura had significantly elevated, and adorned in white garments as pure as snow, he appeared even more refined. However, the joy he felt upon acquiring the flawed sword bone was quickly extinguished, for he had broken through to the 7th rank of the bone-washing realm, cleansing his body of impurities and achieving a state of innate purity. The enhancement of the bone-washing realm affected his entire being, leading to such a remarkable transformation. While a breakthrough to a higher realm is typically a cause for celebration for most, Yang Xian found himself on the verge of tears. Originally, acquiring the innate sword bone was a matter worthy of festivity, but unexpectedly, the formidable enhancement it bestowed upon him resulted in an uncontrollable ascent in his realm, one he could not suppress. Left with no choice, Yang Xian had to embrace his breakthrough to the bone-washing realm, but he gazed at the simulator with trepidation and spoke. Simulator, initiate the simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 5,000 wealth. Shall we begin? Are you robbing me? Yang Xian felt a surge of frustration, having anticipated the price would skyrocket, yet it was an outrageous 10-fold increase. I could see that moment. Yang Xian had only 30,000 wealth remaining, meaning he could simulate a maximum of 6 more times. Commence the simulation. Yang Xian, disillusioned, lamented his own carelessness. Expenditure, 5,000 wealth. Simulation begins, filtering attributes. Yang Xian focused intently on the flickering attributes, his eyes unblinking. Dual mastery of blade and sword. Purple mastering both blade and sword. Your divine intent has awakened, showcasing your unparalleled talent in both disciplines that a purple attribute. Little money, are you trying to comfort me? Yang Xian felt a flicker of joy. The first simulation after his breakthrough yielded a purple attribute. Indeed, the first time often comes with a stroke of good fortune. Choose dual mastery of blade and sword in the first year. Your comprehension of both blade and sword significantly increased on your journey to Yunmeng City. You acquired an 8th rank weapon grade sword with ease. You effortlessly passed the demon-slaying trial and chose to accompany Luo Qingning on your travels, with a sword at your side and a blade at your waist. You began your training in swordsmanship under Luo Qingning's guidance. In the 3rd year, bolstered by previous travel experiences, you navigated this journey with remarkable ease. Your time spent with Luo Qingning was less about exploration and more about leisurely enjoyment. And your bond with her deepened. During your travels, you observed the mighty rivers and the ebb and flow of tides, practicing your sword dance under the moonlight and comprehending the sword intent of the tides. In the 5th year, you regularly sparred with Luo Qingning, validating your sword techniques, and your skills advanced rapidly. However, you were still unable to defeat Luo Qingning. The 2 orange sword path attributes enhancing her were simply too formidable, widening the gap between you. That same year, you once again encountered the rampaging Great Demon, and you did not deliberately avoid it, knowing it was an opportunity for Luo Qingning. The experience unfolded similarly as before, with you cornered into a desperate situation, witnessing a familiar sword light flash before your eyes, and the Great Demon fell silent in an instant. The woman descended once more, seeking to take Luo Qingning as her disciple. Anticipating this, you intervened to prevent Luo Qingning from acting, encouraging her to accept this master. Luo Qingning heeded your advice, and the woman, seeing this, was filled with delight, her gaze toward you softening considerably. You and Luo Qingning also agreed to a 3-year pact. As she departed, the woman touched your brow and left you with a portion of high-grade vital energy. The Gung Jin slaughtering sword Q in the 6th year. You concluded your demon-slaying travels and returned to Heishan City, where you began to delve deeply into the understanding of the Gung Jin slaughtering sword Q in the 8th year. You successfully broke through to the true gang realm with the exquisite vitality of the supreme purity sword Qi. You grasped the fundamentals of the Gung metal slaughtering sword Qi and returned to Yunmeng City in the 9th year. Luo Qingning returned to Yunmeng City, and unable to contain your eagerness, you issued a challenge to her. In less than 10 moves, you were defeated by her, and this was under the condition that she held back that a sense of frustration welled within you. The disparity in talent was indeed insurmountable. Luo Qingning consoled you, stating that as long as one of you could fight, it would suffice, and if danger arose that she could not withstand, your ability to escape would be paramount. Left somewhat speechless, you resolved to devote yourself even more diligently to honing your swordsmanship. In the 11th year, a tremendous upheaval occurred within the demon-slaying division, as a renowned demon slayer eliminated a dragon demon king. This act provoked retaliation from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace, leading 3 demon kings to converge upon Yunmeng City. The head of the Yunmeng Luo clan joined forces with the gold-ranked demon slayer to slay the dragons, resulting in 2 of the dragons retreating in defeat, leaving behind the corpse of 1.U and Luo Qingning remained safe within the Luo residence during this tumultuous time. The 12th year. The Yunmeng Dragon Palace's vengeance grew increasingly ferocious, necessitating frequent outings for you and Luo Qingning to slay demons. Thanks to Luo Qingning, as long as you did not encounter a demon king, you could act without hesitation. In the 15th year, your Gung metal slaughtering sword Qi reached minor success, and you comprehended the essence of Gung metal sword intent. That same year, you perfected your true gang realm cultivation and ascended to the divine intent realm. In the 16th year, Luo Qingning challenged the 2nd-ranked figure on the human rankings, Wang Songxing. After over 100 exchanges with a flash of sword light slicing through the heavens, Luo Qingning successfully claimed the 2nd position on the rankings. Furthermore, as the first-ranked individual was already 40 years old and automatically removed from the rankings upon surpassing that age, Luo Qingning was poised to become the next champion of the human rankings. The moniker of Luo Sword Immortal spread across the 36 states, marking her as one of the most distinguished prodigies in martial arts within the past 40 years, in the 17th year. The Great Zhou dynasty announced that the Yunmeng Luo clan harbored treasonous intentions that a martial general led a force of 100,000 elite cavalry to besiege Yunmeng City, with several third-grade masters blocking the city gates. Their gazes sharp and predatory, the Yunmeng Luo clan found themselves ensnared. A great battle erupted, and at a critical juncture, Luo Qingning's enigmatic master arrived, engaging fiercely with the martial general while stalling two masters. The clan leader of the Luo family exerted himself to ensure your escape from Yunmeng City, battling against three masters alone. However, an operation long in the planning would not permit an easy escape for you. Several fifth-grade masters of the divine concealment realm relentlessly pursued you, each a figure who had reached the pinnacle of their realm. You found it exceedingly difficult to withstand, embarking on a harrowing journey of escape. Suddenly, a mysterious master descended, and you thought salvation had arrived. However, an explosion of arcane light erupted, and you were struck by divine force, disintegrating into dust. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following rewards to claim. The cultivation realm achieved within the simulation the dual mastery of sword and blade with a purple attribute, the cultivation experience obtained in the simulation. Selecting the second option, the dual mastery of sword and blade with a purple attribute, Yang Xian grasped the long blade beside him, feeling an extraordinarily close connection, as if it had become a part of his very being. He casually performed a flourish with the blade before sheathing it. With his purple attribute, my advancement in both sword and blade techniques will undoubtedly be swift. Yang Xian felt quite satisfied with the dual mastery attribute, recognizing it as a significant boon for his future simulations. With nothing pressing on this day, he continued with the simulation. The water flowed gently, and the breeze was mild. Yang Xian immersed his mind completely in the simulation. Chapter 21. Water Bandits. Yunzhou lies in the northern part of the 36 states, one of the 6 northern states, and together with the neighboring Mengzhou, they are referred to as Yunmengzhou. The name Yunmeng has existed since ancient times, dating back to the era of immortal paths, when the two states were already known by this appellation. The characters Yun and Meng derive from the expansive Wanlizhou Lake that spans the two states. Due to this lake, revered as the third largest waterway in the world, Yunmengzhou has historically been a land of marshes and waters. The rivers that flow from the Yunmengs are virtually ubiquitous across the two states, bringing immense convenience, with countless vessels traversing its waters, leading to prosperity. As the saying goes, one breath connects rivers and colors, spanning 10,000 years in clarity. This moment, the golden crow was rising in the east. The great sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the heavens with clarity. Amidst the expansive azure waves, countless flecks of golden light sparkled. Yang Xian stood at the bow of the ship, admiring the vast rolling waves. After slaying the fox demon, he had lingered in Heishan City for over 20 days. Only now was he setting out to join the demon-slaying division. Yang Xian boarded a passenger ship specifically designed for transporting people. Gliding downstream towards Yunmeng City to the current speed of the vessel, he would arrive in approximately 4 days. This large ship carried several hundred passengers and spanned 20 zhang in length, classifying it as a sizable vessel. Good sir, you possess quite the aesthetic sensibility. Gazing upon the river with such tranquility, a man remarked to Yang Xian. Turning around, Yang Xian beheld a handsome youth, appearing to be a scholar. May I inquire your name? The scholar asked, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Yang Xian. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yang Xian returned the gesture, reciprocating the inquiry, and my apologies for my abruptness. I am Fong Jing, traveling to Yunmeng City for scholarly pursuits. The scholar explained, immediately engaging Yang Xian in enthusiastic conversation. This was Yang Xian's first encounter with such a vivacious scholar. He exchanged a few casual remarks to send Fong Jing on his way. Not dissuaded, Fong Jing quickly sought out others at the bow to continue his amiable chatter. Yang Xian observed Fong Jing's penchant for conversation with a bemused expression. Character, Fong Jing physique, mortal talent. Eloquence, purple. Storyteller, green. Chatterbox, white. Realm, ninth grade blood refinement realm perfection eloquence. The more one converses with others, the greater the increase in comprehension for a short duration thereafter. Storyteller, possesses a unique narrative ability for tales. Captivating listeners, Chatterbox, speaks incessantly. This was the first time Yang Xian encountered such peculiar attributes. What is this? Speaking can transform one into a genius. However, Fong Jing's attributes were merely purple, indicating limitations on his comprehension enhancement. Nevertheless, combined with the Chatterbox attribute, it was a perfect match. As for Fong Jing's claim of seeking education, Yang Xian did not believe a word of it. It was simply a guise for tormenting his peers. He wondered if sealing the Chatterbox's mouth would diminish this attribute's effectiveness. While observing Fong Jing engrossed in conversation, Yang Xian's gaze grew peculiar. Suddenly, as Fong Jing animatedly discussed past lives with others, he felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found nothing amiss. Fong Jing murmured to himself, refocusing on his conversation. Before long, Fong Jing had interrupted every person on the ship with his incessant chatter. Realizing that no one was willing to engage further, he stood alone, still eager for conversation. Water bandits. A panicked voice suddenly rang out from the lookout. Following the sound, Yang Xian looked up to see 3 slightly smaller ships surrounding the larger vessel in a triangular formation. Damn it, it's the water bandits of Yunmeng's. Could it be the ships of the 13 rogues of Yunmeng's? Panic spread among the passengers. This vessel belonged to a large trading company from Yunmeng City. Such companies typically establish strong connections for water routes, so it was unexpected for them to encounter trouble. Everyone, do not panic. I shall negotiate, the steward on board called out to reassure the crowd. Wherever there are lakes and marshes, water bandits will inevitably arise. As the foremost lake in the realm, Yunmeng's is rife with rogue factions, their presence overwhelming. Even a substantial entity like the Tongyuan Trading Company could not entirely eliminate such threats. May I inquire which heroes are present? I am the steward of the Tongyuan Trading Company from Yunmeng City. We have connections with the 7th Rogue, by P. Yuan, Lord Yuan Zhe, and hope you will show us some leniency. Chen Bao shouted. The guard aboard the ship numbered only around 20, with the strongest being merely a leader at the initial stage of the Cleansing Veins realm. In contrast, the 3 surrounding ships each had at least 3 leaders of the Cleansing Veins realm. Along with hundreds of water bandits, Steward Chen Bao fixed his gaze on the opposing vessels, hoping that the reputation of the trading company and its connections with the Yunmeng's 13 rogues would intimidate them. Since we are acquainted with Lord Yuan, we shall let you pass. However, to ensure your survival, you must relinquish half of your possessions. The water bandits finally responded after a lengthy deliberation. Chen Bao's expression darkened. If it were merely some valuables, he could concede that without issue, but to target the possessions of all the passengers was untenable. Brave heroes, we can certainly offer gold and silver, but I cannot comply with demands for the guest property aboard this vessel. If they could not safeguard the belongings of their passengers, Chen Bao believed the reputation of the Tongyuan Trading Company would plummet. Rival companies would undoubtedly exploit the situation, kicking them while they were down. Damn it! We are informing you, not negotiating, that if you do not allow us to board within 10 minutes, we shall not hold back, a fierce man at the bow of one of the vessels declared angrily, wielding a broad-bladed sword. Were it not for the face of Lord Bai Pi Yuan, you would not even have a chance at life. Hurry and allow us to board. If you dare resist, you shall all feed the great fish. Chen Bao's expression was one of utmost distress. After sailing for 7 or 8 years, he had never encountered such a ferocious band of water bandits. Generally speaking, the major merchant associations and the water bandits of Yunmeng's had an unspoken understanding. Encountering them was simply bad luck, and offering some money to appease them would suffice. However, the audacity of the bandits today was something Chen Bao had never witnessed before. Where did this reckless youth come from? Chen Bao muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, he saw a glimmer of cold light flash by, and the once menacing man was suddenly cleaved in two. His mangled body fell into the water, staining it a vivid red and attracting a swarm of carnivorous fish eager to feast. How noisy! Yang Xian, wielding his long sword, maintained an indifferent gaze, casually flicking his wrist. Chen Bao turned to see Yang Xian effortlessly dispatching a few more foes. The golden sword energy swept across the bow of the ship, and the water bandits, standing on the deck, were instantly struck. Showered in a crimson rain of blood, scrambling to flee into the cabin. Run. There's a martial artist of the innate realm. The bandits were thrown into a panic, chaos erupting as they swiftly turned the ship around. Yang Xian, observing their attempts to escape, showed no signs of mercy. The killing sword chi of Gungjin surged forth. Yang Xian's mastery of Gungjin's sword intent, combined with the small achievement of the killing sword chi, dramatically increased its power. The golden sword energy tore through the ship's hull like a dragon, reducing the once intact vessel to splinters, while the bandits fell into the lake like dumplings, thrashing about helplessly in the water. Many clung to pieces of driftwood, gasping for air, grateful to have survived. Such sharp sword energy. Chen Bao gazed in horror at the 3 ships that had been reduced to wreckage, and asked the steward of the Tanyuan Merchant Association. He considered himself well-versed in many matters. He had even witnessed 5th-grade martial artists within the association. Although this sword energy lacked the grandiosity of 5th-grade divine intent, it was extraordinarily rare within the true gang realm, and the sharpness of its murderous aura sent chills down Chen Bao's spine. What astonished him even more was that the young master before him had not even utilized gang chi, achieving such prowess solely through the sword path. Truly remarkable. Thank you for your assistance, young master. Chen Bao hurriedly approached Yang Xian, bowing in gratitude. There's no need for thanks. These bandits brought this upon themselves. Yang Xian replied, sheathing his sword with a wave of his hand. It's a pity most of these bandits have sunk to the lake's bottom, leaving little silver to recover. I shouldn't have shattered the ships into pieces. Yang Xian lamented, regretting that he had let his eagerness get the better of him. That said, your timely intervention was indeed a great favor. On behalf of the Tanyuan Merchant Association, I must properly express my gratitude. Chen Bao said earnestly. Seeing this, Yang Xian naturally did not refuse. It was only fitting that good deeds were rewarded. Please follow me. Chen Bao's face brightened at Yang Xian's agreement, and he led him toward the ship's interior. Fang Jing, who had been lurking nearby, was thrilled to learn that the person he had just approached was a formidable master. He prepared to step forward to speak again, but upon seeing Yang Xian being pulled away by Chen Bao, he had no choice but to hold back. Chapter 22. The sword named Xuan. Chen Bao guided Yang Xian into a cabin, where a guard held a brocade box. Young master, please take a look. Chen Bao took the box and slowly opened it. Inside lay a sword adorned with golden runes, quietly resting within the box, surrounded by golden sword energy that swam like tadpoles, even without touching it. One could feel a tingling sensation. Chen Bao gazed at the sword with reverence, hesitant to touch it lest he be harmed by the sword's emanating energy. The sword measured 3 feet and 7 inches in length and 3 inches and 3/10 in width. Crafted entirely from Gungjin ore, complemented by the essence of mysterious iron, and painstakingly forged by a master craftsman over the course of a month. The Gungjin aura was incredibly sharp. This Gungjin sword was classified as a low-grade treasured weapon, embodying not only Gungjin sword energy, but also an exceptional hardness. Upon finishing his explanation, Chen Bao handed the brocade box to Yang Xian, that a sword befitting a hero. Young master has conferred a great favor upon me. So I present this sword to you, that it may no longer gather dust. Yang Xian looked at the precious item in his hand, a puzzled expression crossing his face. While I am indebted to you, such a valuable gift is too much for Chen Guanshi to bestow. Weapons are typically precious, and divine treasures even more so. A low-grade treasured weapon, even among innate realm practitioners, is a rarity. Most 6th-grade true gang realm martial artists can only wield 7th-grade weapons. And even some impoverished 5th-grade divine intent practitioners possess only a low-grade treasured weapon. This illustrates the preciousness of treasured weapons. One could sell an entire ship and its cargo and still not acquire even half a treasured weapon. Although Yang Xian had rendered significant assistance, it was not to the extent of deserving such a prized gift. Seeing Yang Xian's response, Chen Bao chuckled. Young master worries too much. While I am not a martial arts master, I can certainly make decisions regarding a low-grade treasure weapon. Besides, I confess there is a degree of self-interest. I have always cherished friendships with heroes, and individuals like you are incredibly rare that I hope you can accept this token of my goodwill and recognize me as a friend. Yang Xian, observing the sincerity in Chun Bao's expression, sensed no pretense and decided not to be overly modest. Accepting a low-grade treasured weapon as a gesture of goodwill seemed reasonable. Time would reveal how correct Chun Bao's decision had been. In that case, I shall accept this low-grade treasured weapon. Yang Xian grasped the Gungjin sword, and its sword energy surged violently. But under the influence of his Gungjin sword intent, the tumultuous energy was swiftly pacified. This Gungjin sword complements my Gungjin sword intent splendidly. With it, the potency of my killing sword Qi will increase by 30%, Yang Xian pondered himself. After this enhancement, his killing sword Qi would surely be formidable even within the True Gang realm. Although he had yet to encounter a living True Gang realm practitioner and could not gauge the disparity between himself and them, he felt confident that his murderous power would be sufficient to contend with them. This Gungjin sword, being so compatible with him and forged with the essence of mysterious iron, would henceforth be named the Gungshuan sword. Yang Xian sheathed the Gungshuan sword at his waist, while the sword he had acquired from Heishan City, which was of 9th grade weapon caliber, was placed back into the brocade box. This box was also extraordinary, lined with a layer of cold jade, originally intended to contain the dispersing Gungjin sword energy. But it now served as a resting place for a 9th grade weapon. Rest assured, I, Yang Xian, am not one to neglect my benefactors. This 9th grade weapon shall find a home in this cold jade brocade box, making it a true winner in the sword's life. Thank you, Chun Guanshi. Chun Bao's face lit up upon seeing Yang Xian accept the sword. Your acceptance is the best gratitude you could offer me. Yang Xian chose not to say more and took his leave. Once Yang Xian departed, the guard captain muttered, "Second young master, that low-grade treasured weapon was intended for the master. Isn't this inappropriate?" Chun Bao waved his hand, indicating there was no need for further discussion. This young master is a true prodigy in martial arts. To forge a friendship with such a person is sheer luck that we started as merchants, aiming to cultivate good relationships. When I explained this to my father, I might even receive praise for it. What do you know, you blockhead? Having finished speaking, Chun Bao gazed in the direction Yang Xian had departed. The small success of sword intent is indeed exceptional. Yang Xian made his way toward the deck, reviewing his status panel along the way. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Blood Qi Battle Body, blue. Talent: Innate Sword Bone, purple. Dual Mastery of Sword and Saber, purple. Blood Qi Boiling, green. Steel-like Body, green. Intelligence, green. Realm: Initial stage of 7th grade, Cleansing Marrow Realm skills. Gungjin Killing Sword Qi, minor achievement. Blood Demon Saber, intent. Frenzied Demon Saber Technique, intent. Gungjin Sword intent, 30%. Blood Demon Saber intent, 40%. Frenzied Demon Saber intent, 40%. The minor achievement of Gungjin Killing Sword Qi was proving difficult to advance. Yang Xian felt a sense of frustration. Through recent simulations, he realized that one's realm could indeed limit the progression of martial techniques, and even intents faced restrictions. After reaching great success with Blood Demon Saber intent, there had been no further growth. Yang Xian had previously assumed that his Blood Demon Saber intent was merely at its peak. Now it seemed that the highest level he could attain was great success in intent. Ultimately, intent is about communicating with the heavens and comprehending the Tao through one spirit. If the spirit is weak, the resonance with the heavens will likewise be diminished. Yang Xian had initially hoped to directly grasp domain realms through simulations, enabling him to leap across 2 or 3 major realms and possibly face off against a 3rd grade Tongxian realm master with the strength of a 6th grade True Gang realm practitioner. However, it now appeared he had been overly ambitious. Those so-called prodigies who attain enlightenment in a day were either reincarnated great beings or possessed unparalleled talents in the realm of the spirit. Recalling the various legends from the tales he had read, Yang Xian came to understand. Young master, young master. Just as Yang Xian returned to the deck, he heard someone calling for him. Looking up, he found it was Fang Jing, the exceptionally gifted individual he had spoken to earlier. Upon seeing Yang Xian glance in his direction, Fang Jing hurried over and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving our lives earlier, young master. T.O. express my gratitude. I am willing to serve you as a loyal aide." Fong Jing's face reflected deep gratitude, as if he truly shared a profound master-servant bond with Yang Xian. Yang Xian remained silent, regarding him with an amused expression. This fellow certainly knew how to climb the social ladder. Fong Jing waited for a while, but when he saw Yang Xian merely observing him without speaking, he felt a bit awkward. Young master, have I done something amiss? Yang Xian shook his head, stating, You claim to be my devoted servant. On what ground should I accept you? Fong Jing stood tall and replied, This is perhaps your first visit to Yunmeng City. Is it not? Indeed, Yang Xian nodded slightly. Though I may lack talent, I am known by the nickname Beadating. I dare not claim to know everything about Yunmeng City, but I am familiar with at least 80 to 90% of its affairs. With this assertion, Fong Jing exuded confidence. Yang Xian felt a stirring of interest. He indeed required someone knowledgeable about Yunmeng City as a guide, and here stood a man who had boldly offered himself. Accepting him was not out of the question. Just as Yang Xian was about to speak, Fong Jing interjected, There's one more matter you must be aware of. Fong Jing's expression turned serious as he continued. I am originally from Yunmeng City, but I had to leave my home due to offending a powerful faction here that I have only just returned, risking much to do, so that if you choose to accept me, there may be risks involved, so please consider this carefully. You are quite forthright. Yang Xian thought better of Fong Jing, recognizing him to be an honest man. Without further ado, he inquired, Which faction is your enemy? The Sun family of Yunmeng City, a small family with several 6th-grade True Qi realm members. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian smiled. Then you shall serve as my guide in Yunmeng City. Fong Jing was overjoyed, his previous apprehension dissipating entirely. Thank you, my lord. With a companion at his side, Yang Xian entrusted Fong Jing with the care of the brocade box he carried. Fong Jing, how many days until we reach Yunmeng City? He inquired, enjoying the cool breeze. 3 days, my lord. Fong Jing respectfully replied, clearly assuming the role of a devoted attendant. Chapter 23. Yunmeng City. 3 days later, at the docks of Yunmeng City, hundreds of vessels of various sizes were anchored, while workers busily loaded and unloaded goods, creating a bustling scene. Yang Xian stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the enormous city sprawled before him, resembling a great beast lying in wait. The azure bricks and stones bore the weight of time, and the towering city walls, reaching heights of 100 meters, instilled a sense of awe with their grandeur. This was Yunmeng City, the most prosperous ancient city in the region, second only to the capital, Tianmeng City. Young Master Yang, should you require anything, please feel free to visit our Tongyuan Merchants Association. I shall always be at your service. Chen Bao called out from the ship. Waving his hand, Yang Xian waved back in farewell, cautioning, Be careful. He reached out to steady a man who nearly toppled from the bridge while carrying a large bag of goods. The man, startled and pale, had stumbled but was miraculously lifted back to safety, confronted by a striking young gentleman in white before him. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, the man exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Yang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Accepting the man's thanks, having entered the cleansing veins realm, he could effortlessly lift a grown man as if he were merely a chicken. Fong Jing, tell me more about this Yunmeng City, Yang Xian said, gazing up at the magnificent stone walls with keen interest. Fong Jing, eager to showcase his knowledge, cleared his throat and began, The origins of Yunmeng City stretch back to ancient times. It is said that when the vast Yunmeng Marsh appeared, this city was already established. Its exact age is lost to history. However, due to its proximity to the marsh, the city has always thrived on trade, making it a renowned location even across the realm. There are legends that a true dragon lies hidden within the Yunmeng Marsh, and, as such, Yunmeng City has been blessed with a touch of dragon's luck during the expansive conquests of the Great Zhou dynasty thousands of years ago. Several noble lords emerged from this city, endowing it with significant strength. The borders of Yunmeng Marsh are home to tens of thousands of inhabitants. The resident population of Yunmeng City exceeds 1 million. And when combined with the influx of trade vessels and caravans, the number of people here is simply incalculable. Naturally, such a prosperous city boasts formidable martial prowess. Fong Jing paused for a moment before continuing. The influence of the Great Zhou court is well known. The 3 departments of the Great Zhou have established branches in every prefectural city. Zhenwu Department suppressing rebellious forces, Qiming Department hunting down malevolent sects, and Zhan Yao Department exterminating chaotic demons in every prefectural city. The influence of the three departments is quite formidable, each led by several innate martial artists at the peak of their abilities. Yang Xian nodded in understanding, recognizing that the great Zhou dynasty showed no signs of decline, and the court's authority remained strong. Fang Jing leaned closer, lowering his voice. However, in Yunmeng City, even the three departments do not hold true power. The real rulers of Yunmeng City are the Luo family. The Luo family? Yang Xian inquired, intrigued. Indeed, the Luo family, Fang Jing confirmed, his expression grave. The prefect of Yunmeng, Luo Tianxing, is the head of this family, and more importantly, he is a third-grade master of the Transcendence realm. Fang Jing's admiration for the master was evident as he spoke. A master possesses the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Such a person is akin to a celestial being. Even some state governors may not be masters, yet Luo Tianxing, with his mastery, serves as a prefect, which is a considerable honor. Furthermore, the Luo family boasts more than one master. Luo Tianxing's younger brother, Luo Lai, is also a master, serving as a general under the great Zhou's divine martial marquis, commanding a third of the divine martial army, wielding immense power. With two masters in one family, the Luo family ranks among the top 10 clans across the realm. In Yunmeng City, the Luo family has established their domain, leaving no room for other noble families. Therefore, it would be wise not to provoke the Luo family here. Otherwise, one would find themselves in dire straits. Fang Jing cautioned. Reflecting on his own predicament, he earnestly warned Yang Xian, concerned that the young man, emboldened by his youth, might inadvertently offend the Luo family. Oh, such formidable influence indeed. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow. Surprised. While he was aware of Luo Qingning's exceptional background, he had not anticipated such prominence in that case. Let us proceed. Where are we going? Fang Jing asked, perplexed. To the Luo family, Yang Xian replied. The Luo estate was situated at the very heart of Yunmeng City, sprawling over a vast area, adorned with elegant pavilions, bridges, and carefully arranged gardens and fountains that in the estate's rear courtyard. Luo Qingning donned a flowing white dress, fiercely sparring with a middle-aged maid at the True Qi realm. Green lotus breaking form, sword Qi, a swirling azure sword energy, shaped like a lotus, swept through the air. The maid, startled, immediately summoned her protective Qi. The 3-inch thick, formless barrier dissolved upon contact with the azure sword energy, vanishing as if melted in water. The maid's expression shifted to one of astonishment as the sword energy dissipated upon reaching her, leaving no trace behind. Your sword energy has not only improved, but has also become more fluid, she remarked, recognizing that among her peers in Yunmeng City, none could rival her young mistress. In the meantime, a girl in a green dress, Xiao He, stuffed pastries in her mouth while praising her mistress. Slow down, Luo Qingning sighed, rolling her eyes at her maid, who was indulging in the treats, feeling exasperated at her lack of resistance to food. Miss, someone has come to pay their respects. A guard suddenly rushed in from outside the courtyard. Oh, a friend from Heishan City. Outside the Luo estate, Fang Jing gazed at the imposing entrance, particularly unnerved by the sharp gazes of the two guards stationed at the door. My lord, how do you know Miss Luo? Fang Jing asked curiously, having initially thought that his newfound ally was merely a martial arts prodigy, only to discover such powerful connections. Miss Yang Xian, who had been admiring the fierce-looking guards, turned to Fang Jing, puzzled by the term. Indeed, my lord. Do you not know? Luo Qingning, the fairy of Yunmeng, is a renowned figure not only in Yunmeng Prefecture but across all 36 states. Such fame! What is the reason? Yang Xian inquired. Astonished, to have such renown across 36 states surely indicated something remarkable. You truly do not know? Fang Jing gazed at Yang Xian in disbelief, as if encountering someone from a remote village. Yang Xian, feeling somewhat affronted by this scrutiny, questioned, Is that so unusual? Fang Jing hastily explained. My lord, the fairy is ranked 3rd on the Supreme Beauty list, known as the White Jade Fairy, with an ethereal beauty and celestial charm. She is spoken of as flawless jade, akin to a heavenly being. The Supreme Beauty list honors those whose elegance and grace are unparalleled, and being ranked third ensures her name echoes throughout the 36 states. A hint of admiration flickered in Fong Jing's eyes. Such figures were, in his mind, like celestial beings, only to be dreamt of, never thought to be encountered in reality. But my lord, have you truly never heard of the Supreme Beauty list? Indeed, I have not, Yang Xin admitted. Yang Xinyuan was merely a down-and-out individual struggling to make ends meet, entirely oblivious to such extraordinary tales. Fong Jing gently caressed her face with her hand, astonished to discover that this young man was a martial arts enthusiast. Completely unaware of such a renowned list. Young master, allow me to introduce it to you, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, a maid stepped forward. This young master, my lady has asked me to guide you. Yang Xinyuan promptly followed the maid inside, with Fong Jing hurrying after them, abandoning her unfinished words. Chapter 24. The Five Elements Dao Body. The maid led Yang Xinyuan through a series of corridors, passing several courtyards until they finally reached their destination. As Yang Xinyuan trailed behind the maid, his mind wandered to the powerful auras of the guards and maids he had encountered along the way. Character: Zhao San. Physique: mortal talent. Resilience, green. Swordsmanship prodigy, green. Realm: mid-stage, 6th grade, true Qi realm character. Li Si physique: mortal talent. Loyalty, green. Swordsmanship prodigy, green. Iron will, green. Realm: late stage, 6th grade, true Qi realm character. Luoyang physique: firewood spirit body, blue. Talent: indomitable, green. Swordsmanship prodigy, green. Master of sorcery, blue. Realm: mid-stage, 5th grade, divine intent realm master of sorcery. Possesses profound mastery in the arcane arts, capable of unleashing extraordinary magical potency. Firewood spirit body, blue, a harmonious blend of fire and wood. Gathering spiritual energy, endowed with exceptional aptitude and a keen understanding of the fire and wood paths. Yang Xinyuan noted the considerable number of true Qi realm martial artists, most serving as guards. He had just passed a courtyard where a middle-aged man clad in a robust robe exhibited the strongest prowess among them. Judging by his name, he was likely a member of the Luo family, and a 5th grade divine intent martial artist at that, boasting 2 blue attributes, which indicated exceptional talent. Truly, the Luo family was remarkable. In such a short span, he had already encountered several innate realm warriors. Young master, we have arrived, the graceful maid announced as she guided them to a finely crafted small courtyard before taking her leave. Please, enter. Luo Qingning sat elegantly in a wrought-tan chair at the center of the courtyard. Her jade-like face flushed with a hint of color, embodying an ethereal beauty and a tranquil, otherworldly aura, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Behind her stood an exquisitely beautiful girl in a green dress, gazing curiously at Yang Xinyuan. Luo girl, it has been a while, Yang Xinyuan greeted with a slight bow. Fong Jing, however, was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting a dazed expression, flawless as jade, with autumn waters for spirit and bones of divine jade. Such is the celestial beauty that the extraordinary rankings do not deceive me, she murmured in awe, unable to contain her excitement. Noticing Fong Jing's enthrallment, the girl behind Luo Qingning frowned slightly, displeased. You truly lack manners, she admonished. Yang Xinyuan, observing Fong Jing's captivated demeanor, could only sigh. Luo girl, please do not take offense. My attendant has merely heard your illustrious name and is somewhat overwhelmed to witness your true form. Fong Jing quickly regained her composure and immediately apologized. My apologies. Celestial Maiden, it is my first encounter with someone of your stature, and I was momentarily lost in admiration. It is quite all right. I bear no ill will. Luo Qingning replied, finding the situation somewhat amusing, as she had encountered such reactions before. Yang Xinyuan understood Fong Jing's response. Had he not been tempered by the will of the sword upon first meeting Luo Qingning, he too might have been ensnared by her enchanting presence. Luo girl summoned me here to partake in the demon-slaying trial, and I hope my early arrival does not inconvenience you, Yang Xinyuan explained, his face betraying a hint of desperation for hospitality. Luo Qingning, taken aback by Yang Xuanyuan's forthrightness, had never encountered someone so direct in seeking residence. However, she had intended to recruit Yang Xianyuan for the demon-slaying division, and his arrival indicated he harbored such intentions. "You are quite bold, but my Luo family mansion is spacious. Your stay poses no issue," she agreed, nodding in acquiescence. "However, I do have one request. Please go ahead for the next 3 days. I would like you to accompany me in sword practice, allowing me to gauge your martial prowess," Luo Qingming said, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Xianyuan in Yunmeng City. She had yet to encounter a peer to challenge her, and Yang Xuanyuan's appearance presented a perfect opportunity. Of course, Yang Xianyuan readily consented, eager to seek Luo Qingming's insights regarding his innate sword bone. The simulated martial arts experiences had offered little knowledge about his unique talent, leaving him with scant understanding of his own gift. "It is settled then," Luo Qingming declared, and she promptly instructed the maid, Xiao He, to escort Yang Xianyuan to an empty courtyard. "Young master, follow me," Xiao He cheerfully beckoned, leading the two to a new courtyard. Such vitality, Yang Xianyuan chuckled, watching the lively Xiao He as he curiously accessed his panel. Character: Luo He physique, 5 elements Dao body, orange, talent, gluttony, white. Sorcery master: purple, spiritual wisdom, purple, focus, green, realm. Early stage 7 grade, cleansing marrow realm, 5 elements Dao body, a convergence of the 5 elements, favored by the heavens, innately possessing the 5 elements' divine abilities. Unimpeded in the path of the 5 elements. Note: the Dao body fully awakens only upon reaching the 6th grade True Qi realm. Sorcery master: a myriad of magic, worthy of the title master, with profound comprehension of sorcery. Focus: more adept at entering a state of concentration, undistracted. Gluttony: possesses a more voracious appetite than the average person, truly a genius. Yang Xianyuan was taken aback upon seeing the orange attribute, realizing that the seemingly naive maid was indeed a true prodigy. The hallmark of the congenital realm was mastery over divine abilities. Thus, possessing an innate affinity for the 5 elements suggested that reaching the 3rd grade congenital realm would be devoid of obstacles. Yang Xianyuan contemplated his own innate sword bone, which similarly bore the potential for divine abilities. It appeared the orange attribute could indeed guarantee advancement to the 3rd grade congenital realm. "Young master, this is it," Xiao He announced as they arrived at a tranquil, exquisitely crafted small courtyard. "Thank you, Xiao He." Yang Xianyuan expressed his gratitude with a sincere demeanor, his gaze earnest. "It's nothing," Xiao He replied, feeling bashful under his attentive gaze, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly excused herself. Yang Xianyuan chuckled softly, watching the maid retreat in haste. How amusing. Xiao He, now distanced, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation at having been flustered by a mere gaze. "Xiao He, you are a maidservant to the young lady. How can you be so easily overwhelmed?" Yet she conceded that this young master was indeed far more refined than the bothersome individuals she often encountered. "Wait, what am I thinking?" Xiao He shook her head vigorously, dismissing the earlier incident from her mind. "Come, this will be our temporary abode," Yang Xianyuan said, patting Fong Jing's shoulder as they entered the small courtyard. Fong Jing, still in a daze, reflected on how, just yesterday, he was a destitute scholar fleeing from pursuers, and today he found himself residing within the illustrious Luo family of Yunmeng City. "Young master, I adore you," Fong Jing declared, her expression brimming with emotion as she followed closely behind. Chapter 25, Sword Discussion with Luo Qingming Master. The young lady has invited guests to reside in the estate today. An elderly steward informed Luo Tianxing, who was engrossed in reviewing official documents. Though Luo Tianxing had surpassed 100 years of age, his breakthrough into the congenital realm rendered him appearing merely in his 30s, exuding a scholarly and affable demeanor. Upon hearing that his beloved daughter had guests, he was taken aback, raising his head in astonishment. Luo Tianxing had a fair understanding of his daughter in Yunmeng City. She had few acquaintances, and those so-called prodigies were hardly worthy of her regard. Could it be that the young lady from the divine martial marker residence has come? Yet I received no word from the marquis, he pondered. Just as Luo Tianxing was mulling over this, the steward added, "Sir, it is a young man." "What?" Luo, Tianqing exclaimed, rising from his seat in shock. His daughter had brought a man home. What are you shouting about? A graceful, dignified woman carrying a bowl of fish soup entered, immediately reprimanding him for his outburst. "My lady, there's a matter of significance." Luo, Tianqing replied, his demeanor shifting to one of respect upon seeing his wife. "What could possibly cause you, the head of the household, to be so flustered?" Wang Qiuxue inquired, setting the fish soup on the table and taking a seat. "My lady, our daughter has brought a young man into the residence." Luo, Tianqing explained, his tone laced with concern. "Perhaps some scoundrel has used deceitful words to ensnare her." Hearing this, Wang Qiuxue furrowed her brows. "Luo, can't you say something positive? Perhaps it is a talented young man that Xiao Ning has befriended outside, leading her to invite him here." Luo Tianqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say. Perhaps it was fate that brought Xiao Ninger to encounter him while she was out slaying demons during her training. Together, they vanquished malevolent creatures, gradually developing a fondness for each other, ultimately leading to her invitation for him to come here. Wang Qiuxue gazed at him with a face full of emotion, seemingly resonating with her daughter's experiences. "Absolutely not," Luo Tianqing exclaimed, a surge of anger rising within him. "Why not?" Wang Qiuxue shot him an unpleased look, taken aback that he would dare to contradict such a touching narrative of hers. "Madam, Xiao Ninger is merely 18. Luo Tianqing protested, feeling aggrieved. "And what of it? At the age of 18, it would be splendid for Xiao Ning to encounter her destined partner," Wang Qiuxue replied, exuding an aura of pure maternal affection. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "No, I must personally investigate this fellow." Wang Qiuxue immediately cast him a disapproving glance. "You, a master of the transcendental realm, visiting a junior. A mere display of your might would surely leave that young man utterly rattled. Should Xiao Ninger find out, you can be certain it won't end well for you." Luo Tianqing vehemently protested his innocence. "Am I truly perceived as such a domineering figure in your eyes, madam? I care not if you dare to meet with the guest. I shall inform Xiao." "No, madam." Luo Tianqing watched helplessly as Wang Qiuxue departed. Feeling utterly defeated, his gaze then shifted to the elderly butler beside him. "Uncle Zhong, I must trouble you to investigate this guest of Xiao Ning. If he harbors ill intentions, I expect to be informed immediately." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall discern the truth." The elderly butler clasped his hands and promptly set off on his task. Luo Tianqing, disinterested in dealing with official documents, strolled to the entrance, gazing at the azure sky. Lost in thought, as golden and azure sword energies collided fiercely, shockwaves radiated outward, carving deep gashes into the ground, resembling a spider's web. Miss Luo, splendid swordsmanship. Yang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his first time engaging in earnest combat. Yet despite unleashing the formidable Gungjin killing sword Qi, he found himself at a disadvantage. The caliber of swordsmanship possessed by Luo Qingning was undoubtedly on par with his own, and she too had comprehended the subtleties of minor sword intent. Shortly after arriving at the courtyard, Yang Xian had received an invitation from Luo Qingning to engage in sword practice. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to witness the prowess of a martial arts prodigy renowned throughout the 36 states. After a series of exchanges, it was clear that Luo Qingning held the upper hand, not only due to her superior foundation, but also her evidently superior techniques compared to Yang Xian. Thus, even with her cultivation restrained to the early stages of the cleansing pulse realm, she still surpassed Yang Xian in almost every aspect, aside from sword intent. Again, Yang Xian, filled with enthusiasm, was eager to engage with someone of his own age who surpassed him in strength. Gripping his Gung Xian sword tightly, he focused intently on Luo Qingning, searching for any sign of weakness. With a roar, Yang Xian chose to engage Luo Qingning in close combat. "Very well," Luo Qingning replied, standing her ground as her sword danced gracefully in her hand. Xiao He, observing from the sidelines, could only perceive a myriad of sword shadows, the fierce sword energy enveloping a radius of several dozen meters, with faint silhouettes of the two combatants locked in fierce battle. "Remarkable! Go, miss!" Xiao He exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration, witnessing her mistress's full power for the first time. How astonishing is our young master! Fang Jing stood at the edge, watching Yang Xian contend with Luo Qingning. Somewhat entranced, he had not anticipated that the ally he had latched onto in haste would prove to be such a formidable figure, able to engage in a fierce battle with a renowned prodigy. Meanwhile, several guards from the Luo family stood nearby, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. Among them was Luo Yang, who was also present. Luo Yang watched the duel with unwavering focus, astonished that someone was able to engage so intensely with his family's young mistress. "Who is this youthful hero?" "Captain, he is a guest invited by the young mistress," a guard promptly replied. "A guest, you say?" Luo Yang redirected his attention to the two combatants, the sword energy intertwining fiercely, the residual waves wreaking havoc upon the martial platform, the power far exceeding that of the cleansing pulse realm. Ordinary practitioners of the cleansing pulse realm merely possessed extraordinary physiques, wielding their blades like any average person, albeit with greater lethality. The current scene, with sword energies weaving through the air as if by magic, could only be achieved by those who had mastered the true Qi realm. Only those gifted with sword intent could subtly harness the forces of heaven and earth within the cleansing pulse realm, manifesting sword energies that rivaled the might of true Qi. Furthermore, it was evident that neither of these two were novices in sword intent, as their techniques were sharp and fluid, having already attained a level of minor mastery. At over 50 years of age, Luo Yang had recently achieved a significant breakthrough in his sword intent, while the lifespan of those in the divine intent realm could extend over 200 years. He still felt somewhat youthful in comparison to these two prodigies. "How I feel the weight of age," Luo Yang mused, stroking the newly sprouted whiskers on his chin. Master Zhong. He turned upon hearing a voice, spotting a slightly hunched elderly gentleman standing behind him. "Master Zhong." Luo Yang recognized him immediately, bowing respectfully. Though the elderly man appeared frail, Luo Yang knew that he had maintained this demeanor for as long as he could remember, unchanged even to this day. "Oh, it is young Yang." Master Zhong smiled, having watched this side branch of the Luo family grow, recognizing the lad's considerable talent. Master Zhong then redirected his gaze to the martial platform. With a resounding clash, Yang Xian was forced to retreat over 10 meters, his foot striking the ground, causing the ironwood floor to shatter and collapse beneath him. "Indeed, Miss Luo is superior," Yang Xian noted, feeling the fatigue settle into his arms. The continuous exertion of sword intent had taken a significant toll on his body. However, Luo Qingning shook her head. "I merely hold an advantage in techniques. Had young Master Yang trained in the sacred texts from a young age as I did, you would undoubtedly have bested me today." Yang Xian managed a faint smile, thinking it unwise to mention that he had only recently begun his martial training over a month ago, a result of his own diligent practice. Miss Luo need not be so modest. A victory is a victory. Life is not filled with what-ifs, and the outcome of this duel is the reality we face. He replied earnestly. Luo Qingning paused, a flicker of appreciation crossing her features. Humble and composed. Such qualities are indeed rare. As Yang Xian and Luo Qingning descended the martial platform, she immediately noticed the hunchbacked elder. "Uncle Zhong, what brings you here?" she inquired, surprised to see him. Upon seeing Luo Qingning, the elderly butler's face lit up with a smile. "With such a commotion created by you, how could I possibly stay away?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Luo Qingning tugged at a strand of her azure hair before turning her attention back to Yang Xian. "Uncle Zhong, this is my guest, Yang Xian, a true martial arts prodigy." Yang Xian offered a polite greeting to the seemingly affable elder while discreetly assessing his panel. Chapter 26. Dragon and Elephant Character. Wang Zhong Physique. Dragon Elephant Overlord Body. Purple. Mountain Moving Divine 8 Bloodline. Purple. Talent. Dragon Elephant Divine Strength. Purple. Unmovable as a mountain. Purple. Loyalty and Honor. Green. Realm. 3rd Grade Transcendental Realm. Incomplete. Dragon Elephant Overlord Body. As powerful as a dragon and as sturdy as an elephant. Possessing unparalleled brute strength. Dragon Elephant Divine Strength. In water, one's dragon strength is supreme. On land, the elephant's might reigns supreme. Unmovable as a mountain. a physique of immense power, grounded firmly, gaining all-encompassing amplification, steadfast as a mountain. Mountain-moving divine ape bloodline. The mountain-moving divine ape is an ancient divine beast, capable of moving mountains across vast distances in a single day, possessing a physique that is exceedingly rare in the present day. Loyalty and honor. A blend of loyalty and righteousness. A person of loyalty possesses a resilient mind. Yang Xian felt a jolt of surprise. The seemingly gentle elder before him was, in fact, a master of the transcendental realm. Albeit an incomplete one, this was his first encounter with a master of such caliber. And though he differed from his expectations, the brilliance of the four purple attributes unmistakably conveyed the elder's extraordinary nature. Moreover, he was a master of body refinement, a notion that left Yang Xian utterly astonished. Gazing at the elder, who smiled revealing a set of slightly crooked yellow teeth, it was difficult for Yang Xian to envision him being capable of sending him flying 100,000 miles with a single punch. "Greetings, Uncle Zhong," Yang Xian offered amicably, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Truly a remarkable young talent. Indeed, exceptional. Wang Zhong praised the handsome youth before him without reservation. "Uncle Zhong, you flatter me that if we speak of prodigies, it is Miss Luo who is the genuine paragon." Yang Xian replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat reserved in the presence of a body refinement master like Wang Zhong. "Young man, modesty is commendable, yet at times it is essential to exhibit a hint of brilliance," Wang Zhong advised. Wang Zhong observed the somewhat reserved youth before him and chuckled. "Meeting such an interesting young gentleman today makes me feel as if I've regained a few years of youth." He then added with profound implications, "My young lady has had little interaction with others since childhood, that we elders have been overly protective, wishing for her to remain carefree. Now that you have become her friend, I hope you will support her in the future, that if there are any ill-intentioned individuals, please do not hesitate to inform us. Although I may be an old fellow, I am still capable of throwing a few punches." Wang Zhong spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet in Yang Xian's eyes, he transformed into a towering divine ape, roaring at the heavens and shattering mountains. However, this extraordinary vision vanished in an instant, as if it were merely a figment of Yang Xian's imagination. Yet Yang Xian understood that Wang Zhong had inadvertently unleashed his imposing aura, the powerful mental impact causing such a phenomenon. Truly a protective guardian. Yang Xian comprehended the elder's intentions and solemnly replied, "Since Miss Luo regards me as a friend, as long as I, Yang Xian, am here, Miss Luo shall not suffer any grievances." Beside them, Luo Qingning's face instantly flushed at his words. "You two, please don't just speak among yourselves." Yang Xian, noticing the flustered Luo Qingning, realized his words had been too intimate and awkwardly turned his head away. Wang Zhong also sensed how the situation had taken an unexpected turn. "I shall not intrude upon your youthful conversation any longer," he said, hastily departing. Well, at least the task set by the master has been accomplished. Once Wang Zhong left, Luo Qingning shifted her gaze back to Yang Xian. Still blushing, "Young Master Yang, please do not take offense. Uncle Zhong is merely overly concerned for me." Yang Xian shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. "Moreover, I am quite willing to protect Miss Luo." Observing Luo Qingning's lingering embarrassment, he couldn't help but tease, and sure enough, her face turned crimson once more. Young Master Yang truly has a knack for jest. Luo Qingning shot him a glance, her face scrunching up before she hurriedly departed. Yang Xian watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress his laughter. Little he, who had been lingering below, noticed her lady's flushed face and curiously inquired, "Miss, why is your face so red?" "It's nothing, just the cold." Little he glanced at the bright sun above, listening earnestly to Luo Qingning's whimsical explanation. "Then, miss, remember to wear more clothes in the future. I in the residence of Luo Tianxing. How did Uncle Zhong fare?" Upon seeing Wang Zhong's return, Luo Tianxing inquired anxiously. "The physical body is pure, and the spirit is unblemished. He should not be associated with any malevolent sections. I just used my spirit to probe. And there were no signs of possession or control, so there should be no issues." Wang Zhong reported his findings. "That is good." Luo Tianxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. having been demoted from the central court to serve as the Lord of Yunmeng Prefecture. His greatest concern was the potential for trouble to find him. Though a master of the third rank in the Tongxin realm, he was not afraid of petty individuals, yet his family could be at risk. Were it not for Luo Qingming's insistence on joining the Demon Slayer division, and knowing it was unrealistic to confine his daughter within the estate, he would have preferred for her to remain indoors for his peace of mind. After all, a prodigy ranked third on the peerless list of swordsmanship was indeed a sight to behold. And what is the nature of their relationship? Now that he knew Yang Xian was not affiliated with any malevolent sect, Luo Tianqing was curious about his connection with his daughter. Miss and young Master Yang are, I suppose, friends. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhong provided his answer. Just friends, I believe. Luo Tianqing immediately let out a sigh of relief. That is good that I would not want an unexpected son-in-law. Miss, I can assist you no further. Wang Zhong silently thought to himself. 3 days later, in Luo Qingming's courtyard, Yang Xian was attentively observing opposite him. His expression focused. Meanwhile, Luo Qingming was brewing tea, her movements fluid and graceful, a sight to behold. Miss Luo, your tea brewing skills are truly remarkable. Upon completing the final step of her tea-making process, she poured the tea into 3 cups, filling them to 8/10 full, releasing a rich fragrance. Please, young master. Thank you. Yang Xian picked up the teacup, savoring the delicate flavor, which was light yet sweet, refreshing, and utterly relaxing. He could feel his thoughts sharpening. Evidently, this was an exceptionally rare tea capable of enhancing one's comprehension. Even if only for a brief moment, it was invaluable. Meanwhile, little he was continuously stuffing her mouth with pastries. Upon seeing the steaming tea, she gulped it down in one go and smacked her lips, seemingly still wanting more. Luo Qingming, witnessing this, swiftly delivered a light chop to Little He's head. Ouch! 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 Little He covered her head, looking utterly wronged. Haha! Yang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Miss Luo and Little He share a truly deep bond. Luo Qingming, somewhat helpless, held her forehead and said, "Please forgive me for making you laugh, young master." Yang Xian, glancing at Little He, remarked with a smile, "Little He is pure-hearted. It would be an understatement to say she is endearing. How could I possibly find it amusing?" Hearing Yang Xian's praise, Little He straightened her back, wearing a look of satisfaction. Luo Qingming, observing Little He's pride, felt a touch of helplessness. "Miss, could you tell me about this innate sword bone?" Yang Xian finally posed a question he was most eager to learn, simultaneously channeling the sword bone within him, emitting a white glow from his chest. Luo Qingming felt her own sword bone resonate with Yang Xian's, as if the two were instinctively responding to one another. With a look of astonishment, she realized that the young gentleman was akin to her. No wonder he mastered both sword intent and knife intent simultaneously. It turned out he possessed an innate sword bone in addition to his exceptional comprehension. Luo Qingming felt a surge of excitement, having unexpectedly encountered someone like herself. "Since you possess an innate sword bone, I shall share some information I've gathered." Chapter 27. The division of sword bones. Innate sword bones have appeared numerous times throughout history. Each sword bone is unique, and their completeness varies. Only a complete sword bone can nurture a full-fledged divine ability. However, even complete sword bones can differ in quality. Generally, more powerful sword bones can nurture higher-tier divine abilities. This is also the nature of sword bones. Those capable of nurturing superior divine abilities have only appeared sparingly in history. The majority of sword bones are of inferior or intermediate quality, or even remnants of divine abilities. As Luo Qingming spoke, she activated the sword bone within her, and the clear sound of sword resonance echoed continuously. The divine abilities nurtured by sword bones can only manifest upon breaking through to the true gang realm. Before reaching the true gang realm, innate sword bones can only enhance our understanding of the sword path. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian finally understood why he could not harness the power of the sword bone. It was simply a matter of not having reached the necessary realm. He had thought it was because of a defective sword bone that he couldn't utilize it. Thank you for clarifying this. Yang Xian glanced at the dawn breaking outside and immediately rose. Miss, the trial at the Demon Slayer division should be commencing soon. Yes? Luo Qingming nodded. I have already prepared the carriage. young master may depart directly. Hearing this, Yang Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Upon arriving outside the estate, Yang Xian beheld 4 horses with horns atop their heads and bodies adorned with black scales, pulling an ornate carriage. These are Juma, possessing the bloodline of a flood dragon. They're exceptionally robust, nearly reaching the 7th grade marrow washing realm, and are considered top-tier extraordinary horses in the Dezhou dynasty. Fang Jing had already arrived nearby, and upon seeing the 4 impressive Jiaoma, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yang Xian took his seat, and Fang Jing followed suit. Young master, please hold on tight. We shall set off. The coachman cracked the whip, and the 4 Jiaoma surged forward, galloping with a furious speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Demon Slayer division was not located in the heart of Yunmeng City, but rather on the outskirts. Situated to the east of the city, here, a series of sprawling buildings comprised the residence of the Demon Slayer division, with a prominent tower rising in the center, 9 stories high and nearly 100 meters tall. At this moment, the usually quiet entrance of the Demon Slayer division was bustling with activity, as many individuals gathered at the entrance, awaiting something. A magnificent carriage, pulled by 4 Jiaoma, approached amidst the swirling dust, capturing the attention of many. Young master, those are the talents from all corners of Yunmeng Prefecture. Fang Jing gestured, his gaze fixed on a cold-faced young swordsman clutching a long sword. His name is Zheng Jian, a member of the Zheng family in Yunmeng City. Though the Zheng family is not a prominent clan, their influence is considerable, with several masters in the divinity realm. As the second son of the Zheng family patriarch, Zheng Jian possesses commendable talent. It is said he not only has a special constitution, but also an extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship. Merely 20 years of age, he has already reached the mid-stage of marrow washing and seems to have grasped the rudiments of sword intent. However, he should not pose much of a threat to you. Fang Jing continued to introduce Yang Xian to other notable talents, including the heir of a merchant guild and rising rogue prodigies. Yang Xian looked at Fang Jing with curiosity. Why are you inquiring about so many people? My dear sir, are you preparing to join the Demon Slayer division? I am merely taking precautions after all. They will be your future colleagues. Fang Jing gazed at Yang Xian with a serious expression. Yang Xian, observing Fang Jing, who had already begun gathering information, felt quite pleased, although he held no regard for these individuals. Fang Jing, as his attendant, was performing commendably in this aspect. Indeed, you are doing well, but there is no need for further introductions that I did not come to the Demon Slayer division to forge friendships. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Yang Xian interrupted Fang Jing, for he had come here to pursue his grand ambitions of vengeance against those who had wronged him. Who knows, perhaps these colleagues' families might one day fall into his hands, and he had no desire to make acquaintances. As 4 magnificent dragon horses galloped into view, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. These are dragon horses. My heavens, each one is worth tens of thousands of taels. Where does this young master hail from? Exclaimed a well-dressed young man, astonished by the approaching carriage. However, as the carriage drew nearer, everyone soon discerned the character Luo emblazoned upon it, heightening the attention of all present. The Luo family. The Luo family. The name of the Yunmeng Luo clan held formidable sway in Yunmeng City, evoking both fear and admiration. It appears to be the carriage of a young lady from the Luo family, a young swordsman remarked uncertainly, gazing at the exquisite carriage. What? Is it Luo Qingning, the renowned fairy of the divine beauty list? Immediately, the crowd was captivated by his words, erupting into a frenzy. The name of Luo Qingning, the 3rd ranked on the divine beauty list, was well known throughout Yunmeng City, and in truth, her fame eclipsed that of Luo Tianxing, a master of the profound realm. After all, while masters were rare, there were still several across the 36 states. Yet, the 3rd on the divine beauty list was undeniably a breathtaking beauty, the first of her kind to grace Yunmeng City. Indeed, I once witnessed her ride in this very carriage. I stood by the roadside and beheld her unparalleled beauty, a sight I shall never forget. The young swordsman spoke with an unmistakable admiration gleaming in his eyes. With the young swordsman's fervent confirmation, the crowd, which had been waiting, burst into excited chatter, their eyes glued to the carriage. As the curtains of the carriage were gently drawn back, a slender, elegantly shaped hand emerged. Truly a fairy, even her delicate hand is unlike that of ordinary women. The crowd mused, their thoughts racing as the curtains were fully pulled aside. A tall figure of exquisite bearing stepped out of the carriage, followed by a bookish-looking attendant. How did the fairy transform into a man? And why are there two? A soft crack echoed, as if something fragile had shattered, and the crowd regarded the two figures emerging from the carriage with eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and indignation. Upon disembarking, Yang Xian noticed the multitude staring at him, their eyes brimming with tears, as if he had committed some unspeakable transgression. I haven't even begun to attract hatred, and yet it seems I have already filled the quota. Yang Xian felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that he possessed some innate quality that incited disdain? After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. Surely this crowd could not believe that Luo Qingming was inside the carriage. With this thought in mind, Yang Xian observed the expressions of the onlookers, suppressing his amusement, while maintaining an air of composure as he awaited at the entrance of the Demon Slayer division. Fang Jing, meanwhile, swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the many eyes fixed upon him. Was this the price of following a prodigious talent, to endure such scrutiny? He then glanced at the serene Yang Xian, admiration swelling within him. Truly, my master remains unfazed even amidst such a throng of wolves. Yang Xian, amidst the probing gazes, began to open various panels for examination. One must always be cautious, as he was well versed in the art of playing the fool to achieve victory. He had no desire to uncover any hidden dangers lurking within. With a sense of ennui, he clicked through the panels until one caught his attention, causing his expression to turn grave. Chapter 28. The Demon Slayer Trial Character. Yin Zixia, Qiyuan River. Physique. Mortal Talent. Crimson Demon Primordial Spirit. Purple. Soul Mutation. Purple. Demon Path Prodigy. Purple. Realm. Early 7th rank, Cleansing Marrow Realm, Crimson Demon Primordial Spirit. The soul has undergone transformation, and the primordial spirit has manifested, capable of soul possession. Soul Mutation. Due to cohabitation with the primordial spirit, the soul is undergoing mutation and is being assimilated. Demon Path Prodigy. Ruthless and unrestrained, the speed of practicing demonic techniques is greatly enhanced. Indeed, I have encountered one. Yang Xian raised his gaze to see a young man clad in a purple robe, with an ordinary yet resolute countenance, lingering in a corner alone. Who is that? Yang Xian gestured for Fang Jing to look at the young man in the purple robe. Fang Jing scrutinized him closely. Master, that is one of the prodigies participating in this Demon Slayer trial. Yin Zixia, he is a rising star among rogue cultivators. It is said he was once an ordinary martial artist. But since returning from Yunmeng Marsh, his strength has surged remarkably, reportedly breaking through to the Cleansing Marrow Realm. Given his battle records, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Many claim he has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, garnering significant attention, yet he remains unharmed. As Fang Jing spoke, a hint of envy crossed his features. Such fortuitous encounters were the dreams of every martial artist. Yang Xian listened, pondering thoughtfully. This Yin Zixia must be the one who returned from Yunmeng Marsh with the Crimson Demon Primordial Spirit. Given the terms Soul Mutation and Demon Path Prodigy, it was likely that Yin Zixia was on the verge of becoming this Primordial Spirit's new vessel. The glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yang Xian's eyes. A Primordial Spirit could only be manifested upon reaching the 2nd rank true Fire Realm. To possess a Primordial Spirit meant one could undertake soul possession, a means of living anew. Although this opportunity was limited to a single attempt, it was still profoundly dangerous. However, the number of 2nd-rank true Fire Realm experts was exceedingly rare, with only a handful known throughout the land. Yang Xian recalled a figure that had appeared in the simulations. Qi Shui, a revered member of the Crimson Blood Demon sect. The similarity in their surnames could not be mere coincidence. The Crimson Blood Demon sect, known as one of the 8 great demonic sects, was among the most formidable in existence, making it entirely plausible for them to boast an expert of the 2nd-rank true Fire Realm. Yang Xian cast a disinterested glance and moved on. Such ancient beings were still far beyond his current reach, and it was best to avoid any entanglements. Master, will the difficulty of this Demon Slayer trial be great? Yin Zixia silently pondered. Fear not. With my guidance, this trial shall pose no challenge for you, Xuan River replied with unwavering confidence. Reassured by the words of his enigmatic mentor, Yin Zixia felt a sense of relief wash over him. I must become a member of the Demon Slayer Division and personally vanquish the demons to avenge my parents, who fell victim to their hands. Yin Zixia silently vowed within, for his parents had perished at the hands of the demonkin. With his mediocre talent, he would have lived a lackluster life, but encountering his current mysterious mentor had changed everything. Not only had his talent improved, but he had also been taught powerful techniques, turning him into a genius, illuminating a glimmer of hope for his future. And my mentor is truly the greatest opportunity of my life. Yin Zixia could not help but smile at the thought. Meanwhile, deep within Yin Zixia's soul, Xuan River was cursing vehemently. This wretched brat chooses to join the Demon Slayer Division. Does he not wish for me to live? Xuan River simmered with frustration. Originally, upon possessing this body, he would have swiftly returned to the Crimson Blood Demon sect to regain his strength. However, due to the severe injuries inflicted upon his primordial spirit, he was left with no choice but to parasitize Yin Zixia's soul, gradually assimilating it. During this period, Xuan River was effectively bound to Yin Zixia's soul. Should the Demon Slayer Division discover any abnormalities, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Damn it, this brat's resolve is too steadfast. Xuan River felt exasperated. He had intended to sway the boy's thoughts through influence, but Yin Zixia's determination was too resolute. Even with Xuan River's relentless attempts day and night, he could not alter the boy's mindset. If so, I must act swiftly. Xuan River felt a tinge of helplessness. While this course of action carried risks, it was the most secure approach. The Demon Slayer Division employed rigorous methods to detect souls. And had Xuan River not been gravely injured, he would have dismissed the detection of a district-level Demon Slayer Division entirely. However, given his current state, even the act of soul possession posed significant challenges, and he lacked the confidence to evade the division's scrutiny. Do not blame me. Little one, encountering me is both your fortune and misfortune, and I shall mold you into a formidable force. All you need do is cooperate. Once I seize control of this body, I will slay as many demons as I desire. The heart of the Xuan River was resolute, utterly silent in the depths of the soul, with a resounding thud. The heavy iron gate was slowly pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a bright silver robe, followed closely by a row of demon-slaying enforcers dressed in dark black robes. Among these enforcers, the predominant colors were black, silver, and gold, corresponding to the 3 ranks of copper, silver, and gold badges. The gold badge was reserved for those who had attained the 3rd rank of the Transcendence Realm, while the silver badge was divided into 3 tiers, from 1 stripe to 3 stripes, roughly aligning with the 3 stages of innate cultivation. The copper badge was worn by body-forging martial artists who had yet to reach the innate stage. And these were the most common demon-slaying enforcers. Fang Jing explained to Yang Xian. Yang Xian turned his gaze toward the leading middle-aged man, whose silver-white robe bore 2 silver stripes, indicating a martial artist of the divine intent realm. The silver badge enforcer seemed to sense Yang Xian's gaze and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. This gesture left Yang Xian bewildered, as he was certain he did not know this enforcer. Fang Jing, recalling something, promptly reacted, "Young master, I have heard that the head of the demon-slaying division in Yunmeng City is a member of the Luo family, a 3-striped silver badge enforcer, that I suspect that due to your relationship with Miss Luo, the head has likely already been informed that last." Yang Xian understood why Luo Qingning had chosen to be in the demon-slaying division. It turned out her superior was one of their own. "Everyone, please enter," the leading silver badge enforcer called out loudly. Yang Xian and the crowd immediately filed, and a vast platform constructed of green bricks and stones rose before them, upon which stood 3 enormous black stone tablets. In our demon-slaying division, our primary objective is, of course, to eliminate the rampaging monsters. Thus, our assessment is quite straightforward. It consists of slaying monsters, which is referred to as the demon-slaying trial. The middle-aged man in the silver robe ascended the green stone platform, casting his gaze upon the 3 stone tablets. These are our task boards, recording all the monster incidents that need addressing in Yunmeng Prefecture. With a slight smile, the silver-robed man continued, Therefore, your tasks are exceedingly simple. Complete the assignments allocated to you based on your strength, as indicated on the tablets. Only those who succeed will qualify to join the demon-slaying division. Naturally, these tasks must be completed independently. Any reliance on external forces or failure to meet deadlines will render you unqualified, of course. If you are confident in your ability to deceive the scrutiny of the demon-slaying division, feel free to give it a try. After finishing his remarks, the silver-robed man gestured for everyone to come forward and examine the tablets. The crowd gathered in front of the stone tablets, and Yang Xian looked at the towering Tinzhonghai stone tablet, where words were continuously manifesting. Trial taker. Yang Xian incident. Recently, a 7th-grade monster has been causing turmoil in Sanshui City of Kaiyun County. Eliminate the monster and ascertain the cause to complete the trial. Rank. See time limit. 1 month. Kaiyun County is one of the 6 counties in Yunming Prefecture, located in the eastern part of Yunming Prefecture, encompassing dozens of cities, some as small as Heishan City, which lacks even a 7th-grade martial artist, while others are several times larger, even housing true essence realm martial artists. Sanshui City is among the larger cities, boasting a population of over 300,000, with numerous washing marrow realm martial artists. Recently, a 7th-grade tiger monster invaded Sanshui City, having devoured over 100 people before making its escape, and has since taken residence in the vicinity of Sanshui City, occasionally launching ambushes on passing merchant caravans. Yang Xian reviewed the intelligence received from the demon-slaying division and beckoned Fang Jing, who was waiting outside, to prepare for their departure. Chapter 29. Sanshui City derives its name from the 3 rivers that flow through its surroundings, and due to its prosperous shipping industry. The city thrived, becoming a bustling metropolis. This prosperity also fostered advancements in martial arts, with several washing marrow realm martial artists residing in Sanshui City. The abundance of martial artists led to the emergence of various factions. Yet one of the most formidable among them dominated the largest share of interests in the city. The local government, needless to say, stationed 2,000 soldiers in Sanshui City, along with 4 washing marrow realm martial artists. Additionally, there was the Chun family, which boasted 3 washing marrow realm martial artists, cementing their position as the most powerful faction in Sanshui City, with hundreds of servants under their command, truly embodying the essence of local authority. Young master, where should we begin? Fang Jing inquired after perusing the information at hand, directing his question towards Yang Xian at the bow of the ship. Let us first visit the government office to inquire about the situation and gather any pertinent information. Yang Xian replied without hesitation. The demon-slaying division has indicated that they have already made contact, so it is only natural we seek out the government for intelligence. An hour later, the ship docked, and the two made their way through the bustling wharf, heading straight for the county office. The county office was situated in the northern part of Sanshui City, occupying a considerable expanse of land. Yang Xian and Fang Jing quickly arrived at their destination. The guards at the entrance attempted to stop them. Yang Xian produced a black token, the demon-slaying division trial taker, here to handle the tiger monster incident. Upon hearing this, the guards dared not delay and promptly rushed inside to inform the county magistrate. I had already received word that the demon-slaying division would dispatch skilled individuals to address the tiger monster issue. And indeed, it appears to be a young prodigy, the county magistrate, Li Wei, remarked with a friendly demeanor, exuding warmth and possessing a resonant voice. I am Li Wei, a humble official, and I have come to meet the esteemed representative of the demon-slaying division. Upon seeing Yang Xian, Li Wei clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, displaying a commendable humility. There is no need for such formalities. Master Li, I am merely a trial taker from the demon-slaying division. Not yet a full-fledged enforcer, Yang Xian replied. Noticing Li Wei's amicable attitude and raising him up in regard, he discreetly assessed Li Wei's profile. Character: Li Wei physique. Mortal talents: insightful, green. Eloquence, green. Affability, green. Realm: 8th grade body forging realm completion. His strength was indeed commendable. However, this was a high martial world, and without sufficient power, one might struggle to maintain a stable position. Yang Xian had heard that within the central government of the Great Zhou dynasty, the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, along with numerous officials, We're all at least third-rank Transcendence Realm Masters. To maintain order among the masses, that I would appreciate it if you could share any information regarding the tiger monster. Master Li, Yang Xian said with a smile as he entered the county office alongside Li Wei. Certainly, Li Wei replied, leading them to the main hall of the office, where he promptly summoned the county magistrate. Young Master Yang, this is our county magistrate, and he has been tracking the matter concerning the tiger monster. So let him provide you with the details. Li Wei gestured toward the somewhat portly county magistrate. The magistrate, with a simple and honest smile, began, Young Master, this tiger monster appeared here 7 days, 8G. It first attacked a small village on the outskirts of the city, devouring over 100 people in one fell swoop. When the county constable led troops to pursue it, the monster fled into the mountains, which have a complex terrain, and given the formidable strength of the tiger monster, the county soldiers dared not venture in recklessly. After reporting the matter to the demon-slaying division, we were instructed to await the arrival of the enforcers for further action. As he spoke, the county magistrate glanced at Yang Xian. Thus, it is indeed fortunate that you have come. In recent days, it seems this tiger monster has made that mountain forest its lair, occasionally ambushing passing merchant caravans, leaving no survivors, and as a result, that trade route has been temporarily abandoned. What can you tell me about the precise strength of this tiger monster? Yang Xian inquired, eager to obtain the answer to his most pressing question. According to the county constable, the tiger monster measures several zhang in length, and its strength is likely at the mid-level of the Washing Marrow realm. Lurking within the largest mountain forest to the east of Sanshui City, the county magistrate reflected before responding. Having acquired the information he sought, Yang Xian promptly bid farewell and took his leave. The county magistrate immediately escorted him to the entrance of the office, only returning to the hall once he saw Yang Xian depart into the distance. After Yang Xian left, the county magistrate turned to Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Is it truly necessary for us to be so deferential to someone who is not even a demon-slaying enforcer? Li Wei chuckled at this. I recently received news from the capital that the young lady of the Luo family has made a new acquaintance. Becoming quite close with a young martial arts prodigy who has come to our county, that wouldn't you agree that I should exercise a bit of humility? The county magistrate's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this young master the one in question? Indeed, Li Wei nodded, letting out a sigh. My martial arts talent is lacking. To ascend to a higher position, I must rely on the support of others. This young master is a person of great significance. Who knows, a mere mention from him could propel me to great heights. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate nodded, even without such a benefactor, with your talents. It would only be a matter of time before you rise. The county magistrate merely smiled lightly and said nothing further. Once Yang Xian had departed from the county office, Fang Jing could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Young master, shall we go directly to confront the tiger monster now? Not so fast. Let us first take a stroll around the city, Yang Xian replied, wishing to see if there were any malevolent factions in Sanshui City. If any existed, he would deal with them before seeking out the tiger monster. Since the Qin family is the largest clan in Sanshui City, let us inquire about their reputation. Yang Xian promptly accompanied Fang Jing to the tea houses and taverns within the city to inquire about the latest news. Chapter 30. The Bone Parasite. Tea houses and taverns have always been places where information flows freely, gathering individuals from various walks of life. Although there was no significant news, it was indeed the quickest way to gain insight into a locale. At this moment, a young nobleman clad in splendid garments and a scholar sat on the third floor, engrossed in the captivating storytelling of the performer below. With a resounding thud, the storyteller struck the wooden block, cleared his throat, and announced, Today, we shall recount the tale of the martial king, who single-handedly faced a 1,000,000-strong army, capturing a dragon with just one hand. This tale dates back 30 years when the Western Hunter nations unleashed a 1,000,000-strong force, advancing relentlessly towards Qingzhou, like a torrent breaking through a dam. Despite the combined efforts of several prominent sects and the local government, they were unable to halt the onslaught, suffering defeat after defeat. With even several transcendent masters falling in battle, the 1,000,000-strong army marched southward, eager to seize the 3 continents in one fell swoop. By the time the imperial court received the news, it was already too late. Any reinforcements would arrive far too late. Thus, all hopes rested upon the shoulders of the martial king, a figure famed for suppressing the world's martial arts and overshadowing all under the heavens. However, even the martial king, when confronted with such a formidable force and a multitude of martial arts experts, what chance did he truly possess? Everyone merely hoped that he could hold the last bastion, the Shanhai Pass, until reinforcements from the court arrived. Yet, the martial king was no ordinary man. He was renowned for his ability to dominate the martial world. Instead of clinging to the Shanhai Pass, he chose to confront the enemy head-on, wielding a spear and facing the million-strong army directly. This act was nothing short of madness. Under the weight of such a massive military formation, even a second-tier true Fire Realm powerhouse would have their strength diminished by 70%, let alone face a multitude of strong opponents in such a chaotic battlefield. No mere mortal could survive such circumstances, yet the martial king achieved the impossible on that vast battlefield. A towering figure emerged, standing 1,000 feet tall, with one foot upon the earth, the other upon the heavens, and a dragon-shaped spear resting upon his back, emanating an awe-inspiring celestial might that struck terror into the hearts of all. The army, too, was not to be outdone. Their formations surged forth, coalescing into a menacing black dragon, fierce and bloodthirsty, charging towards the colossal figure. Yet the giant merely moved his left hand, ensnaring the dragon's head within his grasp, rendering it utterly immobile. With his right hand, he swung the spear downwards, causing even the greatest masters to prostrate themselves on the ground, too intimidated to gaze upon his overwhelming divinity, with a single man shattering a million-strong army. One spear silencing the very earth beneath the western expanse. The martial king transcended humanity, becoming a celestial being among mortals, as chronicled in ancient texts, his might capable of shaking the heavens and earth, swallowing the sun and moon with a mere thought. The storyteller then delved into the intricate details of the great battle, as if he had witnessed it firsthand, his vivid descriptions drawing the listeners into the heart of the tale. As the story unfolded, Yang Xian withdrew 10 taels of silver from Fong Jing's pocket, casting it forth under her reproachful gaze. Upon noticing the patronage, the storyteller's face lit up with joy. After expressing his gratitude, he became even more engrossed in his narration that it was truly a captivating tale. Yang Xian felt his heart surge with excitement at the storyteller's account. This was the world of high martial arts, where the strength of one could eclipse all. The martial king, of whom Yang Xian had certainly heard, was the foremost among the 8 kings and 8 marquis of the Great Zhou, originally ranked first on the heavenly rankings. The pinnacle beneath the Immortal Ascension realm. The heavenly rankings specifically cataloged the second-tier true Fire Realm, with only 36 seats available. Those who secured a place were the most distinguished figures in the world. The martial king's ability to overshadow all others in the second-tier true Fire Realm and trample numerous strong opponents was a testament to his terrifying talent, especially after the tumult in the West. He ascended to the Immortal Ascension realm, truly dominating the martial arts of the world, standing at its zenith. Having received permission from the Luo residents, Yang Xian frequently perused the extensive library there, diligently acquiring knowledge. The various rankings established by the Tianji Pavilion documented all manner of individuals and entities in the world. The human, earth, heaven, and divine rankings categorized the world as prodigies, true Fire Realm masters, and those in the Immortal Ascension realm. The human ranking lists prodigies under the age of 40. The earth ranking catalogs the masters of the true Fire Realm, with only 72 seats. The heavenly ranking records the great masters of the true Fire Realm, with only 36 seats. The divine ranking chronicles the pinnacle figures of the Immortal Ascension realm, without any specific order due to the rarity of their appearances, and the Tianji Pavilion dares not rank them, fearing retribution from any dissatisfied Immortal Ascension being. Beside him, Fong Jing observed Yang Xian, completely engrossed in the storyteller's enthralling narrative, and could not help but inquire, "Young master, do we not come to gather information?" Yang Xian reassured Fong Jing with a pat. "Fear not. We have visited several tea houses and taverns. It seems that these factions have a decent reputation locally. It appears there are no opportunities for action." He mused silently. Just as Fong Jing was about to say something further, a loud cheer erupted. "Excellent. Reward. Silver coins. numbering in the hundreds, fell like rain, nearly striking the storyteller on the head. Yet the storyteller showed no signs of irritation. Instead, he gleefully collected the coins from the ground and bowed graciously towards the upper floor. "Thank you, young Master Xuan, for your generous reward." The storyteller's excitement was palpable. Over 100 taels of silver represented the most he had ever received after traversing dozens of cities. Yang Xian glanced across the room to see a plump young man in splendid attire laughing heartily, evidently relishing the attention. Chun family, Yang Xian thought to himself, his expression somewhat peculiar. Character: Chun Ming, the bone parasite. Physique: mortal talent. Laziness: gray. Fragile life: gray. Realm: mid-stage 9th grade. Blood refining realm. The term bone parasite piqued Yang Xian's curiosity, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It certainly did not sound like a good omen. It appeared that trouble was afoot. His gaze flickered, initially believing he would find no targets to act upon. It now seemed the Chun family might harbor significant issues. An opportunity had arisen, and his simulator had long been eager for action. With that, Yang Xian departed the tavern alongside Fong Jing, seeking out a rather luxurious inn for their stay, with the cost naturally covered by Fong Jing. He planned to investigate the Chun family's residence that evening to uncover any hidden secrets. Chapter 31. The Treasure Silk Garment. Several dozen miles from Sanshui City, on a small mountain, a vast pit seemed to have been forcibly excavated, extending into the profound depths. Yet, after traversing a dark passage, the interior opened up into a cavernous space. Red flames flickered, bathing the enormous cave in a crimson glow, the unusual heat rendering the air stiflingly hot. In the center stood a colossal furnace, emanating boundless light and warmth, within which a translucent silk garment could be discerned amidst the roaring flames. Seated beside the furnace was an emaciated old man, his visage gaunt, nearly devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton draped in human skin. Almost there, the old man murmured, gazing at the embryonic form nearing completion within the furnace, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Disciple, how are the preparations coming along?" He turned to a robust man beside him, resembling a mighty bear. "Master, I have personally planted the bone parasites within every member of the Chun family. I have mixed the parasitic insects into their bodies. They will explode within 3 days at the latest." Upon hearing this, the old man nodded in satisfaction. The elderly man's eyes glimmered with surprise. He never anticipated that a small tiger, having wandered in by chance, would attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Bureau. What level? A novice trialist. The old man quietly regarded the burly man beside him. "Are you so idle as to find such trivial news entertaining?" Sensing the displeasure in his master's tone, the burly man hastily replied, "The message states that he has deep ties with the Luo family." The Yunming Luo family. The old man was initially taken aback, then gritted his teeth in frustration. He had spent decades nursing his injuries, all thanks to the Luo family. Yet his former adversary had ascended to the 3rd tier of the profound realm, standing tall with immense power. While he remained trapped in the spiritual intent realm due to his injuries, his lifespan already half spent, effectively cutting off his path to the profound realm. Reflecting on this filled him with seething hatred. Even without his injuries, the chances of him breaking through to the profound realm were exceedingly slim. Yet, this was the stark difference between despair and hope. The thought that his enemy had achieved the very realm he yearned for consumed him with a fiery rage. "You, go and kill him." The old man directed his gaze towards the burly man, his second disciple. Although his strength had only just reached the true gang realm, dealing with someone who had not even reached the innate level would be a mere trifling task. "Master, but the connections with the demon clan..." The burly man hesitated. "Killing is one thing, but that person has profound ties with the Luo family. Murder carries consequences, and he has survived in the ruthless Bone Road for so long by avoiding the limelight. After finally breaking through to the true gang realm, he wouldn't want to risk his life over a single misstep. That I will personally contact the demon clan. They will not refuse the essence of over 300,000 lives." The old man remarked with a chilling smile. "You wouldn't want to shy away from this, would you?" The burly man shivered, his gaze hardening. "I shall obey your command." "Now, that is a good disciple of mine." The old man expressed his satisfaction. waving for him to leave promptly. As the burly man turned to exit, a bitter expression crossed his face. This old fool, why must he complicate matters? It was only due to his serious injuries and lack of focus that he had taken him as a disciple. Little did he know, not only would he be dragged into slaughtering cities, but he was also sent to carry out such dark deeds. The Qin residence was not far from the government office. Or rather, it was quite close, as this expansive area was home to the mansions of the city's affluent families, with the Chun residence nestled among them, in the dead of night. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the Chun residence remained brightly lit, a testament to its grandeur. Yang Xian easily infiltrated the Chun residence using the turtle-breathing technique, as the patrolling guards remained oblivious, and even the fierce guard dogs in the courtyard were silent. Navigating between the courtyard walls, Yang Xian made his way towards the largest courtyard of the mansion. Through the gauzy window curtains, he could vaguely discern and hear the steady rhythm of breathing within. Peering inside, he noted character, Chun Jian, bone parasite, physique, mortal talent, swordsmanship talent, green, modest aptitude, green, malicious, white, realm, mid-7th grade cleansing marrow realm. It appeared that the master of the Chun family was indeed inside. As expected, he was in a state of being a bone parasite. Without raising an alarm, Yang Xian opted to investigate other courtyards, seeking if there were any normal individuals left in the Qin family. After a cup of tea's time, Yang Xian returned to this courtyard. His expression tranquil, he had quietly inspected all the courtyards. And indeed, everyone was in a state of being a bone parasite. The fact that everyone had been parasitized indicated the presence of a medium for transmission. What could it be? Having gathered the information he sought, Yang Xian did not linger and departed the premises unnoticed. The next morning, Fang Jing awoke early, stretching his limbs, and upon descending the stairs, he found his young master already waiting below. Not bothering with pleasantries, Yang Xian quickly devoured his 20th bowl of beef noodles before dragging Fang Jing out of the inn. "Young master, I haven't had breakfast yet," Fang Jing protested loudly, his stomach growling in protest. "Fang Jing, I have a task for you. Investigate how many restaurants the Chun family has opened in Sanshui City." Fang Jing, puzzled but not questioning further, immediately set off to gather information throughout the city. If the bone parasite intended to spread throughout the city, it would surely do so through means accessible to all. Food, water, and air were the three elements that no one could evade. First, the idea of air as a transmission medium was too horrifying. If air could indeed transmit the parasite, then since entering the city, he had examined several individuals who, aside from Chun Ming, had not shown signs of transmission. Thus, air could be largely ruled out. As for water, the city had numerous water sources due to the convergence of 3 rivers, resulting in a plethora of wells. Relying on water for transmission seemed laborious and time-consuming. Furthermore, as it stood, only a small portion of the population appeared to be infected, with the majority remaining safe, diminishing the likelihood of water being the medium. Most importantly, the Qin family monopolized the restaurant business in Sanshui City, covering both high-end and low-end establishments. This was precisely why Yang Xian chose to investigate the restaurants first. The spread would logically commence from the most accessible venues. Thus, Yang Xian made his way to the largest restaurant in Sanshui City, the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The stood 5 stories tall, exquisitely decorated, constructed entirely of fine mahogany. Upon entering, various artistic scrolls adorned the walls, creating a rich ambience. Let me see if this place is clean. Chapter 32. The restaurant character. Niu Daqiang, bone parasite, physique, mortal talent. Hunting green, reckless white, realm, late 9th grade blood refinement realm character. Su Han-san, bone parasite, physique, mortal talent. Jealousy white, malicious white, realm, mid-9th grade blood refinement realm. Those who frequented the Drunken Spring Pavilion were generally prosperous individuals. Thus the majority present were martial artists. The first floor served as a grand hall, filled with numerous tables and chairs, predominantly occupied by martial artists at the blood refinement realm. Yang Xian cast a casual glance around, and without exception, all present were in a state of being bone parasites. As a nearby waiter prepared to attend to the esteemed guests, he watched in astonishment as the young master leapt directly to the second floor. "Young master," You can't just jump around here. Under the gaze of the waiter, the young master suddenly veered towards the restaurant's kitchen, crashing in amidst cries of alarm. The kitchen of the Drunken Spring Pavilion was spacious, bustling with over a dozen chefs, the rich aroma of oil and smoke permeating the air. "What are you doing here?" A plump man, presumably the head chef, bellowed upon seeing an unfamiliar face. Yang Xian ignored the irate chef, his eyes surveying the kitchen staff. Character: Zhao, bone parasite, physique, mortal talent, cooking white, knife skills white, realm, early 9th grade blood refinement realm character. Wang Xiao, bone parasite, physique, mortal talent, culinary arts white, cooking white, knife skills white, taste white, realm, late 9th grade blood refinement realm. Indeed, everyone present, including the shouting chef, was in a state of being a bone parasite. Where did you come from? Do you realize this is the kitchen of the Drunken Spring Pavilion? This is the Chun family's territory. The plump chef, seeing that Yang Xian ignored him, erupted in fury, while the surrounding chefs fell silent, seemingly accustomed to his domineering behavior. Blabbering, Yang Xian threw a punch, directly caving in the chef's face, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his hefty body convulsing slightly. Although the chef was somewhat bothersome, his crimes did not warrant death. Yang Xian merely moderated his strength, ensuring he remained unconscious for a month. Casting a glance at the surrounding chefs, who were all too intimidated to speak, Yang Xian turned to leave. Only after Yang Xian departed did a few guards rush in, intent on stopping him. "Stop right there!" Boom! Dust swirled, wood splintered, and shards flew everywhere as the diners on the first floor were startled into hiding at a knife mark, over 10 meters long, extended towards the guards' feet, gazing at the deep knife mark beneath them. The guards exchanged glances, their resolve faltering as they halted their pursuit. Immediately upon exiting, Yang Xian made his way back to the inn, awaiting Fong Jing's return with news. Before long, Fong Jing rushed back. "Breathless, young master, I have gathered information about all the restaurants." Fong Jing rushed over, breathless, and after a brief moment of respite, promptly divulged to Yang Xian the locations of all the taverns controlled by the Chen family. As the most formidable force in Sanshui City, the Chen family nearly monopolized the tavern industry, with over 80% of the establishments under their direct control. Without hesitation, Yang Xian made his way to the other taverns. Although the situation at Zui, Chunju, was already established, it was prudent to investigate the circumstances at the other locations as well, conducting additional inspections to further solidify his suspicions in no time. Chaos erupted in several of the larger taverns in Sanshui City, as news spread of a young martial artist brazenly causing mayhem within these establishments. Meanwhile, in the Chun residence, the head of the family, Chun Jian, was in his study, admiring a renowned painting he had recently acquired at great cost. The landscape depicted ancient mountains, rugged stones, and pines, exuding an aura of vitality. Truly a masterpiece by the esteemed artist Lu Zijuan. Living up to its illustrious reputation, over 50 years of age, Chun Jian, a practitioner of the Shisui realm, was still in his prime. As he gazed at the painting, he couldn't help but marvel at his acquisition. Having spent 7,000 taels of silver to procure it from the county city, one who prided himself on being a connoisseur, he took great care to appreciate its details. However, just as Chun Jian was lost in admiration, an untimely voice interrupted from outside. "My lord, there's an urgent message." "Come in," he commanded. The steward entered, and Chun Jian, displeased at the disruption of his enjoyment, inquired, "What is it?" "A martial artist is wreaking havoc in several of our major taverns, severely impacting their business." Chun Jian's expression darkened. His first thought was of the various forces he had suppressed in the city, who had always eyed the tavern industry with covetous intent. "Did Tio cause trouble on my turf? Let me see how much gall he possesses." Anger flickered across Chun Jian's face. It had been a long time since he had taken action, and it seemed that someone in Sanshui City was beginning to openly challenge him. Just as he intended to summon the family's guards, another voice called from outside. "My lord, there is an urgent matter to report." Chun Jian had no choice but to temper his anger, exclaiming, "Come in." The guard who entered, seeing Chun Jian's wrathful demeanor, felt bewildered and hastily relayed, "My lord, the county magistrate requests your presence at the county office." "The magistrate summons me." although Chen Jian was unaware of the situation at hand. He understood the importance of the magistrate's position, representing the authority of the court, which still held significant sway in Yinzhou. Though the Qin family was the strongest force in Sanshui City, they could not afford to show disrespect to a county magistrate. "Prepare the carriage. We shall depart at once," he ordered tea that moment. In the grand hall of the Sanshui County office, Li Wei looked gravely at Yang Xian seated beside him, speaking in a low voice. "Young Master Yang, do you have any evidence?" "None," Yang Xian replied, sipping his hot tea with an air of indifference. Ever since he learned that the source of the bone parasite was the Chun family, he had approached Li Wei, believing that with the county office's intervention, they could seal off the taverns and curb the spread of the bone parasite. As it stood, the outbreak appeared to have occurred only in recent days, with the number of infections still manageable so long as they cut off the source. The trouble would not escalate significantly to Li Wei. Observing the composed demeanor of Yang Xian, felt a pang of inner conflict but chose to trust him. After all, Yang Xian hailed from the capital and had close ties with the Luo family, possessing a wealth of experience and insight to discern the nature of the bone parasite. Moreover, Li Wei believed that Yang Xian had no reason to deceive him. "Report, the head of the Chun family, Chun Jian, has arrived at the door," announced a minor official. Li Wei glanced at Yang Xian and replied, "Let him enter promptly." As soon as Chun Jian entered, he saw the county magistrate, Li Wei, seated at the head of the hall, alongside an unfamiliar young man on his right. Chun Jian's mind raced with speculations about the young man's identity. His calm demeanor and extraordinary presence suggested he might be a scion from a prominent family in the county city. "Greetings, magistrate," Chun Jian said respectfully, though internally puzzled. In the Dezhou dynasty, martial artists were exempt from the bowing rites, so Chun Jian merely clasped his hands in salute. "You are Chun Jian," Yang Xian interjected. "Indeed. May I inquire why you and the magistrate have summoned me?" Chun Jian responded, maintaining an outwardly calm fa, though a sense of unease lingered within. "Why are you propagating dark sorcery within Sanshui City?" Yang Xian pressed directly, devoid of preamble. Chun Jian's pupils constricted, but his expression remained placid as he countered, "I have always adhered to the laws of the Zhou and would never engage in such heinous acts that defy the natural order." "I am unaware of the sorcery you speak of." Yang Xian uttered a few words. "Bone parasite." Chun Jian's countenance remained unchanged as he queried, "Might I ask what this so-called bone parasite entails?" "Fear not, you shall soon find out," Yang Xian replied with a smile. His patience wearing thin, he had no time to squander in trivial exchanges. Once he subdued Chun Jian, all would be revealed. In the midst of Chun Jian's confusion, Yang Xian suddenly sprang to his feet, launching himself forward with a powerful push that left two small indentations in the stone floor. A fierce gust of wind from his punch surged through the hall, and with the swiftness of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he charged at Chun Jian. Taken aback by the young man's sudden aggression, Chun Jian felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was a seventh-tier martial artist of the Shisui realm, possessing tremendous strength capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, and could easily contend with hundreds. That he stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess in Sanshui City. Not a mere plaything to be trifled with. Yang Xian barreled toward him. Chun Jian did not flinch, but rather stepped forward with confidence to meet him head-on, fists raised to engage. Chun Jian, feeling disdainful, held the utmost contempt for these young gentlemen from noble families, who, lacking in experience, presumed themselves invincible. "Let me strip you of that arrogance," he thought, with unwavering confidence in his own prowess and mastery of the Mongshan fist. Chun Jian was certain he would find no equal among those of his tier. Crack! A sharp, resonating sound echoed as Chun Jian's body was sent careening sideways, as if it were a mere sack ripped apart in mid-air, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater, with his form barely visible within. Pain! Chun Jian felt a piercing ache in his arms, realizing that both limbs were rendered useless and his bones likely shattered beyond recognition, leaving him devoid of sensation. "Speak, who instructed you to spread the bone parasite?" Yang Xian demanded, pinning Chun Jian beneath his foot, applying just enough pressure to elicit a series of cracking sounds. Chun Jian winced in agony, feeling his shoulder blade contorted under the pressure. "I do not know. I had no knowledge of this bone parasite. Magistrate, will you truly stand by and allow him to act so violently? Chun Jian's gaze turned toward Li Wei, who, avoiding his desperate eyes, pretended not to see his plea. Yang Xian grinned, increasing the pressure beneath his foot. Chun Jian's features twisted in sheer agony, his face contorting as he felt as if his very body was being ground into paste. Gazing into Yang Xian's cold, unfeeling eyes, he had no doubt that if he remained silent, he would be crushed underfoot. Ease up. I will tell you, I do not know what the bone parasite is. But I was indeed instructed to add something to the food at the taverns. Chun Jian gasped through gritted teeth. Who gave you those orders? The people from the Bone sect. What? Li Wei, who had initially been detached from the matter, leaped to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. This is dire. Li Wei paced anxiously, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he listened to Yang Xian's explanation. To his dismay, it turned out to be about the White Bone sect. Yang Xian's expression grew grave. The White Bone sect was no minor force. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion had compiled a list ranking the powers of the contemporary world, giving rise to a rhyme that encapsulated the most formidable factions. 1 sage, 2 Buddhas, 3 paths, 4 houses, 6 sects, 8 evil spirits. In total, 24 entities occupied the pinnacle of power, with legacies stretching back tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, some traceable to the ancient era of celestial paths. The 1 sage referred to the Great Zhou dynasty, the sovereign of the 36 states, whose might was unparalleled, bolstered by the 3 departments and 6 ministries, and countless formidable figures, including the 4 kings and 8 dukes. The 2 Buddhas denoted the Bodhi Temple in the south and the Great Light Temple in the north, both hallowed origins of Buddhism. The 3 paths included the ancestral sanctuaries of the 3 Taoist schools, Zhenwu Taoism, Longhu Tianzong, and Kunlun Xianzong. The 4 houses were the 4 noble families aligned with the Great Zhou, from which many high-ranking officials emerged. Indeed, several of the 4 kings and 8 dukes hailed from these clans. The 6 sects comprised the 6 most elite sects in the world, teeming with powerful individuals and prodigies. Legend spoke of divine weapons suppressing fate, allowing them to endure for millennia. The 8 evil spirits represented the most formidable 8 factions of dark forces, primarily targets of the Taoist and Buddhist sects, such as the Blood Demon sect, which could only cower in their own sanctuaries. The White Bone sect and the Blood Demon sect were equally classified among the 8 evil spirits and were particularly targeted by the Great Zhou dynasty. This was the source of Li Wei's trepidation. The madness of the White Bone sect made slaughtering entire cities seem like an everyday affair. 30 years prior, hundreds of cities have been turned into desolate wastelands due to their rampages. How did you get entangled with the White Bone sect? Li Wei glared at Chun Jian, wishing fervently to eliminate the scoundrel on the spot. Chun Jian managed a bitter smile. They approached me. If I consent to their demands, my Chun family can join the White Bone sect. That I understand this is but a fleeting promise. Yet what right does a humble family like mine have to refuse? He turned towards Yang Xian, desperation etched on his face. Spare my life. I can aid you in dealing with the White Bone sect. And oh need. Yang Xian disregarded Li Wei's attempt to intercede and delivered a crushing blow to Chun Jian's chest, causing a torrent of crimson blood to erupt, his gaze dimming gradually. Turning to the dazed Li Wei, he stated, Sir County Magistrate, a man who has already allied himself with the White Bone sect is utterly untrustworthy. Our immediate priority is to dispatch troops to seal off the Chen family and all its enterprises. We cannot allow their dark sorcery to spread further. Upon witnessing Chun Jian's lifeless body, Li Wei uttered no further words and promptly sent someone to inform the county's military officer. Chapter 34. Gongsun Sheng. Hundreds of armored soldiers, wielding spears, marched resolutely along the main road, their armor glinting coldly in the light. An Atmos Li Wei and County Lieutenant Su Ren stood together, gazing at the 2 individuals engaged in a frenzied battle. Unable to suppress their exclamations, Su Ren nodded in agreement. As a prodigy from the Su family in the county city, now at the age of 40, he had only barely reached the late stage of the washing marrow realm. In the face of the 2 combatants, he couldn't withstand even a single strike. Gongsun Sheng's expression grew increasingly grim as the fight progressed. Although he had entered the true gang realm, his comprehension was merely average, and he had yet to grasp the essence of the sword. Despite having achieved some mastery in body training, he found himself unable to close in on Yang Xian, who wielded the cutting-edge Gung Jin sword Qi. Any misstep against the pervasive sword energy could result in severe injury. Yang Xian, however, effortlessly unleashed waves of sword Qi, patiently waiting for Gong Sun Sheng to reveal a flaw, for even those in the true gang realm were still human, and their strength would eventually wane. "I will strike you." Gong Sun Sheng appeared infuriated by Yang Xian's cat-and-mouse demeanor, his eyes bloodshot, and his overwhelming vitality nearly erupted forth. The released Gang Qi was extraordinarily condensed and with blades in hand. He seemed prepared to fight with all his might. Yang Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant. Disciples from top sects often possessed life-saving techniques, making him keenly observant of Gong Sun Sheng's movements while adopting a defensive stance. With a thunderous roar, Gong Sun Sheng swung his massive blade, spinning it like a windmill, and with a mighty slash, he cleaved through the tightly packed soldiers, creating a gaping hole in the fortress-like barricade. Dozens of armored soldiers were shattered into pieces, their severed limbs and blood spilling across the ground, accompanied by unending cries of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Gong Sun Sheng sprinted away, vanishing in an instant amid the rubble and eaves. Yang Xian sheathed his Gong Xian sword, choosing not to pursue, fully aware that he could never catch up. The speed of a true gang realm warrior far surpassed his own. Meanwhile, County Lieutenant Su Ren's expression darkened at the sight. The loss of soldiers was staggering, and the key concern was that the enemy had escaped. Yet, Su Ren could only resign himself to misfortune. The appearance of a warrior at the true gang realm in a county city was already a significant disparity in power. Had it not been for Yang Xian's timely intervention, it was likely that everyone would have met their demise here. After dealing with Gong Sun Sheng, Yang Xian was now most eager to locate the Chun family's treasure chamber. Initially expecting a simple demon-slaying trial, he instead found himself confronted by members of the Whitebone sect. However, as long as he had sufficient resources, even if faced with 10 Gong Sun Shengs, Yang Xian was determined to turn them all into quail. The hundreds of soldiers scoured the area, quickly turning the Chun residence upside down, as anticipated. The treasure chamber was soon discovered. Yang Xian and his companions hurried to the chamber upon receiving the news. It was just as the previous 2 secret rooms he had explored. These factions preferred to meticulously categorize their treasures, making Yang Xian's objectives exceedingly clear. In one corner of the chamber, 5 large chests exuded a dazzling brilliance of gold and silver. As Yang Xian approached, he discovered not only silver, but also a substantial amount of gold. A brief glance revealed a total of 50,000 taels of silver and 2,000 taels of gold. Given that the Dazhou dynasty exchanged gold and silver at a ratio of 10-1, this amounted to a total of 70,000 taels of silver, in addition to 30,000 taels in silver notes. Truly, as the most powerful faction in Sanshui City, their wealth far exceeded that of the Wang family in Heishan City by 5-fold. County Magistrate, County Lieutenant, I shall accept these current assets. Yang Xian calmly stated to the 2 men beside him. Naturally, were it not for young Master Yang, how could we have survived? Li Wei spoke first, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ultimately, Yang Xian had indeed saved their lives by repelling the fiends from the Whitebone sect. Moreover, the most vital assets for a family were not mere liquid wealth, but rather their properties. These were the true sources of ongoing prosperity. Thus, Li Wei was certainly astute enough to recognize this. And Su Ren beside him nodded in agreement. The strong naturally held the right to allocate resources. With a wave of his hand, Yang Xian made all the gold and silver before him vanish. Converting them into currency that Li Wei and Su Ren gazed in astonishment at the empty ground, their hearts racing. Could it be some exceedingly precious spatial treasure? A chill ran through Li Wei's heart. Treasures with spatial attributes were exceedingly rare, even among precious artifacts, and even a small space could not be measured against ordinary gold and silver. Truly, these were the elites from the capital city. And both Li Wei and Su Ren regarded Yang Xian with newfound respect. Yang Xian, however, was unfazed by his display of abilities before them. In this world, there indeed existed methods to store items in an instant. Though rare, it was a reality. The crux of the matter was that they could never overpower him. After completing the exchange, Yang Xian silently contemplated, opened the panel, Chapter 35. The World in Turmoil Character. Yang Xian Age. 18 Physique. Blood Qi Battle Body. Blue. Talent. Innate Sword Bone. Purple. Master of Blade and Sword. Purple. Blood Qi Boiling. Green. Steel-like Bones. Green. Intelligent. Green. Realm. Initial stage of the 7th grade Washing Marrow Realm skills. Gung Jin Killing Sword Qi. Minor achievement. Madness Blade Technique. Essence. Blood Demon Blade. Essence. Gung Jin Sword Intent. 30%. Blood Demon Blade Intent. 40%. Madness Blade Intent. 40%. Monster Seeking Technique. Major achievement. Qing Mu Flame Blade. Minor achievement. Wealth. 70. 000 Begin simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 5,000 currency. Do you wish to commence? Yes. Expenditure of 5,000 currency. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Exceptional talent. Purple, your cultivation aptitude is extraordinarily outstanding, and your training speed is unmatched. Hunter. Green, you are a skilled hunter, mastering numerous hunting techniques. Clever. Green, you are agile and intelligent, with a quick mind. Commoner. White, you will receive a property of 10 taels of silver. Cursed. Black misfortune surrounds you. Your life is short-lived. A purple entry has emerged. Yang Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed fortune favored him. Select the purple entry. Exceptional talent. Simulation commencing. On the first day. After plundering the Chen family, you took residence in the county office. Preparing for the impending upheaval on the 3rd day, a multitude of water demons surged ashore from the river outside the city, assailing Sanshui City, resulting in heavy casualties among the coastal populace. You prepared to lead over 1,000 soldiers with the county lieutenant to assess the situation. Just as you were about to depart, the previously isolated white bone parasitic infectors suddenly went berserk, rampaging throughout the city. You could only deal with these zombie-like infectors first. Fortunately, they posed no threat of contagion to others, and the situation had not yet deteriorated beyond redemption. As you led the soldiers in a fierce onslaught, a mysterious elder suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He cast you a chilling smile, and it felt as though hundreds of skeletal figures were rushing toward you, their icy touch rendering you immobile, your thoughts nearly freezing. You are dead. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm from the simulation, the purple entry. Exceptional talent, the cultivation experience from the simulation, select the purple entry. Exceptional talent. Yang Xian felt as though his entire being had become more transparent. Though he could not pinpoint the change, he began to practice the swallowing Yuan washing marrow method, astonishingly tripling his speed. This was the washing marrow technique he had acquired from the Luo family's scripture pavilion, renowned for its exceptional quality, yet seldom practiced. The reason for its rarity was that this method required the absorption of various energies from the world to refine the body, demanding an enormous amount of energy. Below the true gang realm, one could only acquire and absorb substantial energy through heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with at least precious herbs necessary to yield noticeable results. Relying solely on one's own absorption of the world's wandering energy would be an exceedingly slow process, likely taking decades to achieve any significant success. Thus, the swallowing Yuan washing marrow method remained largely unpracticed. After all, the resources required were prohibitively vast, and while there were other techniques of similar caliber, they demanded far fewer resources. The poor could not afford to practice it, while the wealthy were disinclined to do so. However, it was precisely for this reason that Yang Xian was able to see this breathing technique on the 1st floor of the scripture pavilion. Now, having obtained exceptional talent, the speed of energy absorption surged dramatically. Yang Xian pondered. For now, he needed to see if he could draw out a top-tier entry, that if not, he would have to leave Sanshui in the simulation, cultivate to a higher realm, and then inherit that realm. Although he would become the weakest within the same realm, his advantage in realm could still allow him to overpower everything. Worst case, he could end up scavenging enough wealth after the simulation to risk his foundation and deliberately drop a realm. After all, with the simulator in hand, Yang Xian was not the least bit concerned about being unable to recover his foundation. He could simply simulate a few more times to find better entries. Continuing. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries. Speedy. Blue, your agility will receive a significant enhancement. Butcher. green proficient in the art of slaughter, exuding an aura of menace, possessing a certain level of intimidation. Split personality, blue you will gain another persona. The talents of the other persona cannot exceed those of your original self. Fighter, green master of various combat techniques, possessing exceptional practical ability. Green hat, white a green light shines above your head. Your wife shall never bear your child. Yang Xian gazed at the generated entries with a calm expression, but upon seeing the green hat entry, he could no longer contain himself. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xian calmed his emotions. Select the blue entry, speedy. Simulation commencing. On the first day, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, you secretly slipped out of Sanshui City and boarded a vessel. Making your way back to Yunming Prefecture. On the fourth day, news arrived from the demon-slaying office that Sanshui City had fallen under siege by the Demon Clan and the White Bone Path, reduced to a desolate ruin with casualties surpassing half of its populace. Fortunately, reinforcements from the demon-slaying office arrived in time to deliver a crushing blow to the rebellious demons and White Bone Path practitioners, thus rescuing the remaining citizens. However, due to your solitary escape from Sanshui City and your failure to complete the assigned task before returning to the demon-slaying office, you were deemed to have failed the trial. On the fifth day, entry to the Luo residence was denied to you. Luo Qingming expressed her disappointment, but claimed to understand your situation, though she made it clear that you would no longer be welcome there. You found yourself once again alone, with only Fong Jing at your side. On the seventh day, you chose to join the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce as a guest elder, by the eighth year. Your prodigious talents culminated in the perfect mastery of the swallowing yuan cleansing technique, allowing you to reach the pinnacle of the cleansing realm. By the 10th year, despite the support of the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce, you could only secure the lowest quality middle-grade yuan qi to break through, thus becoming a true gang realm warrior. In the 17th year, you successfully broke through to the divine intent realm, establishing yourself as one of the de facto leaders of the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce. Aware that the Great Zhou dynasty was poised to target the Yunming Luo clan for a massive purge, you proactively relocated the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce away from Yunming City. That same year, the Yunming Luo clan was obliterated, and Luo Qingming vanished without a trace. In the 18th year, you re-established the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce in Xianyan City, the capital of Yunzhou. That same year, Marquis Xinwu raised an army against Zhou, rapidly seizing control of the entire Yunzhou region and marching southward with his sights set on the Great Zhou capital, Yujing City. In the 19th year, all 4 kings and 8 marquises ignited a rebellion, plunging the 36 states into chaos, beset by calamities both natural and man-made. What had once appeared to be a flourishing dynasty was suddenly on the brink of collapse. Fractured and in disarray. In the 20th year, while you diligently cultivated within the Tongyuan Chamber of Commerce, 2 grandmasters of true fire engaged in a fierce battle above Xianyan City, their overwhelming aftermath sweeping across the entire city. Except for a few locations protected by powerful formations, the rest were swiftly reduced to mere wisps of smoke. You witnessed the conflagration and thunder intertwining in the sky, culminating in a heavy crash right before your eyes. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm achieved during the simulation, the blue attribute rapid speed, the cultivation experience gained during the simulation. You chose the blue attribute rapid speed. Yang Xian felt his body become lighter, as if with a gentle push he could leap into the AI or at the very least. It proved that my methods are still effective. Yang Xian nodded to himself, realizing that as long as he persisted, ascending in realm would not pose a challenge, at least below the 3rd grade of Tongxian realm, where he could advance without hindrance. He was somewhat taken aback by the fragility of the Great Zhou dynasty. He had previously experienced death in simulations without receiving such informational prompts. It was likely due to his lower realm, which confined him to a single city, leaving him without any hints. 18 years, he murmured to himself, during which he intended to orchestrate the world according to his design, but he had no desire for the current stable world to be thrown into disarray. Compared to chaos, Yang Xian preferred a realm of order. If chaos were to ensue, it would be on his terms. Otherwise, he expected everyone to remain seated. With a quiet musing, he continued the simulation. Chapter 36. Ancient Divine Demons. Still nothing? Yang Xian gazed at his remaining funds. Money. 15,000. Only 3 attempts left, and he felt a twinge of frustration. He pressed on with the simulation. Consuming 5,000 money, the simulation commenced, filtering for attributes. Impulsive, white impatient disposition, reckless in the face of events. Metal essence body, blue infused with the essence of metal. Exceptionally fierce in combat, naturally aligned with the metal path, significantly enhancing aptitude. Blood curse of crimson, black burdened by a blood curse. You shall not live beyond 18 years. Misfortune star, black fated to encounter misfortune. Life will be filled with calamities, yet lifespan remains unharmed. Bloodline of the ancient divine demons. Orange in the ancient era. There existed a group of ancient divine demons born of the essence of heaven and earth, traversing the cosmos and wielding unparalleled strength, mastering the laws of the universe. However, with the demise of the ancient era, these divine demons were forsaken by heaven and earth. Inheriting their bloodline grants you a fragment of their ancient legacy, but also incurs a certain degree of aversion from the heavens. Finally, it has emerged. Yang Xian beheld the last attribute, radiating a dazzling orange light, an uncontrollable excitement swelling within him. Ancient divine demons. According to the description, these were supreme beings from a time even more distant than the ancient era. Even though he had only inherited a fragment of the bloodline, the rich orange glow of the attribute assured him that it was among the highest of its kind. He selected the orange attribute. Bloodline of the ancient divine demons. The simulation began on the first day. You awakened the bloodline of the ancient divine demons, feeling an incredible transformation coursing through your entire being. Your vital essence surged like an ocean. Your body glimmered like crystal, imbued with the might of dragons and elephants, and your spirit underwent a profound metamorphosis. You even sensed that the sword bone within you was slowly beginning to heal under the nurturing of the ancient divine demon's bloodline. You understood that from this day forth, you were a descendant of the ancient era. On the second day, as you familiarized yourself with the bloodline of the ancient divine demons within the county office, you began to comprehend the legacy left by these ancient beings before you could grasp its essence. A withered elder, resembling a skeleton, barged into the office with merely a light tap of his finger. Li Wei and the soldiers within the office collapsed lifelessly. The elder's gaze fell upon you, revealing a glint of greed. You understood this to be the heaven's disdain. The white bone path practitioner, who was supposed to arrive the following day, had already made his appearance. Aware that escape was futile, you began to fully activate your bloodline, eager to discover the limits of your current physique and whether you could reduce this loathsome individual to ashes. As the bloodline surged, an overwhelming power from the ancient era descended upon you. Golden divine light enveloped you, your figure towering as if an ancient god had returned to the world. The elder, witnessing your divine-like presence, was not frightened but rather delighted. Launching the first Yang Xian was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The ancient divine mountain loomed majestically amidst the clouds, its towering height reaching unfathomable heights. While divine beings roamed across the vast expanse of the earth, in the distance, ancient deities were engaged in fierce battles, turning vast territories into mere dust, the billowing clouds obscuring even the sun above. The mountains and rivers stretched endlessly, and the domains were limitless. In the far east, a colossal divine mountain stood, resembling a spear piercing the heavens, spanning countless miles into the sky. With great effort, Yang Xian gazed up at the divine mountain before him, only to discover that it appeared to be entwined with something. Wisps of red clouds swirled around it, while 2 crimson suns hung above the mountain. As Yang Xian, as consciousness drifted farther from the divine mountain, he finally beheld its entirety after what felt like an eternity of wandering. The sight left him utterly speechless. The floating clouds and suns were unmistakably the scales and eyes of divine beings, their colossal forms encircling the entire mountain, with eye-like orbs resembling the sun staring directly at Yang Xian. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a pair of scarlet wings obscured the sky, filling the entire world with the presence of this magnificent figure. The crimson eyes shone brightly like the sun, while the fiery wings formed a canopy above the divine mountain, embodying the form of a colossal dragon. Yang Xian was so overwhelmed by this scene that his consciousness began to blur. The divine being slowly lowered its dragon-like head, its scarlet gaze fixed upon Yang Xian, who appeared as insignificant as dust. "My name is Nanju." An ancient language resonated within Yang Xian's heart, and he comprehended its meaning clearly. As the words of the divine being echoed, the world shattered like a broken mirror. Chapter 37. Red Sky Nanju Nanju. Yang Xian murmured these two syllables upon regaining his senses, the majestic dragon form encircling the divine mountain. The wings that obscured the heavens, and the scarlet dragon eyes like blood-stained jade left him profoundly shaken. The power possessed by the ancient divine beings of the primordial era was enough to make the present world tremble. Yet, such a glorious age of divine beings had merely become a relic, supplanted by the path of immortality. Yang Xian recalled the records he had perused in the Luo clan's ancient tomes, which detailed how the primordial era of divine beings was brought to an end by the hands of immortal beings. The ancient deities fell from grace, leaving behind only scattered remnants in the annals of time. The divine beings had been so powerful. What must the ancient immortals who ended their era have been like? Yang Xian's mind was stirred on the surface. This world appeared to be merely one of martial prowess, where individual strength reigned supreme, yet formidable armies still held sway over the tides of fate. The records indicated that more than one true Fire Realm Grandmaster had met their demise within the formations of these armies. The intrigue deepened for Yang Xian as he pondered what other surprises this ancient world might harbor. Calming his thoughts, he sensed the primordial divine bloodline latent within him. His once crimson blood now shimmered with flecks of gold, radiating a brilliant glow. The blood coursing through Yang Xian was inherited from the ancient divine being Nanju, the one with dragon-like form and wings. According to the revelations he had gleaned, although Nanju possessed a dragon's physique, it bore no relation to the dragon bloodlines of the present day. Each divine being born from the earth was unique. Nanju's dragon form was merely a product of unconscious shaping at birth. Moreover, the inheritance bestowed upon him was not limited to knowledge of Nanju, but also included techniques from the ancient era of divine beings. To be precise, as a divine being, Nanju did not require the cultivation of techniques. They stood at the pinnacle of the world upon their birth, wielding the mightiest powers of heaven and earth. The technique Yang Xian inherited was a method for tempering his body through the flow of primordial divine blood, ultimately aiming to attain strength rivaling that of divine beings. He even had the potential to purify his bloodline, allowing him to possibly reclaim the might of the ancient divine Nanju. This was indeed a gift from Nanju. Yang Xian focused intently on the mysterious runes flowing through his blood, which represented the ancient techniques he had inherited. He recalled Nanju's imposing crimson form that overshadowed the heavens. Then let your name be the Red Sky Nanju Divine Body. The technique had been named. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Nanju Divine Bloodline, Orange. Talent: Innate Sword Bone, Purple. Dual Mastery of Sword and Saber, Purple. Golden Bone and Jade Marrow, Purple. Spiritual Wisdom, Purple. Realm: Early stage of 7th rank body refinement skills. Red Sky Nanju Divine Body. Not yet initiated. Metal Killing, Sword Chi. Minor accomplishment: Mad Demon Blade Technique, Concept. Blood Demon Blade, Concept. Metal Sword Intent, 40. Blood Demon Blade Intent, 40. Mad Demon Blade Intent, 40. Wealth: 10,000. After several simulations, Yang Xian had indeed transformed from a mere sparrow into a powerful cannon. His purple attributes qualified him as a top-tier prodigy, without a doubt. Yang Xian glanced at the techniques section. Can I record something I haven't even initiated yet? It seemed that this technique was already inscribed within his bloodline. The Red Sky Nanju Divine Body was divided into 9 layers. Even the first layer required Yang Xian to approach the true Gang realm to barely initiate it. According to the description, the first layer would grant him immense strength exceeding millions of pounds, with a body as resilient as a low-grade treasure weapon, and it would bestow upon him a fraction of the abilities to command divine beings. Reaching the ultimate 9th layer would transform him into a primordial divine being, granting him a genuine divine body. Although Yang Xian was unaware of his current level, it was clear that he had surpassed the strength of a first-grade immortal. Now it only remained to elevate his realm. Yang Xian looked at the two remaining simulation opportunities, resolutely deciding. The bone Dao, then, with a slight smile, he determined to dismantle that skeletal frame and feed it to the dogs. He continued with the simulation. Cost: 5,000 wealth. Simulation begins. Filtering attributes. Day 1. Knowing that those from the bone Dao would soon arrive, you immediately prepare to leave. Before your departure, you remind Li Wei and others, but Li Wei resolutely decides to stay. You say no more, and, amidst the scornful gazes of others, promptly board a vessel to leave this place. Just as you clear the water demons attempting to climb aboard, a figure appears, furious at your distance from the dock. You turn back to smile and wave. The individual can only watch helplessly as you depart. Day 4. News from the demon-slaying division arrives, stating that Sanshui City has been besieged by demons and bone Dao practitioners, reduced to ruins with casualties exceeding half the population. Fortunately, the strong from the demon-slaying division arrived in time to prevent further loss. Day 5. Rejected by the demon-slaying division and the Luo clan. You unhesitatingly join the Tong Yuan Merchant Association, leveraging their resources to cultivate the Red Sky Divine Body. Year 2. With ample resources at your disposal, you finally break through to the first layer of the Red Sky Divine Body. Your strength sees a significant boost, but due to the extensive resources consumed, the Tong Yuan Merchant Association faces a shortage. You decide to venture into the renowned mountains of Yunzhou to hone your skills and acquire further resources. Upon entering the illustrious Meng Mountain, a young man with a sinister countenance appears before you, flanked by 2 elderly servants. What splendid luck! You've stumbled right into my hands, the sinister youth sneers. Commanding his 2 servants to attack, 2 purple wolf beasts, each towering over 10 meters, materialize before you, unleashing torrents of thunder. You are forced to retreat repeatedly. Though you have achieved the first layer of the Red Sky Nanju Divine Body and dare to confront even great demons of the Divine Intent realm. The 2 purple wolf demons before you are evidently different and are both consummate great demons of divine intent, leaving you no room for carelessness. Feigning weakness, you evade their attacks, and the sinister youth laughs triumphantly at your plight. Seizing the opportunity, you unleash your full power, appearing before the sinister youth in the blink of an eye, seizing his throat tightly. You lift him high, commanding the 2 wolf demons to stand down. Observing the young master struggling in your grasp, the wolf demons have no choice but to let you go. You sprint for dozens of miles, finally exhaling in relief only after completely leaving the Meng Mountain range. Just as you prepare to dispose of the young man, who resembles a lifeless dog in your grip, you suddenly notice the sky has darkened. You have died. This simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation realm achieved in the simulation green attribute. Keen senses the cultivation experience from the simulation. You choose option, the cultivation experience from the simulation. It felt as though you were thrown into a massive furnace. Every drop of blood in Yang Xian surged like boiling water, his bones and veins seemingly undergoing continuous restructuring. Growing ever stronger, the golden blood radiated with dazzling brilliance, each strand of hair glistening like jade, emanating a divine light. Yang Xian opened his eyes, tinged with a hint of gold, adjusting to his transformed body. A cluster of crimson flames suddenly ignited at his fingertips, flickering with a dangerous glow. Nanju Spirit Fire. Upon entering the first layer of the Red Sky, Southern Candle Divine Demon Body, Yang Xian gained the ability to control the Southern Candle Divine Fire, a legacy inherited from the Southern Candle of the Divine Demon. Although its power is but a mere fraction, less than 1/1,000th, of its original might, it remains extraordinarily formidable. This fire not only possesses terrifying temperatures, but also has the capacity to consume one's lifespan. The Southern Candle Spirit Fire in Yang Xian's possession can only burn away a few years of an opponent's life. If the adversary's cultivation level is significantly lower, it could potentially send them straight to their grave. However, should the opponent's realm be far beneath Yang Xian's, he may find it difficult to employ this function, in terms of burning lifespan. Further breakthroughs into higher layers are necessary for its true horror to manifest. Nevertheless, even the sheer, terrifying heat generated by the southern candle spirit fire igniting all things serves as a potent means of lethal force. Speaking of which, that old fellow from the Bone Path appears to have a rather short lifespan as well. Thinking of the imminent arrival of the Bone Path individual, Yang Xian felt a surge of excitement within, contemplating the experiment he would conduct the following day, and oh rush, he could test it out tomorrow. Yang Xian glanced at his own cultivation, still merely at the initial stage of the cleansing marrow realm, and with only one simulation attempt remaining, he promptly prepared to enhance his final shortcoming. Onward. Chapter 38. Seeking aid, make way. Everyone, make way. Fang Jing dashed madly through Yunmeng City, vocally urging the surrounding pedestrians to clear a path as a martial artist at the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm. Fang Jing's speed approached that of a frenzied stallion, racing through streets toward the distant, sprawling mansion. Ever since discovering the bone parasite, Fang Jing had urgently returned to Yunmeng City to seek assistance under Yang Xian's command, while also ensuring his distance from the battlefield. After all, he was merely a blood refinement realm practitioner. To ordinary people, he might seem formidable, but in the face of the Bone Path, he was merely fodder. Fortunately, the distance from Shanshui City to Yunmeng City was not particularly great. Taking the fastest ship and then galloping on horseback, Fang Jing finally arrived at Yunmeng City just before sunset the following day. At this moment, he was racing toward the Luo residence, as for why he did not seek help from the Demon Extermination Office. In Fang Jing's heart, the weight of the Yunmeng Luo family far surpassed that of the Demon Extermination Office. Moreover, was it not the Luo family that controlled the Demon Extermination Office in Yunmeng City? Due to his relationship with Luo Qingning, Fang Jing headed straight for the Luo residence upon his return. I have an urgent matter to report to Miss Luo. Upon reaching the entrance of the Luo residence, breathless, Fang Jing spoke. The guard, having seen Fang Jing before, did not dare to delay and hurriedly went inside to announce his arrival. At this moment, within the inner courtyard of the Luo residence, the tranquil little garden remained unchanged. Luo Qingning was busy molding the smooth little face of Xiao He into various shapes, and Omor sneaking into the kitchen to steal freshly made pastries. No wonder there have been reports of a thief lately. Xiao He raised her right hand, her words a muddled jumble. Only then did Luo Qingning release her delicate hand, gazing with satisfaction at her creation. Xiao He rubbed her reddened cheeks, casting a resentful glance at her mistress. Miss, the young Master Fang who came with young Master Yang has urgent business to discuss with you, the maid hurriedly reported to Luo Qingning. Urgent matter. An ominous premonition surfaced in Luo Qingning's heart. Quickly, summon young Master Fang to come in. Before long, Fang Jing arrived in the little courtyard, guided by the maid. Upon seeing Luo Qingning, Fang Jing was filled with excitement. His expression urgent. Miss Luo, my lord discovered a malevolent sorcery known as bone parasite in Shanshui City, and it is currently spreading throughout the city, and my lord commanded me to come ahead to report and seek assistance. Bone parasite? Luo Qingning, hearing this unfamiliar term, could conjure no recollection in her mind. Nevertheless, the name alone suggested malevolence, and the fact that it could spread throughout a city indicated extreme danger. Luo Qingning dared not delay, swiftly notifying the maid to prepare a carriage, and they would immediately head to the Demon Extermination Office. Yang Xian, at a flicker of concern, crossed Luo Qingning's beautiful eyes. Yang Xian had joined the Demon Extermination Office at her invitation. Yet it was unforeseen that he would encounter such perilous circumstances during his first trial. The impulsive decision made at the time had inadvertently endangered a youth who should have been brimming with vigor. Should matters escalate to such a degree, she would never forgive herself. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xian delved into the depths of his divine demon bloodline, fully activating the red sky, southern candle divine demon body. The surrounding vital energy swirled and coalesced, forming a vortex that continuously surged toward him. The tremendous commotion immediately stirred the entire county office. Soldiers and clerks, alerted by the noise, rushed to witness the swirling vortex of vital energy before them. What is happening? Li Wei, observing the significant disturbance in the courtyard, appeared astonished. Everyone disperse. Young Master Yang is in training. What are you all crowding around for? The clerks and soldiers, drawn by the commotion, scattered upon seeing the county magistrate and returned to their quarters. Li Wei gazed at the vortex of vital energy, which stirred up gusts of wind in the courtyard, a faint smile appearing on his face. The greater the disturbance, the better. The stronger, the better. Given the myriad of calamities plaguing Shanshui City, internal threats from the Bone Path, spreading malevolent sorcery, and external threats from the aquatic demons obstructing rivers and sealing waterways, Li Wei naturally hoped that Yang Xian, representing the Demon Extermination Office, would possess even greater strength to aid in resisting the impending disaster. I wonder if the message will reach its destination. Li Wei thought of the individuals he had dispatched to the county city for aid, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. Even though he had sent out 3 batches of messengers for safety's sake, he could not guarantee their secure arrival. Shanshui City was already fraught with peril as a county magistrate for over a decade. Li Wei had sensed something amiss ever since the spread of malevolent sorcery. The subsequent chaos wrought by the aquatic demons had further unsettled him, with both the demon race and malevolent sorcery descending upon them. Li Wei had even contemplated fleeing. However, recalling the lives of the tens of thousands of citizens and the gravity of the laws of the Great Zhou, he resolved to stay at this juncture. He no longer aspired to ascend the ranks. Surviving this calamity had become his utmost wish. Casting one last glance at the courtyard, Li Wei ambled back to his residence, slow. Yang Xian felt a slight headache and a touch of frustration. No wonder it took nearly exhausting the Tongyuan Merchant Guild to cultivate to the first layer. This was hardly something a mere mortal could achieve, relying solely on the inhalation and exhalation of the world's vital energy. Even possessing the innate talent of the ancient divine demon bloodline would require decades to glimpse any hope of breakthrough. The technique is indeed remarkable, yet it utterly fails to account for the vast disparities between the ancient era and the martial arts era. The concentration of vital energy in the ancient times was 100-fold greater than that of today. In any given location, one could find an abundance of pure vital energy, even rich enough for bathing. Yet in the present day, only in the renowned mountains and rivers can one find a slightly denser concentration of vital energy. In a remote place like Shanshui City, merely absorbing vital energy could cause such a tremendous uproar. But it is sufficient. Character, Yang Xian age, 18 physique, Southern Candle divine, demon bloodline, orange, talent, innate sword bone, purple, dual mastery of sword and saber, purple, golden bone jade marrow, purple, spiritual wisdom, purple, realm, 7th grade cleansing marrow realm, perfection, skills, red sky southern candle divine demon body, first layer, gung metal killing sword chi, minor accomplishment, frenzied demon saber technique, concept, blood demon saber, concept, gung metal sword intent, 4 accomplishments, blood demon saber intent, 4 accomplishments, frenzied demon saber intent, 4 accomplishments, wealth. 0 Yang Xian stepped out of his room, gazing up at the dimming sky. The pale moon shone coldly, and the star's brilliance was entirely swallowed by the thick night. I have awaited you. Yang Xian sensed the bloodline within him boiling, a divine demon's combative spirit mirroring his own. Chapter 39. The Great Battle Kill. The sound of massacre reverberated across the battlefield. Thousands of soldiers brandished their long spears, thrusting them forward with great force. The cold metal pierced through tough exteriors, creating gaping wounds. The intense agony only fueled the frenzy of the water demons. A crab demon, towering at the height of a person, lifted its metallic claws, swinging them left and right, the sharp pincers severing both men and weapons alike. Yet soon, countless spears pierced its body, and bolstered by the military formation, even at the first level of blood energy fusion, the soldier's strength surged dramatically. Despite being equivalent to a fully realized 8th grade blood refinement realm crab demon, it was swiftly turned into a sieve by the onslaught of over 1,000 soldiers. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, its tiny eyes bulging, transforming into lifeless orbs that Su Run, commanding the troops, observed the relentless surge of crab demons, shrimp demons, and even bizarre fish demons with 2 legs crashing against the military formation, his complexion paling. Too many. Shanshui City is already situated at the convergence of 3 rivers and near the expansive Yunmeng Marsh, essentially positioned at the edge of the water demons' gathering grounds. In the past, the tacit understanding between the Demon Extermination Office and the formidable demons, coupled with the water demon's lack of interest in land, had allowed Shanshui City to evade large-scale demon invasions for quite some time. However, now the banks were teeming with water demons, numbering perhaps in the tens of thousands. While he had only 2,000 soldiers to defend against them, rendering them utterly hopeless. "Fall back to the city walls," Su Ren shouted, and the thousands of soldiers immediately rushed towards the city. "Close the gates!" The guards severed the ropes, and the heavy gates thunderously slammed shut with a resounding boom that, in the distance, the densely packed water demons continued to roar, as if awaiting something, hissed a black python. Extending over 20 meters in length, emerged at the heart of the demon army, its obsidian scales radiating a dim, ominous sheen, its yellow eyes fixated intently on the city gates. Not merely one such colossal creature appeared. There was also a blue crab towering nearly 10 meters high, its tiny eyes darting about while its pincers clashed, producing a cacophony of harsh sounds. Additionally, a monstrous fish adorned with numerous sharp spines and possessing 4 arms struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. 3 formidable beasts materialized before Su Ren, whose expression grew grave, tinged with despair. As these 3 mighty demons emerged, the vast horde of the demon army charged toward the city gates, an array of grotesque water demons presenting a terrifying sight. The soldiers atop the city walls gazed upon the surging tide of demons, reminiscent of a turbulent sea, suppressing their fear as they resolutely clutched their spears. Behind them lay their sanctuary. There was no path left to retreat. In the distance, the black-scaled python transformed into a menacing figure clad in dark attire, while the other 2 demons also shifted forms. The blue crab morphed into a stunning woman garbed in azure, and the fish with 4 arms became a gaunt youth. "A splendid feast awaits," the black-scaled creature mused, inhaling deeply as if savoring the human scent wafting from the city walls. "Let us act swiftly, lest we delay the king's plans," commanded the azure-clad woman with a cold demeanor. "Indeed, the king urgently requires these countless morsels." "Black scales, do not hesitate," echoed the gaunt youth, a sycophantic gleam in his eyes. The expression on the black-scaled creature stiffened, regarding the gaunt youth with disdain. Although the crabwoman was a favored concubine of the king, the black-scaled general, who prided himself on strength, held in contempt those who sought to elevate their status through flattery. Humph! Despite his disdain for the mutated fish demon, he felt compelled to show some respect toward the king's favored consort. "Watch as I shatter this heap of bricks." With a sinister grin, the black-scaled creature revealed its true form. The massive python re-emerging, its very movement stirring a considerable disturbance. As it charged forth, the creature obliterated smaller demons in its path, the air thick with a mingled scent of scales and blood, creating an utterly grotesque scene. As the python approached within mere hundreds of meters of the city gates, Su Ren, now devoid of hope, closed his eyes. The onslaught of a single demon in its true form would render the gates defenseless. Once breached, they would face the oncoming tide of thousands of demons, and the inhabitants of Shanshui City would be utterly consumed as blood offerings. What calamities have befallen Yangxian? Su Ren's heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. Yangxian's absence signified dire troubles, for if he were present, his prowess might have offered a glimmer of hope. Heaven forsakes me, Su Ren braced himself for the inevitable conclusion. Yet an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. Contrary to the anticipated cacophony of destruction, Su Ren lifted his gaze, beholding a figure standing resolutely in the void. The fearsome black-scaled python remained frozen mid-charge, like a statue caught in time. All eyes, both human and demon, turned skyward to the celestial presence that loomed above. And in that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. At last, the moment has arrived. Yangxian opened his eyes, surveying the seemingly deserted courtyard. Earlier that day, he had ordered Li Wei and the others to evacuate the county office, leaving himself alone to await this pivotal moment. As the day faded into night, with stars twinkling overhead and the moon suspended in the sky, Yangxian finally sensed the arrival he had been anticipating. Cunning and elusive, as expected of one from the White-Bone sect, he mused with a faint smile, seemingly addressing the air itself. "You, young one, possess quite the discerning, chilling voice," reminiscent of a wailing specter, reverberated from the outside, as a gaunt elder stepped into view, his shriveled form appearing as if merely a layer of skin draped over bones. "Old man, I've awaited your arrival for quite some time," Yang Xian remarked, rising to meet the intruder's gaze. "Interesting. You've been waiting for me," the elder replied, his smile masking a keen observation of his surroundings, his spiritual awareness sweeping over every corner. "No need to search, Old One, for I am the sole occupant here," Yang Xian kindly advised the elder, who remained motionless. "Young one, you possess remarkable courage. I find myself rather fond of you now." The elder retracted his perception, locking eyes with the unperturbed Yang Xian, his murderous intent intensifying. Regardless of Yang Xian's hidden strengths or feigned bravado, he had come to this place with the intent to engage in battle. However, he did not believe that a mere youth, lacking even the true Qi realm, could pose any significant threat to him. Even if he had stagnated in the early stages of the divine intent realm for 30 years due to injuries, he remained unassailable by such a fledgling. "I've heard you are a prodigy, closely associated with the Luo family, a friend of that family's illustrious scion. Excellent. I shall dismantle your bones piece by piece, crafting them into my most exquisite masterpiece." The gaunt elder began to peel away the human skin that clung to his form, his body swelling as he revealed a smooth, bone-white physique, gleaming with a silvery radiance. Towering nearly 10 feet tall. "This is the essence of my white bone sect," he proclaimed, caressing his ivory form before turning his gaze back to Yang Xian. "And you shall become the nourishing essence that sustains me, the fleshly warrior upon whom I shall demonstrate the ascension technique of the white bone sect. Blood and flesh, bitter sacrifice, the ascension of the white bone. Come." Yang Xian's eyes ignited with unprecedented brilliance, a divine aura shimmering at his surface, while the blood within him surged like a tempest, channeling the power of his ancient lineage to manifest a dazzling golden glow. "I shall tear you apart." Old Man, Chapter 40. Shadowy skies conceal. Battle. A colossal surge of vitality erupted like a pillar reaching for the heavens, an overwhelming aura illuminating the night sky. The once ordinary figure of Yang Xian seemed to heighten several meters in an instant, enveloped in swirling flames that cast a crimson glow over the landscape. Clenching his fists, he felt a power capable of obliterating all in its path. Upon awakening his divine demonic bloodline, his physique not only soared over 10 feet, but also bore mysterious patterns that hinted at the return of ancient deities. The elder, now transformed into a being of bone, stared in astonishment at the towering figure that materialized before him, feeling an ancient and primal force emanating from Yang Xian. A special bloodline, is it? The skeletal form of the elder creaked ominously, and a chilling laughter escaped his lips. "Excellent. Your bones shall be of immense value. Remember, the one who will end your life is the white bone sect's protector." In Tianin, with a swing of his bony arm, illuminated by the moonlight, it exuded a lustrous quality, the sheer force generating a sound of slicing air. The elder's bone body, honed over nearly a century, served as his ultimate weapon, its hardness rivaling that of inferior magical artifacts, while possessing various supernatural qualities. With arms like massive hammers, he launched a ferocious strike toward Yang Xian, accompanied by an unstoppable might. "The one who seeks your death is the martial newcomer, Yang Xian." Yang Xian grinned widely, reciprocating with a powerful punch. The ensuing shockwave swept across the surroundings, tearing apart structures and creating a vast crater in the ground. The two titanic figures collided with one another, akin to primal beasts engaged in the most elemental form of combat, each clash resonating like thunder. "Is this all your strength?" Yang Xian unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air. Having mastered the first layer of the Qitian Nanju demon body, he had become a formidable weapon, relentlessly pressuring In Tianin with his furious onslaught. The elder struggled to withstand the continuous barrage, the immense force testing even his decades-honed bone body, which began to show the slightest fissures. Faced with the savage intensity of Yang Xian, In Tianin's heart sank. He had originally intended to crush Yang Xian under the weight of his prideful bone form. However, he now found himself the one being overpowered, as the unidentifiable ancient bloodline permitted a mere martial artist, devoid of true chi, to dominate him in battle. Yang Xian's physical prowess intensified. Yin Tianin's envy grew. A body infused with such potent bloodline was undoubtedly a rarity. Recognizing that he could not overpower Yang Xian in flesh, he resolved to unleash his full power, for he was a warrior of the divine intent realm. White-boned death domain, in an instant, the air around them turned frigid, as if dozens, if not hundreds, of skeletal forms manifested before Yang Xian. The flora withered in an instant, and the already ravaged buildings appeared even more desolate, a chill creeping into the atmosphere. Yang Xian's body felt as though it had been gripped by innumerable bony hands, rendering him immobile. This the essence of divine intent. Upon transcending into the realm of divine consciousness, a martial artist manifests a unique spectral embodiment of their soul. A vivid representation of their martial will birth from the significant augmentation of their spirit. For those practitioners beneath this exalted state, the oppressive aura exuded is formidable. Once enveloped by this divine intent, not only are their souls thrust into a hallucinatory state, but even their vital energies become sluggish, rendering them significantly weakened before they even engage in combat. However, should one possess a sufficiently robust soul to withstand such an onslaught, or be safeguarded by certain treasures, immunity is attainable. Yang Xian belongs to the former category. After awakening the bloodline of the Southern Candle Demon, his soul has expanded greatly, endowing him with a degree of resistance to this divine influence. Within Yang Xian, the bloodline surged, a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones, swiftly dispelling the chill that had settled within him, restoring mastery over his physique. With a resolute gaze, he unleashed a punch, sending the skeletal figure hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. How could this be? Yin Tianin observed Yang Xian, who moved with ease despite the overwhelming divine presence, astonished that a mere practitioner of the cleansing marrow stage could launch such a formidable attack. Yin Tianin came to realize that Yang Xian was not only Fizz. Wang Tingzhong recalled the matter that Luo Qingning had entrusted to him and immediately quickened his pace. The air was filled with a series of sonic booms, stirring up shock waves and creating a miniature whirlwind. His speed was so astonishing that it nearly surpassed the limits of innate martial artists. The county office of Sanshui City, once solemn and dignified, had now been reduced to ruins, scattered with charred and shattered remnants, and the ground was pockmarked with numerous large craters. The once continuous buildings were now nearly devoid of any intact structure, as if swept away by a tornado, leaving only broken walls and debris in its wake. Yang Xian grasped a massive skull tightly in one hand while with the other he pierced through Yin Tianin's chest, clutching a vibrant red heart in his fist. Yin Tianin looked bleakly at Yang Xian. Although he had cultivated the path of bones, he was not merely a skeleton. He was a martial artist at the divine intent realm. Externally, he appeared to be nothing but bones, yet internally his organs still existed. Otherwise, he would no longer be human. Had he broken through to the third tier of the Xinyuan realm, he could have transformed entirely into a skeletal form, freeing himself from the torment of flesh. But it was evident that he was incapable of such a feat. How infuriating to perish at the hands of a mere junior before I can avenge my great grievance. Yin Tianin gazed resentfully at Yang Xian, realizing that this young man, merely at the cleansing marrow realm, had driven him into a corner point 30 years prior. He had nearly met his demise at the hands of Luo Lai. And now, 30 years later, he was to die at the hands of this junior, closely associated with the Luo family. I refused to believe it. A surge of energy unexpectedly welled up within Yin Tianin's seemingly exhausted body, as if he still possessed the strength to fight back. With a loud pop, the beating heart shattered, and Yin Tianin's skeletal arm, which had been raised, fell helplessly to his side, the light in his eyes suddenly dimming. Yang Xian forcefully yanked the skull from his grasp, extracting it from his body. At last, he is truly dead, Yang Xian mused, examining the skull in his hands with keen interest. Such malevolent beings often possessed life-preserving techniques. Caution was warranted. Who goes there? Yang Xian suddenly looked up, spotting a man in a black robe adorned with silver patterns standing at a distance, quietly observing him, an agent of the demon-slaying office. Yang Xian thought, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Wang Tingzhong observed the youth manipulating the massive skull before him, whose towering figure resembled that of a small giant, muscles rippling like entwined serpents. And yet his visage was unexpectedly handsome, but he hardly appears to be in need of my assistance. Wang Tingzhong mused, involuntarily twitching his mouth. Chapter 42. Arrival. Yang Xian's form instantly shrank to that of an ordinary human, now clad in tattered remnants of fabric. Fortunately, the quality of his clothing was exceptional, preventing it from disintegrating completely. Wang Tingzhong, noticing Yang Xian's return to his regular size, conjured a black robe and tossed it to him. "Thank you," Yang Xian replied, his eyes lighting up. After activating the Southern Candle Divine Demon Body, the first drawback was that his clothing could hardly withstand the transformation. Thankfully, this was only the first layer, and it would return to normal upon breaking through to the second layer. "Call me Uncle Wang," Wang Tingzhong said, observing the young man now dressed in the black robe, finally feeling at ease. "I am indeed an uncle to Luo Qingning. You may address me as such," he added. Wang Tingzhong appeared to be a mature man in his 40s, prompting Yang Xian to obediently greet him as Uncle Wang. Character: Wang Tingzhong. Physique: transparent sword body, purple. Talent: swordsmanship prodigy, purple. Heart sword, purple. Abundant vitality, blue. Realm: initial stage of the third tier, Xianyuan realm, transparent sword body. Mastery of sword techniques comes effortlessly, significantly lowering the difficulty of controlling sword arts while greatly enhancing their power. Swordsmanship prodigy: an exceptionally gifted individual in swordsmanship, greatly amplifying comprehension of sword techniques. Heart sword: concealing the intent of the sword within the heart. Capable of annihilating the soul. Abundant vitality: possesses an extraordinary vitality that far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Yet another master of the Xianyuan realm, Yang Xian remarked, somewhat astonished. Ever since meeting Luo Qingning, masters of the Xianyuan realm had been emerging one after another. Truly, it appeared that destiny favored those blessed by heaven, as the abundance of masters surrounding him was remarkable. Wang Tingzhong approached the skeletal remains lying on the ground, his expression turning peculiar. This must be a disciple of the Path of Bones at the True Gang realm. I never expected him to be killed so thoroughly. Wang Tingzhong glanced at the skeletal corpse, missing an arm and with a gaping hole in its chest, and recalled the towering figure of Yang Xian just moments ago. Could it be some unique physique or bloodline? No wonder Qingning holds him in such high regard. He truly is a promising talent. Wang Tingzhong couldn't help but marvel, his admiration for the young man increasing as he considered that he would soon join the demon-slaying office that he approached Yang Xian. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "Young nephew, I am the newly appointed leader of the Yunmeng City Demon-Slaying Office, a silver-ranked demon slayer. Since you have chosen to join us, you will be under my command from now on. Work diligently, and if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. It has been quite some time since we have seen a talent of your caliber in the demon-slaying office." Wang Tingzhong's fondness for Yang Xian grew as he realized that his visit to Sanshui City had serendipitously led to the discovery of such a promising individual, silver-ranked demon slayer. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Isn't it typically the case that only those of the Xianyuan realm serve as gold-ranked demon slayers? What then of silver-ranked positions held by those in the Xianyuan realm? However, given Wang Tingzhong's assurances, Yang Xian wisely refrained from probing further, mentally noting the matter. A hidden master of the Xianyuan realm within Yunmeng City was certainly not a simple affair. By the way, the water demons are still besieging the city. Yang Xian's expression shifted as he recalled the ongoing threat. He had been aware of the water demon army's encirclement, but he had remained in the deserted county office to ensure the resolution of the situation with the Path of Bones. "Fear not," Wang Tingzhong reassured him, placing a hand on Yang Xian's shoulder to prevent him from rushing off to assist. "Since I am here, the horde of water demons has already been dealt with." As he explained, Wang Tingzhong began to examine Yang Xian's physique. "Your vitality is like that of a dragon, and your foundation is exceptional, accompanied by an unknown ancient bloodline. There is no trace of demonic energy." Quite impressive. Wang Tingzhong felt a sense of satisfaction within, recognizing Yang Xian as a seed of potential within the Xianyuan realm. Additionally, there are those afflicted by the bone parasites causing chaos in the city that need to be dealt with as well. With that, Wang Tingzhong led Yang Xian towards the area of greatest turmoil within the city. The majority of those possessed by the bone parasites had already congregated, but the sheer number of them had become overwhelming. Following the outbreak, the constables found themselves unable to cope, as the soldiers of the city had all gone to confront the water demons, leaving the afflicted individuals to rampage through the city, attacking the living indiscriminately. Upon their arrival, they found Su Ren organizing the troops to suppress the chaos, with numerous martial artists assisting alongside him. Faced with the disciplined formations of soldiers, the instinct-driven parasites had no means of retaliation. Collapsing to the ground in defeat, it seemed that even without Yang Xian's intervention, the turmoil would not linger for long. That, of course, the timely discovery had been crucial. Had this sinister sorcery continued to spread for several more days, the consequences would have been far more dire. Indeed, Wang Tingzhong nodded, recognizing that the emergency situation affecting the entire city was nearing its conclusion, that we must also dispatch a team of specialized apothecaries to treat these afflicted individuals. Wang Tingzhong contemplated sending for reinforcements from the Yunmeng City demon-slaying office. While methods to counteract the bone parasites already existed, the resources of the state capital's demon-slaying office would undoubtedly prove more effective. With the addition of Yang Xian and Wang Tingzhong, the chaos within the city was swiftly quelled, and all the afflicted individuals were imprisoned, awaiting treatment to prevent any potential rebellion. Wang Tingzhong had even used techniques to assail their souls, rendering them temporarily unconscious that moment. Within the Chun family estate, which was serving as a temporary county office, Li Wei respectfully clasped his hands before Wang Tingzhong, who sat at the head of the table. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance in saving Sanshui City. It was not I who saved you. You should thank Yang Xian." Wang Tingzhong indicated towards the young man standing nearby, a look of appreciation on his face. Li Wei, understanding the cue, turned to Yang Xian and offered him accolades, eager to make a favorable impression in front of Wang Tingzhong. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Wonderful, young master. You are unharmed." Fang Jing rushed in, her face brimming with excitement upon seeing Yang Xian unscathed. Following closely behind, Luo Qingning gazed at the youth with rosy lips and bright complexion. Her heart lightened, and a smile crept onto her face. "You both have arrived," Yang Xian exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy washing over him as he beheld the two newcomers. Fang Jing exclaimed, "Young master, Miss Luo heard that you were in danger in Sanshui City, and she hurriedly took a treasure boat downstream, arriving just as dawn broke." Yang Xian turned to Luo Qingning, noticing a faint blush on her porcelain-like face, reminiscent of blooming red plum blossoms. "Thank you, Miss Luo," Yang Xian said, adjusting his demeanor to express sincere gratitude. "You are the one I invited to join the demon-slaying office. If any danger were to befall you during the trial, it would be my fault." Luo Qingning replied earnestly, her tone surprisingly serious, though her cool demeanor only rendered her more endearing. "Very well," Yang Xian replied, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Wang Tingzhong, seated at the head of the table, observed the interaction between the two with keen interest, a playful smile threatening to break through as he relished the unfolding drama. What a pity Luo Tianxing is not here. It would have made for an even more entertaining scene. Cough, cough. Wang Tingzhong coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Since Qingning has arrived, you should all return together." Yang Xian was about to nod in agreement when a sudden thought struck him, and he quickly exclaimed, "I have yet to complete my demon-slaying trial." Wang Tingzhong waved his hand dismissively. "Trial? Your solitary defeat of a Bone Dao Guardian is ample proof of your prowess." "The Bone Dao Guardian," Luo Qingning exclaimed in astonishment, her expression radiating disbelief. One of the most formidable evil sects in the world. Being a guardian within the Bone Dao would require one to at least possess the strength of divine intent. Yet, Yang Xian had not even reached the true gang stage, and he had managed to slay a being of divine intent on his own. Could it be that he had held back much of his strength during our sparring, deliberately allowing me to prevail? Luo Qingning cast a glance at Yang Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of those around him, Yang Xian rubbed his nose bashfully. When he revealed the identity of the skeletal figure to Wang Tingzhong, he had not anticipated that it was a guardian. Even within the Bone Dao, it could be considered a mid-tier position. That guardian seems rather weak, Yang Xian thought, recalling the scene of their battle. The only thing that could stand up to him was the skeletal body that resembled the Southern Candle's demonic form. Observing the incredulous expressions of the others, Wang Tingzhong chuckled, for he too had worn a similar expression upon learning the news. Truly remarkable, Yang Xian. Chapter 43. Dragon Crocodile Master. It seems we have entered the territory of a great demon. Yan Zixia remarked cautiously, skillfully avoiding the vicious fish demons that occasionally darted past her. Holding her breath, she concentrated, having cultivated a secret technique that allowed her to remain submerged for extended periods. Even in deep waters. Rest assured, trust in me. As long as I am here, even if it is a great demon, it will have to bow its head in submission. Once we procure the essence blood from a great demon, it will surely enhance your power and foundation significantly. We only need to hunt down sufficient great demons. Even compared to the top talents of this era, you will be in no way inferior. The confident voice of Qi Yuanhe resonated in Yan Zixia's mind. Listening to her master's affirming words, Yan Zixia felt a surge of determination. Her master, with his mysterious background and formidable strength, had been guiding and supporting her since her humble beginnings. His words were undoubtedly reliable. Now, utilize the concealment technique I taught you to bypass these fish demons and proceed directly into the palace within, Qi Yuanhe patiently instructed Yan Zixia. Yan Zixia gazed at the distant water palace, its pearls shimmering with luminescence, making it appear extraordinarily radiant beneath the water. Though not vast in size, it still evoked a sense of awe, as if she had entered the legendary dragon palace of the sea. In reality, it was merely a vast pond, several hundred meters deep, with the palace situated at its deepest point. Yan Zixia's task was to stealthily infiltrate the palace inhabited by a great demon. The establishment of such a grand palace in this location, coupled with the numerous water demon guards patrolling its vicinity, clearly indicated that this great demon was no ordinary foe. Nevertheless, Yan Zixia remained resolute as she slipped inside unnoticed. The passing fish demons completely oblivious to the human presence under their very noses. Within the grand hall of the palace, a group of clam maidens danced gracefully, their movements illuminated by the brilliance of the pearls embedded in the walls. Rendering the hall bright and pristine, at the head of the hall stood a long table, behind which sat a pale-faced young man, drinking heartily while tearing into fresh flesh, droplets of blood occasionally cascading down. The table bore a large patch of congealed blood. Yan Zixia observed the youth in the hall and realized he was the master of this underwater palace, a great demon. Only a great demon possessed the ability to fully transform into human form. Master, what should we do now? Yan Zixia mentally inquired. Attack. What? Yan Zixia swallowed hard. Despite the demon's apparent frailty, it was still a genuine great demon. For a mere practitioner at the cleansing marrow stage like herself, even a casual spat would leave her severely wounded. Fear not. I sense this great demon is already gravely injured, unable to wield even a fraction of its strength. With me here, it cannot stir up any significant trouble. Qi Yuanhe replied confidently, his tone brimming with assurance, with a steely resolve. Yan Zixia gritted her teeth, trusting her master completely as she firmly grasped her long knife. With a flash, the blade struck the young man's body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. So tough. Yan Zixia exclaimed in shock as she stared at the unscathed youth. The tremendous recoil left her arm tingling. Humans sneaking into my domain. The Yuan crocodile smirked, a layer of fine, dark yellow scales shimmering on its body. Yan Zixia's 7th grade weapon left not a single mark on it. Human, reveal your origins, and I may consider granting you a swift death. The Yuan crocodile extended its long, thick tongue and licked its lips, its yellow slit-like pupils fixated intently on Yan Zixia. Master, we are in trouble now, Yan Zixia thought, her hands trembling slightly. She had exerted her full strength in that attack. Yet it had merely grazed the demon's surface. Oh, not panic, came the resonant voice in her mind. Yin Zixia felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, followed by an unprecedented sense of power. Her vitality swelling like a balloon, and within moments, her strength had multiplied several times over. Oh, formidable. Is this the power of my master? Yin Zixia marveled, her confidence surging as she turned to the pale youth. Oh, interesting. The Yuan crocodile observed the suddenly confident human with keen interest as a descendant of the dragon palace of Yunmeng. Though it was but a diluted dragon lineage, the half-blooded dragon blood within it rendered it nearly unmatched among its peers. Now, gazing at the rapidly escalating aura of Yin Zixia, the Yuan crocodile remained unconcerned. Although this human seemed to have reached the true gang stage, to it, which was comparable to divine intent, he was merely a large ant. It seems this human harbors secrets. The Yuan crocodile grinned cruelly, exposing its sharp fangs, its face transforming into a fearsome crocodilian visage. You're truly seeking death. In the blink of an eye, the Yuan crocodile lunged towards Yin Zixia, its scaled arm crashing down, sending her flying out of the hall. Yin Zixia emerged from the pit, her appearance disheveled yet miraculously unscathed. A powerful, crimson aura swirled around her, rapidly mending her previously grievous injuries. Just a bit heavy-headed, Yin Zixia remarked, shaking her head to clear her mind. The Yuan crocodile stared, astonished at the seemingly unscathed Yin Zixia. Though it was currently in human form, its power still retained 70% of its original strength. Yet Yin Zixia had withstood its blow and appeared unaffected, simply shaking her head. Human, you're increasingly piquing my interest. A massive dragon crocodile, spanning several dozen meters in length, suddenly emerged, its dark yellow, armor-like scales covering its entire body. Its dark yellow pupils exuded the cold indifference of a predator, and its powerful claws stirred the waters, creating whirlpools. Most astonishingly, it possessed the head of a dragon. The Yuan crocodile raised its head, gazing at the diminutive human with the disdain of a predator. This is why you will always remain my prey. Like the swiftest of hunters, the dragon crocodile lunged at Yin Zixia, its 4 sharp claws aiming to seize her. Each claw, large enough for several people to embrace, encountered no resistance in the water, accelerating as if propelled by some unseen force. Faced with the razor-sharp claws, Yin Zixia dared not confront them directly. She pushed off with her feet, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, in the next instant, the long tail, akin to a spiked whip, lashed toward her with such speed that only a blur remained. Yin Zixia's face paled as she realized the terrifying nature of the incoming strike. She had no time to evade and could only brace herself. Gripping her knife with both hands to meet the attack point, 2 pristine blades splintered and sank deep into the seabed, as her 7th-grade weapon proved utterly powerless against the force of the tail strike. Yin Zixia was violently hurled into the depths, mud and sand swirling around her, rendering the water murky. Flecks of blood mingled with the turbid sea, the potent scent of blood wafting through the water. Thrilling the Yuan crocodile, it gazed into the depths, where a figure slowly began to rise. Yin Zixia stood, the crimson aura enveloping her once again, rapidly healing the wounds that had pierced her body. Unscathed, the Yuan crocodile stared in astonishment at the emerging Yin Zixia. Even a warrior of divine intent would not emerge unscathed from such an attack, yet this human appeared hardly worse for wear. Particularly that vibrant crimson aura, which filled it with a sense of extreme aversion. Come again, with red pupils ablaze, Yin Zixia charged forward like a bolt of lightning, daring to engage in close combat with the several dozen-meter-long dragon crocodile. Seeking death, the dragon crocodile writhed frantically, causing the surrounding waters to swirl in tandem, ultimately forming a colossal vortex. The innate abilities of the dragon race endowed the dragon crocodile with a natural command over water. Coupled with the deadly roll of a crocodile, culminating in its most formidable attack technique. The death vortex, as the vortex took shape, Yin Zixia found himself ensnared within it, struggling in vain to break free. Just as he was on the verge of being torn apart by the swirling waters, a sudden shift in his gaze suggested a transformation, as if he had become an entirely different individual. Chapter 44. Rebirth with a sudden thrust. An arm pierced through the desiccated flesh. Yinzixia struggled to crawl out from within the shriveled carcass of a crocodile that a long, dragon-headed crocodile's corpse, measuring several dozen meters, lay quietly at the ocean's depths, its form emaciated as though all vitality had been drained from it. Surrounding it were various corpses of fish demons, all sharing the same ghastly appearance, their shrunken bodies drifting like thin paper in the currents. The air was thick with a lingering stench of blood, yet not a single fish was drawn to it, as if all life within several kilometers had been extinguished, leaving only a profound silence. Coughing, Yinzixia expelled a few droplets of fresh blood, his head pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him dizzy and on the brink of losing consciousness. Master Yangxian clasped his hands in respect, acknowledging that this Lord Lin was a devoted follower of Wang Tingzhong. Naturally, he was exceedingly cordial towards someone favored by Wang Tingzhong. As soon as Yangxian stepped outside, he encountered numerous newly appointed demon slayers being escorted by a silver-ranked demon slayer for testing. This was to ascertain whether any spies from the demon clans or malevolent forces were among the newly promoted slayers. With the aid of a mid-grade treasure mirror and a silver-ranked demon slayer proficient in spiritual arts, there was no one, save for demon kings and those at the third rank of the transcendental realm, who could evade this dual examination. Had it not been for Wang Tingzhong's personal confirmation of Yangxian, he too would have had to undergo this process. My name is Fanji. I arrived a decade earlier than you, and have some credentials in the Demon Slayer Bureau. If you don't mind. You may refer to me as Old Fan, said a seasoned bronze-ranked demon slayer, who appeared to be in his 40s, indicating he had spent many years in the Bureau. Over here is the Hall of Techniques, where all the techniques of the Demon Slayer Bureau are compiled, including the foundational levels of various sacred texts. That is the armory, where you can exchange merits for weapons, with sufficient merit. Even high-grade treasures can be procured. There lies the Hall of Missions, where you will accept your trial tasks. He added, by the way, your tokens connect with the Bureau's celestial mirror, displaying your merit points, after giving Yangxian a tour of the main locations within the Bureau. Fanji offered a final reminder. Yangxian flipped his token, revealing a number. 7,000 points, 7,000 points. A plump man, adorned with a token engraved with 3 silver lines, gazed incredulously at the seated silver-ranked demon slayers. It was known that slaying a formidable demon comparable to the 4th rank of the divine concealment realm only yielded 5,000 merit points. Yet this newcomer had somehow amassed 7,000, which was simply beyond his comprehension. Although Yangxian had slain a guardian of the Whitebone sect, that guardian was merely a martial artist of the spiritual intent realm, even accounting for the Whitebone sect's influence. The maximum merit would hardly exceed 2,000 points. Moreover, the rescue of Sanshui City, while commendable, could not possibly equate to the worth of a top-tier demon. Such elite demons were either sheltered under demon kings or possessed formidable self-preservation abilities, wreaking havoc far beyond what a small city could withstand. Su Baoying, calm yourself. This decision was made by General Wang. If you have objections, feel free to voice them to him. Lin Ren, sitting at the lower end of the table, retorted without fear despite being only a 2-line silver-ranked demon slayer. Upon hearing General Wang's name, Su Baoying immediately deflated, since last year when a demon slayer from the Luo family was reassigned to Yujing City. General Wang had been parachuted into the Yunmeng Prefecture's Demon Slayer Bureau. Initially, several individuals had prepared for a fierce competition for the position of the Bureau Chief, only to be outmaneuvered. The news of General Wang's arrival had prompted several 3-line, silver-ranked demon slayers to grit their teeth, plotting to undermine this newcomer and render him a mere figurehead. However, upon his arrival, Wang Tingzhong had swiftly subdued them, leaving them begging for mercy. From that moment on, his authority within the Bureau was unparalleled, and even the 3-line demon slayers dared not defy him. T.O. suggests that Su Baoying confront this matter was akin to offering his face for a slap from General Wang. Hearing this, Su Baoying could only sit back dejectedly, silent. Observing Su Baoying's humiliation, the others ceased to pursue the matter and soon began a vigorous discussion on other demon-related incidents. Furthermore, when encountering silver-ranked demon slayers with 2 lines or more, remember to address them as Xiaowei. Should you meet Chief Wang, refer to him as General Wang, Fanji added, as if recalling something. Our Demon Slayer Bureau is an official institution of the court, and all silver-ranked Demon Slayers hold official titles. For instance, those with 2 lines or more are appointed as Xiaowei, while significant figures like Chief Wang will hold the title of Deputy General. The gold-ranked Demon Slayers, responsible for overseeing entire prefectures, hold the title of Town General, which is reserved for true luminaries, individuals of at least the 3rd rank of the Transcendental Realm. A.S. Fanji spoke. A glimmer of yearning appeared in his eyes. Becoming a gold-ranked Demon Slayer was the dream of every Slayer, himself included. Yang Xian silently committed this to memory and then expressed his gratitude to Fanji. "Thank you," waving his hand dismissively. Fanji signaled that there was no need for formality, but by the way, I heard you slew a guardian of the White Bone sect in Sanshui City. I wonder which hall you wish to visit first. Fanji inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Xian replied, "I should first visit the Hall of Techniques. My background is rather ordinary, and I'm exceedingly curious about the legendary sacred texts." Upon hearing Yang Xian's response, Fanji sighed. Techniques are indeed paramount. They form the foundation. In my early years, I was infatuated with weapons, believing that a fine weapon was the fastest means for a warrior to enhance their strength. Those divine and celestial weapons, each renowned across the world, possess far greater deterrent power than so-called masters and grandmasters. Alas, I was foolish enough to think that the might of a weapon surpassed that of man. Yet, how many legendary weapons can truly shine in the hands of an ordinary martial artist? Had I understood this principle earlier, I might not have found myself in such a predicament. Yes, he spoke. Fanji let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps I am aware that, given my mediocre talent, how could I ever aspire to be a trailblazer of my era? Watching the signs of noble families and prodigies soar while I remain stagnant is truly difficult to bear. Thus, I place my unrealistic fantasies upon another, even more unrealistic dream, only to find it all a fleeting illusion, leaving no trace behind. As Fanji's tone grew increasingly subdued, he turned to Yang Xian and added, "Pardon my ramblings. Had you chosen the armory, I might have tried to persuade you otherwise. Yet, it is evident you are a prodigy of martial arts, fortified by a formidable resolve, unperturbed by external distractions." Yang Xian regarded him, unsure of how to respond. Without the simulator, he would be but an ordinary citizen, perhaps even inferior to Fanji. However, now that he wielded extraordinary powers, he refused to be shackled by such futile emotions. All he desired was to stand at the pinnacle and behold the most magnificent vistas. Fanji composed himself, straightened his expression, and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "May your martial fortunes flourish." Before him stood a youth clad in white as snow, his eyes sparkling with vitality and vigor. In that moment, Fanji was reminded of his former self, a commoner who had joined the Demon Slayer Bureau with fervor, though the youth before him possessed unparalleled talent. A stark contrast to his own. With such gifted potential, you must strive diligently, Fanji thought, casting one last complex glance at Yang Xian before turning to depart. Yang Xian silently watched him leave, then turned to enter the Hall of Techniques. Chapter 46, Trials and Tribulations. The mission hall was markedly different from what Yang Xian had envisioned. It was entirely devoid of personnel, or rather, there was not a single attendant present. The Demon Slayers merely entered individual compartments with their tokens in hand. Observing their actions, Yang Xian followed suit and stepped into a compartment, constructed entirely of gray stone. The compartment measured approximately 10 square meters, with a massive flat mirror at the forefront reflecting Yang Xian's image clearly. "Please present your token," a mechanical voice echoed. Yang Xian raised his token. An invisible consciousness swept over him. Identity confirmed. Access granted. Please select the technique you wish to exchange. The once clear mirror suddenly filled with a multitude of densely packed characters, its background shifting to pure white, with the black text standing out prominently. Categories displayed included techniques, martial skills, and secret arts. Yang Xian focused on the technique section. Feng Lei Cannon. 4th grade technique, encompassing the nurturing methods of the 5 divine treasures, suitable for wind and thunder attribute energy. With power as fierce as a thunderbolt. Merit points. 5,000. Qing Mu Secret Tome. 4th grade technique, detailing the nurturing methods of the four divine treasures, suitable for wood attribute energy of average power, with some longevity effects. Merit points, 3,000. Tianfeng Di Hua Treasure Scroll. Incomplete 3rd grade sacred art, containing remnants from the 9th to 4th grades, lacking the methods for refining divine powers, suitable for wind and fire attribute energy. With formidable power. Merit points, 6,000. Mi Luo Divine Light Sutra. Incomplete 3rd grade sacred art, originating from the now-vanished Zen Radiance Temple, featuring only the incomplete sections below the 3rd grade, lacking the methods for refining Buddhist divine powers. Unsuitable for Yin or demonic energy, with formidable power. Merit points, 5,000. Tian Yishang Shui Sword Cannon. Incomplete 2nd grade sacred art, stemming from the martial arts of the Middle Ages, containing only incomplete sections below the 3rd grade. With extreme difficulty in cultivation, suitable for special sword physiques like Tian Shui and Tong Ming, boasting immense power. Merit points, 7,000. Yang Xian scrutinized every line of text displayed on the panel, from the most rudimentary body tempering techniques to the legendary sacred arts. All available in abundance. Truly, it was one of the 3 formidable institutions of the Great Zhou, having obliterated countless forces. Its profound foundation was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yang Xian gazed in awe at the numerous tomes of 3rd and 2nd tier martial arts before him. However, all of these martial classics were incomplete, lacking the most crucial method for condensing the essence of divine powers. The reason these arts are referred to as divine lies in their ability to bestow genuine supernatural abilities upon martial artists. This essence is the key to attaining the realm of the transcendent master. For only by condensing divine powers can one claim the capabilities akin to a celestial being capable of uprooting mountains and overturning seas. It is said that during the ancient era of the immortal way, every practitioner who successfully condensed divine powers was a venerable ancestor with a lifespan of several thousand years, a stark contrast to the current transcendent masters who live a mere 600 years. Yet, the incompleteness of these martial arts was within Yang Xian's expectations. A government-level Demon Slayer division could hardly possess authentic martial classics, nor would they dare to store genuine ones within their treasury. Nonetheless, despite the absence of the most vital components, these martial arts held significant value for Yang Xian. Having only practiced the most mundane techniques from bone forging to marrow washing, he could now reshape his foundation with complete martial classics, thereby enhancing his power further. The question remained, which one should he choose? Yang Xian meticulously perused the list of techniques, determined to identify the one most suited to his needs in terms of physical prowess. He had the Red Sky South Candle Divine Demon Body, eliminating the need for further consideration. The AS for offensive capabilities, he was already healing from his innate sword bone, leaving only the enhancement of his vital energy. The greater the potency of his vital energy, the more formidable his various abilities would become. He scrutinized the introduction of each martial art, aware that he possessed only 7,000 merit points, and thus needed to find the most fitting one. After a considerable amount of time, Yang Xian's eyes finally lit up upon discovering a particular technique, Qianjie by Nan Bao Gang Jing, incomplete as 2nd tier martial art. Originating from the medieval era of martial arts, with only the incomplete components below the 4th tier. This technique venerates vital energy as its core, claiming that through the trials of 1,000 tribulations, one can ascend to the heavens. Centered on refining vital energy, it posits that one must endure a tribulation each year, culminating in 1,000 tribulations over the span of 1,100 years to achieve perfection. When completed, the vital energy radiates with the brilliance of the sun, and merely by channeling it, one's martial prowess approaches the realm of divine abilities. However, the time required is exceedingly long. To attain perfection beneath the transcendent realm demands enduring 1,100 years, which is an immense challenge, suspected to be a refining technique for the progeny of celestial beings. Merit points, 3,000. Martial artists can only extend their lifespan to 200 years upon reaching the true vitality realm. Transcendent masters live merely 600 years, while those in the divine concealment realm have a lifespan of only 300. It is no wonder this technique is thought to cater specifically to the offspring of celestial beings, as only those with the blood of immortals would have sufficient time to practice such a technique. Yet for me, It is quite fitting. With my simulator, I could easily endure not just 1,000 years, but even 10,000. So long as I have enough silver, I shall demonstrate my resolve. Furthermore, due to its glaring deficiencies, it requires merely 3,000 merit points. This is the one for me. Upon clicking to exchange, a jade talisman was suddenly ejected from the mirror. Yang Xian swiftly caught it, and as he utilized his spiritual sense to probe, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. The deluge of information struck his brain like a flood. Fully absorbing, it would take several hours. He promptly severed the connection. How wondrous! Yang Xian examined the jade talisman, crafted from a peculiar type of jade, and recalled the information received, which detailed the talisman's purpose. Such martial classics, even in their incomplete forms, could encompass millions of words. Recording them in book form would be excessively cumbersome. This legacy talisman is specifically designed for documenting martial techniques. Once the information is fully absorbed, the talisman shatters automatically. With 4,000 merit points remaining, he turned his gaze to the martial technique section. Currently, Yang Xian possessed only one precious 4th-tier martial technique, the Gung Jin Killing Sword Chi, and acquiring new techniques through martial experience was purely a matter of chance. With 4,000 merit points still at his disposal, he sought to identify additional martial techniques to exchange for, enabling him to swiftly master them through simulation. Enliguyu Inzhong. 4th-tier martial technique, embodying the principle of myriad streams returning to their source, vast and encompassing, exerting dominance through sheer force. Containing a complete realm of understanding. Quantity: 1 merit points for 1,000. Yling Chuan. 4th-tier martial technique, a punch that crushes dragon serpents, unparalleled in its dominance, imbued with a complete realm of understanding. Quantity: 2 merit points. 3,500. Qing S and SNSH. 4th-tier martial technique, the renowned ultimate skill of the Elder Qing bamboo, upright as the pine and bamboo. Unyielding. It strikes directly, never hesitating. Once the sword is drawn, there is no turning back. The technique is exceedingly domineering, of tremendous power, capable of injuring both adversary and self, containing a complete realm of understanding. Quantity: 1 merit points, 4,500. How exorbitant! Yang Xian observed the prices of the martial techniques at the top, each nearly rivaling that of the martial arts. Particularly, those imbued with a complete realm of understanding were prohibitively expensive. Yet, given their intrinsic value, the difficulty of comprehension would significantly diminish. While reaching perfection may not be guaranteed, attaining great mastery was indeed feasible. Each infusion of understanding represents a martial artist who has perfected their insight, pouring all their realizations into the technique at the cost of their spiritual essence, thus justifying the steep price. The Gung Jin Killing Sword Chi suffices for slaying, but I require a technique that enhances my speed. With the Red Sky South Candle Divine Demon Body and Gung Jin Killing Sword Chi, my offensive capabilities are already on par with ordinary divine realms. However, my speed remains a shortcoming. Had it not been for the South Candle Spirit Fire restraining In Tianin previously, I would have been left helpless. I found it. Elling X, YF ing F. 4th-tier martial technique, transcending the void and riding the wind, allowing one to temporarily traverse the T full mastery. One can glide over 10 miles, and upon achieving perfection, one can ride the wind for 100 miles. Merit points: 3,000. This is the one. Yang Xian was captivated by the prospect of soaring through the air and promptly clicked to exchange. Once again, the mirror produced a jade talisman, which Yang Xian caught before departing the secluded chamber. Just as he was about to exit the martial arts hall, a thought struck him, causing him to halt in place. I still need some silver. Chapter 47. Exchanging for silver esteemed colleagues. Yang Xian's voice boomed as he observed more and more demon slayers gathering in the grand hall. A robust warrior brimming with vitality. His powerful voice resonated like a great bell, instantly reverberating throughout the spacious chamber. Whether they had just exited their private booths or entered the hall, all eyes turned toward him, the source of the sudden commotion. Noticing the peculiar stares directed his way, Yang Xian clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. Greetings, everyone. I am the newly appointed demon slayer, Yang Xian. I currently possess 1,000 merit points that I have no use for, and I wish to exchange them for some silver. I wonder if any of my esteemed colleagues would be interested." An eerie silence fell over the hall, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After several seconds of this stillness, the atmosphere erupted like boiling oil, a cacophony of voices rising in a tumultuous uproar. "Brother Yang, I'm interested. I will purchase at 500 taels of silver per merit point. Choose me." A demon slayer was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he gazed at Yang Xian. Soon, the hall was filled with a clamor akin to a boiling cauldron, as voices clamored to outbid one another. "What the hell? You want merit points for just 500 taels? Brother Yang, I'll offer 600. Everyone quiet down. I am a renowned wealthy merchant from Yunming City. I will bid 800 taels. Brother Yang, choose me." The crowd jostled and pushed, each vying for Yang Xian's attention. As seasoned warriors who battled life and death against monstrous foes, they were anything but placid. Some even rolled up their sleeves, seemingly ready to brawl right then and there. For them, merit points were precious, earned solely through the slaying of chaotic beasts, and thus no one would willingly choose to trade them for mere silver. Now, hearing someone willing to exchange merit points for silver, they couldn't help but disregard their pride. Although internally they viewed Yang Xian as an easy mark on the surface, they were eager to elevate him, hoping he would share a portion of his merit points with them. In these times, such selfless demon slayers were a rare find. Indeed, their eagerness for merit points was palpable. Yang Xian surveyed the chaotic scene in the hall, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. While merit points were indeed important to him, what mattered more was acquiring sufficient wealth. With enough money, as his strength grew, merit points would become readily accessible. "Everyone, please calm down. Let us compete in a spirit of camaraderie. The highest bidder shall prevail," Yang Xian declared loudly, attempting to restore order amidst the tumult. That moment, on the third floor of the Grand Hall, an area typically off-limits to ordinary demon slayers, two men quietly observed the raucous scene below. "My lord, it seems our new prodigy in the Demon Slayer division is indeed not one to be trifled with. Using merit points to exchange for silver. This is unprecedented in our ranks." Shui Tonglin, one of the 3-pattern silver metal demon slayers from the Demon Slayer department, could not help but jest, his mind swirling with doubts. Could it be that Yang Xian was truly in such dire need of silver? If so, perhaps he should offer some silver himself to foster a good relationship. Yet, the thought of a 3-pattern silver metal demon slayer, a 4th-grade divine concealment realm warrior, presenting gifts to a junior felt rather unbecoming. If word got out, where would he hide his old face? However, considering Yang Xian's talent, which had even garnered General Wang's admiration, it would not be unreasonable to cultivate a rapport with this new prodigy. Shui Tonglin's expression was a tumult of emotions, his inner thoughts wavering continuously. Wang Tingzhong had not anticipated the myriad of thoughts swirling in the mind of his subordinate beside him. Observing Yang Xian below, his countenance bore an odd expression. As the atmosphere grew lively with incessant bidding, he felt it inappropriate to intervene further. "This lad. Next time I must have a serious talk with him." Treating merit points as if they were cabbages, carelessly selling them for mere silver. Such a trivial exchange. Wang Tingzhong mused inwardly. By the way, during your recent official duties in the state capital, have any directives been issued from above? Wang Tingzhong inquired of Shui Tonglin. As due to the urgent matters in Sanshui City, he had to delegate the task of reporting to Shui Tonglin. Upon hearing this, Shui Tonglin's demeanor turned extremely serious. "My lord, there is indeed a significant matter entrusted to us. Do elaborate." Wang Tingzhong's brow furrowed slightly, and soon the footsteps of the two grew increasingly faint. "Stop, esteemed colleagues. The merit points have been depleted. Let us maintain our composure." In Yang Xian's hand lay a substantial sum of silver notes, his face betraying uncontainable joy. After a series of bidding wars involving dozens of individuals, the merit points had escalated to a staggering 1,002. With many vying for limited resources, these points were swiftly snatched away. This meant that the 1,000 merit points had been exchanged for 1,000,000 taels of silver, a colossal sum equivalent to Yang Xian's plundering of several minor families. With the fortune in hand, Yang Xian felt no desire to linger, and amidst the lamentations of his colleagues, he departed swiftly. The Demon Slayer department provided each slayer with a small courtyard, spanning several hundred square meters, complete with a training room, master bedroom, and side chambers. Moreover, Demon Slayers could bring along 2 attendants, although these attendants were barred from entering significant areas such as the Mission Hall and Martial Arts Hall. Fang Jing accompanied Yang Xian to reside in the courtyard, primarily responsible for daily affairs. Yang Xian did not expect Fang Jing to possess formidable combat prowess, yet his aptitude for gathering information was commendable. His loquacious nature allowed him to engage in conversation with anyone. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Xian was greeted by an enticing aroma, and on the redwood table lay a spread of snake soup, crab meat, and fish dishes, all emanating a powerful fragrance that made Yang Xian's mouth water. "I never imagined your culinary skills to be this exceptional, Fang Jing." Yang Xian marveled at the array of delectable dishes. The snake soup was thick and rich, with the tender white snake meat glistening like jade, releasing a refreshing fragrance. The platter of crab meat resembled delicate snowflakes, incredibly tender, while the fish emitted an alluring scent. Yang Xian savored each dish, warmth flooding his body as he felt invigorated. "These ingredients are extraordinary," he remarked, glancing inquisitively at Fang Jing. "This was ordered by Lord Wang. He sent over ample supplies of snake, crab, and fish meat, instructing us to freeze them with ice energy," Fang Jing explained, gesturing towards the kitchen, where a hint of cold air seeped out. "Ah, I see. These must be the flesh of the water demons that invaded Sanshui City," Yang Xian quickly deduced. Before long, Yang Xian set down his utensils, patting his unchanged belly with a satisfied expression. With the bloodline of the southern candle god demon coursing through him, his body functioned like a vast furnace, instantly converting all consumed food into nourishing energy. Thus, even after feasting on a substantial meal, Yang Xian found himself perfectly content. Fang Jing, on the other hand, was already too full to speak, as a blood refinement realm warrior. The meat of these great demons was overwhelmingly nourishing for him. Even after consuming a small portion, his vitality surged, his complexion flushed. "Come, accompany me outside," Yang Xian instructed, changing into a white outfit and slinging a long sword over his shoulder. Ready to depart. "Young master, where are we headed?" Fang Jing asked, letting out a hearty burp. "To exchange for silver." Chapter 48. The dragon-slaying heavenly monarch, my lord. Do you recall the dragon-slaying incident from 300 years ago? As soon as Wang Tingzhong sat down, Shui Tonglin eagerly inquired that dragon-slaying across the realm. Wang Tingzhong's eyes narrowed slightly, as if lost in recollection. "Of course. I remember. The world is rife with water veins and countless rivers, which naturally birthed a plethora of water demons. Among them, the demon kings often carved out territories, reigning over their respective waters and stirring up trouble. Yet within the aquatic race, there existed formidable powers, with the Dragon Palace being the most dominant, commanding the largest water veins and countless water demons, rivaling the 6 sects in might. Only 4 locations in the world are recognized as Dragon Palaces, encompassing the largest water veins: Qi, Huai, Tsang, and Yunming. Among them, Qi, Huai, and Tsang are the ancestral veins of water that permeate the world, while the Yunming Marsh is the largest lake in existence. Thus, these 4 Dragon Palaces stand as the paramount sanctuaries of the aquatic race. However, now there are only 3 remaining: Qi Water Dragon Palace, Huai Water Dragon Palace, and Yunming Dragon Palace. The dragon-slaying incident pertains to the vanished Tsang Water Dragon Palace. The Tsang Water Dragon Palace was situated at the heart of the Tsang water system, specifically in Tsangzhou. As one of the 4 great dragon palaces, their offspring were spread throughout Tsangzhou, with no true top-tier sects to suppress them. The Tsang Water Dragon Palace acted with impunity, treating Tsangzhou as their domain. More critically, at that time, several masters overseeing the Tsangzhou territory, including the Gold Medal Demon Slayer and the Tsangzhou Provincial Governor, were all lured by the Dragon Palace with promises of profit, turning a blind eye to the chaos. Consequently, Tsangzhou became a playground for the dragon offspring, plagued by floods and disasters, with the land sinking and vast marshes forming. This situation persisted for a century, hidden beneath the veil of several masters and the influence of the Tsang Water Dragon Palace, turning Tsangzhou into a genuine disaster zone where demons devoured humans, with incessant torrential rains flooding the land. Thus arose the dragon-slaying campaign, with no one knowing where this figure emerged from, only that his blade pierced through Tsangzhou, staining it with the blood of dragons and shattering the Tsang Water Dragon Palace, hidden in the depths of the abyss. He shattered the dreams of the Tsang Water Dragon Palace's ancestors, who aspired to ascend to the Dragon Palace on Earth and transform into true dragons. One dragon-slaying blade annihilated a legacy that had persisted for millennia, with none of the dragon offspring escaping retribution. Legend has it that every river in Tsangzhou flowed with the blood of dragons, staining its waters crimson, awakening countless fish and shrimp to consciousness overnight. The mighty slayer grew increasingly frenzied, not only dismantling the Tsang Water Dragon Palace, but also seeking to eradicate all dragons along the Tsang Water Path. In the end, it was the ancestor of the Qi Water Dragon Palace, wielding a divine weapon, who confronted him at the gates of the Huai Water Dragon Palace, at the cost of inflicting grave injuries upon the Qi Water Dragon Palace's ancestor and the demise of a second-grade true dragon from the Huai Water Dragon Palace. This massacre was finally halted. Following this battle, 3 out of 10 dragons perished, and even a true dragon was slain, thus earning the title of dragon slaying across the realm. After this event, the powerful slayer was included in the divine rankings by the Tianji Pavilion, securing the 14th position as the dragon-slaying heavenly monarch by Yuan. However, what relation does our Yunmeng prefecture have with this dragon-slaying heavenly monarch? Wang Tingzhong recalled past events with a face full of reverence. Turning to Xue Tonglin, his expression grave, replied, "After all, the Tsang Water Dragon Palace was one of the 4 great dragon palaces, and its dragon lineage permeated the 36 states. The ancestor was merely a step away from the first great ascension realm. Thus, even after by Tianyuan's destruction of the Tsang Water Dragon Palace, it was impossible to eradicate all connections to the dragon lineage. Consequently, a surviving third-grade dragon king once roamed into the Yunmeng Marsh, seeking refuge to heal its wounds, only to succumb to its injuries in this very place. After centuries of evolution, it eventually formed a small secret realm, teeming with various unique energies. This secret realm emerged recently on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, and our Demon Slayer department managed to secure several slots, with Yunmeng Prefecture receiving 3. Indeed, Wang Tingzhong expressed his delight. A secret realm born from the flesh of a demon king would undoubtedly contain superior energies. This alleviated his burden of finding resources for that young lad. Notify everyone. Those wishing for these 3 slots should register themselves, and then choose participants based on their strength. Upon hearing this, Xue Tonglin nodded. This was the rule of their Demon Slayer department. Desiring valuable resources required demonstrating one's strength. Understood. Xue Tonglin bowed respectfully and briskly exited the room. The Dragon King's secret realm. Wang Tingzhong furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. What a coincidence. I've only just arrived here, and a secret realm appears. Dragon Pearl. I hope there is no connection. Wang Tingzhong rose and gazed towards the summit of the 9-tiered demon tower, his expression inscrutable. Esteemed guest, please take care. I shall not see you out at the entrance of the Heavenly Merchants Association. The steward wore a sycophantic expression as he addressed the 2 individuals. Yang Xian waved his hand dismissively, ushering Fang Jing into a rather opulent carriage, a gift from Luo Qingning for his convenience. Though the 4 horses were not of the extraordinary Jiao breed, they were nonetheless remarkable, possessing a robust physique. As they galloped, their hooves seemed to soar through clouds, graceful and swift, earning them the title of Yunyan horses, a mid-tier extraordinary breed. As Yang Xian settled into the returning carriage, he closed his eyes, appearing to rest, yet he was deeply engrossed in the panel before him. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: Southern Candle Divine, Demon Bloodline. Orange. Talent: Innate Sword Bone, purple. Mastery of Blade and Sword, purple. Golden Bone and Jade Marrow, purple. Spiritual Wisdom, purple. Realm: 7th grade, Cleansing Marrow Realm Perfection Skills. Crimson Heaven Southern Candle Divine, Demon Body, 1st layer. Gung Metal Slaughtering, Sword Chi, minor accomplishment. Frenzy Demon Blade Technique, concept. Blood Demon Blade, concept. Gung Metal Sword Intent, 4/10. Blood Demon Blade Intent, 4/10. Frenzy Demon Blade Intent, 4/10. Wealth: 1 million. The feeling of wealth was truly splendid. Yang Xian gazed at the string of zeros on the panel, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility within. Once he found a suitable top-tier vital energy, he would set about breaking through. At that point, beneath the Grandmaster, it would be his turn to wreak havoc, and even the top of the human ranking would have to take a seat before him. And there was also the matter of changing his cultivation method. As Yang Xian contemplated his future plans, he pondered the 1,000 calamities and 100 difficulties divine essence sutra he had obtained from the Hall of Techniques. Blood refining, bone tempering, and marrow cleansing are collectively referred to here as the 3 foundations. Hence, only one foundational method is recorded. 100 calamities and 10 difficulties foundational method. What a peculiar thing. The more Yang Xian examined it, the more he felt something was amiss. The descriptions of various bizarre calamities, such as severing with blades, scorching with fierce flames, drowning with water, burying with earth, and tempering with thunder, appeared within. Forget it. I shall leave this headache to my simulated self. Resolutely, Yang Xian ceased his perusal. Chapter 49. The map of mountains and beasts upon Yang Xian's return to the demon-slaying division. He noticed the demon slayers passing by him appeared somewhat exhilarated. It seemed something significant had transpired. Curiosity piqued, he made his way to the mission hall, where he finally understood the cause of their excitement upon seeing the topmost announcement. 3 days hence, 3 demon slayers will be selected to venture into the Jiao Dragon's secret realm in search of vital energy. Those interested may register now. Beneath it was an introduction to the Jiao Dragon's secret realm, a small secret realm formed from the fallen corpse of a 3rd-grade Jiao Dragon Demon King, containing a wealth of extraordinary vital energies and possibly even supreme quality energies. And oh wonder they were so thrilled. Opportunities like this are rare, only occurring once in several decades. Yang Xian naturally would not miss out on such a splendid opportunity, especially as he was troubled about how to acquire top-quality vital energies. This secret realm was the perfect chance for exploration. With this thought, Yang Xian immediately approached the attending personnel, a silver token demon slayer, engaged in registration. The registration process was straightforward, merely reporting one's cultivation level and position. Name: Yang Xian. Position: Bronze token demon slayer. When Yang Xian returned to his courtyard, he glanced at the sky, where dark clouds rolled ominously, thick as ink, already claiming half the heavens, with distant thunder rumbling, evoking a sense of oppression. Rain is imminent. Entering his room, he shut the door, instantly enveloped in tranquility. This moment, 1,000 miles away in the Yunmeng Great Marsh, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with gold patterns stood in the void, wielding a long knife that traced fiery arcs, relentlessly striking the enormous body of a Jiao dragon. Wei Wuyan, Yuan Ao, moving his over 100 zhang long body through the water, stirred up colossal waves, his black scales singed by the blazing flames. He leapt into the sky, disappearing into the heavy cloud cover. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated across the 100-mile radius, as the clouds above seemed to respond to some summons, coalescing into a viscous mass resembling ink, the winds whipping violently, causing the moisture in the air to surge, conjuring a thick mist of rain. When the Jiao dragon moves, storms arise. As a 3rd-grade Jiao dragon, Yuan Ao was already a fearsome demon king, and the tempest he conjured could even affect areas 1,000 miles away. How juvenile! Wei Wuyan smiled faintly, charging directly into the cloud-laden sky, where the once murky clouds intermittently erupted with brilliant flames, accompanied by anguished howls. Below the battlefield, several figures watched the fierce clash above with keen interest. Among them, a middle-aged man with a stern visage. His expression darkened further with each howl that echoed. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man appeared at the center of the battlefield, grasping Wei Wuyan's long knife with one hand. The terrifying flames surged forth, yet only caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Seeing a dragon come to his aid, Wei Wuyan ceased his assault. Sheathing his long knife, Yuan Ming, it seems your talented Jiao dragon from the Yunmeng Dragon Palace isn't quite as formidable as you claim. Wei Wuyan spoke mockingly without reservation, ignoring Yuan Ming's increasingly sullen expression. Wei Wuyan then departed the battlefield, joining several others. The clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a battered Jiao dragon, or rather a black dragon, its body almost charred to the point of being unrecognizable due to the scorching flames. Yuan Ao transformed into human form, resembling a member of an alien race, his entire body coated in a layer of black paint, his face noticeably larger than average, swollen and distorted. Looking at the disheveled Yuan Ao, Yuan Ming felt his temper boiling over. How dare this newly promoted third-grade Jiao dragon provoke a demon slayer who had guarded Yinzhou for a century? It seems your time in the Yunming Dragon Palace has dulled your wits. I shall report to the ancestor to expedite your training. Sensing Yuan Ming's fury, Yuan Ao dared not utter a word, silently enduring the pain, a damp sensation welling in his eyes. That scoundrel, this hurts immensely. As Yuan Ao bore the searing pain coursing through him, he inwardly cursed. The two Jiao dragons then returned below, confronting the trio across from them. Wei Wuyin regarded Yuan Ao's defiance, lightly stroking his long knife. Gesturing towards him, "Little mudfish, it seems you remain unconvinced." Upon hearing this, the residual flames scorching Yuan Ao intensified, and he immediately turned his head away, evading Wei Wuyin's taunt. "All right, Brother Wei, this is not the time for such matters. We can deal with this little mudfish later." An elderly man with white hair and brows spoke with a cheerful demeanor, gazing towards the unfathomable depths of the great marsh. This secret realm should soon emerge. "Brother Zhu, exert yourself a bit more." Naturally, that a rugged-faced, towering figure named Zhu Xiong produced a scroll, intricately embroidered with splendid mountains and rivers, depicting numerous rare and exotic beasts, some soaring tigers roaring towards the heavens, some giant apes resting on cliffs, while others showed two unusual avian species engaged in fierce combat, exuding a fierce and wild aura, a third-grade divine weapon, the map of mountains and beasts. Yuan Ming felt a surge of trepidation gazing at the scroll in Zhu Xiong's hands. Divine weapons possess intelligence. They can be gentle or brutal, or as ferocious and tempestuous as the scroll before them. Third-grade divine weapons correspond to the third-grade transcendence realm, yet they are exceedingly rare. Even after countless years, the number of such weapons is limited, with only a select few grandmasters able to wield them. A grandmaster possessing a divine weapon is virtually unmatched within the same realm, for the sum is not merely greater than its parts. Moreover, this map of mountains and beasts is among the pinnacle of third-grade divine weapons, just a step away from second-grade, containing more than one third-grade demon king, representing the profound heritage of Xuanqing Mountain. But I never imagined Xuanqing Mountain would value a secret realm transformed from a demon king so highly. Dispatching a grandmaster along with a town-protecting divine weapon, do they not fear their own stronghold being compromised? Yuan Ming spoke, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Ha, our Xuanqing Mountain is no less grand than the Dragon Palace. We scoff at a mere demon king's secret realm. However, since Lord Bai's graciously offered this secret realm to Yunzhou, we shall not stand on ceremony." Zhu Xiong laughed heartily, retorting without reservation. Yuan Ming immediately felt a sense of humiliation. A Jiao dragon's secret realm appearing at his doorstep was being taken by a group of humans, and he had to come here to prevent them from causing trouble. Yet upon realizing it was the will of the ancestor from the Dragon Palace, he could only swallow his pride. "Ancestor, why reveal this Jiao dragon's secret realm, granting it to these humans so easily?" Reflecting on the Dragon Palace ancestor's arrangement, Yuan Ming could only sigh in resignation. "Rise!" Zhu Xiong shouted, casting the scroll into the sky. The map of mountains and beasts floated above, erupting with divine light, unleashing a tremendous energy that carved a gap in the water. The exotic beasts sealed within the scroll seemed to come alive, their eyes brimming with unprecedented vitality, and they began to surge forth from the scroll. Over 100 exotic beasts poured out, bringing with them an aura of ferocity and wilderness, yet they stood like marionettes, dazed and unmoving around them. With a loud command from Zhu Xiong, over 100 exotic beasts surged through the gap, diving into the unfathomable depths of the water. After a considerable time, sounds of water surging upwards echoed, as something beneath the immeasurable depths seemed to be stirring, causing the waters in this area of dozens of miles to churn violently. "They have come." Wei Wuyin fixed his gaze upon the depths of the water, where a colossal spherical object was being fervently extracted by a multitude of exotic beasts. The mighty ape roared, while the golden rock flapped its wings, and chains forged for vital energy ensnared the creatures. The map of mountains and beasts continuously supplied them with the impetus to advance. With a thunderous roar, a towering wave of several hundred zhang surged forth. Wei Wuyan raised his long blade, a flicker of golden flame igniting in his eyes. The surging flames transformed into a sea of fire, colliding with a monstrous wave, ultimately dissipating into a thick mist that spread for dozens of miles, a low-grade divine ability. The Blade Mountain and Sea of Fire, as the mist gradually cleared, a secret realm spanning several miles emerged at the center of the water, revealing ancient trees and mountain ranges resembling a miniature universe. To the eyes of several masters and demon kings, the expanse within was likely not merely a few miles, but perhaps stretched over 100. Such a vast space surely harbored extraordinary treasures. All present were taken aback by the scale of the secret realm. They had initially presumed it to be no more than a few dozen miles, only to discover it exceeded 100. It seemed the surviving Dragon King had undoubtedly reaped substantial reward from the Dragon Palace of the Tsangshui. With this thought, a fervor ignited within the hearts of the crowd. Esteemed ones, let us summon our respective juniors. And let us not act impulsively. Lord Bai stated that the first expedition into the secret realm should be entrusted to those juniors. I hope we do not err. The white-haired elder, upon witnessing the emergence of the secret realm, could not contain his joy, yet he did not forget to offer a word of caution. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiong and the two dragon forms, who had initially been consumed by greed, were suddenly sobered. Life, after all, was more precious. They harbored no doubts that should they dare to act brazenly, the following day would see them cleaved to pieces by a blade descending from the heavens. Especially for Yuan Ming, trepidation gripped his heart. The dragon-slaying heavenly lord had always targeted the dragon clan. If he were to grasp any evidence against them, it was possible that even the Yunming Dragon Palace would be implicated. Sighing, Yuan Ming cast a lingering glance at the secret realm before swiftly departing with Yuan Ao. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 50. The blade's light. Yuan Xian murmured to himself as he opened the panel. Character: Yuan Xian. Age: 18. Physique: bloodline of the southern candle god demon. Orange. Talent: innate sword bone, purple. Dual mastery of blade and sword, purple. Golden bone and jade marrow, purple. Spiritual wisdom, purple. Realm: 7th grade cleansing marrow realm completion skills. Red sky southern candle god demon body, 1st level. Metal killing sword chi, minor achievement. Mad demon blade technique, intent. Blood demon blade intent. Metal sword intent, 40. Blood demon blade intent, 40. Mad demon blade intent, 40. Wealth, 100,000. Very well. It is time to commence a significant upgrade. Yuan Xian grasped the 2 jade talismans he had obtained from the task hall. The Sutra of Endless Tribulations. The method of riding the winds. These 2 precious methods must be practiced to perfection, coupled with his red sky, southern candle god demon body. Without a doubt, he would be able to contend with masters of the 3rd grade profound realm, if not 4th grade divine storage realm. Once he found suitable vital energy to break through to the true vital realm, he would simulate his progress. At that point, even masters of the profound realm would taste the sharpness of his blade and sword. Begin simulation. This simulation requires the expenditure of 40,000 wealth. Shall I proceed? Such a cost. Yes, commence. Yuan Xian's face twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of pain. Expenditure of 40,000 wealth. Simulation commencing. Filtering traits. Height fixed at 12 zhang. Blue physique permanently fixed at a height of 12 zhang, with corresponding enhancements in strength. Longevity of century. Green lifespan will be forcibly fixed at 100 years. Unless met with an untimely death, lifespan remains unchanged. Banker. Green, you will acquire expertise in financial matters. Dual focus. Green slightly enhances mental control, enabling multitasking. Cursed with bad luck. Gray misfortunes abound. Luck is exceedingly poor, significantly increasing the risk of death. The effect of height fixation at 12 zhang is unacceptable. Yuan Xian had no desire to be eternally confined to the stature of a small giant. That AS for the century-long lifespan. Was it a curse? He chose dual focus, Simulation begins in the first year. You ventured into the dragon's secret realm, utilizing your red sky, southern candle god demon body to sweep through the realm, easily dispatching the so-called prodigies of Yunzhou. You consumed the majority of dragon-related vital energy within the realm, which, through the southern candle god demon bloodline, transformed into red sky candle dragon vital chi. The enmity towards the dragon lineage intensified in the second year. In pursuit of a stronger foundation, you delve into the method of building foundations through endless tribulations. After over a year of cultivation, you willingly faced numerous tribulations, achieving minor success in the method. By the fifth year, even though you were no less than a cultivator of the divine intent realm, you endured multiple life and death trials. After overcoming numerous hardships, the method of building foundations through endless tribulations finally reached completion. You cultivated the minor tribulation body in the sixth year. Your red sky candle dragon vital chi reached perfection, and you began to prepare for a breakthrough to the true vital realm. With the red sky candle dragon vital chi as your foundation, you successfully broke through to the true vital realm. By the 10th year, you had become a seasoned demon slayer for several years and began to scavenge resources for the cultivation of the red sky, southern candle god demon body. You discovered that the resource demands for the red sky, southern candle god demon body were far greater than you had anticipated. You began covertly targeting families with poor reputations, traveling to other prefectures to maintain secrecy. In the 13th year, a scandal erupted in Yunzhou regarding a family enemy, causing an uproar. Many clans suffered devastating losses, and some families were even exterminated. Of course, those families you suppressed were notorious for their misdeeds and connections to demonic forces. However, other prominent families disregarded these circumstances and placed you on their wanted list, viewing your actions as a severe affront to their so-called family dignity. In the 14th year, having amassed sufficient resources, you returned to Yunmeng Prefecture. To avoid suspicion, you decided to scour Yunmeng Prefecture as well. In the 15th year, while cultivating the demon-slaying division, you expended an incalculable amount of resources, allowing your red sky, southern candle god demon body to finally break through to the second layer. Your physique became versatile, capable of transforming into a three-zhang demon form or maintaining a human appearance. With the ability to shatter mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, your body bore no inferiority to mid-grade precious weapons. With this divine body alone, you faced martial artists of the divine storage realm without fear. In the 16th year, with only 1 year remaining until the annihilation of the Luo clan in Yunmeng. You had already forewarned Luo Tianxing about the impending event, but he seemed to have anticipated this matter, reluctantly entrusting Luo Qingming to you. In the 17th year, with an army of 100,000 surrounding the city. As the most elite legion of the Great Zhou dynasty, the formation they had formed had reached the 3rd tier, the manifestation of military spirit. Towering 100 zhang tall, the golden-winged rock fixed its gaze upon the giant city. Even the 100 zhang high city walls barely reached its neck, while several masters lurked nearby, watching intently. A fierce battle erupted. The Yunmeng Luo clan exerted their utmost to fend off the onslaught, while you had already taken Luo Qingming away from the area. With a whoosh, a sound of air being split came forth as a long spear descended from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming force that stirred up waves of energy as the target of the assault. Even with your full activation of the red sky, southern candle god demon body, you could only withstand for a fleeting moment before your body, like a shattered turtle shell, became riddled with cracks. In just one strike, your physique, comparable to a mid-grade precious weapon, was nearly shattered. It was evident that the assailant was a master of the profound realm. The Great Zhou dynasty was determined to eradicate the Yunmeng Luo clan, and your attempts to slip away were glaringly exposed before this colossal force. A martial general clad in dark armor hovered in the sky, wielding a chilling spear. The overwhelming pressure made you feel somewhat uneasy. What of masters? Fight! You summoned the red sky, southern candle god demon body once more, fervently igniting your bloodline, a powerful force surging forth from within you. Your divine body soared to 5 zhang. The color of the southern candle spirit flame deepening to a crimson hue akin to blood. The earth cracked beneath you as your figure blinked into the sky, enveloped in a sea of red flames that blanketed the heavens. The long spear danced like a dragon, the flames obscuring both of you, faint sounds of divine spirits howling and battling to the point of madness echoing in the air. Boom! As the flames receded. The armored general, holding the long spear, found his armor shattered, revealing charred patches of skin, with a deep wound visible down to the bone on his chest. Impressive strength, the Xuan general remarked indifferently as the spear in his hand descended upon you like a mountain. The mere aftershock tearing the ground apart and leaving cracks stretching for hundreds of zhang. You lay on the ground, your red sky southern candle god demon body shattered, reverting to a normal size. Faced with this strike, you could only watch helplessly, closing your eyes to welcome your fate. I could see the moment the spear swung. Luo Qingning swiftly positioned herself before you, standing resolute with her sword, her expression resolute and filled with determination. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded through the heavens as a long sword descended from above like the bright moon, its powerful sword intent shattering the long spear into fragments. The Xuanjia general's expression changed drastically, and he cast one last intense glance at you before hurriedly fleeing. You felt a piercing pain in your head, as if something sharp had ruthlessly pierced your soul, your consciousness slowly fading. The sword light shone brightly like the moon, swirling in a mist of blood before falling to the earth, sparkling under the sun's radiance. How beautiful! A fleeting thought crossed your mind, leaving you feeling utterly elated. You have perished. Chapter 51. The Celestial Realm, the simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The Cultivation Realm attained during the simulation, the green trait. Dual focus, the cultivation experience gained during the simulation, truly unfortunate. Is this the will of the heavens? In times of crisis, there are always those who come to the rescue. Yang Xian gazed at his simulated self, bewildered to discover that he had been vanquished by a dying strike from a Xuanjiao warrior. He felt a sense of frustration, realizing that it was also due to the influence of his Nanzhu Shanmo bloodline. Suddenly, he recalled that there was an introduction regarding his divine bloodline. Ancient divine demon bloodline. Orange in the primordial era. There existed a group of ancient divine demons born from the essence of heaven and earth, who traversed the sun and moon, crossing the starry rivers, possessing unparalleled physical prowess and mastery over the laws of nature. However, with the cataclysm of the primordial age, these ancient divine demons were forsaken by the heavens and the earth. Those who inherit the ancient divine demon bloodline will simultaneously gain a fragment of an ancient divine demon's legacy, while also incurring a certain degree of disdain from the heavens. Disdain, you say? Yang Xian murmured softly. No wonder, even beside the favored Luo Qingning, he could still be felled by a sudden soul attack. Choosing option 3. The cultivation experience in the simulation. Flames erupted suddenly, crimson flames enveloping Yang Xian's entire being in the blink of an eye. Ancient patterns flickered across his body as his divine bloodline surged. A faint rumble reverberating within. Yang Xian exerted himself to control his suddenly transforming body. The newly awakened power was indeed a challenge for his current soul to manage, pushing him to the very limits of his capacity. His originally red blood seemed to shimmer with a hint of golden luster, his organs becoming more robust, each breath resonating with a profound depth, his heartbeat echoing like a drum. The skin all over his body grew smoother, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to the most precious jade, his seemingly ordinary physique possessing a hardness comparable to that of a mid-grade treasure weapon. The second layer of the red sky, Nanzhu Shanmo body, allowed him to transform into a 3-zhang divine demon form. As his strength surged, it also brought forth a more potent Nanzhu spirit fire and a completely new ability to burn his bloodline. In the simulation, he had gained a tremendous boost in power through the burning of the Nanzhu Shanmo bloodline, even managing to engage briefly with a master of the Tongxian realm. This was akin to the disintegration technique of the demonic path, yet was not as devastating as those secret arts that brought one to the brink of death. After burning his bloodline, he would only experience weakness for several months and would be unable to further activate his divine demon form. IKT seems I may not require this ability. Yang Xian's gaze turned peculiar. Once he emerged from the secret realm and consolidated the red sky Zhulong vigor, he would be ready to break through that time. Even against a master, he would not falter. At worst, he could simulate once more, risking a less-than-perfect foundation to break through to a master or even a grandmaster. Next, it was time to establish a goal. After numerous simulations, Yang Xian had already grasped the intricacies of the simulator. If he set a goal for himself before the simulation, his simulated self would align with that objective. Initially, Yang Xian considered simulating naturally, but upon recalling the negative effects of his Nanju Shun Mo bloodline, he felt it prudent to take an extra layer of precaution. Survive, survive. Yang Xian silently chanted in his heart, setting a clear and straightforward objective. Simulation commenced. Cost, 40,000 gold. The simulation began, filtering through the options. Short-lived ghost, gray lifespan significantly reduced, physique weakened. Longevity, green lifespan extended by 20 years. Turtle shell, green back becomes exceedingly resilient, capable of mitigating some damage. Great sorcerer, green right-hand movement speed increases, grip strength enhances. As swift as lightning, green randomly and dramatically reduces time in a specific aspect. What bizarre options! Yang Xian observed the array of options, his lips twitching. Turtle shell, great sorcerer, as swift as lightning. These descriptions left him utterly speechless, none being of any serious merit. The short-lived ghost entry was even more absurd. Thus, he could only opt for longevity. The simulation began to end the first year. You ventured into the Jiao Long secret realm, wielding the red sky Nanju Shan Mo body to sweep through the realm. The so-called talents of Yinzhou were utterly no match for you. You devoured the majority of dragon essence within the realm, transforming it through your Nanju Shun Mo bloodline into the red sky Zhu Long vigor. The hatred of dragonkind increased. In the second year, you began to comprehend the basics of the Lingshu Yufeng method, stepping into the void and harnessing the gentle winds, greatly enhancing your speed. In the third year, you stealthily infiltrated other provincial cities, using the second layer of the red sky, Nanju Shan Mo body, to visit prominent families without restraint. By the fifth year, after 2 years of dominance across the 6 provinces of Yinzhou, you were finally met with a united front from the families who could no longer tolerate your actions. They expended great resources to summon a master from the Xianyun city Su family, who resided far in Yujing City. Thanks to the connections of the Yunmeng Luo clan, their movements were already transparent to you. Forewarned, you returned to Yunmeng City. In the same year, you mastered the Lingshu Yufeng method. In the 6th year, you successfully broke through to the true vigor realm using the red sky Zhu Long vigor. In the 10th year, you challenged the 72nd position on the human rankings, winning with a single punch, successfully entering the rankings. By the 13th year, your Gongjin sword intent reached perfection, and the Lingshu Yufeng method was also perfected, allowing you to break through to the divine intent realm, securing the 27th position on the human rankings. In the 17th year, you faced a pivotal choice: to remain in Yunmeng City and weather the storm with the Yunmeng Luo clan, or to depart alone in search of survival. After careful deliberation, you decided to leave. Your presence held little sway over the unfolding battle, while Luo Qingning, favored by Heaven's will, had her own prospects for survival. Only you, lacking the strength to alter the predicament and bearing a portion of Heaven's disdain, could only hope for a slim chance of survival by departing swiftly. You began your solitary departure from Yunmeng Prefecture. Fortunate that the main target of the Zhou dynasty was the Yunmeng Luo clan, which had already secured the 2nd position on the human rankings and the 3rd on the unparalleled rankings with Luo Qingning. Though you sensed a few tails trailing behind you, you paid them no heed and hastened away from the area. With a sound of shattering, a mist of blood filled the sky. You successfully left Yunzhou. Not long after, the entire Yunmeng Luo clan was annihilated, and Luo Qingning vanished without a trace. In the 18th year, the divine martial marquis gathered forces in Yunzhou to assault the Zhou dynasty. With their blades aimed straight at Yujing City, malevolent entities from all directions, as well as the myriad demon races, began to stir, and chaos began to unfold across the land. In the 19th year, all 4 kings and 8 marquises ignited the flames of war, plunging the 36 states into turmoil, beset by calamities and disasters. What once appeared to be a flourishing dynasty was now on the brink of collapse. Fracturing into disarray. In the 20th year, you broke through to the divine concealment realm as malevolent sects emerged from all corners, with the 4 kings and 8 marquises carving out their territories, rendering the Zhou dynasty a mere shadow of its former self. In the 22nd year, the heavens underwent a tremendous transformation. The shackles of the immortal path shattered. The entire realm began to expand at an astonishing rate, with the concentration of essence multiplying geometrically. In numerous blessed lands emerging in the deep mountains and rivers, formerly towering peaks were forcibly elevated by dozens of times, resembling the divine mountains of the primordial era, reaching up to the sky. The heavens ascended to the sun and moon, while the earth extended into the 9 abysses. This moment felt akin to the creation of the world. You sensed the disdain from the heavens more pronounced than ever before. In the 25th year, due to the upheaval in the heavens and the rise in essence concentration, your cultivation speed increased exponentially. You swiftly unlocked all 5 divine concealments in your body, standing just a step away from the Tongxian realm. In the same year, the ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect broke through to the 1st grade immortal realm, becoming the first being in the world to step into the realm of immortals. In the 26th year, the heavens continuously birthed phenomena that spanned miles. Some wielded blades to cleave open the gates of the immortal realm. Others laughed heartily as they stepped into the realm. And some unparalleled demons shattered the gates with their fists, while others attained enlightenment and entered the realm. In the span of a single year, over 10 warriors ascended to the immortal realm. In the 27th year, you finally discovered a method of mid-grade divine ability, using it as a foundation to successfully break through to the Tongxian realm. The heavens and earth became interconnected, and divine abilities were born. In the 28th year, the White Bone Path discovered your whereabouts, drawn by the allure of your ancient divine bloodline. Even as a master of the profound realm, you found yourself utterly outmatched against one of the 8 malevolent forces. The White Bone Path. After the great upheaval of the world, the power of these elite sects surged dramatically, with many even boasting the presence of celestial beings. The colossal hand of the White Bone, heavy as a mountain, obscured the heavens and the sun, casting a shadow over a vast expanse. It was evident that a first-tier ascendant from the White Bone Path had personally intervened, intent on capturing you in one fell swoop. Now a master of the profound realm, you felt as insignificant as an ant before this assault. Just as you prepared to exhaust your bloodline in a desperate bid for survival, a crisp shattering sound echoed through the air. A finger as massive as a mountain crashed down with thunderous force that a woman, wielding a long sword, stood calmly before the ancient ancestor of the White Bone Path, her demeanor unperturbed. The essence of her sword enveloped the arena. And a spectral full moon subtly materialized, casting a chilling aura that coated the white bone in a layer of frost, crystalline and translucent. As the sun and moon dimmed, the sword's intent radiated brilliantly. You gazed at the woman who had come to your aid with a complex expression, rendered helpless to do anything but observe. Upon seeing her, the bone deity smiled rather than fuming, and in an instant, 2 immense presences descended upon the scene. 3 formidable figures from the first tier of the demonic path encircled the woman in a triangular formation, their combined might soaring into the heavens. Clearly, you had been used as bait. The collision of 4 supreme forces, white bone, bloodlight, divine demons, and sword domain, shattered mountain ranges and began to lift the battle from the earth, faced with 3 demonic titans wielding celestial weapons. Even the woman's exquisite sword seemed to struggle at this moment. The 4 engaged high above the skies. The residual energy tore through the fabric of reality, creating rifts of darkness, while the sword light flickered, casting the realm into a pallid hue, with 2 bright moons emerging in the sky. Standing far from the battlefield, you observed several grandmasters of true fire realm nearby, their expressions resigned. The roar of divine demons filled the air. Flames raged, and the land within 1,000 miles turned to desolation. After a long silence, you met your demise. Chapter 52. A lack of martial virtue. The simulation concludes. Please select one reward from the following options. The cultivation level attained in the simulation, a green attribute for longevity. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation, you chose the third option. The cultivation experience gained in the simulation. Soaring through the void with a wind manipulation technique, you traversed 100 miles effortlessly. This technique is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier allows one to master simple spatial maneuvers, enabling the body to shift in the air continuously like an apparition. The second tier marks the beginning of true mastery of the wind manipulation technique, permitting brief relocations of several dozen miles in the air, liberating one from the constraints of the earth and achieving speeds that effortlessly break the sound barrier. The third tier signifies complete mastery of the wind manipulation technique, allowing for traversal of 100 miles, nearly rivaling the ability of a master of the profound realm to command the heavens and the earth. Now, Yang Xian has perfected the wind manipulation technique, capable of standing against foes in the skies like a master, effectively dealing with airborne adversaries. Below the master realm, the wind manipulation technique remains incredibly practical. Yang Xian felt as light as a feather, his feet poised to propel him skyward, an exhilarating sensation indeed. Once he condenses the red sky candle dragon chi and breaks through to the divine concealment realm, he will be able to traverse vast distances with his profound energy. However, what tier does this red sky candle dragon chi belong to? Yang Xian pondered, aware that the tier of one's energy dictates the quality of the resulting chi. From low-grade to supreme-grade energy, and even the highest tier of 36 celestial chi types, the differences between each tier are substantial. For instance, supreme-grade energies like True Yang Energy, Lihua Phoenix Chi, and 9E Malevolent Chi can aid warriors in forming unique constitutions during their ascension to the true Chi realm. Moreover, the 36 celestial Chi types guarantee the emergence of extraordinary constitutions upon advancing to the true Chi realm. Yang Xian had conducted considerable research in search of suitable Q.I.It is said that among the 24 top-tier powers in the world, most possess their own unique energies, with numerous celestial Chi types as well. Among the information Yang Xian gathered, he learned of many such cases. The true martial Dao sect possesses the true martial dragon serpent calamity chi, which not only guarantees the emergence of a dragon serpent calamity body, but also has a minuscule chance of forging a true martial calamity body. The Bodhi Temple boasts the great Bodhi wisdom Buddha chi, capable of shaping the Bodhi Buddha body, renowned for its wisdom that pierces through past and future. It is said that the current disciple of the Bodhi Temple possesses this very constitution, earning the admiration of the Grand Master of Dezhou, ranking third on the honor roll, known as the Bodhi Buddha Child. 1 to 6 Sex. The Tying Moonlight Palace also possesses Tying Moonlight Celestial Chi, which is said to forge the Tying Moonlight Divine Body, endowed with the potential of a celestial being. Such examples abound, with nearly every top-tier sect possessing similar foundations, the very essence that has allowed their legacies to endure for countless millennia. The energy birthed from my South Candle Divine Demonic bloodline should certainly not be inferior. After all, South Candle is a divine demon from the ancient era, and the sight of its wings, obscuring the skies, and its dragon form encircling the sacred mountain continues to astonish Yang Xian. Its power should not pale in comparison to those celestial beings, right? Though ancient texts record that the ancient celestial beings ended the age of the primordial divine demons. The strength of the primordial divine demons that could contend with ancient celestial beings over the ages must be formidable indeed. With this thought, Yang Xian felt even more confident about the red sky candle dragon chi he would possess after the secret realm. Continuing the simulation. Cost, 40,000 gold. Simulation commencing. Filtering entries that in the 30th year, you were targeted by the white bone path's bone deity, and with a hand that pierced the heavens, you were reduced to a mere pulp. Try again. In the 40th year, you caught the attention of the red blood demon Sex Chi Yuanha. After you soundly defeated him, he summoned several first-tier ascendants to encircle you, and you were brutally beaten before being extinguished. Try again. In the 45th year, the fourth prince of Dezhou unleashed a massacre in Yunzhou and set his sights on you that he allied with the heavenly demon sect behind him, dispatching a first-tier ascendant to capture you. After enduring years of torment, your soul scattered. Try again. In the 46th year, an ancient divine demon emerged from the divine demon ancient cave, fixating on your South Candle divine demonic bloodline. After evading for several years, you ultimately fell into the hands of the ancient demon who drained your bloodline, leading to your demise. Try again in the 47th year. You found yourself embroiled in a battle between two celestial beings, and misfortune struck as you were swept away by the residual energy. Nearly facing death by sheer chance, you encountered Qi Yuanhao again, and you were refined into a mass of golden divine blood. Truly cursed, Yang Xian's fingers trembled with frustration. After over 20 simulations, he had been beaten by the White Bone Path, the divine demon ancient cave, the red blood demon sect, the fourth prince of Dezhou, and the heavenly demon sect, often outnumbered. Not once had he survived beyond 50 years in the simulations, he came to a profound realization of what the primordial divine demons represented in this era, a symbol of misfortune. Being scorned by the heavens, cursed to encounter enemies even in their travels. Speaking of the fourth prince of Dezhou, what manner of creature is he? I have never even laid eyes on him, yet he seems to have fixated on me with relentless fervor. Yang Xian recalled the entity that had pursued him relentlessly, second only to the White Bone Path, gritting his teeth in indignation. Continue the simulation. At this moment, far beyond tens of thousands of miles away, in the divine land of Shenzhou. Shenzhou, one of the central six states, is a fertile land of unparalleled prosperity, stretching nearly 100,000 miles. Vast and boundless, and serves as the power center of the Dezhou dynasty. Yujing City, this ancient city, standing for millennia, has weathered the rule of several dynasties, making it one of the oldest cities in existence today. And it is currently the capital of the Dezhou dynasty. The city walls of Yujing are not particularly imposing, standing at less than 100 zhong, yet they are constructed entirely from a unique type of jade stone. Radiating a luminous sheen under the sun's rays, from a distance, it resembles a divine city, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, with the energy within a radius of thousands of miles concentrated, vast as the ocean. As if the ancient era had been resurrected, this moment. Within the residence of the fourth prince of Dezhou, a sprawling complex of palaces sprawls for miles, adorned with rare treasures, including liquidized energy fountains and exquisite rockeries crafted from fifth-tier rare iron. Winding corridors and celestial bridges, exuding extreme opulence. Powerful auras lurked within the palace, akin to deep abysses, while the guards stationed around the palace exuded brilliance, each at least a sixth-tier true Qi realm innate warrior. Your Highness, news has arrived from Yinzhou, a sharp voice echoed within the expansive hall. Zhou Zi, reclining amidst several graceful figures, rubbed his drowsy eyes and lazily rose, draped in the delicate silk of a woman. What news? The eunuch kneeling in the hall dared not raise his head, respectfully replying, "It concerns Luo Qingning." Oh. Zhou Zi instantly became alert, so excited that he inadvertently kicked the woman beneath him, sending her crashing against the dragon pillar in the hall, resulting in a shower of blood mist, thickening the air with the scent of blood. The other delicate women lying in the chamber trembled slightly, too afraid to breathe. Zhou Zi remained unfazed, donning a golden-patterned robe adorned with four-clawed dragons. Descending the steps, the eunuch allowed blood droplets to trickle down his face as he continued. It is said that Luo Qingning has a close relationship with a man of a different surname in Yunmeng City, who even invited her to his residence. Very well. Zhou Zi smiled, inquiring, "How well?" This, the lesser one knows not. The eunuch was immediately drenched in cold sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, and the eunuch felt as though his heart was on the verge of ceasing its rhythmic beat. This prince of the great Zhou, the fourth, was known for his propensity to kill with the same ease as one might quench their thirst. Ever since nearly being struck dead by the divine martial marquis a few years prior, his temperament had become increasingly eccentric, indulging daily in bloodshed within the grand hall for his amusement, often erupting into unprovoked acts of violence. Just as the eunuch feared for his own life, Zhou Zi's voice slowly emerged. "I recall a year ago, a talent from Yunzhou sought refuge here. Let him deal with that insufferable fellow. No, rather ensure that he eradicates every trace of that person. Even the dogs associated with him must not be spared. A talent from Yunzhou taking down a Yunzhou native. Now, that is intriguing." Zhou Zi, suddenly recalled something, bursting into hearty laughter. First, eliminate this individual, and then cleanse all those connected to you. Luo Qingning Li Yao Qi. This is the grudge you owe from that single blow. The divine martial marquis was one among the 4 kings and 8 marquises. A second-grade true Fire Realm Grandmaster, with formidable connections backing him, leaving Zhou Zi with no room for retaliation. Otherwise, he would truly meet his demise. Luo Tianxing, a master of the profound understanding realm, was no easy foe either. As for Luo Qingning and Li Yao Qi, being the offspring of these two, they were out of the question. It was precisely because of them that he had nearly faced death at the hands of the divine martial marquis in Yujing City years ago. However, everyone associated with these two was a target for his vengeance. He needed them to understand that crossing the 4th prince of the great Zhou came at a cost. After waiting for years, he finally had a chance to confront someone closely linked to them, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. Gazing at the intelligence in his hands, which meticulously detailed Yang Xian's recent activities, his eyes turned icy as he crushed the paper into shreds. I am the 4th prince of the great Zhou. I'm the true master of the great Zhou dynasty. You insolent wretches who dare to defy me will ultimately pay the price. All of you shall meet your demise. Perish. The demonic energy surged violently, and Zhou Zi's expression grew increasingly deranged, his intense rage almost palpable. The eunuch, witnessing this, trembled in fear and hastily retreated, bowing his head. At such times, the 4th prince would cultivate his demonic intent through slaughter. As a prince practicing the core techniques of the heavenly demon sect, he was indeed propelling himself towards the abyss. A fleeting thought crossed the eunuch's mind, but he dared not dwell on it, hastily exiting the palace, not wishing to become a part of the chaos within. Chapter 53. Mutual Destruction Cost. 40,000 coins. Simulation begins. Filtering entries. Human talent, green average aptitude, surpasses the ordinary. Her body, blue, highly sensitive to herbs, possesses extraordinary talent in the botanical field, naturally harmonious with flora. Blade Intent Divine Bone. Orange contains Blade Intent. An extraordinary divine bone, significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude and randomly generating a mid-grade blade technique. Calamity Body. Purple will endure 3 life and death tribulations. Overcoming each crisis will greatly enhance cultivation aptitude. Goldwood Spirit Body. Blue dual affinity for gold and wood. An uncommon physique, significantly boosting innate talent in both elements. Upon seeing the 5 entries, Yang Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed, critical hits either occurred during the first simulation or the last. Surprisingly, an orange entry had emerged. Excellent. I shall choose the Blade Intent Divine Bone. In the first year, you swept through the secret realm, suppressing various talents, refining the Red Sky Candle Dragon's aura, and increasing the Dragon Seed's animosity. In the 3rd year, to hasten the refinement of the Red Sky Candle Dragon's aura, you began secretly hunting Dragon Seed with diluted bloodlines on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, targeting only the weaker variants for safety. By the 4th year, after wreaking havoc on the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, your Red Sky Candle Dragon's aura reached perfection, allowing you to break through to the true aura realm. In the 5th year, you challenged the 72nd ranked individual on the human list, effortlessly defeating him with a single punch. In the 7th year, you traveled across several states, consecutively defeating several talents from the human list, ranking 36th on the list. In the 11th year, you broke through to the divine intent realm, defeating the 10th ranked individual, officially entering the top 10 of the human list. In the 17th year, Yunmeng City was besieged by a great army, led by a true Fire Realm Grandmaster and several masters. You and Luo Qingning had long since departed from Yunmeng City, but you were aware that a malevolent guest awaited you ahead. Not long after, a silver spear pierced through the air, creating a massive pit in the ground. Anticipating this, you stood at the edge of the pit, gazing at the armored general above with a calm smile. This time, a proper battle was in order. The body of a demonic god rose from the ground, flames surging and scorching the heavens. The sounds of blades and swords clashed as you, having initially grasped 2 divine techniques, would not retreat a single step. An upstart of the divine intent realm dared to provoke you. The armored general fell silent for a moment, the long spear in his hand ringing out, a surge of anger rising within him. Young one, you should harbor a sense of reverence for the strong. With a thunderous roar, the armored general swept his spear, unleashing waves of energy. The two figures collided in an instant, leaving devastation in their wake as the earth cracked, forests and mountains obliterated, everything reduced to rubble. Observing the armored general gradually gaining the upper hand, your battle fervor surged. Blood coursed through your veins like boiling broth, your strength amplifying. With a single punch, you sent the armored general flying several thousand meters, the tremendous force penetrating the earth for dozens of meters, forming a massive pit, finally revealing a dirt-covered figure. The armored general's expression darkened. To be pushed to such an extent by a junior of the divine intent realm was an unprecedented humiliation in a millennium. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a clear sword cry resonated from the heavens that it was as if moonlight manifested, a streak of silver light fleeting. Blood blossoms erupted in the air, and the silver spear shattered into countless fragments. Watching the once mighty armored general vanish in an instant, your sense of threat intensified that a woman clad in palace attire appeared before you, introducing herself as the second palace master of the Tying Moonlight Palace. Both you and Luo Qingning were effortlessly taken away by her without a hint of resistance. Luo Qingning formally entered the Tying Moonlight Palace. In the 18th year, Luo Qingning entered the secret grounds of the Tying Moonlight Palace to receive her inheritance. While you chose to leave, wandering through 36 states, in the same year, the divine martial marquis raised an army, seizing Yunzhou and marching toward Yujing City, the evil sects officially emerging in the 20th year. You broke through to the divine concealment realm, ranking third on the human list. In the 22nd year, the world underwent a great transformation, breaking the shackles of the immortal path. The essence of the heavens and earth surged dramatically, revealing numerous blessed lands and precious herbs across renowned mountains and rivers, with ancient, middle ancient, and recent secret realms emerging one after another. This moment, you were but a step away from the profound understanding realm. In the 25th year, the first immortal realm was born, with the ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect being the first to break through, his overwhelming divine might covering 1,000,000 miles, an extraordinary phenomenon overshadowing the sun and moon. In the same year, you broke through to the profound understanding realm, generating 2 mid-grade divine techniques that in the 26th year, immortal realms began emerging frequently, with those who had previously ranked on the divine list breaking through to the immortal realm. It was as if the ancient immortal path era had returned, true immortals descending to the mortal realm. In the same year, you advanced to the mid-stage of the profound understanding realm that in the 28th year. You returned to the Tying Moonlight Palace, where Luo Qingning successfully emerged from the secret grounds, her cultivation having dramatically surged to the first-grade immortal realm, and she obtained an immortal weapon. With Luo Qingning as support, you utilized a vast array of resources from the Tying Moonlight Palace, a lineage with a heritage of over tens of thousands of years. Your cultivation began to ascend rapidly. By the 35th year, you broke through to the true Fire Realm Grandmaster, your soul transforming into the Primordial Spirit, allowing you to roam the nether skies freely. In the 40th year, you intentionally leak your whereabouts, successfully drawing the attention of an immortal demon ancestor of the first-grade immortal realm. Having awaited this moment, Luo Qingning, wielding the might of the immortal weapon, suppressed everything with otherworldly power. The immortal demon ancestor, lacking an immortal weapon, could only flee in disarray before the onslaught. After over 100 exchanges, the immortal demon ancestor was left with only half his body intact, a third of his primordial spirit severed. Just as he prepared to unleash a desperate strike to escape, a bright moon covered the heavens. Time froze, and the immortal demon ancestor found himself immobilized like an insect trapped in amber, ultimately watching helplessly as he turned to an ethereal figure, reminiscent of a lunar palace fairy, descended, dimming the heavens and earth, the bright moon losing its clarity. This was your final trump card, the Grand Palace Master of the Tying Moonlight Palace, the Tying Star Monarch, Yu Wu Xian. Regrettably, she had only attracted an immortal demon sect elder. In the 50th year, the Tyne Moonlight Palace came under siege from the three great sects: the White Bone Path, the Immortal Demon Sect, and the Crimson Blood Demon Cult. The Tyne Star Monarch, Yu Wuxian, battled against two immortal realm powerhouses, while Luo Qingning stood her ground against several first-grade immortal realm demons. The battle raged for a month, and as the Crimson Blood Heavenly Sovereign suffered severe injuries. The conflict gradually drew to a close. You held aloft the skull of a second-grade, true Fire Realm opponent, watching as the three great sects retreated. In the 60th year, your primordial spirit avatar gradually reached perfection, bringing you close to shaping your own immortal body and breaking into the immortal realm. In the 65th year, you began attempting to forge your own immortal body. In the same year, ancient demons emerged from the ancient demonic cave. Although they were not the primordial demons of ancient times, lacking their earth-shattering might, as beings born of heaven and earth after the primordial era, their strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of immortal realm powerhouses. In the 61st year, a coalition of ancient deities and demons once again besieged the palace of the Lunar Radiance, despite Luo Qingning having ascended to the realm of immortals. Yet, confronted with a force multiple times her own, she found herself at a disadvantage. Towering 1,000 feet high, the ancient beings with 2 heads and 4 wings ruthlessly shattered the palace's protective formation, causing the scattered moonlight to gradually dissipate. Moondance Fairy and Luo Qingning, under the relentless assault of numerous deities and demons, exhibited signs of defeat, completely falling into the lower hand. You ignited every drop of your bloodline, and a magnificent figure, encircling the celestial mountain, emerged behind you, with wings cascading down towards the heavens, and your crimson eyes ablaze with golden divine flames. In the terrified gazes of the ancient deities and demons, the overwhelming golden flames enveloped both you and them. Ultimately returning to nothingness, you perished. Chapter 54. Dual Divine Bones. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. 1. Cultivation level attained in the simulation. 2. Orange Tear Blade, Intent Divine Bone 3. Cultivation experience gained in the simulation. To his astonishment, Yang Xian discovered that he had advanced to the true Fire Realm, now merely a step away from ascension. Observing the simulation's description of his mutual destruction with the ancient demon god, he felt a surge of excitement. In that moment, Yang Xian was almost compelled to choose the cultivation level, but he restrained himself. Opting for the cultivation level now would only render him the weakest true Fire Grandmaster, perhaps even someone who could be challenged by an ordinary Grandmaster. Moreover, the consumption of resources for the true Fire Realm simulation was a daunting figure. He might not even be able to gather enough funds for the simulation, which would be quite embarrassing. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xian regained his composure. Once he perfected his Qitian Candle Dragon Qi, he would undoubtedly be unmatched within the innate 3 realms, and reaching the Grandmaster level would be but a thought away. He chose option 2. The Orange Tear Blade, Intent Divine Bone. A surge of overwhelming blade intent flickered and vanished, and within Yang Xian, a divine bone radiating resplendent divine light appeared, nestled closely against his innate sword bone. 2 highly compatible attributes detected. Would you like to merge them? Yang Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden prompt. These 2 attributes referred to the 2 additional bones within him. Historically, merging to ascend a tier required 1 purple tier and 1 orange tier attribute, and Yang Xian was filled with anticipation. Merged. On the interface, the 2 attributes gradually faded, culminating in a dazzling burst of orange light, revealing several characters. Dual Divine Bone. Orange, a divine bone formed from the fusion of the divine bone and sword bone, significantly more powerful than an ordinary divine bone. Harboring 2 mid-tier divine abilities related to blades and swords that didn't ascend. Yang Xian gazed at the newly birthed orange attribute, feeling a slight disappointment, yet it was within his expectations. The probability of merging an orange tier and a purple tier attribute to ascend was inherently low. However, despite the lack of ascension, the newly formed dual divine bone attribute emitted a notably more brilliant orange light, even mingled with a hint of gold, suggesting that it was not far from achieving a golden tier. Furthermore, the dual divine bone could give rise to 2 mid-tier divine abilities, While most divine abilities birthed during the breakthroughs of grandmasters in the profound realm were of the low-tier variety, only a select few with immense potential could manifest mid-tier divine abilities. Those capable of generating mid-tier divine abilities possess the potential to reach the first rank of the immortal realm. Just like Luo Qingning's orange-tier innate sword bone, which signified her potential for ascension, not to mention the golden-tier heavenly favor, it was undoubtedly a pass to the immortal realm. Open the interface, Yang Xian softly commanded. Character, Yang Xian age, 18 physique, Southern Candle Divine, Demon Bloodline, orange, talent. Dual Divine Bone, orange, Dual Blade Mastery, purple. Golden Bone Jade Marrow, purple. Spiritual Wisdom, purple. Realm, 7th rank Cleansing Marrow Realm, perfection, skills. Qidian Southern Candle Divine Demon Body, 2nd layer. Xinjia Bainan Treasure Cannon, entry. Lingshu Wind Control Technique, perfection. Gungjin Killing Sword Qi, perfection. Frenzied Demon Blade Technique, intent. Blood Demon Blade, intent. Gungjin Sword Intent, perfection. Blood Demon Blade Intent, perfection. Frenzied Demon Blade Intent, perfection. Wealth, 40. 000 with the 2nd layer of the Qidian Southern Candle Divine Demon Body. 3 perfected intents, and the enhancement of the Dual Divine Bone, who beneath the realm of Grandmaster could possibly rival him. A glimmer of determination shone in Yang Xian's eyes. The Qidian Southern Candle Divine Demon Body granted him a physique that rivaled that of the Divine Concealment Realm, and with 3 perfected intents along with the Dual Divine Bones enhancement, his strength had surged by an unfathomable magnitude. Typically, a cultivator in the Divine Concealment Realm only masters 1 complete intent. Only prodigies possess perfected intents. Only those top-tier geniuses who ranked among the foremost would cultivate their own state of mind. Although Yang Xian's realm was merely the Cleansing Marrow realm at perfection, his strength would likely place him in the mid-tier among the rankings. Yang Xian pondered the renowned figures in Yunzhou's rankings. Xuanqi Mountain Xuanqin Swordmaster, the direct descendant of the Su family in Xianyan City, Su Changnian, and Gu Shinin, the demon-slaying envoy of Yunzhou's demon-slaying division. These were the 3 foremost talents in Yunzhou's rankings, yet they were merely ranked at the tail end of the 100 seats. Barely squeezing into the rankings, Yang Xian had heard tales of their exploits, but the most famous among them was Xuanqin Swordmaster, who single-handedly battled and vanquished the 3 notorious bandit leaders of Lianshan. However, those bandit leaders were merely lowly rogue cultivators who had barely ascended to the divine intent realm, likely considered the weakest within that tier, if that was all their strength amounted to. Then Yang Xian could confidently declare himself the strongest martial artist under 40 in Yunzhou. To his surprise, he had unwittingly become the most formidable talent in the entire province. Feeling elated, Yang Xian reflected that had he pursued realm advancement, he would have already become a true fire grandmaster, albeit a rather inflated one. Yet, he had no desire to become a stepping stone for others to challenge. Lacking an urgent crisis, he preferred to linger in the fish pond, accumulating more attributes. Should a golden or even a red-tier super attribute emerge, he would truly soar beyond measure. As Yang Xian pushed open the door, he found that the skies had cleared, the heavens, washed anew, gleamed with a fresh luster, and the sun intertwined with raindrops to create a vibrant spectacle of colors. Has the rain ceased so soon? Yang Xian mused, bemused that so little time had passed. Young master, a message has arrived. Fang Jing hurried over from the courtyard, holding a pristine letter in hand. It was delivered by a maid from the Luo residence. Fang Jing quickly explained. Curious, Yang Xian took the letter and found it contained several elegant lines of script. After reading it thoroughly, as expected, it was a note from Luo Qingning, conveying that she had pressing matters to attend to and could not join the upcoming expedition to the Dragon Serpent Secret Realm. She encouraged Yang Xian to persevere and suppress those so-called talents who often regarded themselves highly. The letter also revealed that the Dragon Serpent Secret Realm had a remarkable origin, being formed from the demise of the Serpent Demon King that fled from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace. It was highly likely that treasures from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace awaited within. Moreover, this expedition was an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon the younger generation of Yunzhou by the dragon-slaying Heavenly Monarch, who held the 4th position on the divine rankings. Dragon-slaying Heavenly Monarch, Tsangshui Dragon Palace. Yang Xian tucked the letter away, murmuring these words. He was well aware of the dragon-slaying heavenly monarch, or rather, no one among the ranks of the divine list could be oblivious to him. The dragon-slaying heavenly monarch by Yuan held the 14th seat on the divine rankings and emerged 3 centuries ago. He was known for slaying a third of the world's serpent dragons, and even a true dragon at his hands, thus earning the title of dragon-slaying heavenly monarch. Legend has it that 3 centuries ago, a dragon palace fell under his hand. It seemed to be none other than this Sangshui dragon palace, a veritable treasure trove of dragon relics. Yang Xian glanced at the wealth displayed on his interface. Wealth. 40,000 he could afford to simulate once more. A soft smile graced Yang Xian's lips. This was his trump card. If he were to acquire any valuable treasures within the dragon serpent secret realm, it was inevitable that others would covet them. At that time, he could simply choose to claim the cultivation level attained through the simulation. By then, he would be a true fire grandmaster or even a formidable figure of the immortal realm. Wouldn't that be a delightful surprise? Chapter 55. The Descent of Gods and Demons 3 days later. At the Demon-Slaying Division's Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall was essentially a colossal arena, spanning 100 zhang in circumference and elevated 7 to 8 meters above the ground, constructed entirely from ironwood. Ironwood, a first-tier spiritual wood, possessed a hardness rivaling that of ordinary fine iron, making the arena forged from ironwood indubitably as solid as iron, at the very least, for martial artists below the true Qi realm. Damaging the robust arena was nearly impossible unless they wielded exceptionally sharp weapons for cutting. Typically, the arena served as a place for the demon-slaying envoys to spar, attracting numerous combat enthusiasts and martial aficionados. And thus it was established, at that moment, a multitude of figures had gathered around the arena. On ordinary days, the demon-slaying division boasted no more than several hundred envoys, most of whom were out executing missions. Yet now, the envoys encircling the arena numbered over 1,000, primarily drawn by this rare competition. Though the majority understood that securing a spot in the secret realm was likely beyond their reach, they were nonetheless intrigued by this large-scale contest. This competition would determine the 3 strongest individuals under 40 in the demon-slaying division. How could they not be excited? Are you certain this is a competition for those under 40? Yang Xian gazed ahead at a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a countenance that bore the marks of time, exuding an aura brimming with stories that he turned to Fang Jing and remarked, "While 40 may be considered middle age for the average person, for most martial artists who have entered the realm of marrow washing, it is indeed the prime of life, having undergone the trials of sinew and marrow refinement. They often retain the youthful appearance of young men. Yet, this middle-aged gentleman, who appears to have weathered the storms of life, hardly seems like a copper-ranked demon slayer under the age of 40. Before Fang Jing could respond, a voice interjected. "What are you saying?" The middle-aged man, having overheard Yang Xian's remark, turned around with a fierce glare. "This is maturity, you know. Mature men possess far more charm than you. With your slicked-back hair and pale complexion." The middle-aged man's agitation was palpable, as if Yang Xian had struck a nerve. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yang Xian realized that his unintentional comment had elicited such a strong reaction. "I seem to have misspoken. My apologies. Esteemed brother, may I know your name?" Yang Xian clasped his hands in greeting. Seeing the gentle demeanor of Yang Xian, the middle-aged man's anger gradually dissipated. "I am called Yuan Shun. You may refer to me as Old Yuan. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am merely 30 years old, a bit more mature than most. I have been with the Demon Slayer division for 6 years." Yuan Shun, clearly a man of hearty disposition, quickly forgot the earlier incident and engaged Yang Xian in conversation. Upon learning that Yang Xian had just joined the Demon Slayer division this year, he generously shared his experiences as a senior. "Young brother, look at the throng before us, with over 1,000 Demon Slayers present. However, most are merely here to serve as background. Ultimately, even in the Demon Slayer division, which values merit over status and allows you to choose from the finest techniques, only a select few truly stand out." Yuan Shun sighed, lamenting that only the most gifted individuals, the rare gems of talent, were sought after by the Demon Slayer division. As for us ordinary folks, barely entering the division, even if the finest techniques were presented to us, we would still struggle at the threshold. How tragic. Yuan Shun patted Yang Xian's shoulder and earnestly advised him, one must avoid recklessness. Even in battle against demons, one should always retain a means of self-preservation. And in competitions like this, if there is no hope of success, it is best not to participate. Should you suffer a severe injury, it will be a loss indeed. Just as Yang Xian was about to respond, a voice resounded throughout the venue. 4 silver-patterned black-robed demon slayers had appeared on the high platform. Led by Wang Tingzhong, the 4 3-patterned, silver-ranked demon slayers on the platform, Xue Tonglin spoke first, announcing that this competition was to determine 3 spots for the secret realm to assess everyone's compatibilities. The competition would adopt a free-for-all format, forbidding the use of weapons. The rules are simple. The last 3 standing on the stage will be the chosen candidates for this secret realm. Now, contestants, please step forward. Upon hearing the competition rules, the crowd erupted in excitement. Unlike the usual advancement format, the free-for-all mode demanded practical combat skills, testing not only strength but also strategy. This ignited a fervor among some demon slayers who had initially come to merely observe. In a free-for-all, they might have a chance to emerge victorious. Many demon slayers had already leaped onto the platform, while others below were eager to join. By the way, young brother Yang, I know a great spot to watch the match. Let me take you there, Yuan Shin began, but Yang Xian immediately waved his hand in refusal. Brother Yuan, I must take the stage. Disregarding Yuan Shin's surprised expression, Yang Xian swiftly moved like a gentle breeze and, in the blink of an eye, appeared on the platform. Yang Xian surveyed the surrounding demon slayers, numbering over 300, all standing on the towering platform, eyeing each other warily as he assessed the demon slayers. He examined their profiles, searching for any hidden talents. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face among the predominantly youthful crowd, distinctly out of place. Character: Yuan Shun. Physique: Spirit 8 body, green. Talent: Resilience, green. Martial arts prodigy, green. Realm: Mid-stage, 6th rank, True Chi realm. Spirit 8 body. Agile as a spirit ape, possessing extraordinary agility and martial prowess. Yuan Shin also noticed Yang Xian's gaze, sheepishly scratching the back of his head before waving in greeting. This fellow. Yang Xian's expression was peculiar. Just moments ago, Yuan Shun had advised him to be cautious, yet here he was brazenly stepping onto the stage. Mid-stage, True Chi realm. Observing Yuan Shun's realm, Yang Xian was taken aback. Achieving True Chi realm is the standard for silver-ranked demon slayers, and at just 30 years old, Yuan Shun had reached this level. Not to mention, he was likely to aspire to the enlightened realm and possibly the divine concealment realm as well. He was undoubtedly a rare talent within the Demon Slayer division of Yunmeng City. Standing among the most elite of the hundreds present. The competition begins, Xue Tonglin announced, noting that no one else had taken the stage. Boom! At the sound of the command, chaos erupted in the arena as the most formidable and renowned competitors were immediately besieged. Without weapons to wield, the demon slayers resorted to their physical prowess. The sound of fists cutting through the air echoed as, despite the prohibition on weapons, a few True Chi realm warriors wielded their true energy with devastating effect. Yang Xian glanced at Yuan Shun, who was attempting to blend in as an ordinary marrow-washing warrior, joining the fray against the True Chi realm fighters. Yang Xian, with a hint of exasperation, effortlessly struck down an opponent who had approached him, sending them flying 100 zhang away. Out of the arena, stop dawdling. Let me clear the field for you. With a grin, Yang Xian vanished in an instant, leaving behind a crater. The next moment he appeared amidst the largest cluster of combatants, unleashing a terrifying force that sent dozens flying uncontrollably out of the arena. With the second tier of the Red Sky South Candle Divine Body activated, even in its normal state, Yang Xian retained a significant portion of the power of a divine being, like a force of nature, with a single punch capable of delivering immense force. Can you withstand this punch, which embodies a month's worth of effort? Yang Xian, like a relentless bulldozer, swept through the barriers before him. None could withstand his strike. As they soared through the air, the demon slayers watched in terror as Yang Xian, an ordinary human, unleashed unimaginable strength, akin to a descendant of ancient deities, endowed with godlike power. This is bad. Yuan Shun, who had been idly observing, felt a twinge of panic as Yang Xian approached him, embodying the might of a divine being. Chapter 56. The level of abyssal flood dragon, a gust of wind from Yang Xian's punch whizzed past Yuan Shun's ear, clearing a group of demon slayers behind him like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. "Brother Yuan, are you all right?" Yang Xian smiled, effortlessly throwing another demon slayer out of the arena like a rag doll. "Brother Yang," Yuan Shun managed a strained smile, placing a hand on Yang Xian's shoulder. "Hang in there. It will be over soon." With a firm grip, Yang Xian lifted Yuan Shun's robust figure as if he were weightless, tossing him toward the edge of the arena. "It seems the outcome of the competition is already determined," Wang Tingzhong remarked from the high platform, observing Yang Xian, who faced no opposition, and smiled. Seeing this, Xue Tonglin nodded, promptly instructing Yang Xian to cease his assault. If he continued, none would be left standing on the platform. The other two three-patterned silver-ranked demon slayers, Su Baoying and Lei Wu, watched with keen interest as Yang Xian demonstrated his prowess. Though they had heard rumors of a genius emerging from the demon slayer division, this was their first encounter with the real deal. His strength, indeed, matched the tales of him slaying a bone path guardian single-handedly. Truly extraordinary. Su Baoying recalled the leading figure of his family, Su Changyin, who ranked 93rd on the human list. Now in mid-stage of the divine intent realm, he had mastered profound techniques and made significant accomplishments in his family's ultimate skills. While Yang Xian had slain a remnant of the bone path from 30 years ago, his strength was merely at the initial stage of the divine intent realm. By strength alone, Su Baoying believed that Changyin still held the upper hand, although potential was another matter. Sensing that Yang Xian was merely a marrow-washing realm warrior, he found it hard to believe. Could it be that he was concealing his true realm? To slay a practitioner of the divine intent realm while being in the marrow-washing realm was an extraordinary feat that had scarcely been witnessed over millennia, with no exceptions being those rare prodigies of ancient traditions. But what if it were true? Su Baoying found it absurd that a mere Yunmeng city could produce a figure rivaling the likes of a Daozi or a Fozu. Regardless of whether he was hiding his realm, his talents were undoubtedly exceptional, and it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. Su Baoying glanced at his companions. Wang Tingzhong and Xue Tonglin were already well aware of Yang Xian's remarkable abilities, their faces adorned with smiles that reflected their pride in his achievements. These two fellows. Su Baoying was acutely aware that these two individuals had deliberately concealed Yang Xian's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would not have only just discovered the truth of his age and realm upon meeting him in person today. He then turned to glance at Lei Wu, who, despite his astonishment, maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Yang Xian's presence. It was imperative to relay this information back to the family. Su Baoying mused to himself. Below, Yang Xian, having been halted by the recently arrived Xue Tonglin, departed from the arena, quietly observing the performances taking place on stage. With the departure of Yang Xian, the relentless force that had disrupted the proceedings, the battles on the platform finally returned to their rightful course. After a fierce contest, the honest-faced Yuan Shun and a demon-slaying warrior named Shun Feng emerged victorious. Both were true practitioners of the true gang realm, with Shun Feng being in the initial stages of this realm. Subsequently, Xue Tonglin announced that Yang Xian and his companions would represent the city of Yunmeng in the upcoming secret realm. Upon descending from the stage, Shun Feng appeared somewhat intimidated by Yang Xian, as if the latter's display in the arena had cast a shadow over him. Yuan Shun, on the other hand, approached eagerly. "Brother Yang, I did not expect you to be the renowned demon slayer who vanquished the guardian of the White Bone Path. Truly, you are an extraordinary talent. Brother Yuan, I am equally surprised by how deeply you have concealed your prowess." Yang Xian replied with a teasing glimmer in his eyes, observing the middle-aged man before him. In response, Yuan Shun awkwardly scratched his head. "Isn't it to preserve my strength more effectively?" With the trials concluded, the three victors were to depart for the secret realm 3 days hence. Wang Tingzhong's voice boomed as he declared the end of the competition before making his way toward Yang Xian. "Well done, young man. Make sure to perform admirably in the secret realm," he said, patting Yang Xian on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. "Yes, General Wang," Yang Xian replied earnestly. 3 days later, at the demon-slaying division of Yunmeng Prefecture, a magnificent treasure ship hovered at the center, measuring over 20 zhang in length and comprising 3 tiers. The hull was intricately etched with an abundance of runes, resembling serpents and dragons in motion. Radiating a soft, luminous glow, the ship floated approximately 10 meters above the ground, while Yang Xian gazed in awe at this airborne vessel. What a remarkable creation, he marveled, scrutinizing the ship from all angles. Wang Tingzhong, observing Yang Xian's astonishment, explained, "This is a Yuanjiao-class flying vessel, capable of carrying hundreds of people over long distances, traversing tens of thousands of miles daily, propelled by various formations, and consuming yuan stones as fuel." He paused before elaborating. The flying warships are crucial strategic assets of the Dezhou dynasty, classified into 3 tiers: Yuanjiao, Jinlong, and Tiangong. The Yuanjiao class you see before you can transport hundreds of people over great distances. As long as there are sufficient yuan stones, it can cover 1,000,000 miles without issue. The Jinlong class is even more colossal, exceeding 100 zhang in length, with 9 tiers, accommodating thousands of soldiers and capable of daily travel of 100,000 miles. Equipped with certain offensive and defensive capabilities, its attacks pose a significant threat even to masters at the Tongxin realm, while its defenses can temporarily withstand such masters' assaults. There are fewer than 30 of this class of warships in the Dezhou dynasty, and even provincial capitals may not possess one. Our Yunzhou has none.as for the most formidable Tiangong class. It is a true behemoth, 1,000 zhang long, resembling a celestial palace floating in the sky. Capable of housing tens of thousands, even 100,000 soldiers, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles daily. Not even a true Fire Realm Grandmaster can breach its defenses, though its consumption is staggering. The last deployment was over 30 years ago. IT has said that there are 3 such vessels in Yujing City, representing the true foundation of power. Wang Tingzhong's voice was laden with nostalgia as he spoke, recounting tales of ancient technologies that were remnants of the era of immortal paths. In ancient times, there were vessels even 100 times larger than the Tiangong class, truly celestial palaces, wielded by immortal sects that could traverse the void of outer space. Upon hearing Wang Tingzhong's account, Yang Xian and his companions were left in awe. The notion of outer space was staggering. They had yet to fully explore their own world, while the ancient immortals had already ventured beyond into the boundless realms. Such terrifying creations only added to the intrigue of this world. Yang Xian felt a surge of excitement. Although the ancient and primordial eras had long since crumbled, the remnants still profoundly influenced the present. He recalled the imminent cataclysm 22 years hence, when ancient deities and demons would rise, heralding an era of abundant celestial realms, and he could scarcely contain his anticipation. After refining the Red Heaven Candle Dragon's true chi in the secret realm, he would focus on breaking through to the Tongxin realm. Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. He was resolute in exploring all the wonders this world had to offer. Chapter 57. The Jade Pool in Yunzhou. The Shunshu home mansion. A fierce aura of iron-blooded slaughter emanated like a dormant true dragon, exuding an overwhelming might that rendered the vicinity of the Shunshu home mansion eerily still. Even a third-grade Tongxian realm ghost king would find their form unsteady and their strength severely diminished under such oppressive pressure. Dressed in crimson armor, the soldiers appeared fierce and robust, their eyes reflecting the ferocity of seasoned veterans. They were the Shunshu army, comprising a full complement of 100,000, each soldier at least a master of the bone-tempering realm. With many innate warriors among their ranks, the Shunshu home mansion served as both residence and military barracks, with the 100,000 Shunshu army station nearby, resembling a blood-red dragon stretching for dozens of miles, instilling fear in all directions. Within the inner courtyard of the Shunshu home mansion, saturated with the iron-blooded atmosphere, a small garden filled with exotic flowers and dancing spiritual birds echoed with a light and melodious voice. "Xiao Qingning, you smell delightful," Li Yaoqi exclaimed, embracing Luo Qingning from behind, burying her face in the cascade of her hair, inhaling the fragrant scent with a contented smile. "Yaoqi, let go," Luo Qingning replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she pushed away the playful woman behind her. Li Yaoqi laughed, her lively eyes glinting with mischief. Unlike Luo Qingning, who appeared as cold and ethereal as a moonlit fairy yet possessed a soft heart, Li Yaoqi resembled a fairy of blossoms. her beauty akin to an unparalleled celestial flower, exuding an otherworldly charm. But I see, Xiao Qingning has forgotten her sister now, that she has a suitor, not even willing to be close anymore. Li Yaoqi feigned sorrow. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Qingning retorted, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment as she playfully punched Li Yaoqi. Xiao Qingning is going to strike me for her little admirer. Li Yaoqi dodged with a swift motion, her expression resembling a pained soul, feigning heartbreak. Luo Qingning gazed at the antics of Li Yaoqi, her features betraying a mix of exasperation and amusement. By the way, is he truly not your little admirer? Li Yaoqi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Luo Qingning, her expression inquisitive. Of course not. Young Master Yang is merely my friend that I invited him to join the demon-slaying division. And it was only out of concern for his safety that I assisted him. Luo Qingning explained earnestly. Li Yaoqi drew out the sound, a knowing smile gracing her lips. By the way, I wish to accompany you to the Tying Moonlight Palace this time, Li Yaoqi said, shifting the topic with excitement. Why? Luo Qingning asked, tilting her head in confusion. Of course, to support you. Although that old woman claims it is to allow you to receive the cleansing of celestial energy. The Tying Moonlight Palace is not solely her domain. If anyone dares to hinder you, with your temperament, you would undoubtedly be bullied. But with me around, they won't dare to overstep their bounds, Li Yaoqi replied confidently. Resembling a proud little phoenix, Luo Qingning recognized the truth in her words. Li Yaoqi was the only daughter of the Shenshu Ho, her esteemed lineage bolstered by the fact that her elder brother was the reigning Jinwu Wang, the foremost of the four kings and 8 house, a supreme master of the first-grade ascendant realm, occupying the 15th seat on the divine ranking. The Shenshu Ho, Li Xianyi, was his younger brother, and their lineage boasted a king and a marquis. A rarity throughout the thousands of years of Dezhou's history. With the backing of both a king and a marquis, Li Yaoqi's status was naturally elevated, rivaling even some princes of Dezhou, such as the 4th prince. With me by your side, you can confidently receive the celestial energy cleansing. Who knows, you might even ascend to the top of the divine rankings, pushing that detestable old woman down a notch. It would surely be entertaining. Li Yaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced Luo Qingning tightly, nuzzling against her. Luo Qingning, gazing at the girl clinging to her, could only look away helplessly. The secret realm seems poised to open. I wonder if Yang Xian has entered. Luo Qingning pondered, her thoughts drifting afar. A magnificent ship, measuring over 20 zhang in length, soared swiftly through the skies, the turbulent currents it stirred dissipating into gentle breezes thanks to the formations aboard. Even as Yang Xian stood at the bow of the vessel, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of exhilaration. This was his first opportunity to survey the entirety of the world beneath him. Rivers and mountains, plains and hills, all lay before his eyes. This was the essence of the sky. Yang Xian stood an altitude of 1,000 zhang, casting his gaze over the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, and felt his heart swell with an unprecedented sense of openness, as if even the workings of his mind had quickened. Although Yang Xian possessed the ability to ride the winds and soar through the skies, he could only ascend to a height of 100 zhang at most, far from the celestial demeanor he now embodied, akin to a divine being surveying the realm. It is no wonder that those masters of the transcendental realm favored flying through the heavens. This sensation was truly enchanting. As Yang Xian reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze, he couldn't help but muse that Yunmeng City was not far from their destination, merely over 2,000 li away. Aboard the Yuanchao-class battleship, they would reach the waters near the inner perimeter of Yunmeng days in less than an hour. That moment, several enormous vessels, resembling colossal beasts, were anchored there, and Yang Xian also spotted a few other Yuanchao-class battleships hovering above, likely belonging to other demon-slaying offices. Yunzhou lacked top-tier sex and demonic forces. Thus, the demon-slaying office served as the mainstay of Yunzhou, with the veteran Master Wei Wuyan of the Yindao town stationed there. In the center of the waters lay a small realm, spanning several kilometers, ensnared upon the surface. Through the entrance, one could faintly discern the mountains, rivers, and verdant flora within the entrance of the secret realm sat three imposing figures, exuding an aura as grand as rivers and sun and moon. Point one was a sharply featured young man, another a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance, and the last, an elderly gentleman clad in white, with white hair and beard, possessing an air of scholarly elegance. Were these the three masters presiding over this secret realm? Yang Xian gazed at the remarkably conspicuous trio at the entrance. Even without action, their presence, as palpable as the sun, drew everyone's attention away from the myriad ships and onto them on the deck. Wang Tingjong had previously introduced these individuals to Yang Xian and his companions. The young man was Wei Wuyan, the master of the demon-slaying office, a stalwart guardian of Yinzhou for over a century, who had even slain a rebellious third-grade transcendental realm demon king, despite his youthful appearance. He was nearing 300 years of age, having already traversed half of his lifespan in the transcendental realm. The middle-aged man, Zhu Xiong, was a master of the transcendental realm from Xuanxi Mountain, one of its two masters. Newly ascended decades prior, he cultivated the 100-beast body refinement technique, boasting formidable physical prowess, and wielded a third-grade divine weapon, the Mountain River 100-beast map, likely surpassing Wei Wuyan in strength. The elderly figure by Yun So was a loose cultivator and the strongest among them, ranked 70 on the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking recorded the most powerful masters in the world, and by Yun So's placement attested to his unrivaled strength among the trio. Even Zhu Xiong's possession of a third-grade divine weapon did not diminish this, as Bai Yun So also bore a third-grade divine weapon, the Dragon Heart Staff. This was the fortunate reason for Bai Yun So's rise from a mere loose cultivator to an Earth-ranking master. And he now represented the dragon-slaying heavenly monarch to oversee this expedition into the secret realm. That moment, the three masters, observing that the crowd had gathered, rose from their positions, towering like mountains and deep as the sea, their formidable auras silencing the assembly. Chapter 58. Gung Jinlong Sha. This secret realm is open for one day only. Once the time elapses, all will be automatically expelled from the realm. The white-haired, white-clad He Jiming stated with a genial smile, exuding a formidable presence that commanded respect. Now, you may enter the secret realm. The fierce-looking Zhu Xiong nodded, activating the Mountain River 100 Beast map. And the once sealed entrance to the secret realm was instantly torn open. Shadows leaped from the ships, plunging into the secret realm, with ripples cascading from the entrance as they vanished from sight. Go forth, let the treasures of the secret realm take precedence, Zhu Xiong advised the aloof-looking Xuanxin sword master beside him. The sword master, appearing solitary and cold, nodded before leaping into the realm. Yang Xian naturally followed the flow of people into the secret realm. As he passed through the entrance, he was greeted by a dense forest of ancient trees, their trunks soaring dozens of meters high, their intertwining branches shrouded in thick emerald leaves that obscured the sun's radiance, leaving a somber ambience. Looking up, Yang Xian caught a glimpse of a hazy sun suspended in the sky, a mere projection of the outside world, with light and warmth born from the suppression of the secret realm's treasures through energy transformation. It appeared to be a forest. Yang Xian surveyed his surroundings, noting the monotonous dark green scenery. Wang Tingjong had informed him that ordinary demon kings or similarly ranked beings formed secret realms over hundreds or thousands of years through fortuitous encounters, typically spanning only several dozen li, with some even falling short of 10 yet. This secret realm extended over 100 li, clearly sustained by extraordinarily precious treasures, which constituted its greatest opportunity, a third-grade flood dragon demon king's legacy. A rare treasure left by the direct lineage of the Sanshui Dragon Palace, likely of third grade or even above AS for where the treasure might be found. Yang Xian sensed the concentration of vitality over several li, directing him toward the area with the highest concentration without hesitation, propelling himself forward like a tempest. High-grade vitality, Gung Jinlong. As Yang Xian soared over a valley, he sensed a sharp aura mixed with dragon-slaying energy. Peering down, he beheld a golden-hued entity formed of vitality, roaring continuously at the valley's center, its scales radiant, emanating a powerful draconic might, resembling a genuine young dragon. That moment, several individuals had already encircled the vitality. Blocking all entrances, their gazes fixated on the Gung Jinlong Sha. Everyone, although the vitality is but a single mass, sufficient for only one person, the surrounding 4th and 5th grade spiritual plants are abundant. In terms of value, they likely surpass that of the vitality. Lin Yin proclaimed with a righteous demeanor, proposing to the others, how about one person takes the vitality, and the remaining 5 share the spiritual plants? I shall take the vitality. That you're talking nonsense, a hot-tempered man retorted vehemently. However, Lin Yin was not here to negotiate. Seizing the moment while the others remained in impasse, he sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, almost instantly appearing beside the Gung Jinlong Sha. How fast? The other 5 were taken aback, realizing Lin Yan's speed had exceeded the realm of true essence, catching them all off guard. Excellent. Lin Yin beamed at the Gung Jinlong Sha, which was now within arm's reach, not concealing his delight. My relentless training in the Thunderbolt instantaneous technique has finally paid off. Who can obstruct me once I unleash my speed? High-grade vitality, coveted by countless families and sects in the outside world. Its value rivaling that of a mid-grade treasure weapon. Upon noticing Lin Yan's sudden appearance beside it, the Gung Jinlong Sha roared ferociously, emanating waves of dragon might. Yet, as a manifestation of vitality, its offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. Its might could only intimidate creatures below the 7th grade, rendered ineffective against Lin Yin. Come here, my precious. Lin Yin grinned, extending his hand, intent on seizing it. Suddenly, a black figure materialized in Lin Yan's line of sight, rapidly growing larger. Thud! Lin Yan's body tumbled like a rolling sack, executing multiple 360-degree spins in midair before crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Whew! The crowd had yet to comprehend the situation when they saw Lin Yin being flung backward, landing like a carrot. Who was that? Lin Yin exclaimed, pulling his head from the earth, his right cheek swollen noticeably, bearing a distinct shoe print, tinged with a purplish bruise. Lin Yin turned to confront the unexpected assailant at the valley's center, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black robe adorned with silver patterns, his gaze like bright stars, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, his eyes turning with an air of a majestic deity surveying the world. Impressive. The crowd was struck by Yang Xian's sudden appearance, their senses overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Could he be one of the hidden prodigies? The 6 individuals present pondered. The strongest among them in this secret realm were undoubtedly the 3 renowned prodigies on the list. Yet, it was not inconceivable that there were other hidden talents. After all, the list only recorded those who had taken action, and it was not surprising for discrete prodigies to exist. Yang Xian, noting the astonishment of the 6, turned his attention back to the Gung Jinlong Sha, which still roared mindlessly, resembling a young dragon, yet its gaze was hollow and devoid of spirit. Indeed, this was not the first time Yang Xian encountered such an exotic vitality. He had encountered several along his journey, albeit all were of mid-grade, while this high-grade vitality was a first for him. Extending his hand, Yang Xian grasped the small dragon, preparing to consume it directly. Damn it! Put down my possession! Lin Yan's heart raced as he realized that what was rightfully his was about to be claimed by another. Are you all truly willing to relinquish this treasure so easily? While this person is formidable, with our combined strength, the outcome remains uncertain. Lin Yin shouted loudly at the other 5, and upon hearing his words, the others, already unwilling to back down, instantly resolved to engage in a battle first. With their minds made up, the 6 of them surrounded their opponent, attacking from 6 different directions. Flames flickered, verdant trees swayed, and 6 kinds of potent energies surged, causing the ground to buckle under the pressure. Cracking like a spider's web, extending for dozens of yards, Yang Xian, encircled by these 6 formidable energies, smiled slightly as he observed the various colored attacks approaching. Is this a performance of fireworks for me? A flicker of golden flame rose in his eyes, and a faint phantom of a divine mountain appeared behind him. Get lost! Yang Xian's physical form radiated divine light, bracing against the onslaught of the 6 energies. Even as the ground was torn apart, creating a pit several meters deep beneath his feet, Yang Xian maintained a calm demeanor. Kung Jin slaughtering Sword Chi, A brilliant beam of sword light pierced the heavens, its dazzling intent enveloping the surroundings. The Kangxian sword trembled slightly, and several golden sword energies swept through, shredding the surrounding energies like paper. So brilliant. The six individuals could only see the blinding golden light before their bodies uncontrollably flew backward, landing on the ground after soaring dozens of yards. Yang Xian glanced at the now quiet figures with satisfaction, then soared into the sky, vanishing into the heavens, leaving behind 6 depressions in the ground and the writhing forms of the 6. Chapter 59. Emergence. At the heart of the Jiaolong secret realm lies a mountain range stretching for several dozen miles, the area richest in primordial energy within the secret realm, the very center of the mountains. 4th and 5th tier spiritual entities abound, with even a few 6th-tier spiritual entities growing amidst them. In the outside world, spiritual entities above the 4th tier are exceedingly rare, regarded as precious treasures by warriors of the innate 3 realms. Yet here, in the core area of the Jiaolong secret realm, accumulated over hundreds of years, such high-tier spiritual entities lay bare before everyone's eyes, a tremendous opportunity indeed. Warriors entering the secret realm, regardless of their location, unanimously chose to head toward its epicenter. With a resounding boom, a dazzling sword scar cut through the air, followed by a violent explosion as ancient trees within a radius of several dozen meters were reduced to splinters by the sword chi. Yang Xian seized a crystal flower emanating purple mist, a 6th-tier spiritual plant. Purple chi dragonheart flower, a nourishing treasure for the soul. It is considered a divine herb for warriors below the Transcendence realm. Among the 3 great barriers of the Transcendence realm, the soul barrier requires a sufficiently powerful soul force to yield a seed of divine power. The purple chi dragonheart flower, steeped in dragon energy for hundreds of years, offers extraordinary nourishment to the souls of warriors in the divine concealment realm, even enhancing their comprehension. This moment, such a precious spiritual plant was effortlessly snatched away by one person, inciting urgency among those who witnessed it. Damn it, leave the item behind. Despite the oppressive aura emanating from the strikingly handsome youth before them, they could not afford to hesitate any longer. If they were to act like timid turtles now, they might as well retire to their homes. As several rushed forward, Yang Xian raised an eyebrow, his Kangxian sword shifting in his hand. The sharp golden sword chi enveloped a 10-meter radius before him, coiling like a spiritual serpent, poised to strike. The others were taken aback, their feet pushing off the ground just in time to halt their advance, staring at the terrifying sword chi domain mere meters away, a chilling aura causing their foreheads to sweat. Seeing this, Yang Xian vanished in an instant. Harvesting has been fruitful. He examined the crystalline purple flower in his hand. Its petals released a purple mist, invigorating his spirit. Subsequently, he glanced at his bulging pockets, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Having flown from the edge of the secret realm, Yang Xian intercepted groups of people whenever he encountered them. With his perfected Lingshu wind control technique, he held a significant advantage in this secret realm of merely 100 miles in radius. As long as a spiritual entity caught his eye, it would not escape his grasp that in less than a quarter of the secret realm, he had already acquired 10 5th-tier spiritual entities, along with 3 6th-tier ones, including the purple chi dragonheart flower. All of this is wealth. Yang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at his stuff pockets. Although he had no use for these items, they could all be exchanged for money. Once he exited, he could resume his simulations. 10 5th-tier spiritual entities and 3 6th-tier ones would allow him to simulate dozens of times. Transcendence realm was not far off. Next lay the true treasures of the secret realm. Yang Xian gazed at the mountain's center, where a towering peak, 1,000 meters high, gathered primordial energy. Anyone could sense the immense power radiating from its summit. After determining his direction, Yang Xian shot forth like a taut bowstring, hurtling toward the peak's apex. Xuan sword master, it is rather ungracious to hoard all the spoils of a young man in a black robe with silver patterns. His face sharp and angular, dragged a massive blade while casually observing the aloof swordsman before him. Gu Xinyan, it's wise to choose your words carefully. I have not obstructed your approach. Xuan Swordmaster's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. In reality, His seemingly tranquil demeanor could barely suppress his urge to complain. Unreliable Zhu Shishu. How could you be so careless? Prior to entering the secret realm, Zhu Xiong, leveraging his status as the master of the Mountain and River Hunter Beast map, had secretly scouted the realm and provided him with a marked map indicating where treasures were most likely to appear. However, upon entering, the concentration of primordial energy at the peak was as conspicuous as the sun within the secret realm. Any fool could notice the unusual energy gathering, forming a near storm-like effect. Xuan Sword Master observed the increasingly prominent energy storm at the peak. As primordial energy from a radius of several dozen miles slowly converged, even leading to changes in the celestial phenomena, the distant rumble of thunder hinted at the emergence of a divine object. As he sensed the map within his Qianquan ring, his expression twitched. He had entered the secret realm at the very edge and had not even had the chance to seize a single opportunity on his way here. I propose we join forces to drive away a competitor. It would benefit us all. Seeing Xuanqin's sword master dismiss him, Gu Xinyan felt disinterested and turned his gaze to the elegant young man beside him, who exuded an air of nobility. Su Changyan fiddled with a dragon and phoenix double-shaped jade pendant in his hand, ignoring the seemingly amiable yet internally dark Gu Xinyan. Why is everyone so dull? Gu Xinyan lazily tapped his ear, appearing as though he had nothing to do. An image of a slacker. It was hard to reconcile that he was ranked 96th on the human leaderboard, known as the Flame Demon Blade. Before long, as the primordial energy grew even more substantial, a towering energy storm began to take shape, enveloping the sky in a white mist, with purple lightning dancing like serpents. It is about to emerge. By this time, many individuals had gathered at the summit. Their expressions varied as they beheld the violent celestial phenomena overhead. Least a third-tier divine object. There are numerous tales of individuals who, seizing opportunities, soared to greatness. Much like He Jiming, who was once merely a fisherman by chance, he stumbled upon an ancient relic from 1,000 years ago, acquiring not only a divine cultivation manual, but also a third-tier divine weapon. The Dragon Heart Staff. From that moment on, the fisherman He Jiming vanished, replaced by a figure whose reputation echoed across several states. A Transcendence Realm Master, ranked 70th on the leaderboard, the friend of the dragon-slaying Heavenly Lord. He Jiming. Since even someone who was once a mere fisherman could ascend due to fortune, breaking through the Transcendence Realm's doors and surpassing 90% of his peers to attain mastery, so too could they, as they merely lacked an opportunity. Everyone felt as if scalding oil had been poured into their hearts, growing ever hotter as they envisioned the imminent emergence of the divine object. Picturing themselves breaking through to the Transcendence Realm and reaching mastery within a century. Chapter 60. The three-headed dragon, swallowing treasure box. A furious dragon's roar echoed from within the energy storm. The powerful sound waves shattering rocks and causing many to bleed from their mouths, evidently sustaining light injuries. Jiu Xinyan's expression turned grave as he focused on the center of the energy storm, where two black figures danced within, sharp claws, golden vertical pupils, and sinuous dragon forms exuding a palpable dragon might point to Jiaolong. All present gazed upward, stunned into silence by the sudden appearance of the two dragons. They are not true Jiaolong. They must be the manifestation of some divine object. Su Changyan squinted, a hint of eerie purple light flashing in his pupils as he spoke with certainty. It seems quite powerful. If it is a third-tier divine weapon or something similar, gaining its recognition could prove troublesome. Xuanqin Jinzi grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. The reason a divine weapon is termed as such lies in its innate sentience. Unless it has been nurtured over centuries or even millennia by a prestigious lineage, ordinary divine weapons require the wielder to first earn their acknowledgement. What a peculiar phenomenon. This moment, Yang Xian concealed himself at the periphery of the tumultuous storm, which bore no impact upon him. The fierce winds merely tousled his robes. With keen focus, he peered into the chaos, his formidable perception allowing him to discern the essence of two serpentine dragons. One of the dragons housed within a dragon-patterned longsword, while its very form was composed of an endless swirl of sword chi, each scale and every inch of flesh coalescing from this sword energy. The second dragon was similarly constituted, its core being a long knife of imposing design, resembling a dragon's head, as though it were poised to roar defiantly at the heavens. Yet, these seemingly extraordinary artifacts were not the heart of the storm. Amidst the swirling blades, a dark, ornate treasure box floated, which the two dragon manifestations coiled around. Three divine artifacts appeared to form a complete set of weaponry. Upon witnessing the true nature of the object that had incited such celestial upheaval, Yang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Divine weapons were already rare in the world, and a trio unified as a single set could potentially rival even some ordinary second-grade divine weapons in value. However, how might one claim dominion over such divine artifacts? As Yang Xian pondered how to subjugate this set of weapons, the serpentine dragons, shaped from blades, suddenly displayed an unprecedented brilliance in their eyes, as though they had come to life in an instant. All turning their gaze towards Yang Xian, that a sense of resonance stirred within him, as the divine bones within him erupted in splendid radiance, producing a series of tremors that echoed in response to the dragons. His dual divine bones, a fusion of innate sword bone and blade intent bone, resonated with an unimaginable affinity towards the weapons. In that moment, Yang Xian comprehended why the divine artifacts had suddenly stirred. He had underestimated the potency of the dual divine bones within him. The storm gradually subsided, and the celestial phenomena came to a halt, revealing the true forms of the weapons, along with the treasure box encircled by them. As Xuan and the others beheld the unveiled divine artifacts in the sky, their expressions shifted from shock to elation. Xuan turned his gaze upon the other two companions, and, as expected, even the usually aloof Xuan Xinjianzi could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes almost igniting with fervor. Su Changyan was similarly affected, his grip tightening around the dragon and phoenix jade pendant. Although he, as a scion of a noble family, had encountered divine weapons before, his family's ancestor possessed a third-grade divine weapon. Seeing the chance of such extraordinary artifacts potentially falling into his hands caused his heart to flutter. The path to enlightenment was not a mere illusion. Aside from the three of them, the other dozens present also exhibited fervent eyes, their expressions bordering on frenzied as they gazed at the dissipating storm. A shadowy figure emerged at the storm's center, the two dragons coiling around it, exuding an oppressive chill, while the immense aura descended like a tangible weight. The figure, encircled by the dragons, appeared as a sovereign surveying the world. Coldly observing the masses, Xuan and the others felt as if a colossal stone were crushing their chests, rendering them nearly breathless. The oppressive aura of the divine weapons was a considerable burden for them. Who is he? As the storm fully abated, they looked up at the figure in the sky, their minds filled with suspicion, when they noticed the serpentine dragons, akin to docile pets, entwined around him. Their hearts ignited with shock and anger. Before they even began to vie for the artifacts, they had already bestowed their affections upon another, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief and growing resentment. Xuan scrutinized the figure in the sky, especially noting the black robe of the Demon Slayer division he wore, causing his pupils to constrict. Is this a member of my Demon Slayer division? Xuan racked his brain, but found no recollection of such an imposing figure. In the sky, Yang Xian examined the treasure box in his hand, its dark hue etched with three regal black dragons, their fierce heads guarding the central sword and knife emblem. The three-headed dragon swallowing treasure box. Yang Xian absorbed the information emanating from this fortuitous divine weapon. As he perceived, this was indeed a set of divine weapons, comprising a knife, a sword, and a treasure box. Each individual piece was merely an ordinary third-grade divine weapon. Yet when combined with the treasure box, which nurtured the spirit dragon swallowing sword and the black dragon annihilation blade within, their power would multiply exponentially, rivaling second-grade divine weapons. The combined value of this set of divine artifacts was no less than that of ordinary second-grade weapons. From information received, Yang Xian also learned of the origins of these divine artifacts, confirming external speculations that the secret realm harbored treasures from the Tsangshui Dragon Palace. Indeed, the three divine artifacts in Yang Xian's possession were forged from the remains of three third-grade Xianjing realm dragon kings. During the Great Battle of the Dragon Kings, the Dragon King had seized numerous precious resources amidst the chaos, including these 3 divine artifacts among over a dozen others of 3rd grade or higher. Initially, there were also precious elixirs and several 7th grade divine herbs, but all were taken by the Dragon King for healing purposes. However, even though they had been lightly affected by the residual waves of the Dragon Slayer, the 3rd grade Dragon King suffered irreparable damage, its soul nearly depleted. After struggling for a century, it ultimately fell into despair. The name Swallowing Dragon was indeed well-deserved. Yang Xian caressed the 2 dragons that swirled beside him, feeling their affectionate intent and the bond between them growing ever tighter. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he glanced downward. Despite the hundreds of meters separating them, the intense resentment of the crowd surged toward Yang Xian like a tidal wave. This was my first time wielding divine weapons. Eager to test his newfound power, Yang Xian prepared himself, sensing the dragons form from the spirit dragon swallowing sword and the black dragon annihilation blade respond to his emotions. Their roars echoing through the heavens. Chapter 61. Han Yuan Extreme Intent Divine Spear. It should be emerging soon. Outside the secret realm, He Jiming observed the realm beginning to tremble violently, stroking his white beard with a smile. At that moment, martial experts from various sects and families in Yinzhou turned their attention to the anomalous movements of the secret realm, the intense tremors even causing ripples across the waters. Could it be that they have truly discovered some extraordinary divine artifacts? Thoughts began to swirl in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, seated at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhu Xiong focused intently on the unfolding events within. His expression calm. Xuan, do not disappoint me. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling outside the secret realm, at its center, Yang Xian stood with a knife in his right hand and a sword in his left. The 2 divine weapons emanating a dazzling brilliance, faintly revealing 2 fierce dragons materializing behind him, roaring towards the heavens, their scales gleaming with a fearsome aura. Truly, these are weapons of slaughter. Yang Xian's face lit up with joy. Wielding these 2 divine artifacts, he felt his sword intent amplify nearly several-fold, and with mastery over the weapons, he could now unleash a portion of their formidable power. These divine artifacts should serve him well for quite some time. Completely satisfied, Yang Xian leaped atop the peak of a mountain, gazing down at the dozens of individuals who appeared hesitant to strike. Each among them had a reputation that resonated across several counties, with the weakest being true essence realm warriors. Yet, faced with Yang Xian, who wielded 2 divine weapons, they dared not make the slightest move. However, witnessing such a fortuitous opportunity fall into Yang Xian's hands, their expressions were rife with indignation. Su Changyin clenched his right hand tightly, veins bulging. Even the dragon and phoenix jade pendant he usually treasured bore fine cracks. Yet he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Yang Xian with burning intensity. The chance for divine weapons eluded him, leaving Su Changyin with nothing to show for it. Such an opportunity bestowed upon an unknown figure was utterly unacceptable. Could it truly be so? Conflicted emotions churned within Su Changyin, and his gaze turned icy. He was not without his own cards to play. What did divine weapons matter? The Su family was not without their own, that a divine weapon without a master was still a mere object. Die. With this thought, Su Changyin hesitated no longer. Having made his decision, he would strike with thunderous force to eliminate any future threats. A jade talisman appeared in his hand, and in a whisper, he invoked its power, which erupted in a brilliant divine light. Han Yuan Extreme Intent Divine Spear. A tremendous force shattered the heavens, creating violent fluctuations in the surrounding essence energy. A Han Yuan spear emerged, akin to a pillar propping up the sky, penetrating the realms above and below. The fragile void of the secret realm began to crack, and the chilling intent of slaughter rendered the thoughts of all present nearly paralyzed. How dare you? Gu Xinyan was filled with astonishment and fury. Although he felt some indignation over the loss of the divine weapon, it was ultimately the members of the Demon Slayer division who had seized the opportunity. While he harbored a tinge of regret, he managed to maintain his composure. However, the audacity of Su Changyin to brazenly attempt to assassinate his comrades in the Demon Slayer division, employing techniques of the Transcendence realm, was nothing short of madness, showing utter disregard for the authority of the division. Su Changyan's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze intently on Yang Xian, since he had already made his move. He was determined to strike a fatal blow .as for the so-called Demon Slayer division. Once he acquired these divine weapons, his family's ancestor would certainly ensure his safety. Yang Xian observed the gradually solidifying primordial long spear. Though its length was merely several zhang, it seemed capable of measuring the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming intent to kill instilled a sense of pressure within him. The power unleashed by a protective talisman of the Transcendence Realm was already on par with the full force of a Transcendence Realm Master. However, it was still insufficient. Facing this terrifying strike, Yang Xian merely smiled calmly. Golden flames transformed into a vast sea of fire enveloping him, igniting the crimson sky at a towering figure, 3 zhang in height, emerged slowly from the flames. His golden vertical pupils seemed to burn with an eternal crimson flame, and ancient patterns and runes adorned his body, enough to shatter anyone's mind with just a glance. This was the bloodline inheritance of the ancient gods and demons, containing unimaginable forbidden power. The sword energy transformed from the Lingguang swallowing dragon sword, coiled around his right arm, while the black dragon destruction blade morphed into a dark dragon that encircled Yang Xian's waist. Its fierce eyes brimming with murderous intent, a weapon of great malice. Its ferocity surpassed that of the other 2 divine weapons, with the sinister dragons entwined around his waist and arms. Golden flames engulfed his entire being. His golden pupils exuded a divine aura that seemed to look down upon all living beings, while the malevolent energy radiating from him resembled a great demon descending into the mortal realm. This was the essence of gods and demons, wielding authority over the universe, akin to celestial deities, yet unbound by any constraints, capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Yang Xian, feeling the unprecedented strength coursing through his body in his complete state as the crimson sky, southern candle demon body, sensed a power unlike any he had ever experienced, as if he could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas with a mere thought. Come. The ancient aura of the gods and demons was as weighty as a mountain. Yang Xian grasped his sword and blade, and the divine bones within him erupted with a brilliance that had never been seen before, a searing sensation akin to a small sun burning in his chest. At this moment, the fully solidified primordial long spear rang out with a resounding clang. Its release might disturbing the very fabric of space, tearing apart a portion of the heavens, and revealing a terrifying void. Within the black fissure lay a chaotic emptiness. The onlookers had long since retreated from the battleground, now standing 1,000 zhang away, gazing in awe at the godlike Yang Xian and the world-rending destruction of a long spear. Their minds stirred and shaken by an inexplicable sense of shock. Ji Yuxinyan's expression soured as he gazed at the battleground. Although Yang Xian's divine form startled him, he did not believe Yang Xian had a substantial chance of victory. The Transcendence Realm was regarded as a master level precisely because it represented an entirely different realm of existence, where the mastery of divine powers bestowed upon its practitioners an almost celestial prowess. In the ancient era of the Immortal Path, the Transcendence Realm corresponded to the realm of true immortals, revered as such, transcending the mundane and truly stepping onto the path of divinity, with lifespans extending beyond 1,000 years. Such beings could indeed move mountains and boil the seas. Although the great upheaval of the world had diminished lifespans and the efficacy of divine powers, one immutable law remained. No practitioner below the Transcendence Realm could ever surpass a master of the Transcendence Realm. The power of celestial divine abilities was not something mortals could provoke. Even the most astonishing prodigy of the current age, with their proudest accomplishments, could merely achieve a stalemate against a newly ascended master of the Transcendence Realm. And even that was hailed as an extraordinary feat of unparalleled talent in a millennium. Could Yang Xian truly stand on par with such figures? At least Gu Xinyan did not believe so. Furthermore, the Su family ancestor was a seasoned master with some renown even in the capital city of Yujing. Yet, inexplicably, a glimmer of hope flickered in Gu Xinyan's heart, perhaps due to their shared affiliation with the Demon Slayer division. He yearned to witness the rise of a supreme prodigy from their ranks, emerging from the depths of despair, soaring to great heights like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Please do not perish. Gu Xinyan gazed towards the battleground with hopeful eyes. Chapter 62. Su Changyan Dai. The universe's transcendence. Divine powers manifest. Though the primordial ultimate intent spear was not a divine ability of the Su family ancestor, it was nonetheless a third-grade martial art of exceptional caliber. When mastered to perfection, its power was not inferior to some lower-grade divine abilities. The several zhang-long primordial spear surged forth like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming momentum. The formidable intent firmly locked onto Yang Xian, and as the spear drew closer, the terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. This strike was sufficient to pierce through a colossal mountain, stirring the heavens for 100 miles. Impressive power. Yang Xian faced the spear, radiating a brilliance akin to a blazing sun, without a trace of fear in his demeanor. The second layer of the crimson sky, southern candle demon body, endowed him with physical strength rivaling that of the divine concealment realm, complemented by his mastery of multiple realms. Even within the divine concealment realm, he would not be considered weak, if it were only thus. Facing the full force of a transcendence realm strike might have posed a challenge. However, one must not forget that Yang Xian was currently the master of divine weapons. The Lingguang Swallowing Dragon Sword and the Black Dragon Destruction Blade were both forged from the essence of third-grade dragon demon kings. Supplemented with numerous divine materials, their might rivaling that of the transcendence realm. Although Yang Xian could not fully unleash their power at present, his opponent was likewise not a true master of the transcendence realm. He possessed merely a single strike of power. Come. The golden flames in Yang Xian's eyes surged, and behind him seemed to materialize a majestic figure that obscured the heavens, surrounding the divine mountain. The 2 dragons appeared to sense the ancient aura of the gods and demons, bowing their heads and roaring, their spirits growing ever more vibrant. Yang Xian tightened his grip on the sword and blade, the divine bones within his chest radiating a brilliant divine light, as if containing a burning sun. The already formidable sword and blade intent surged exponentially. The blade and sword energy coalesced into 2 Tenjiang dragons, one pure white and full of spirit, the other dark black and brimming with ferocity. The sharp aura around them caused the surrounding void to exhibit minute black fissures. The 2 dragons intertwined, their energies harmonizing as one, and then they charged directly toward the long spear. The 3 dragon forms entangled with one another, their powers colliding, sending shockwaves that shot into the heavens. A blinding white light shot skyward. A mountain that had once stood 1,000 meters tall began to visibly dissolve, until the brilliance faded, revealing the topmost 100 meters reduced to powder. The once colossal mountain instantly appeared shorter, leaving behind a smooth and even summit. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? At that moment, the onlookers, having retreated beyond 1,000 zhang, stood in stunned silence as they beheld a 1,000-meter mountain seemingly evaporate 100 meters, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Most among them had never witnessed a practitioner of the transcendence realm in action before, and now, witnessing this scene of mountains crumbling and summits shattering, their minds were left in a daze. Such truly were the methods of the divine. Su Changyan felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing the outbreak of battle. Although he perceived that Yang Xian had almost no chance of survival in this strike, he could not rest easy without seeing the corpse with his own eyes. Jiu Xinyan also fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his expression dimming at the sight of such terrifying power. Xuan Jinzi silently tightened his grip on his sword, having never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Yet for him, this might not be a bad thing. Once the divine weapons were left unclaimed, he would naturally vie for them. The formidable battle's residual waves flattened the winds and clouds for miles around. As the tumult subsided, the sky appeared clear and bright, reflecting a tranquil blue reminiscent of a serene sea bed, pure and untainted. Atop the mountain summit, now devoid of any debris, as the residual waves gradually faded and the dust settled, the onlookers caught a glimpse of the figure emerging from the center of the battle. Yang Xian's sleeves had been tattered to shreds, reduced to mere strips of fabric. Fortunately, the divine weapons had automatically shielded him, preventing him from being left in a state of undress. Yang Xian raised his right hand, revealing a blood-soaked wound on his arm, exuding an aura of slaughter. Though the injury was small, a piercing pain radiated throughout his body. This was the essence of the spear's intent from the Transcendence realm, entwined with a murderous aura, as if it were a festering wound. This was the mental technique of the Transcendence realm. Yang Xian murmured to himself, realizing that if it were only an ordinary intent, even in the hands of a practitioner of the Transcendence realm, it would not have such an effect. It seemed this particular master of the Transcendence realm had already ascended to the second tier of the Heart realm. Only those who had forged their mental state could unleash such bizarre and powerful effects, momentarily breaching the protective barriers of the two divine weapons and leaving a wound upon him. However, this was also within reason, as most practitioners of the Transcendence realm possessed mastery over their mental state. Fortunately, I managed to store everything away. Yang Xian gently caressed the swallowing dragon treasure box in his hand. As a vessel for nurturing swords and storing divine weapons, it possessed its own space, amounting to several thousand cubic meters. Though it could only house lifeless objects devoid of vitality, there is still one more person to deal with. Yang Xian lifted his gaze, and his golden pupils ignited with fervor. This moment, 1,000 zhang away. Su Changyan's face was contorted with rage. The dragon phoenix dual-shaped jade pendant in his hand had been crushed to dust. He seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the figure nonchalantly emerging from the center of the battle. How could this be? Su Changyan's expression was vacant, and the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Yang Xian had miraculously survived the clutches of the Tongxian realm. Appearing seemingly unscathed, save for a few bloodstains on his hand, that moment, as he met the gaze of the figure resembling a deity or demon, Su Changyan felt as though a golden sun was relentlessly scorching him, threatening to reduce him to ashes. No, I still have a chance. If I can just endure until the secret realm concludes, I shall be escorted out. There are still several masters outside. I'm not yet doomed. Su Changyan dared not linger, for although the masters had declared that killing was forbidden in this place, he had little faith that the ferocious man would spare him. Flee, as long as I run swiftly enough. There remains a glimmer of hope. This singular thought flashed through Su Changyan's mind as he summoned all his internal energy, moving with the swiftness of a spirit bird, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself several dozen feet away. Seeing Su Changyan's frantic escape, Yang Xian could not help but smile slightly. Attempt to evade me in such a manner is truly suicidal, in an instant. Yang Xian vanished from his previous position, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that generated intense gusts of wind, accompanied by a deafening explosion akin to thunder. Su Changyan unleashed all of his internal energy, soaring through the air like a spirit bird, feeling as though he had reached an unprecedented peak of speed. My internal energy is of the highest quality, and my cultivation involves the fourth-tier martial technique. The 9 transformations of the spirit bird, which I have already mastered to a significant degree. A fortunate, hapless fool who merely acquired a divine weapon cannot catch up to me, or so I thought. Just as Su Changyan was bolstering his spirits, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air. Turning back, he was struck with terror to see Yang Xian less than 100 meters away. Yang Xian smiled faintly, and with a swift motion, a sharp beam of sword light erupted forth, dazzling white light blossoming before Su Changyan, the razor-sharp sword aura exuding a lethal threat, faced with the blinding sword light that seemed to act as a barrier. Su Changyan felt paralyzed, unable to move. Reluctantly, he turned around, his expression grim, devoid of any pleas for mercy. At this juncture, words were utterly powerless. I can compensate you. Su Changyan inhaled deeply and looked directly at Yang Xian. His eyes filled with a hint of earnestness and need. Yang Xian grinned, the black dragon-slaying knife in his hand emanating a ferocious aura, as if a black dragon had emerged from the abyss. Its blade energy ravaging the area within 100 feet. No. As he confronted the imminent threat of death, Su Changyan could no longer maintain his previous demeanor. The calmness of the once genteel scion of a noble family vanished, leaving behind a visage twisted with terror, resembling a malevolent specter. Defensive treasures flew from his grasp, attempting to shield him from the oncoming onslaught of blade energy, while his internal energy erupted in fiery bursts. A mid-stage manifestation of martial intent appeared behind him, a spirit bird with wings spread wide, Screeching to the heavens, as the blade energy surged forward, the spirit bird cried out in anguish, and the storm of blade energy tore everything within 1,000 meters to shreds. Rocks crumbled to dust. Ancient trees splintered, and the earth was rent with fissures in that moment, Su Changyin seemed to witness a fearsome black dragon roaring, its scales resembling black armor, its ferocious aura piercing the heavens, before darkness enveloped his vision. And he fell from the sky. Chapter 63. The collapse of the secret realm, what an ominous premonition that on the Su family's massive ship, Su Wei felt a sharp pain in his brow. As if something significant were transpiring, as the leader of this expedition and the elder brother of the Su family patriarch, a congenital ultimate warrior who had unlocked all three divine treasures. Su Wei's spiritual perception was exceedingly acute. The sudden pain brought forth a sense of foreboding. Changyin possesses the protective jade talisman left by our ancestor. He should be fine. Recalling the trump card left by the ancestor, Su Wei felt reassured. The protective measures of a Tongxian realm master would be sufficient to keep Su Changyin safe within a realm of monstrous beasts to the entrance of the secret realm. He Jiming observed the quivering secret realm with a measure of astonishment. Realizing that some unforeseen event had transpired, it seems these young ones have truly stumbled upon great fortune. He Jiming stroked his beard and chuckled. Glancing at the other two, Zhu Xiong appeared at ease, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke languidly. Our Xuanxin Mountain Xuanxin sword master ranks highest on the human list. He is surely the one to seize this opportunity. After stating this, Zhu Xiong turned his gaze to Wei Wuyan, noticing his furrowed brow and distracted demeanor, seemingly disinterested in the matter at hand. Strange, this fellow gives me a sense of familiarity. Wei Wuyan's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Yundream Mansion's Yuanjiao-class warship. He had likely deduced the man's identity, Wang Tingzhong, a three-striped silver plaque demon-slaying envoy who had parachuted into Yundream Mansion. Since taking charge of the demon-slaying division in Yundream City, this man had never formally introduced himself. Instead, he always sent his subordinate, leaving Wei Wuyan with a vivid impression of this audacious individual. Could he be someone from a certain noble family in Yujing City? Wei Wuyan pondered perhaps he had encountered him in Yujing City. On the deck of the warship, Wang Tingzhong sensed Wei Wuyan's scrutinizing gaze, his heart tightening. This fellow's spiritual perception is remarkably sharp. He has noticed me. No wonder he is the 6th general of the demon-slaying division. A chill coursed through Wang Tingzhong's heart. He had previously crossed paths with Wei Wuyan in Yujing City, but they had merely observed each other from a distance, and his true appearance had not been revealed. So he should not have been recognized. After a while, once the sensation of being watched dissipated, Wang Tingzhong finally exhaled in relief. Yang Xian should be emerging soon. I hope he finds a suitable source of vitality. Wang Tingzhong gazed at the secret realm, silently contemplating. Within the secret realm, the previously ravaged forest lay in ruin, the earth flattened to expose a patch of yellowed soil and disordered vegetation. Su Changyin's body lay rigidly on the ground, his gaze dim and devoid of life, his form marred with numerous bloodstains, as though he had been torn to shreds. Yang Xian surveyed the disfigured corpse before him and noticed a superior quality jade ring on Su Changyin's right middle finger, its hue reminiscent of white satin. This is a spatial artifact. Yang Xian removed the jade ring, probing within with his consciousness, and indeed discovered a space measuring several dozen square meters, apart from a considerable sum of silver notes amounting to 200,000 taels. There were also a pile of gleaming essence stones, along with various spirit medicines and elixirs. With a thought, a milky white jade stone appeared in Yang Xian's hand, rich vitality condensed within the small stone. Essence stones are precious cultivation resources utilized only in the innate third realm. One must absorb the vitality to condense internal energy. Essence stones are concentrated vitality, and utilizing them for cultivation can accelerate the process severalfold. Even at the efficiency of inferior essence stones, the small pile of essence stones numbered around 300, radiating a milky white glow akin to dazzling incandescent lights. The remaining items, such as elixirs, were all valuable treasures of the spirit elixir grade, along with a few 5th-tier spirit herbs. Not bad. Yang Xian's eyes brightened, as expected of a scion of a noble family. His wealth is indeed substantial. Now, I need not worry about resources for ascending to the true Qi realm. Subsequently, Yang Xian transformed into a diligent bee, meticulously examining Su Changyan's corpse for any hidden treasures. Meanwhile, the others, who had been several hundred feet away, were drawn in by the sounds of battle, eager to uncover the truth. Gu Xinyuan, moving with the greatest speed, almost followed in Yang Xian's footsteps, arriving at the scene just as the battle concluded. "What are you doing?" Gu Xinyuan observed Yang Xian, who was busily rummaging through Su Changyan's corpse, his eyes wide with astonishment. Upon closer inspection of Su Changyan's body, Gu Xinyuan noticed that the clothing was in disarray, and certain parts of the corpse's attire were inexplicably missing. "You," Gu Xinyuan stammered, turning his head away, unable to bear witnessing the scene. Yang Xian had long sensed someone approaching, but confident in his strength, he continued his search. Upon seeing Gu Xinyuan's expression, his countenance darkened. "What are you thinking?" A cold voice rang out, sending a shiver down Gu Xinyuan's spine. He wouldn't be contemplating killing me to silence me, would he? In a moment of chaotic thought, Gu Xinyuan recalled Yang Xian's otherworldly prowess. Commanding 2 spirit dragons and withstanding the might of the primal long spear, if he were to strike at me, I would stand no chance of resistance. That I'm sorry. I saw nothing, that I truly did not see anything. Gu Xinyuan hurriedly explained, his face growing ever paler. Looking at Yang Xian's impassive expression, Gu Xinyuan felt a surge of desperation, raising his right hand toward his own eyes. "I am willing to sacrifice my eyes. Please spare my life." Seeing this, Yang Xian was momentarily taken aback. As Gu Xinyuan truly prepared to harm himself, he quickly intervened. A sharp beam of sword energy shot forth, injuring Gu Xinyuan's right hand, rendering it limp. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Yang Xian looked speechlessly at the sharply defined man before him. "Never mind." Yang Xian raised his gaze to the sky, which had begun to warp, and the earth and mountains in the distance that were starting to fracture. Realizing that Gu Xinyuan had misunderstood, Yang Xian felt somewhat awkward, but upon witnessing the crumbling world, a shock coursed through his heart. Is the secret realm about to collapse? The secret realm, spanning a radius of 100 miles, was originally sustained by 3 exceptional third-tier divine weapons, allowing it to endure for such an extended period. Now that these 3 divine artifacts have been severed from their connection, it is only natural for the realm to revert to nothingness. Nearby, the individuals who had been hastily approaching were suddenly gripped by panic at the sight of the imminent collapse of the secret realm. Before they could descend into chaos, enormous passageways manifested around them, concurrently slowing the rate of the realm's disintegration. A master had intervened. The collective sigh of relief escaped their lips as they each stepped into the portals. The moment the passage opened, Yang Xian dashed inside, with Gu Xinyuan following closely. Chapter 64. A Fool's Demise in the Waters of Yunmeng Days. Zhu Xiong shook the scroll in his hand, unleashing the roar of over 100 ferocious beasts, their divine light igniting a magnificent surge that tore open a vast passage in the secret realm. To their surprise, the conclusion arrived swiftly, indicating substantial gains. He Jiming observed the disintegrating secret realm with an understanding heart. He knew well that the collapse was triggered by the removal of the realm's suppressive artifacts. Meanwhile, those waiting outside gazed expectantly at the opening of the secret realm, their hearts racing with anticipation. Who would lay claim to the treasures within? The thoughts spiraled through their minds. Logically, the 3 prodigies ranked on the human list were the most likely candidates for this opportunity, yet the prospect of others seizing this extraordinary fortune could not be dismissed. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a fortuitous encounter? Shortly after the passage opened, figures began to emerge, one after another, and as they re-entered the outside world, a sense of relief washed over them, allowing for a collective sigh of ease. Soon, the events that had transpired within the secret realm began to spread like wildfire. What? 3 third-tier divine weapons. How come you didn't acquire any? You fool. Exclamations filled the air, accompanied by a myriad of complex emotions. The monumental opportunity within the secret realm was instantly known to all, and when the news of the 3 divine weapons circulated, the expressions on everyone's faces varied, their hearts ablaze with desire. Divine weapons, after all, could serve as treasures to guard a clan or sect, and for families and sects, The significance of a single divine weapon could eclipse even that of a master. After all, a master could live no more than 600 years, while a divine weapon could endure for millennia, providing protection for generations. Yusei Su Changyin perished within. Zhu Xiong, initially displeased to see the sore master of Su Xian returning empty-handed, found his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing the detailed account of the secret realm's events. Su Changyin, the foremost figure of the Su family in Xianyan City and a genuine direct descendant, was greatly favored by the family's ancestor, placing him in a position second only to that venerable figure. This was nothing short of astonishing in an ordinary aristocratic family. Even a prodigy ranked on the human list could scarcely garner such favor from a master of the transcendent realm, akin to being treated like a favored son. Yet, Su Changyin was merely a lower-tier prodigy, with potential at most to become a formidable martial artist in the divine concealment realm, making mastery nearly impossible. However, this was common knowledge in Xianyan City, and since Xuanqi Mountain lay not far from there, Zhu Xiong was naturally aware. Upon learning that Su Changyin had even resorted to using the protective jade talisman left by the family's ancestor within the secret realm, Zhu Xiong's expression shifted once more. The level of affection Su Yongnian held for this junior was indeed remarkable. The protective jade talisman, containing the full might of a master of the transcendent realm, was not easily forged. The materials capable of bearing such power were exceedingly rare, and sealing one's own strength within it required a significant toll, as it drew upon the master's very essence. Only through the sacrifice of blood could the talisman fully embody the transcendent realm's might. To find that someone had survived such an assault, even sustaining merely minor injuries, indicated that a remarkable talent was about to emerge from Yinzhou. Regardless of whether that individual had survived due to the protection of a divine weapon, this battle would undoubtedly propel them to fame across multiple provinces, securing their place on the human ranking. And likely at a high position, the dynamic between prodigies and masters had grown intriguing. Zhu Xiong's gaze shifted toward the Su family's ship, where the leader was Su Changyin's uncle, Su Wei, a figure who had awakened the three divine concealed powers. If no external interference occurred, it might be permissible to eliminate him. Zhu Xiong mused, feeling envious of the three divine weapons. Even he, a master of Xuanqi Mountain, could not help but covet them. With a lineage spanning 2 millennia, Xuanqi Mountain had only ever possessed 3 third-tier divine weapons. Yet an opportunity had arisen that allowed a mere junior to acquire treasures rivaling the accumulated wealth of Xuanqi Mountain. How could he not feel envious? However, recalling that this junior was a member of the Demon Slayer office, a pang of pain struck him. Zhu Xiong discreetly glanced at Wei Wuyin nearby, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep meditation, and felt a wave of inner conflict. Forget it. Zhu Xiong recalled the formidable reputation of Wei Wuyin as the 6th commander of the town, the Flame Blade commander, and the nickname Flame Demon he had earned prior to joining the Demon Slayer office, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of treachery. Before long, as the details of the events within the secret realm circulated, all eyes inevitably turned toward the Su family's ship. As anticipated, they were not disappointed. Shortly after, a voice, rich with sorrow, reverberated like thunder across the vicinity. "You young one, return the life of my Su family's prodigy." Su Wei's eyes widened with fury, his aura radiating an overwhelming force. Gripping a black pattern-long spear, a renowned mid-tier treasure known as the Black Tiger Cloud-Splitting Spear, he directed a menacing gaze toward Yang Xian, who had just emerged from the secret realm. "Who is this?" Yang Xian mused, his gaze shifting to the large character Su emblazoned on the ship, quickly deducing the man's identity. "Looks like the younger generation has come, but now a middle-aged one arrives. If I bring him down, will an elder follow?" A sudden thought struck Yang Xian, eliciting a chuckle as he smirked, muttering a few words, "Deservedly so," seeking death. Upon witnessing Yang Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Su Wei felt his rage ignite, almost consuming him entirely. How dare this impudent youth disregard him and treat the Su family with such disdain? He was infuriated. Die! Su Wei disregarded the presence of any masters, intent on smashing this insolent brat into oblivion to avenge his nephew. His form surged like a flying tiger pouncing on its prey, a torrent of malevolence swirling around him as he wielded his spear with lethal precision, each movement aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Having trained in the military, Su Wei had once held the position of a military officer, mastering the arts of combat. His aura was dense and formidable, as if a fearsome flying tiger were poised to devour its prey. Such was the prowess of a warrior tempered by battle. He was indeed deserving of the title of Cloud-Splitting Spear. The onlookers, witnessing Su Wei's sudden assault, were taken aback, their expressions shifting with alarm. As they beheld the overwhelming malice radiating from him, they could not help but marvel. Yang Xian, observing Su Wei charging toward him, felt a twinge of confusion. Did this man not know of his ability to withstand an attack from a master of the transcendent realm? Or was he merely this audacious? As Yang Xian prepared to summon the Black Dragon Annihilation Blade, a searing heat suddenly erupted, revealing Wei Wuyin slowly rising, his blade glimmering with a fierce light. Get back! Chapter 65. Resolution brilliant as the sun and blazing like a sea of flames, a blade of light erupted like a soaring pillar of fire, transforming into a flaming dragon that roared and dove down. Enveloping the sky in scorching flames, Su Wei, witnessing the serpentine glow of the blade, paled, instinctively positioning his spear defensively across his chest. Boom! Su Wei's body hurtled toward the ship like a meteor, the tremendous force nearly penetrating the entire vessel, shattering several layers of the deck before finally halting at the bottom of the cabin. Had Wei Wuyin not restrained his power, both man and ship would have been reduced to ashes. I recall stating, "No killings allowed." Wei Wuyin hovered in the air, his voice calm and composed. Su Wei, struggling to emerge from the wreckage, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his entire body ablaze with pain. And his spear had turned a charred black. "Commander Wei, my family's Qilan's son has been slain." Su Wei glared at Yang Xian from a distance, suppressing his rage. Deservedly so. Wei Wuyin cast a fleeting glance at Su Wei, speaking with an air of indifference. This. Su Wei's veins bulged, his expression contorted with fury. He cast a deep, lingering glance at Yang Xian before releasing his clenched fists. Today's events will not be overlooked by the Su family, nor are they within my control. I ask for your understanding. Commander Wei. Su Wei took a deep breath, turning his gaze back to Wei Wuyin, his expression settling into calmness once more, regardless of the Su family's actions. I will not interfere. Should that old fool be unafraid of death, he may come to seek trouble with my Demon Slayer office. Wei Wuyin grinned broadly, his long sword dancing with fiery crimson flames, the scorching aura enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Upon hearing Wei Wuyin's response, Su Wei felt a sense of relief in his heart. Today, having engaged in a confrontation with Wei Wuyin on behalf of Su Changyan. Upon returning to the Su family, even the formidable elder Su Yongyan would have no grounds to voice any objections. He had already surmised that Wei Wuyin could not possibly remain indifferent to this matter. With his actions today, he had fulfilled his duty as an uncle, ensuring that no leverage was granted to others. Changyan, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am powerless. Su Wei sighed inwardly and promptly commanded the slightly damaged treasure ship to depart. Seeing Su Wei's understanding departure, Wei Wuyin's figure flickered, and he soon appeared beside Yang Xian. What a remarkable young man. Your strength is commendable, and your opportunities are truly extraordinary, Wei Wuyin mused, gazing at the elegant youth before him, who was carrying a treasure box that he reflected on his own diligent service as a town general in Yunzhou for over a century, without even acquiring a single divine weapon, while this young lad had managed to secure 3 divine weapons after just one venture into a secret realm. General Wei, you flatter me. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Yang Xian replied with a smile, harboring a certain fondness for this imposing town general of the demon-slaying division. It is nothing of consequence. I merely fulfilled the wishes of that young lad, that if he were truly to engage you, the outcome would remain uncertain. Wei Wuyin chuckled lightly, effortlessly seeing through Su Wei's little ploy. Moreover, should you truly slay him, it would not be surprising if that madman from the Su family came knocking. Wei Wuyin's gaze toward Yang Xian was laden with significance, as though he genuinely believed Yang Xian could easily crush Su Wei. In response, Yang Xian merely touched his nose, offering a faint smile that exuded a gentle and harmless demeanor. "What a youthful prodigy," He Jiming remarked, stroking his white beard, his expression filled with admiration. The three-headed dragon-slaying treasure box was once a renowned divine weapon. Forged from the remains of 3 third-grade Dragon King corpses, these 3 divine weapons, one representing the aura of slaughter, another embodying spiritual energy, and the treasure box nurturing both, are of such value that they rival some second-grade divine weapons. To have a secret realm that can produce such a talent as you, my dear friend, would surely delight Lord Bai Tian. He Jiming smiled warmly at Yang Xian, his white hair and beard lending him an air of ethereal grace. "Senior, you flatter me," Yang Xian replied, unwilling to appear presumptuous in the presence of this amiable elder. "What? Do you intend to poach my talents from the demon-slaying division?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyan raised an eyebrow. Positioning himself in front of Yi Jiming with his long sword poised, seemingly ready for action. Witnessing the spectacle, Yi Jiming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The name of Wei the Demon is indeed well-deserved. Wei Wuyan, however, appeared unfazed, regarding the elder with a nonchalant demeanor. This old fellow seemed to have spent years gathering promising talent from the outside world. "I have met General Wei," Wang Tingzhong said from a distance, bowing respectfully to Wei Wuyan. "Indeed," Wei Wuyan acknowledged, scrutinizing Wang Tingzhong from head to toe. "You have been quite the busy man these past few years, even sending your subordinates to report in your stead." Upon hearing this, Wang Tingzhong broke into a cold sweat. "I beg your forgiveness, General Wei. I have indeed been entangled in mundane affairs these past years, which delayed my reports." Wei Wuyan lost interest when he found no semblance of familiarity in Wang Tingzhong. And with a final remark, he stated, "Yang Xian, I hope to see you in Xianyun City." With that, Wei Wuyan's figure vanished in a thin air, disappearing into the vast sky. "My young friend, should you find the time, do visit Wanlong Lake in Jizhou," Yi Jiming said to Yang Xian with a gentle smile, before soaring into the air, a faint silhouette of a dragon-shaped staff flickering into view. "This journey has not been in vain. You are welcome to visit us at Xuanxin Mountain." Zhu Xiong also managed to smile, whether inviting Yang Xian for a visit or for other matters he alone knew best. "Young man, it seems you are destined to become a true prodigy now," Wang Tingzhong remarked, his smile unwavering as always. Yang Xian discreetly glanced at his status panel. "The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. The realm of cultivation attained during the simulation blue attribute of killing intent perception, the cultivation experience gained during the simulation." Even during his time in the secret realm, Yang Xian had undergone a simulation. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would become the Grandmaster of True Fire. Yang Xian. Thankfully, only a warrior at the Divine Concealment Realm had targeted him. Sparing him from further complications at a fallen realm would be a disastrous affair. One misstep could render him a cripple, shattering several of his attributes. The floating warship, spanning over 20 zhang, glided through the skies, swiftly leaving the vast waters of Yunmeng's behind. Yang Xian turned to gaze back at Yunmeng's, shrouded in mist, its expansive azure waves shimmering under the sun's fading glow, casting a golden radiance that sparkled brilliantly. In the ethereal fog, one could vaguely discern the undulating forms of dragons and serpents, stirring the clouds and waves. Deep within the depths of Yunmeng's, 2 golden vertical pupils, akin to suns, fixated intently on the departing warship. A colossal form shifted slightly, causing the surrounding waters to churn, resembling a towering pillar standing at the ocean's depths. Numerous humanoid and demon-like servants, including many dragon and serpent figures, stood respectfully around, akin to the most loyal of servants. Chapter 66. Slaying demons and devouring dragons within a mysterious palace suspended in the void. 12 ancient chairs were arranged in the center, each occupied by a vague figure. Countless streams of white light whirled around the palace, conveying information from all corners of the world. Esteemed colleagues, this time there is a possibility of changes in all 3 rankings. We must discuss the placements, the figure in the central seat declared with a voice strong and resonant, echoing throughout the hall. The figure seated in the first position on the left pondered for a moment before speaking first. "Lord, the true martial Dao sect's true fire sovereign has recently demonstrated his prowess at the Guangming Temple's Longhu Academy. defeating the esteemed Bao Shu Zun, thus showcasing his significantly increased strength. The Bao Shu Zun possesses an exceptionally formidable treasure body, impenetrable by any Grandmaster of the heavenly rankings. Even the 35th ranked Qilin Sword Master could not break his defenses. In my view, the true Fire Sovereign should be admitted to the heavenly rankings. Indeed, several figures among the 12 nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing his suggestion. Then let us designate him as the 36th of the heavenly rankings. The head of the Tianji Pavilion, observing the consensus among the attendees, promptly made a decisive proclamation. AS's words fell. A few individuals hesitated to speak, prompting the Tianji Pavilion head to add, while the true Fire Sovereign was able to breach the Bao Shu Zun's treasure body. It does not imply he can surpass the Qilin Sword Master. One must consider that the Qilin Sword Master's Qilin Radiance Divine Armor is a rare second-grade defensive divine weapon, apart from the top 10 in the heavenly rankings. None can claim with certainty to penetrate such defenses. Thus, the true Fire Sovereign is rightly placed behind the Qilin Sword Master. Upon hearing this, the others quelled their thoughts, nodding in agreement, with dissent absent. The Tianji Pavilion head moved on to the next topic. The changes in the Earth rankings have been substantial this time. Aside from shifts among the top rankings, there are also individuals set to leave the list. Oh, at this, the assembly was instantly taken aback. Leave the rankings could signify one of two possibilities. Either death, resulting in their names vanishing from the list, or ascension to a higher realm, thus disassociating from the rankings. The second of the Earth rankings, the four symbols Sword Master, Qin Wuqiu, as he spoke, the Tianji Pavilion head's tone wavered slightly. Is he? The assembly expressed mutual surprise, having anticipated another individual. Qin Wuqiu has taken the lead in entering the true fire realm. This is indeed intriguing. Our next issue of Tianji will have a captivating headline, one remarked with a hint of amusement, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Indeed, the others began to discuss, evidently interested in Qin Wuqiu's ascension to the true fire realm. Silence, the Tianji Pavilion head commanded, and once the assembly settled, he continued, in this round of the Earth rankings. The Zhoushan Daoist has countered the 10th-ranked Bone Demon, and I believe he can ascend to the 5th rank. Any of you disagree? Can the Bone Demon be considered dead? Upon hearing this significant news, the assembly promptly inquired, but he should not be dead. The figure seated in the first position to the right of the Tianji Pavilion head shook his head. That I was present at the time. The Bone Demon, as a double agent for both the Bone Dao and the Heavenly Demon sect, possesses numerous survival tactics. Though he seemingly fell to the Zhoushan Daoist mountain technique, his soul has not been entirely extinguished. A portion remains intact. In that case, we have no objections. The assembly acknowledged, unsurprised that one capable of escaping the clutches of two malevolent forces would meet an untimely demise. Now, there remains one final matter. Recently, there's been only one change in the human rankings, originating from Yinzhou. Yang Xian has claimed the three-headed dragon-slaying treasure box as his own and has slain the son of Xianyan. Su Changyan, while withstanding an attack from a master of the Tongxin realm, that I propose we designate him as the 36th in the human rankings. Do any of you disagree? Without a shred of hesitation. The crowd nodded in agreement. Compared to the Earth ranking and the Sky ranking, their interest in the human ranking was rather lackluster. Unless it involved the top 10 prodigies, it was difficult to rouse their enthusiasm. With the three major rankings now established, the gathering was dismissed. Upon concluding his statement, the master of the celestial mechanism pavilion instantly transformed into a myriad of luminous particles that dispersed into the ether. Followed closely by the remaining 11 figures. In Yinzhou, Yang Xian had slain the guardian of the White Bone sect, in Tianin, in the city of Sanshui, and had also cut down the renowned young master Su Changyan amidst the Yunmeng Great Marsh. Armed with a divine weapon, he withstood a full-force strike from a master of the Transcendence realm, crossing boundaries to vanquish foes, excelling in both sword and blade. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion ranked him 36th on the human ranking, bestowing upon him the title of Slayer of Demons and Devourer of Dragons. Within the courtyard of the Demon Slayer Division, Fong Jing enthusiastically recited the latest announcement from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Gazing with admiration at Yang Xian, the IT was astonishing that their young master, merely having ventured out for a short while, had returned as a prodigy positioned 36th on the human ranking, even managing to slay a figure of the same ranking with ease. Yang Xian held a copy of the human ranking list from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a refined edition he had purchased for 30 taels of silver. IT not only detailed the battle records and rankings of the prodigies, but also featured exquisite illustrations of the individuals. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion certainly knew how to conduct business, but he had heard that the Earth ranking and Sky ranking could only be purchased using essence stones at a steep price, exclusively sold to the wealthiest martial artists. However, being ranked 36th, Yang Xian understood that this was a result of wielding a divine weapon, which diminished his standing on the human ranking, although the recognition from the divine weapon had elevated his fame. The value of his achievements in withstanding a full-force strike from a master of the Transcendence realm had inevitably been lessened. It was likely for this reason that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion had placed him at the 36th position. Yang Xian glanced at the name listed at the top of the human ranking. Name: Yu Xuandu. Title: Celestial Pivot True Person Realm. Divine Concealment Realm. All 5 stores open. Identity: Disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Achievements: Simultaneously battled 3 true disciples of the Blood Demon Sect, gaining the upper hand and severely wounding all 3 that engaged in 9 martial debates with the Light Sun of the Great Brightness Temple, achieving 1 draw, 1 loss, and 7 victories. Defeated the 5 dragon sons within the Dragon Palace of Huai Water, stirring the sea's eye with his immortal methods, causing the Dragon Palace to tremble and shake its foundations. Fought fiercely against the evil sect master Tusha Mo of Tianzhou, utilizing the first-grade divine weapon, Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, to annihilate 3 masters of the Transcendence realm, including Tusha Mo evaluation. Celestial Bone Dao Body, unparalleled throughout the ages. Quite the impressive record, Yang Xian mused, his lips pursed, as a disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Yu Xuandu had dominated the martial arts prodigies for 40 years. His talent was undoubtedly fearsome. Particularly striking was the evaluation of his Celestial Bone Dao Body, deemed unique throughout millennia, suggesting he possessed more than just one orange-tier attribute. Once he ascended to the Innate realm, it would be intriguing to witness just how formidable Yu Xuandu truly was. Yang Xian glanced at his own profile. Character: Yang Xian. Age: 18. Physique: South Candle Divine, Demon Bloodline, Orange. Talent: Dual Divine Bones, Orange. Dual Mastery of Blade and Sword, Purple. Golden Bone Jade Marrow, Purple. Spiritual Wisdom, Purple. Killing Intent Perception, Blue. Realm: Completion of the 7th grade Cleansing Marrow Realm skills. Red Sky South Candle Divine, Demon Body, 2nd layer. 1000 Calamities 100 Difficulties Treasure Scripture, Entry Level. Void Wind Control Method, Completion. Metal Killing Sword Chi, Completion. Frenzied Demon Blade Technique, Concept. Blood Demon Blade, Concept. Metal Killing Sword Intent, Completion. Blood Demon Blade Intent, Completion. Frenzied Demon Blade Intent, Completion. Wealth: 200,000 a day marked his entry into the Innate realm. Yang Xian sensed the surge of Qi within him, swirling like dragons and serpents. The crimson Qi seemed to carry an essence of time's power, each wave invigorating his internal organs, rendering them more vibrant. This was the Red Sky Candle Dragon Qi, a manifestation of the South Candle Divine Demon Bloodline's inherent properties, embodying not only the burning nature of South Candle spiritual fire that incinerates all, but also the ability to manipulate lifespan and time. South Candle. Yang Xian recalled the figure entwined around the celestial mountain, eyes blazing like ignited suns, crimson wings resembling a blood-red sky, a primordial divine demon, capable of controlling the cycles of day and night. He pondered, perhaps this was the dominion wielded by the South Candle. The Red Sky Candle Dragon Qi, infused with divine demon characteristics, possessed numerous wonders. Although Yang Xian had never encountered the 36 types of celestial Qi, he had refined several high-quality essence energies obtained from the secret realm into the Red Sky Candle Dragon Qi. Even so, it remained no larger than a strand of hair. Not only could it not be projected several zhang outward, but even when concentrated, it could only be perceived as a minuscule few inches in size. Such a formidable consumption prompted Yang Xian to believe that the might of the Red Sky Candle Dragon Qi was certainly on par with any celestial Qi. Now he understood why the simulated version of himself required several years to cultivate sufficient Qi to break through to the true Qi realm. The consumption of essence was simply too extravagant. With that settled, let the simulation begin, Yang Xian murmured inwardly. This simulation would consume 40,000 wealth. Shall I commence? Yes, consuming 40,000 wealth. Simulation commencing. Filtering attributes. Chapter 67. The chaos of the flood dragon rune spirit eye. Blue, a naturally gifted spiritual eye. Perceives all around, capable of sensing the minutest details, possessing a keen sensitivity to formations and runes. Greedy stomach. White, your appetite will be greatly enhanced, correspondingly improving your digestion and absorption abilities, but greed will dominate your soul, turning you into a slave of desire. Extraordinary fortune. Blue, you will gain a measure of fortuitous power, deepening your opportunities and reducing the likelihood of being plagued by inner demons and celestial fiends. Timid as a mouse. Gray, a timid disposition, fearful of all unknowns. Your life will be akin to walking on thin ice. Affinity with wind. Green, you will gain closeness with the natural winds, significantly enhancing your talents in the path of wind. T. O. Yang Xian surprise. There was indeed a fortune-related attribute. Seeing the description of the extraordinary fortune attribute, his heart leaped with joy. Fortune has always been elusive. Yet those favored by fate tend to achieve greatness. Much like Luo Qingning, whose celestial destiny seemed to elevate her to the status of a favored child of heaven, her path to the immortal realm was remarkably smooth. Moreover, Yang Xian himself had faced a degree of disdain from the heavens due to his ancient divine demon bloodline. Perhaps this fortune attribute could indeed prove beneficial, that he chose the blue attribute. Extraordinary fortune. Commencing simulation on the first day, you began to digest the various spiritual herbs obtained from the secret realm, refining your red sky candle dragon Q. I.B.Y. the 10th day, after 9 days of arduous training. You ventured to the mission hall to accept a task. You opted for a perilous mission to slay a rampaging great demon that on the 12th day, you board a large passenger ship bound for your destination. As you reached the edge of the Yunmeng Great Marsh, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. A great demon casting spells, stirring up winds and waves within a 100-mile radius, with towering waves surging forth. Intent on obliterating everything in their path. Realizing the impending threat, you summoned your spiritual dragon, transforming into the form of a flood dragon, wielding command over the storm, swiftly calming the tumultuous waters. Truly, the divine weapon of the Tsangshui Dragon Palace was extraordinary. A colossal black flood dragon, spanning 100 zhang, emerged from the depths, gazing down upon you with its golden eyes, unmasked greed evident in its gaze. You strode through the waves, having not yet seen the true form of your opponent. And without uttering a word, the blade and sword burst forth from the devouring dragon treasure box, morphing into 2 flood dragons, one black and one white. Human, it seems you failed to comprehend the chasm between us. The black flood dragon exhaled 2 streams of white mist, looking down upon you with disdain. I am Yuan Ao, the demon king of the Yunmeng Dragon Palace. You, human, have committed a great taboo by wielding a divine weapon crafted from the remains of my dragonkin. If you obediently return it to me, I might consider granting you a more merciful death. You bellowed, your form suddenly swelling to 3 zhang in height, your divine demon body towering as if it could touch the heavens. Crimson spiritual flames surged within the waters, vaporizing the surrounding mist for 1,000 zhang. The black and white flood dragons roared in unison, charging alongside you. Human, it appears you have chosen the most excruciating path to death. Yuan Ao scoffed, the roar of the dragon resonating like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth as storm clouds gathered and waves surged in fury. Seeing me refuse to bow, your fate is sealed. The 100-zhang long black flood dragon writhed amidst the winds and rains, engaging you in a fierce battle. The 3 flood dragons clashed in tumult as you hammered your fists against the spiral horn atop the dragon's head. Nearly cracking it, a violent pain surged through Yuan Ao's dragon body, the agony from the horn only fueling his ferocity, stirring the winds and waves. As the tempest coalesced, it formed a domain that obscured the sky. Droplets of ink-like black rain cascading from above, while fierce winds sliced through the air like sharp blades. Black raindrops fell upon you, igniting an intense burning sensation, accompanied by the slicing winds that carved deep gashes upon your body. This is a divine ability. A jolt of alarm coursed through your heart. It was evident that this was the manifestation of the dragon's divine prowess, stirring up winds and waves, a hallmark ability of the dragon lineage. Yet, it was clear that the tempest summoned by this dragon was far from ordinary. The corrosive black raindrops were searing even for Yang Xian's formidable physique, akin to the lacerating gusts of a blade that could leave trails of blood upon his skin. You understood that if this continued, you would surely be unable to endure. Thus, you resolved to deliver a decisive strike. You summoned the spirit dragon and the black dragon entwined in battle above. Their golden flames reminiscent of an everlasting sun, a divine light flickered in your chest. And as you opened your eyes, a transcendent shadow of a divine being seemed to manifest before you. Come! With your blade in hand, your divine abilities surged forth. The divine bone within your chest radiated an increasing heat, akin to an impending eruption of molten lava, bursting forth in a dazzling blaze. The sword in your grasp transformed into two celestial dragons, their might reverberating through the heavens and earth. As you struck, reality itself fractured like a mirror. The divine beings wielding enhanced divine weaponry seemed poised to shatter this realm. The 100-foot-long dragon abruptly halted, its golden vertical pupils dimming, akin to a pearl losing its luster, falling motionless into the water, stirring tumultuous waves. Dead? Just as you contemplated approaching for a closer look, a mournful dragon's roar echoed from the sky. A gaping maw intent on devouring you loomed before you. You were doomed. Chapter 68. Hammering Death. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the options below. 1. The cultivation realm attained during the simulation. 2. A blue attribute granting exceptional fortune. 3. The cultivation experience gained during the simulation. Where did this dragon emerge from? Yang Xian furrowed his brow, taken aback that mere moments after acquiring a divine weapon, a dragon had set its sights upon him, no less than a demon king. The dragon king that appeared in the Yunmeng Great Marsh was surely connected to the dragon palace of Yunmeng. Choosing the blue attribute granting exceptional fortune, he noticed no apparent changes. Yang Xian attuned himself to his being, finding nothing amiss. However, terms like fortune were inherently enigmatic. He hoped they would prove useful. Yet, Yuan Ao. This dragon was undeniably a nuisance. That it was evident that Yuan Ao had fixated on him, constantly monitoring his movements. The waters of the Yunmeng Great Marsh enveloped Yunzhou. Acquiring information about him would be effortless for Yuan Ao. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden. A thought struck him, and he initiated the simulation. Cost: 40,000 currency. Simulation initiated, filtering attributes. Flame Sun Spirit Body, blue mastery over the flame of the sun. Naturally attuned to the path of fire, possessing extraordinary talent and formidable power. Bone extraction, gray randomly lose a bone, with a high probability of losing the most precious one. Heaven and earth abandonment, blacks suffer the disdain of heaven and earth. Fortune reduced to 0, calamities ensue, as if a harbinger of disaster descends. Focus, green, your mental concentration will greatly increase. When your energy consumption reaches 1/3, you will exit the focus state. Evergreen tree, blue, an ancient tree of eternal green. Your lifespan doubles, and your aura becomes exceedingly gentle, reducing its power to 1/3. Without hesitation, Yang Xian made his decision. He chose the blue attribute of the flame sun spirit body. Simulation commenced out on the first day. You began absorbing the vital energy from the secret realm, refining the red sky candle dragon aura. By the 9th day, after enduring rigorous training for 9 days, you opted not to undertake any missions from the task hall, instead venturing out from the slaying demon division toward the Luo clan of Yunmeng. In Luo Tianxing's darkened countenance, he reluctantly informed his subordinates to prepare your former quarters. During the first month, you immersed yourself in training, justly relishing the resources of the Yunmeng Luo clan, and thanks to their influence, your refinement speed of the Red Sky Candle Dragon Aura Sword, .by the second year. Your Red Sky Candle Dragon Aura had reached perfection, prompting you to reflect on the joys of soft food, in the third year, having broken through to the true Aura realm with the Red Sky Candle Dragon Aura. The power of your divine weapon intensified, in the eighth year, you ascended to the divine intent realm. Your soul transformed, and you began to contemplate leaving Yunmeng City. As you stepped beyond the city gates, an ominous premonition enveloped your heart. The exceptional fortune attribute activated, drawing you back to Yunmeng City. By the 15th year, you had broken through to the divine concealment realm, with only 2 years remaining until the destruction of the Yunmeng Luo clan. And you chose to remain in the 17th year. The Great Zhou dynasty, under the pretext of rebellion, dispatched a martial general leading 100,000 troops to besiege Yunmeng City. The military spirit took form. A golden pung screeching fiercely. From the iron-blooded aura of slaughter emerged a 100-foot golden pung, its cry reverberating across the land, its expansive wings casting a shadow over the city. The overwhelming iron-blooded killing intent loomed like a celestial canopy over everyone. The Yunmeng Luo clan fought valiantly against the onslaught, masters clashing in battle, thunderous sounds resonating through the heavens, and Yunmeng City seemed on the verge of collapse. You chose to flee Yunmeng City with Luo Qingning through a hidden passage. Suddenly, a spear pierced the sky, akin to a ferocious beast charging towards you. The divine sword emerged from its sheath, the dragon soared into the heavens, and the sword energy surged like a tempest. The spirit light, devouring dragon sword emitted a terrifying radiance. With just a slight collision, the spear was sent hurtling back, leaving a faint dent. A dark-armored general appeared in the void, catching the rebounding spear. His eyes filled with anguish as he gazed upon its surface's minor blemishes. The dark-armored general then turned his gaze toward the menacing spirit light, devouring dragon sword, his eyes swirling with resentment and greed. Hand over the divine weapon, and I may spare the fairy Luo. How about it? The dark-armored general glanced at Luo Qingning, whom you shielded behind you, his gaze insidious. Have you mistaken something? It should be you begging me for mercy. Yang Xian called forth the black dragon destruction blade once more. The intertwining black and white dragons exuded an overwhelming aura, asserting dominance over the area. The Sixzhang divine entity stood tall, its golden pupils seemingly reflecting the cycles of sun and moon. Ancient markings concealing forbidden knowledge, and its attire bore no signs of damage. Get down here. The divine being roared towards the heavens, the 2 black and white dragons coiling around it, both unleashing thunderous roars. A brilliant light flashed. The dark-armored general's eyes narrowed, the colors draining from his gaze. The world appeared to be reduced to black and white, cleaving the heavens and severing all. The sword energy moved with the grace of a spirit dragon, dominating the sky, while the blade energy, like the black dragon of annihilation, shattered the earth. The dark-armored general barely managed to cross his spear before him. Endless waves of blade and sword energy surged across the heavens, descending with an unstoppable force. With a splatter of blood, the spear shattered upon impact. Facing the might of a divine weapon imbued with divine abilities, even a weapon possessing a fraction of divine essence crumbled like tofu. The dark-armored general struggled to lift his arm, embedded in the mountains, striving to maneuver. Countless waves of aura erupted, radiating a searing heat that shattered a towering mountain into fragments. The dark-armored general's eyes displayed horror. Though he was merely a master of the profound realm, bolstered by external forces, he had confidence he could withstand a moment against even a true master. Yet now, facing Yang Xian wielding 2 divine weapons, he could hardly endure a single strike, though his trump card were yet to be revealed. His heart had already turned cold. But we have awaited this day for quite some time, and a voice resonated like a great bell, striking terror into the dark-armored general's heart. I am Huang Fuqi, a 3rd-rank general of the imperial court, a direct descendant of the Huangfu clan. Spare my life, and I shall submit to you that a hint of pleading graced Huang Fuqi's face. There's no need, Yang Xian replied flatly, his indifferent gaze rendering Huang Fuqi as good as dead. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuqi forced a smile. Since you deny me a path to life, then let us perish together." With that, a dazzling golden light erupted, and countless spears' shadows materialized, carrying the sharp energy of metal, descending like a tidal wave upon the earth. Low-grade divine ability. Metal shattering light. Each spear's shadow burst forth with radiant divine light from the heavens, piercing the ground and shattering mountains. Yang Xian found himself enveloped in this golden rain of spears, yet his expression remained inexplicably calm. Seems a bit feeble. Yang Xian grasped a spear's shadow hurtling toward him, crushing it effortlessly, scattering it into glimmering motes of light. This seemingly formidable golden rain of spears was, in truth, surprisingly weak. Yang Xian surmised that the power contained within was insufficient to annihilate even a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, capable only of inflicting severe wounds. For a practitioner at the divine concealment realm, it was indeed a terrifying technique, one that no such warrior would have confidence in surviving. Yet for a true master, such an assault could only be deemed somewhat threatening. Is this your divine ability? How utterly weak. The towering divine being raised its fists, enveloped in golden flames, radiating an overwhelming force, in Huang Fuqi's eyes. The fists appeared as two crimson meteors, trailing flames, leaving behind mere afterimages. With a mighty blow, the fists tore through the earth, shattering the ground and creating fissures extending hundreds of feet, reducing the surrounding area to dust. Under such terrifying force, Huang Fuqi, ensnared by the black and white dragons, was as fragile as a broken doll, torn into fragments. The divine being rent the earth, the dragons roared, and a master was turned to dust. In the eyes of the arriving Yunishang, this was the scene be chapter 69. Shattered witnessing the scene of you obliterating a master, the newly arrived Yunishang gazes at you with an odd expression. To see a master of the transcendence realm perish in such a pitiful manner is a first for her. You fix your cold gaze upon Yunishang as she approaches, despite knowing her identity. At this moment, your demeanor is the only appropriate response. Yunishang, observing your fierce countenance, twitches the corner of her mouth, and only upon seeing Luo Qingning behind you does a faint smile grace her face. A hint of relief appears on Luo Qingning's features as she softly explains her identity. The second princess of the Tying Moon Palace, the celestial maiden of the 28th rank on the heavenly list. Yunishang. Luo Qingning implores her to intervene and save the Yunmeng Luo clan. Upon hearing this, Yunishang's expression falters. After a moment's hesitation, she replies, "The destruction of the Yunmeng Luo clan is beyond salvage. Even I, only by the utmost efforts of the Tying Moon Palace, have been able to arrive here to assist you. It is evident that the downfall of the Yunmeng Luo clan is entangled with multiple ancient sects vying for power, and even the Tying Moon Palace cannot alter the course of battle." Hearing this, Luo Qingning's eyes dim. Her keen intellect has already led her to suspect the complexities of the situation, yet she remains undeterred in her inquiry. The soft warmth and delicate touch against your chest prompt you to glance down. Luo Qingning is gently nestled against your chest, a few crystalline pearls slipping from your attire, her delicate hands clutching your collar tightly, her body trembling slightly. After a considerable time, she lifts her head, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite face, seemingly devoid of sorrow. You tenderly stroke her hair, opting to return to the Tying Moon Palace alongside Yunishang. In the 18th year, Luo Qingning enters the secret grounds of the Tying Moon Palace to receive her legacy, while you choose to remain and cultivate your skills there. In the 19th year, Shen Wuhou raises an army in Yunzhou, marching directly towards Yujing City. Malevolent forces stir restlessly, the 3 dragon palaces make frequent moves, and the 6 major sects harbor divergent intentions. Chaos reigns across the realm. The 21st year sees the 4 kings and 8 dukes inciting warfare, conflict spreading across half the world, while evil forces officially emerge, reminiscent of the decline of a dynasty. In the 2nd year, you attain the 5th treasure of the divine storehouse, your body flawless and unblemished, your internal organs as resilient as iron, capable of refining gold, iron, and jade like a grand furnace. Your attributes enhance significantly, and the seeds of divine powers begin to sprout, requiring only continuous nurturing to connect with the heavens and birth a unique divine ability. In the 22nd year, the world undergoes a great transformation. The shackles of the celestial path are shattered. The path to the human celestial realm has been opened, with currents of vital energy sweeping through the entire world, revealing hidden paradises. The earth extends into the depths of the nine hells, while the heavens rise high into the sun, moon, and stars. This is an age of great contention, where all strive to traverse the celestial path, a time of infinite possibilities where even the lowliest of creatures may one day gaze down upon the exalted true dragon. In this year of upheaval, you successfully break through to the transcendence realm. The seeds of divine powers blossom and bear fruit, resulting in a mid-grade divine ability, or perhaps half of a superior divine ability. In the 25th year, the ancient ancestor of Kunlun Xian sect breaks through to the celestial realm using ancient celestial methods, and celestial phenomena sweep across all 36 states that on this day, all can witness a towering figure standing above the heavens, plucking the fruit of the celestial path. Following the last batch of ancient immortals from the primordial era, new immortals arise in the human realm once more in the 26th year, since the ancestor of Kunlun Xian sect ascended to the celestial realm. The human celestial realm rains down, with phenomena sweeping across the earthly realm as demons, devils, humans, and gods clash against the celestial realm. Exceptional talents emerge, with potential dragons leaping forth from the human realm. The world seems to revert to the ancient era of the celestial path, where opportunities rain down upon humanity, allowing even the common folk to glimpse the celestial paradises, transforming overnight into hidden dragons and becoming unparalleled prodigies. You choose to cultivate the Tying Moon Palace's legacy of a superior grade divine skill, the Moonlight Divine Sovereign's celestial body. In the 28th year, Luo Qingming emerges from the secret grounds, her cultivation skyrocketing to the first grade ascendant realm, and she claims a celestial weapon, becoming one of the controllers of the ancient lineage of the Tying Moon Palace, which has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. With Luo Qingming's support, you begin to tap into the wealth accumulated by this ancient lineage over eons, causing your cultivation to surge in the 32nd year. Leveraging abundant, precious resources, you successfully amass enough foundation for the third grade transcendence realm within just a few years. You forge the Tying Divine Sovereign's primordial spirit, successfully breaking through to the second grade true fire realm. From henceforth, your primordial spirit traverses the nine heavens and the abyss. As long as your primordial spirit endures, so too shall you in the 35th year. The three major forces, White Bone Sect, Red Blood Demon Cult, and Heavenly Demon Sect, unite to invade the Tying Moon Palace. The masters of the White Bone Sect and Red Blood Demon Cult jointly assault the Tying Star Sovereign, Yu Wu Xian. Luo Qingming wields a celestial weapon, single-handedly battling 5 first-grade Ascendant Realm foes, gaining the upper hand with the aid of her celestial weapon. You reveal your divine demonic form, withstanding the assaults of the second-grade True Fire Realm, maintaining the battlefield of the second-grade True Fire Realm. With the Red Blood Demon Lord severely wounded, the White Bone Lord retreats from the battlefield, shattering the united assault of the 3 malevolent sections. In this battle, Luo Qingming slays 2 first-grade Ascendant Realm powerhouses, while you, leveraging your divine demonic form, push through the second-grade True Fire Realm battlefield, tearing apart 3 elder demons of the True Fire Realm. Chapter 70. The God of the Netherworld in the 40th year. Your Moonlight Divine Sovereign's primordial spirit gradually reaches perfection, prompting you to traverse the 36 states, seeking the scattered opportunities of the celestial path. In the 45th year, amidst the sea of return, you and Luo Qingming, utilizing celestial weapons, sweep away numerous adversaries and seize a high-grade paradise that on your return journey, an ancient demon suddenly strikes, the forces of the laws sealing the heavens and binding the earth, drawing you into a realm isolated from the world as a newly emerged postnatal demon. Your primal bloodline from the ancient era is undoubtedly a most precious treasure to it. However, fortunately, you are well prepared. The Tying Star Sovereign, Yu Wu Xian, wields a celestial weapon, tearing through the 10,000-mile realm, nearly annihilating the fabric of the world with a single strike. The Tying Star Sovereign's corporeal form reaches the heavens and the earth, drawing in all moonlight from the starry sky. as silver cascades flow through the firmament, cloaking the celestial expanse in a silver veil. The might of the celestial weapon surges, altering the laws within a radius of 10,000 miles. Daylight transforms into moonlit night, and the sun reverts to the Tyene. The ancient demon roars skyward, its form swelling to towering heights. The demon, revered for its flesh and laws, can traverse the outer starry skies and effortlessly rend apart a small world. Its laws capable of commanding heaven and earth, contending with the divine powers of immortals. Yet, Yu Wuxian is no ordinary immortal. She is the executor of the ancient lineage of the Tyene Moon Palace. The human Tyene Star Sovereign, wielding the mightiest celestial weapon passed down from ancient times. With a gentle sweep, the celestial weapon shatters the void for 10,000 miles, instantly rending the ancient demon's body with terrifying fissures. Its weight like mountains, splattering golden blood that radiates divine light, crushing peaks. The intense power of the celestial weapon draws the attention of all celestial beings. Celestial thoughts descend upon the battlefield, under the watchful eyes of the immortals. Yu Wuxian and the ancient demon tactfully depart the earth, soaring towards the nine heavens to engage in a decisive battle among the stars. Yu and Luo Qingning exchange knowing smiles. As the celestial weapon tears open a rift in the void, just as you return to the Tyene Moon Palace, Yu Wuxian follows closely behind, bearing a torn, sinister arm of a 1,000-foot-long black-scaled beast. The outcome of this battle is already cleared. In the 60th year, Luo Qingning wields a celestial weapon, breaking open the gates of the celestial realm, as dragon roars and tiger howls resonate. A shadow of a Tyene celestial maiden ascends to the nine heavens. With 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall, her stunning visage exuding an air of majesty and grace, reminiscent of a celestial sovereign, radiating a sacred authority from the most ancient times. Luo Qingning plucks a celestial fruit from the heavens, adding another immortal to the Tyene Moon Palace. In the 61st year, several ancient demons once more unite with the White-Bone Sect, Red Blood Demon Cult, and Heavenly Demon Sect to assault the Tyene Moon Palace. Faced with a multitude of celestial beings far surpassing their own strength, the Tyene Moon Palace seems to stand on the brink of annihilation. Yet, you are not without preparation. As one of the 6 sects, the Tyene Moon Palace has its allies, and the head of the true martial Dao sect, one of the ancestral foundations of the Dao, arrives wielding a celestial weapon, breaking through the barriers.